container somewhere, but we just need to agree.
It doesn't matter. You got your gradient inside the container.
That's fascinating.
You got
Okay.
you got low to no pressure at the very top, and then at the very bottom, where all the gas is compressed into as a liquid while it's boiling, that's where all your high pressure is. There's your gradient inside your container.
What he's pretty much doing, right, dude, is he's saying, well, okay, then it just gradiates out into like trillions of miles, right?
Yeah,
My
he
container's
wants.
out there somewhere. So now you've given him outer space.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
T-Dub knows
space,
what T-Dub
space,
knows the score. T-Dub knows the
space
score.
at the top of the container,
So,
bro. That's all.
so as far as I'm concerned, right, Fresh, right, and obviously T-Dub knows that knows what's going on, but I think this argument was built to say that you can't go to a place called Atlanta. By definition, we've gone beyond vacuums many a time, right? I think even Concorde flights would go beyond a level of vacuum, right? So knowing that, it means that there has to be some like saying you can't have atmosphere next to a vacuum. I mean, that's of course you can because we have it, right? We people go on Concorde. People did go on Concorde flights, and they would have been beyond a low threshold of pressure. But so it really matters about what kind of low pressure. Why can't you go to 10 to the negative 17 torr, but you can go to, which is almost exactly the same sort of level of pressure, a bit nearer to Earth? Makes no sense. Of course, you can, like, if it should be possible in your mind to go to 10 to the negative 17 torr if you can go up 65 miles and to see the pressure there, right?
No, you need to. There's a defined area.
I mean, you're trying. I commend you on that. As long as you know, like Bill Nye said, you're in a closed system.
So yeah, I've put freshly grown flowers gave you a really good answer there, bro. So the gas pressure requires containment, and that a vacuum requires containment. So where's your container, bro?
Well, I mean, I might be old school, right? But I would say if you can make it plausible that there is no container, right? So, for instance, if you say, well, you can't go beyond 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? But you have to be much nearer to it. Then it's an easily falsifiable sort of idea, right? So, given that, then you could posit alternative explanations. All the explanation I would posit would be is that there is some force that has the ability to change the vector of gas. Right? That's what I'm going to put forward. Right? It could be possible. Well, I don't know. Could be possible.
No, you already agreed that gas pressure requires a container.
Well, my view is obviously you need a cast iron container 100 kilometers up, obviously, right? But I just haven't I haven't verified or falsified it yet. So what I'm thinking is, if I'm wrong, right, then it must be a force changing the vector of gas.
Well, science it out. First, you got to observe it. So whenever you can observe gas changing its vector, let us know, and then find your hypothesis as to why. If not, you can stay in Narnia.
So if you have a vacuum chamber, right, and you open the door of the vacuum chamber, what happens to the vacuum? Does the air just rush in to the vacuum chamber to fill it?
That's an interesting question.
Or does it just sit?
right?
Or does it just sit next to? Or do we have gas pressure just sitting next to a vacuum, just twiddling
It
its thumbs?
gradiates into it very, very slowly over millions of miles.
That's an interesting
Yeah.
question, Daz. That's an interesting question, Daz. So, what if I told you, and I'm, obviously assuming that you'll understand this, that there's that 10 to the negative 17 tool might be quite far away, hard to verify, but there are vacuums much closer to the surface of the Earth that the air doesn't rush into. What if I told you that a Concorde flight flies over one of these thresholds of vacuum? Why doesn't the air rush into the vacuum?
What are you talking about, bro? Are you talking about a pocket of vacuum in the air? That a Concorde What are you talking about?
So I'm saying that there are vacuums, various vacuums, right, all defined by certain levels of low pressure. When it gets so low that, okay, now we're in a kind of vacuum, right? And a medium vacuum sits about 65 miles up. Rockets usually have to go further up than that anyway, right? Even the V2 rockets in the 1940s, you can look at videos of those going much higher than 65 miles. And you have like places closer to the surface of the Earth, low vacuums, right, or rough vacuums as they're sometimes called, which Concorde flights could fly over, right? Lots of jets fly over them today, right? And this is like obviously a gradient, thins out, reaches the rough vacuum, thins out, reaches a medium vacuum, thins out, and so on and so forth. Why isn't it rushing into the vacuum, the denser air?
Well, it is, or it wouldn't be a gradient.
Well, he's saying it's perfect, right? It's a gradient, right? I agree. I agree that the air is not all trying to find equilibrium. It's just a gradient. Gradient it's out, right? Even though it will reach to certain levels of vacuum, we'll just keep thinning out, right?
It is seeking
Oh, but you
equilibrium.
keep saying you keep inferring vacuum without any type of evidence for it.
Oh, do you deny there's a vacuum at 65 miles up called a medium vacuum?
Can you demonstrate one?
Can I demonstrate one as in? Can I show you data, or like demonstrate one as in? Can I get on a rocket right now?
Just let's make it simple. Just demonstrate a vacuum without a container. We don't need to go 65 miles up. We don't need to do all the Concorde flights, all the fancy stuff. Just demonstrate a vacuum without a container. Let's start there.
Well, you see, that's a tricky thing, right? Because what I'm suggesting, what I'm suggesting, Fresh, right, is that what you have so far on the surface of the Earth, right? I'm going to grant you and say, on the surface of the Earth, on the ground, that's not possible, right? Nowhere on the surface, like, for sake of argument, that's what happens on the surface of the Earth. But in altitude, something different is happening that contradicts what we can do on the surface of the Earth. So to appeal to what we can do on the surface of the Earth would be an error, right? Because something different is going on in altitude that contradicts what we can do on the surface.
So you think just because you go up higher, you can magically create a vacuum without a container?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said it's magic. Obviously, Dumbledore is involved. Hogwarts, witchcraft and wizardry. Obviously, that's exactly what I said. Yeah. Now, I have a reason, right? I think either there's a cast iron container 100 kilometers up, or there's some force that changes the vector of gas, right? One of those two. I'm not sure which one, though.
Why? Because it's a low pressure environment.
Yeah, because it's a vacuum.
Well, if there's pressure, then there's containment. So where's the
Brilliant, yeah.
vacuum come into play?
Yeah, brilliant. Well, there's containing, because both are containing effects, right? But one is a container, right? So one's the container, right? So the cast iron dome that I think exists 100 kilometers up, definitely possible, right? I'm on board. Or we could go with the other alternative, which is just an idea of containing, right? Rather than container. It's up to you which one you prefer. I think it's a matter of aesthetics, personally.
Is there some kind of experiment you might perform to confirm one belief or the other? I mean, and there could be any different version of the belief.
Well, see, there are different experiments you could perform to find out if there's a container 100 kilometers up, right? For instance, you could fire a rocket there. I wouldn't want to call it an experiment, more of just like, you're going to fire a rocket, either hit the dome or you don't hit the dome. Rockets usually fly above 100 kilometers, therefore I'd probably say it's not there, right? Unless there's holes in this container, in which case it's a pretty lousy container. Then other things you could bounce radio signals off it, I suppose, right? It depends on what it's made of, though. And obviously that's going to be ambiguous. So yeah, I prefer the rocket.
Start over. You roboted a little bit at the beginning of that second point. Start over with that second point again.
Oh, you could bounce like I said, you could bounce radio signals off it, but obviously it depends on what it's made of, right? Or sonar, depends what it's made of. So so I'm just like willing to say, let's go for the rocket option. If you keep missing the container, there's loads of holes in it. It seems like a pretty lousy container. Probably isn't there, right? So let's go for that one.
Does the rocket option have to be a lot different from what we have currently, in terms of like all of the Elon rockets?
In fact, I might put it forward to you, sir, that this already happened in 1945 or 1946, 47. V2 rockets already went past 100 kilometers. So, what can you do?
So how do we use the rocket to prove it? Sorry, I'm missing a little bit there.
Okay, I think you might have got the wrong end of the stick. Are you arguing with me as if you think I'm a flat earther?
No, I'm trying to understand what you think.
It's pretty simple, right? So if I think there's a container 100 kilometers up to separate or to wall us up from the vacuum, and rockets go beyond 100 kilometers every day, this like big bulk of matter, then how could it stop gas?
But you're still not giving any evidence of a vacuum.
Yeah, I said I could show you data, or you could ask me to go on a rocket. What kind of data do you what do you want to prove? Do you want me to go on a rocket, or would you just be happy with data?
You just said that there was low pressure. That's it.
Well, we agree pressure thins out as you get further in altitude, right? I assume. Yeah.
So what, on like these Concorde flights or whatever you're talking about, they have readings of negative pressure?
Negative pressure? What do you mean negative pressure?
Is like it's creating a vacuum effect?
Well, first of all, vacuums aren't negative pressure. Secondly, right? It's just very low pressure. Very low pressure. Pressure's there. It's just very low, right?
Oh, so you don't even have data of like no pressure.
That doesn't exist in the globe model. Yeah, believe it or not. There's no place in this universe in the globe model that says there is zero pressure. Nowhere.
That's really convenient. Huh.
That's always been the case. When did you hear otherwise?
I never said that. I'm just wondering. That's really convenient. So there's always pressure, so there's always containment.
What?
Well, I mean, I think the answer would be like there is no true vacuum in the universe.
Yes, there's always some sort of pressure. No matter how low it can get, it will never reach zero. That's not convenient. That's just me saying that's what the globe model says. I mean, your model, or your idea, sorry, it might say something else, right? It might say there is this wall, right, that separates us from the abyss. You know, that could be possible. But, I'd need to know exactly how low pressure would have to get before we get to that point.
So your idea of a vacuum exists inside of low pressure?
Do I think what, sorry?
What was that? You roboted a little bit.
I said, what was that? Vacuum.
I
the
said-
vacuum
I
You're not
said,
you're not
your idea-
roboting. You're not roboting. He is lagging.
I knew I was being trolled.
No, he said I am. But it's not. But I'm on my end. You are a little bit.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying. So your definition of a vacuum is just low pressure.
Not all definitions of vacuums, except for absolute vacuum, imply pressure. Or defined by pressure, not even implied, they're defined by pressure. That's when I asked you earlier on, maybe about half an hour ago, when I said vacuums are defined by certain levels of low pressure. I asked you, do you know what that means? And I explained it to you. Do you remember that?
Yeah. We talked about the containment for it that it's required to have.
Yeah, because obviously there is a
Right
container
after that.
and it's cast iron, right? I believe it's cast iron. But
There
aside
you
from
go.
that,
I think it also you would say I don't know. You've heard of I don't know if you brought this up. I wasn't here 30 minutes ago, but if you heard of the idea of a universe from nothing, or something from nothing. I forget the exact term, but it was Krauss. Krauss is the author. He's a pretty famous speaker. Kind of gets you. To me, that was what opened the idea of what an actual vacuum kind of was. And the idea is that there really is no true empty vacuum in the universe, even in the most empty spaces between galaxies. Even out there, there's still energy in a little bit here and there, and so there really is no true vacuums if everything is connected, and to our understanding, it is.
oh god, you said that in such a boring way that I've lost complete focus.
Well, good luck finding it.
Do you think the Earth's flat, Chrono?
And I'm pretty sure that it's not.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What did you say? Gas. What did you say about gas?
Gas pressure without a container.
To be fair, that doesn't necessitate the Earth be flat or a globe.
Well, yeah. But I just wanted to see, because if he believes the Earth's not flat and then globe, then he'll also probably believe in the other stuff.
Okay, so I mean, I want to try and understand what you're saying. I'm open
Right,
minded.
okay, very simply. You believe the Earth's a globe, you believe that there's a place called outer space, 10 to the negative 17 tool that you can go to that place. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Because that air would rush from the high pressure to the low pressure, as we see it happen everywhere on the surface of the Earth.
If I'm, without responding immediately and not having anything deeply, are you saying like, why do we have an atmosphere and why is that contained?
I give up.
Is that fair or is that wrong? Is that not what you're saying?
Yeah, you think the atmosphere is contained?
I mean, is that not? If you were to believe in the model of the round Earth, is that
Yeah,
the
I'm asking
question
you. I'm
you're
not
asking me?
asking you what you think I might believe, right? What do you
Not
think the
correct.
atmosphere is contained?
I was clarifying, and you're treating me like I'm
Hurry up! Come
stupid.
on. Do you think that there's a container around the Earth keeping the gas in?
Yes, from my understanding, gravity is pulling the atmosphere in.
Womp, womp, womp.
So what's gravity made of? Is it like 'cause you said it's a container, right? So obviously it's keeping all the gas in, so it's obviously solid, right? Keeping the gas in.
No, gravity is not a container.
Okay. What is it?
I mean, hold on. You obviously know the standard model. So, I mean, if you want to walk down the points to like find if like
God, you
where the
take
air.
forever to answer a question. Just answer. What is it?
We don't know. Next
What
question.
is what? Sorry, I had to
What
cough.
is gravity?
From my understanding, it is a warping of space time.
All right. Okay. Right now, now transpose that idea and tell me how exactly that keeps gas on the surface of the Earth.
Because gas, in fact, oxygen itself has some mass itself,
Mass. What's
ma-
that?
mass itself to it, and so that's why it itself is being attracted towards the mass of
What's
the
mass?
Earth. Mass
What's mass? Knuckle dragging retard. What's mass?
Mass is a religious gathering where they
energy.
share
I
food.
mean, m equals E equals mc squared, and so you can work the equation out in different
So you
ways.
couldn't even rearrange an equation to tell me what mass is.
What does E equal mc square means?
Energy equals mass, and I don't know.
Einstein
Something.
equals mother times cousin. Twice.
What do you is your point to move my opinion or prove me wrong, or what are you doing?
You're saying that energy is equal with the resistance of acceleration times constant speed of light squared.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't kind of make sense, that equation.
Okay.
Where is the warping of space-time in that equation? The bending.
I don't know.
Energy is not the bending of space-time. Mass is not the bending of space-time, and the constant speed of light also is not the bending of space-time. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
Are you still here? I heard you saying that gravity is pulling gases and holds is the cause for gas pressure on the surface of the Earth.
Could you demonstrate or explain what altitude that happens at?
Altitude where happens what?
Where gravity begins to engage with gases?
Yeah, that will be interesting.
Well, sure. I can tell you where, I mean, obviously, it begins to engage with gases as soon as it's interacting with them, which is at surface level. And then it changes, the interaction changes as we go outwards. And if you have any fucking doubt about that, just fly an airplane.
Well, hey, calm down. Okay, so here, real quick, I like that answer. Now, let's say I wanted to get, let's say we're on this little magical ball and it's got this gravity stuff, right? And we're on the surface and all that. And we're talking about from the surface upwards. Where in that range, for me, if I wanted to find the strongest measurable or testable, demonstrable force of gravity in this whole area, from being on the surface all the way out to the Kármán line, where would I need to be to find the strongest effects of gravity?
You'd find the same effect of gravity, just a different measurement. Are you saying
What do you mean by that?
Oh, gravity is a constant?
Are you asking for like the normal answer? Or you're asking for these guys' weird flat earther answers?
No, not like a weird flat earth answer. Like, what's the normal answer? It's at the surface level, right? That's my understanding.
Well, I mean, correct. There's let me think about that for a second. Make sure I'm not wrong.
I mean, it would be in the center of the earth, but obviously we can't get there, so we're talking about being on the surface, right?
Yeah, the pole is constant. I
No
would
pull.
say.
There is no pull.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Pole is like the best way to say it for the way that our
It's
brains
not the best
understand.
way to say it. It's
No, it's
the
really
wrong
not,
way
though.
to say it, sir.
Okay, what's the better way?
Professor Dr. Mikio Kaku is saying that these famous astrophysicians, they are saying to us nowadays that they lie to us. Gravity doesn't push you to the chair. It pushes you into the chair.
I don't. That's almost just a conceptual difference, I think. And when we're there, where it's like certainly it doesn't help us conceptually understand it better because we understand that we're not getting pushed off of our chairs. we're getting pulled downwards into the earth.
No,
Right?
he's saying
That's
you are
easy to
not being
understand.
pulled,
But
you are being pushed.
I understand. Believe me, I understand the
Let's play his
concept.
game. Let's play his game, Gibby. Hold on. So
Yeah.
let's
Okay.
say at the surface is the strongest measurable area of the pool, right? So
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true, though. I don't think that that's true.
that's what
I'm
you
not a
just said.
scientist, but I think the pole is the same because I'm trying to think if you were like in down under the surface at the core, would you suck down into the core faster than you would
Well, we
suck
can't get
down
down
from the
to the
surface? I don't
we
think so.
can't get down to the core, and we don't know that there's a core because we haven't been that far. But we do.
That's fair.
But what we do know is that you claim that there's an equal amount of pool from the surface all the way out to the Kármán line, maybe even further. Who knows? But let's just
I
focus
think
on
so. I think that I think that
that.
is the right understanding. Yeah.
That's fine. So if there's an equal amount of pool, then why is it that I don't see the equal reaction from your supposed Kármán line where helium and these other gases are no longer expanding and they're kind of floating in an equilibrium? Why doesn't that happen on the surface of the earth? Why do I let go of a balloon that's filled with helium and it rises at rapid rates up into the sky?
Well, because it's concentrated within a very small area. Like I've thought about this in many different ways. I'd like to and tell me if you enjoyed this kind of thinking really quickly. Sorry, tell me if maybe this is stupid, but I really enjoyed adding this to my mind, which is that so you understand swimming, right? And so we understand being underwater, and we can even understand how you might have even a lake underwater because of density of water, right? And you might picture like a jar of something, I don't know, you might have seen in science class or something, where you have different liquids and
Okay. So you're saying that,
they separate in layers.
listen, you're saying that the deeper you dive, the higher the pressure, the higher the density, right?
No, that's not what I'm. No, that's not. Well, I mean that is my understanding, but that's not the point that I wanted to illustrate. Because I want to illustrate is
Well,
that
are you
I view
contradicting?
we have to view our atmosphere, the air, in the same way, right? Even though it's invisible to us, the model, the way that it works is the same way that water works, and
No, I'm
so
not talking about models. I'm talking about reality. At sea
I'm trying
level,
to too.
listen, at sea level, we have a high air pressure. The higher you rise in altitudes, yes, there is a pressure gradient and you will notice a pressure decrease, yeah, with altitude. And it's the same with the liquids like water, oceans. The deeper you dive, the higher the pressure because you have a larger quantity of water above you pushing, pressing on you.
Right.
You have
Yep.
the weight of all that water on you. You didn't want to agree with this when I told you, so I'm still confused if you are in contradiction with what I said.
I don't think so. I don't think I'm
Okay,
in contradiction with it
good.
at all.
But to say that the cause for liquid pressure and gas pressure is gravity is insane because we have in laboratory um, mankind is experimenting with um, and also creating superfluid liquid helium.
Ray Nimrod,
And
you're hot picking.
listen, this liquid has a zero viscosity. So if you had an ocean of this liquid, it doesn't matter what depth you will be diving because the pressure is constant, which contradicts all Newtonian gravity theories and also Einsteinian gravity theory. It debunks them. And this is a scientific fact nowadays. This liquid, it also demolishes Newton's laws of motion. It shows us that a vacuum is not a perfect medium, perfect frictionless medium, where you can have a point of energy and it will be stored and remain forever. But the medium of superfluid liquid helium, yeah, we do notice and observe quantum vortices that they spin forever.
To me, it sounds like
Because
you're leaning a little bit too much.
listen, that
Oh,
medium is
sorry.
the only perfect medium in nature. And we discovered it. We know it very well. This liquid, when it's held in a container, um, it climbs the walls of the container, if it's an open container, and it will leak out of the container. Where is gravity? Holding that liquid not to flow upwards against the down vector that we all experience, and you guys say that is gravity. Why does this liquid naturally flows upwards?
Are you asking? I thought you're. I
Yeah,
thought that.
yeah, yeah.
Oh shit.
So,
Well,
how do
I
you
I
explain?
assume I assume everything you're saying is bullshit. So I don't know.
Oh, okay, fine. You assume
It was a liquid.
everything I
The
say.
liquid flowed up out of the tube. I don't know. Link it. How am I supposed to
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Am I supposed to
Superfluid
take your
liquid
word
helium.
for it? Show me what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, search the superfluid liquid helium upwards flow.
No. Obviously, no. I'm not going to look it up. If you want to link it, you can link it. But you've given me no respect, so fuck. I'm obviously not going to go look it up on your behalf.
What do you mean I've given you no respect? I haven't insulted you and I've spoken nicely to you.
Beg to differ.
What the
That
heck?
is a great form of respect.
It's like
Talking nice to a man is a form of respect.
yeah. Believe.
Argument is also a form of respect.
Was that Chrono? Was that Chrono you were talking to?
No, I don't know. I don't know the name of the guy.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, it was Chrono.
Okay. Nice to meet you, sir. Yeah.
You too.
This is the third time I call you sir, and you're telling me I'm not
Yeah,
respected.
adding sir is like one thing. I mean, I was trying to respond to
Yeah,
earlier.
when you address to a person with to a man with sir, that is a highly good esteemed form of respect.
Okay.
But with all due respect, sir, you are a bit of an asshole.
Well, you were on a monologue. You were on a monologue for like 15 minutes before this, right? And I wanted to respond to some of your points, and you, I don't know, you fucking cut me off like very dickishly. That's why I was like, all right, this guy's a fucking asshole. So that's fine.
Okay,
We can get over it. We
I
can get over
I
it.
take
We can
it.
get over it.
I take it. I will
We'll get
take
over
it.
it right now. It's fine.
You said your points, your assumptions, yeah. So you criticize and judge me in your own mind, based on the words and stuff that I told you, yeah. That's fine. I'm good with that, with your judgment. But
We can move past it.
I still
We're
asked
adults.
you. I still asked you a question
What's that?
because we were engaged in an argument. Yeah.
What's that question?
You said gravity is the cause for gas pressure.
Cause for
Yeah.
gas pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. From my understanding of it. I mean, you know that all I'm doing, you already know what the standard model is. So
Yeah.
it's like it's weird
No.
for you to try and like trap me with
Well,
it.
you listen. You said this. Can you give me a link to a citation where it does say that?
Does say what?
The definition of gas pressure.
Yeah. Are you being serious or are you fucking with
Yeah,
me?
I'm being serious. I want you to show me. Listen, stop.
You know that I believe.
Listen. You ask me if I'm serious, and I'm answering you.
Okay, go ahead.
Repeating the question to you because I obviously see that you
No,
haven't
you don't need to
understood it.
repeat it. You don't need to repeat the question. You
I'm
don't need.
reformulating it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It
Let me
does
say.
matter. It does
You're,
matter because you
it won't
haven't
change. It won't change my
understood.
answer.
You
It
have
won't change my
you
answer.
haven't understood the question.
Okay, go ahead.
So you need to provide a definition for gas pressure where gravity is the cause for gas pressure.
Okay, as I said,
Yeah.
if you don't mind me answering, can I answer?
Yeah,
If you
go ahead.
don't mind me answering, I don't even know. I like I told you, I'm not a fucking scientist. I believe in the standard fucking model. And you know what the standard model is. And so if you're trying to do this as like a gotcha, as if like the standard model itself has no explanation for this, how this works. I mean, maybe tell me, explain that. That would at least be interesting to me. That would be more convincing to me. But trying to quiz me on the specifics of this when I'm not a fucking scientist in not in this area.
Sir. Okay, you are
You already
telling
know
me
it.
you
You
are
already know
not.
what my answers will be. You already know what my answers
Listen,
are
listen,
and how I think.
sir. I can understand that you are no scientist or a physics expert. I can understand that, and I'm fine with that because I'm also not a physicist. I do have at least general knowledge about physics because I went to school
Sure,
and I've
and I do
learned
too.
it.
I do
And
too. And they
and
taught us. They taught
listen,
us the standard model,
let
right? The
me
same as
finish. Let
you.
me finish.
The same as you,
Yeah,
right? Okay, go ahead.
yeah, pretty much the same. In school at physics, I haven't learned about a standard model. I have learned the physics of reality of the world. That's what they taught us, me, in school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eh,
So
you're
when I
okay.
learned the definition for gas pressure in physics, um, it wasn't um, anything like gravity causing the gas pressure. Gas pressure antecedent is the closed or isolated container. These two types of container, uh, you can have gas pressure inside them. They need to be closed because the gas pressure is defined by the number of collisions of the molecules with the walls of the container.
But
Those,
no.
yeah, that's the
At least
definition of
tell
it.
me. No, I'm not disagreeing with that, but the
Uh,
model to me doesn't make any sense, right? Well, at least
but this is not a model. This
tell
is
me if
not
this
a
is wrong.
model, sir.
Tell me, I'm sorry. Tell me if this part is wrong. So you can take a bottle and put it up to 10,000 psi, and then
Uh,
let's say we go to Jupiter or something, throw it into Jupiter, and when it gets to some part of Jupiter is 10,000 psi. Once it gets there, it releases its gases. Is it
if
going to
the
behave?
bottle is
What? How is
open,
it going to behave?
listen, the bottle can have a lid, yeah? With and if you put that lid, it's closed. But if you don't put that lid, then it's open container. And an open container, you can put it inside the chamber with any amount of gas pressure. Nothing much happens to the open container inside a pressurized system. It will be a bottle. On the bottom of the ocean, it will be on a bottle on the bottom of the ground, or it can be a bottle thrown uh, 100 kilometers high into the sky. Nothing happens to that bottle other than following the kinetic energy laws. And when it
Oh my
loses
God!
all its
Get to the
kinetic
point.
energy, it will fall down back to the ground because it's made of solid matter. But when you hold that bottle in a high pressurized system or a low pressurized system, nothing happens. Now, if the bottle is closed, you have a lid on it, and you have gas pressure inside or liquid,
You really don't respect our time at all. You really
that
don't give a fuck,
closed
right?
container to a very low pressure medium, then the bottle will fail to hold the pressure inside it.
Brilliant.
Oh my God! Okay, okay. Oh, if they put a top on a
No,
bottle, it behaves differently than with the top out. Oh my God! Thanks, guys. I think that was like 7 or 8 minutes to get that explanation through.
Yeah, well, I tried to explain it to you like to a toddler, you know, and you still don't get it. That's very funny.
Apparently not. Apparently.
Yeah, I don't have street cred. I don't do shit on the street.
So, what is your model? If it's not the round Earth.
Yeah, I don't live in a model. I live in the world, in reality.
Okay, so you're saying like you're living in the Matrix or something like
I'm
that?
not, I didn't say I live in the Matrix. I said I live in the world, in reality.
Okay.
From this word, from this phrase, where did you get the
Well,
understanding
I'm
in your
trying.
head
Okay.
that I was saying that I live in a matrix?
So,
You are
well,
hallucinating.
I'm
You are
I'm I'm uh,
imagining.
I'm being
Listen,
deductive. I'm
listen.
being
You
deductive.
know
That's
you're
why.
not being deductive.
Yes, I
You
am.
are
Yes, I am.
imagining in your mind things
So then,
that you think I'm saying or
no,
thinking.
I was
You are
asking you.
thinking with
I
your
asked
mind
you.
what I'm thinking with my
You're being
brain.
hyper defensive. You're being hyper defensive. I just want to know. I'm not gonna be judgmental.
Yeah.
I promise. I really just want to know what your view of the world is.
My view of the world is the view that I see when I go out uh, in the world. When I step outside my house, yeah, I see the city, streets, and the world.
Uh huh.
A sky high above me, a ground beneath my feet, yeah, and air, gas pressure, 360 degrees all around me. I'm
So it would
inside
be.
a closed system because I breathe.
So it'd be. Okay. So something along the lines of that you only reality is only what you can see, touch, and feel. And whatever reason is at least within sight. Is that fair to say?
Well, I have never experienced being in USA or in Asia. So never being there, I don't know how it's there, how it feels there to be there. But I do know that these places, like the continent of US, of America or Asia, they do exist. I'm not denying that. It's just places where I have not been to.
Okay. You know that you can. Have you been on an airplane before?
Yes, many times.
Okay. So you could fly to America, right?
I know, yes.
And that would not necessarily prove anything about the Earth's shape or anything. So maybe that wouldn't prove anything ultimately, would it? Would that prove
Yeah,
anything?
exactly. When I go out from my house, I'm going to the supermarket, yeah, and I return home. This trip doesn't prove that my city is a sphere.
So, do you believe that the Earth has any shape? Is it flat or spherical or nothing in between?
I don't claim the world to have a shape. I don't know. It has height, width, length, yeah, depth. It has all these things. Now, how far these lengths are going on each side, I don't know. It goes beyond what I can see or feel. It goes beyond, it extends beyond my senses, my human senses and perception.
Do you distrust the current model that we have from the mainstream? You know, the mainstream model. If you were to load up Google Maps or Google Earth, do you think that that is wrong?
Google Maps is not a model, it's just a map we use to
That's fair.
navigate. Yeah. And a map is not reality, is not the world.
So if you load up Google Earth, do you think that one is wrong?
Google Earth depicting the world that we live in as a sphere.
Correct.
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah. That one is wrong.
So if I was to ask you where we find the difference, so we'll take like a specific part and like here we find out where we're wrong, really. So if we look at Google Maps, not Google Earth, but Google Maps of where do you live? Do you mind saying the country? Not anywhere close, but just the country
Romania,
or
Eastern Europe.
region.
Eastern Europe, Romania.
Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So if we look on Google Maps of Eastern Europe, would you say that the depiction? And we'll go to satellite view because.
No, you don't get to
But do you say
satellite
the depiction roughly correct, or is this not real or?
Google Maps has been constructed based on a lot of data, photo. They took in the 90s, probably in the 80s. The US Army started this military project called Argus IIS, and it was high altitude drones taking pictures with secret technology cameras. A camera which they built made of like 5,000 cameras array, yeah, networked together, and they invented a special software, an algorithm capable of taking the images from all those 5,000 cameras and build one image from all those so-called eyes, cameras. And this algorithm and this super camera technology offers infinite focus. So nothing in that image would be out of focus when you take a picture with such kind of camera. Yeah. And they flew this drone over the whole world, and they took strips of images of the ground surface from high altitude. Now, NASA was given a gift by the military complex, this giant database of images, and NASA hired many digital artists to work with this data, with these images. So we have Robert Simmons, which is one of NASA's employees, a digital artist, who actually took many of these images and he had to cut them and stitch them together on a sphere in a software in a manner the way he imagined that the world would look like as a sphere. Yeah.
Okay.
And Google,
You're
because
very fucking slow,
listen,
but I'm with you.
listen, in the 2000s, Google bought the first quantum computer and made it a gift to NASA. Therefore, they formed an official alliance between them, between NASA and Google. And now Google had direct access to NASA's database, yeah, uh, this data which is coming from the military project Argus. And they have constructed Google Maps. And in the beginning, yeah, Google Maps was not projected on a sphere. They only recently, after 2010, they started projecting Google Earth, yeah, the Google Maps
Crazy though.
on
It's
Google Earth on a sphere. Yeah, this is how it
but
happened.
why are you using that as an argument? Because like it's called like I think it's
Well,
Mercator, the
you
Mercator
invoke.
or Mercator
Listen,
projection has been a thing long
no,
before
I'm not talking
Google,
about
long before
Mercator
even the United States
projection.
of America. We knew that the Earth was round, and we knew that that would distort the map when you go to northern and southern latitudes. Like we already knew that.
Oh, so you know the Antarctica is a lot bigger than it is depicted on the sphere.
It is, yeah.
It's
Well,
a
I mean,
lot bigger.
on the
Like
sphere,
how much bigger?
it's
One
depicted
100%
accurately.
bigger? 1,000% bigger? 10,000% bigger? How much bigger?
What do you mean? What do you ask? On the sphere, on.
Well,
If you
I
look on
asked
Google Earth,
you.
if you
You
look on
told
Google Earth,
me. Listen. You told me that you know
mhm,
that the Mercator projection map is a distorted map.
yes, it has to be, because you can't map a 3D surface onto a 2D
Yeah, and
surface
I
accurately.
asked you the approximate percentage of known distortion.
I don't know. I don't know if there's like a specific number answer for that. I don't know it.
No, not specific. I'm asking approximate.
No, I don't know exactly what the answer
Not even
is
that.
to your question. No, I don't. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So you just know that the way they portray Antarctica on the map is just false. Yeah. So it's not real.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's absolutely distorted, and no one, does not everyone knows that.
Mm? Yeah. So
That's why Greenland. It's the same
Yeah,
on
I
the
just left
northern
the
end.
other server because two
That's why
homosexuals were like
Canada.
forcing us to listen to them and muting everybody.
That's
Don't do
why
that here.
that's why Canada and Greenland also, are big. Look so much bigger than they really are.
Greenland is really big.
Sure, but it looks on the
It
Mercator
looks
projection. It looks
it
it
looks
looks
a
a lot
lot
bigger than it
smaller.
really is. It's distorted
Actually,
on both.
on
It's distorted on both the southern and the northern ends. That's the point, right? How would you map a basketball onto a piece of
listen,
paper?
on maps before 2010, Greenland on any map looks very very small, but in reality, Greenland is a lot bigger. So you didn't got that right.
I don't know. I'm looking at it right now on Google Maps, which is Mercator Protection, and it looks pretty fucking big. And my next tab here, I have Google Earth. I look at it, and let's see. Is it bigger? Is it bigger than Australia? No.
Yeah, but close. And you are assuming that map depicts Australia with the correct size.
Well, obviously, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
bought into this
obviously. I
model.
mean,
I believe in
that
this. I
map,
believe in this model. Yeah.
that map, you are saying that Greenland is fallaciously depicted for a fact, but all other continents, no, not. They are all other continents are precisely depicted.
No, everything is slightly distorted. That's the point. Do you understand the mathematics of why if you put a soccer ball or a basketball and you were to try and place every point of it onto a paper, this guy's angry. You
Just
understand
ignorant.
why that what that would produce? That's what that is. I mean, I don't have to tell you this, right? You can just Google the Mercator projection, and I mean, it's not. It's very obvious what the fuck I'm talking about. You should know this. I mean, I'm sure that you do, and so
Yeah, I do
you must
know
be
how.
fucking around with something
I
right
do
now.
know a little bit about how they made maps. You know, so people had to travel from A to B, yeah, and measure distances, and then they started making a map, 2D map of their travel paths, yeah. And when they climbed mountains, they measured how much high they are from sea level, and they included those numbers in the map, yeah. So the more data you add into the map, the more accurate it will represent where you have been, those places. Yeah, that's how they made maps.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, a ship and you sail around an island, yeah, you
There we go.
circumnavigate. You circumnavigate an island,
Yes, my friend.
and because you end up,
Look, you know how
because you
medication
end
works,
up,
right? You guys brought it up twice already. You guys switched topics into a different one. It's you guys in the bed.
what?
Twice. It's recorded.
Fucking what, mate?
You guys
So
are
what?
fucking
Yeah,
schizo.
it's
Why are we listening to
recorded.
these
We
dudes?
are
I
talking
left the
about
other
flat Earth.
fucking channel for the same exact thing.
Why are you
Иди
interrupting?
нахуй.
Well, he's talking over me.
Соси хуй. Блядь, сука,
Because your
ебучий.
IQ's low. You don't have to do that. Don't be narcissistic. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. Especially if you're schizo.
Да ты
Who are
знаешь,
you calling
пидорас.
this? I don't know who you calling this.
Братан, слушай, путаться рожем, потому что я американский шпион.
Yeah, a Russian frustrated
Да ты
moron.
знаешь. Блядь, иди нахуй.
Bliat is mata.
No, I'm just joking, guys. I'm not really Russian.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't feel the high IQ language switch, so that's usually how I can tell.
Could you tell I'm American?
I can tell your IQ's not high enough to switch to 3 different
How many
languages.
Russian flat earthers we got in here? Any Russian flat earthers?
None.
All right, go ahead.
They don't
Sorry.
exist.
Go ahead, my Russian spy.
So, circumnavigating an island is not proof that island is actually a sphere. Just because you can walk or travel in circular paths doesn't mean you are walking around a ball.
Are you trying to convince someone with this argument? I don't understand.
I'm not trying to convince you, I'm telling you a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you understand it, good, but you probably don't because
No,
many
apparently
points
I
you
don't,
haven't
because
you
you're
haven't
treating
understood.
the island as if it's a circular object, and it's not.
Well, you are treating the world as a sphere because you can travel in this world in circular paths. Yeah. You can walk in circle, therefore the world is a sphere.
I mean,
That's your
if
claim.
you go all the way around it, right? That's the theory, correct?
Yeah, if I go all the way around my house is a sphere.
No, that's not. Sorry, that's not
Yeah,
how it works. I
yeah.
don't know if you're like actually dented in your brain, but clearly that's not the same idea.
Have you ever used a compass to travel?
I've used compass many times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an
And
Eagle
how do
Scout.
you use it?
How do you use it?
Yeah.
Use it to fucking. Have you seen how have I used it or what to use it? It doesn't matter either way. Either way, it doesn't matter. It fucking shows you where the North Magnetic Pole is.
Yeah. And when you move towards east or west, what does it happen?
It
What
moves
does that
directions.
compass shows you?
It moves directions. I can't tell if you're like. I can't tell what we're doing here.
Right. So, have you ever sailed a ship?
No.
No. Have you ever had a compass when you were in an airplane?
I never looked at a compass in an airplane.
That's pretty sad, because I did,
what
and I
did
saw,
it tell you? What did it
and
tell
I
you?
and I've seen how the compass, the north changes.
How much did it change?
Yeah, it's a tight relation between direction, flight path, yeah.
I
When you're
sincerely have
moving,
no fucking idea what your point
when you
is.
start from point A to point B, in a straight line, the compass will show you how much you are um, going tangential, yeah, or when you're heading towards the north. You will see the compass needle moving when you walk in a straight line, when you travel in a straight path. So to maintain a east direction or west direction, you have to walk in a circular path. So you have to make corrections.
Ultimately,
Yeah, the compass will show you when you deflect from that circular path, when you are
actually, that's
following
not
east
true.
or west. It is true.
No, because and at least if you understand the model,
No,
the model that you
this
don't
is
agree with,
how listen,
that you
this is how we navigate using compasses. You
know, because
follow the
if you
compass
say,
needle.
well, what I'm disagreeing with is that if you wanted to walk around the globe, you would actually walk straight the whole time. It just wouldn't. It would appear to you to be straight the whole time.
No, no. um, we both know that you cannot walk around the world, around this imaginary globe, because it doesn't exist. So when I start walking from my city, um, with my physical abilities, it will take me about a day to walk. I don't know, anything between 50 and 100 kilometers. I I'm probably am not physical able to walk 100 kilometers a day.
Okay.
So at this rate, um, how long will it take me to walk like 24,000 miles?
You don't have to. You don't have to do it at the equator. That's it. Why don't you do it just around the Antarctic?
Around the Antarctic. So you want me to go in a region of the world which is most unhospitable place to live.
Yeah. Or go to the North Pole. Go to the North Pole and do it in a boat.
North Pole. To do what at North Pole?
Go around. You said you want to go around the globe.
Yeah, to go around the north?
I'm saying obviously, if you believe the Earth is
Yeah, okay,
a
fine.
circle,
Can
a
you
globe,
show
like
me?
I do,
Can you
then
tell
you
me?
can go around the world very quickly if you're at the North
Well,
Pole
you say you
or
are
the South Pole.
imagining. I know when you make this picture in your mind of a world sphere, you should be able to circumnavigate it, yeah, from north to south and south to north.
Yeah,
It should be possible, but nobody has ever done that. Nobody.
there's satellites that are doing it every single day.
No, they are not doing.
Are you
Listen,
sure about
satellites.
that? Are you
Listen,
sure about that?
uh,
We have a specific name for that
my
orbit.
friend. My friend, you don't know satellites, what they are and where they are. You just
Oh,
assume that they are very high in the sky, so high that you cannot see them.
you
You
can see
obviously
them.
do
You
not
can see
see
them.
them. You don't see satellites with
You
your
can see
eyes.
satellites. What are you talking about? Of course, you
No,
can
you
see
don't see
satellites.
them.
Have you
Don't
never
know
you've
shit
never seen a
what you
satellite in the
see.
sky?
Listen, when you
Have you
see an
never seen a
airplane
satellite in the sky?
flying, I see airplanes flying in the sky, but I don't fucking know what made it. Is it a Boeing? Is it an Airbus? Is it a Cessna? Is it what? I don't fucking know what it is.
Okay.
It could be a fucking balloon.
It could.
Yeah.
It just could be a figment of your imagination in the Matrix, right? Who knows?
You could just be a schizo, right? Oh my gosh.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, tell me which satellites have you seen with your own eyes? Because you said you can see them, and you've seen
Yeah, I've seen
satellites with
satellites
your
many
eyes.
times, many times.
Yeah, which satellite have you seen?
I mean, I
Name
don't
one.
know them. I don't know them exactly by name and number. There's
What
certain like
shape did
things.
it
There's
have?
certain things.
What shape? What shape did it have, that satellite?
No, it doesn't have a shape. It just looks like a piece of like a dot of light that's going around much
Oh, it's a dot
faster
of
than an
light.
airplane. It's not blinking. It's not blinking. It's not, but its movement is constant. It's in orbit. And if you've never seen, like, at this point, we're in 2024. There's thousands of them in orbit. So if you just go anywhere outside of a city, so the sky is a little bit dark, and look up, you will
So
see satellites. You
it
will
could
see
be,
satellites.
listen, it could be a high altitude weather balloon inside the jet stream, high altitude jet streams, yeah? So that balloon will be moving with very high velocity, and it can have a tiny LED, yeah, on it with a battery. So you will see it as a tiny dot of light moving with high speed in the sky, and that's a satellite.
Have you?
It
Yeah.
could be
Okay.
that.
Okay. It
It
could
could
be.
be
It
that,
could be.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's certainly
yeah,
something
but
possible. It would be the
yeah,
wildest trickery
but
I've ever seen in my
because you
life.
see, because you see a tiny dot of light in the sky, moving in the sky, we have to exclude all the possibilities what it could be and call it a
No,
satellite,
no. If you,
because
no, no,
that
no,
is,
no, no, no. Listen. Let
because
me tell
that
you
is
what.
your
Okay.
personal blind belief.
All right, and I could tell you something like that because I already know where you're gonna go, but I'm gonna give you like the normal what someone would say, right? Is anyone can pull up an app on their phone that uses like your camera and the where you're pointing it. You can look at that dot of light and be like, and it can tell you here's a satellite, and you can also do the same and do predictions, right? And be like, well, where's the next satellite gonna come? And so it'll tell you like in 10 minutes it'll come from that direction, and it will come. I understand that you can still explain all that away because it's all still like a big conspiracy, and the dots of lights and the apps, they're all fake, right? Like okay, but at some point we have to draw like is anything trustable? Like tell me, would that have been your response?
Listen, I'm not denying technology. We do have technology, drones, balloons, and whatever that are flying in the stratosphere and probably even above it. Yeah, but for a fact, what these things are, I have never been next to one and witness that so-called satellite to lift off from the ground and see it going up there into the sky and become that tiny little light, yeah, which moves with that
Have you
presumed
watched
high velocity, hypersonic velocities.
get
I
the
have
get?
never seen these things.
Have you ever watched a full SpaceX satellite launch? They're live streamed. The whole thing is live
You
streamed.
don't
Have you ever
you don't
watched it?
fucking see,
You can
listen,
deny it. I'm just asking, have you
you don't
watched it?
see the satellite in the SpaceX launch.
You
You
don't
don't
see
know
the
shit.
satellites inside of the
Listen,
getting loaded inside of the rocket?
listen. You don't know shit what's inside that rocket. Um
Okay.
All you
Does that
know,
even matter?
all you know is the
It
information
almost
what
doesn't
they
even
told
matter.
you that there is inside that rocket, and you accept that. You blindly believe that.
It almost doesn't even matter what's inside of the rocket
Well, you
because,
cannot impose that on me.
of course, I can't.
No, you can believe it for yourself, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't believe them what they say what's inside that rocket because I have never verified myself one of those rockets.
Do you know what Starlink is?
I don't care what Starlink is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume you wouldn't. Yeah. Because that would have to be pretty fake for any of what you're saying to be true. Yeah.
See what Rich has. Loading a
I
video. As
didn't
soon as
think
it pops up, check out the chat and watch the video.
okay. I didn't think the flat Earth thing was very real. I'm pretty conspiracy brained myself. So that's why I'm like open to, like, are even my eyes deceiving me? I'm open to all that line of thinking, but clearly the Earth is not flat. I mean, right? That's why I
It's
was hoping.
observable and measurable, flat and stationary.
As I was hoping when I came in here, people that would be
Can you
on the other side.
Listen.
I've been listening to
You are
you for
telling
a
me.
long time. I've been listening to you
Listen,
for a long
Kronos.
time. Let me say this really quickly, and then I will
Okay,
listen
go ahead.
to everything you're going to say. Because I was hoping that we could just like talk a little bit, like clearly. Like I don't want to prove you wrong. I'm not here to prove you wrong or to change your mind. I'm really trying to just understand your thinking of it, and I will like present to you like here's the counter opinion, and I'm not doing anything special. I'm just giving you the standard heterodox opinion, right? And so I was hoping that we could just you would have some answers to those heterodox opinions that would make me question how I'm thinking about some things. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
okay.
So
I'm
your
not
question is,
here to talk and debunk Starlink and Elon Musk companies or bullshit that he's saying. Neither NASA. Yeah. I'm here to talk about the shape of this world, the fallacious shape attributed to this world. You claim it's a oblate spheroid. Yeah. That's the mainstream narrative. And it has to have curvature rate all around it. And when I put that to the test to verify, I find it that it's not there. Yeah. Now, in regards to your model, the heliocentric model, um, you guys are saying that the tangential speed at the equator is 1000 miles an hour. Yeah. Which actually that's the speed of the sun traveling across the sky. Yeah. In daytime when it's above the equator. So you're saying that the sun is actually not orbiting above the world, above our heads, but we are actually rotating around the sun and around the axis of spin of this imaginary ball, yeah, which it has one rotation every 24 hours.
That's correct.
Yeah, you're saying that is correct, but you see, at my car, I have a speedometer. So whenever the drive shaft start rotating, turning, that speedometer is gonna show me the velocity of my car, how the speed my car moves with. Yeah.
No, it's going to show you the speed that your wheel.
The speedometer tells me the speed which my car is moving. And you don't have that kind of mechanism to measure the rotation of the earth, yeah? I do not experience when I sit on my couch, I do not experience constant acceleration in
Correct. When you sit in a car, you do not experience, and the car is driving at a normal speed of 50 miles or kilometers per hour. You do not feel. You feel like you're laying on a couch.
listen, I'm not talking about moving with constant velocity. That is not acceleration. I was
No,
talking
but that
about
we are moving at
acceleration.
constant.
Acceleration, I feel it.
Okay. Sorry. God.
Yeah.
So before we get
So
too far down the road, because we'll never come back, I've already posted the video. The video is loaded. So at 16 minutes after the hour, the gentleman talks about how he provides internet, or his company rather, provides internet to people who don't have internet.
yeah, I don't care. I don't care about internet providers. We are not talking about internet providers.
I know, but you were, and then you dragged away from it a long time ago.
No, listen, I was not.
You were.
I'm an ex-evil hacker. I looked to hack satellites probably way before you were born.
Thanks, Get. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
But the other gentleman, Chrono,
Yeah,
Hello.
Chrono
he
is
asked
the.
you to describe what satellites are, right?
He doesn't
Well,
need
I
to
made a
describe
reference. I
what
made
they
a
are
reference
because
to
he doesn't
satellites.
know.
Yeah.
Starlink. You made a reference to Starlink.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Here's a gentleman in a video explaining how they put up balloons for people who don't have internet in the traditional sense.
Okay. You're saying it's like the Starlink thing is
Similar.
false or fake or whatever.
No. You assert that the satellites are in a vacuum of outer space,
They're
orbiting
not
around a
in a
bigger
vacuum.
ball.
They're not in a vacuum, but
They're not in a vacuum. I'll bet. It's a low pressure system, right?
no, yeah.
Okay. Well, then they're flying around in a low pressure system. How low pressure? No one fucking knows. But anyway, you assert that they're out in a low pressure system, orbiting
How
around a
some
big
people do
ball,
know.
making
It
big
takes
patterns around a big
energy to
ball.
keep. I'm
Whenever
sorry.
these
I'm
people
sorry.
right here in this video are explaining how they just make balloons and put them up in the sky and let them travel around, and they can plan their flight path. If they want them to go one way, they make them change altitude so they jump into different air currents. And they can produce thousands of them way more quickly than they did at the beginning of their attempt of their project. So just take a look at the video. See what you learn.
Okay.
Sorry, if I say horses exist and we can travel by horse, does that mean that we don't travel by cars?
No, you're saying those satellites are flying into a medium with a air pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr, and that
Apparently, yeah.
is
But
a hundred thousands of trillions.
What?
So
Yeah,
15
it's
seconds.
100,000 of trillionth of a torr.
Yeah, no, that's not how you.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Yeah,
refer
that's
torr.
how it is. Yeah, you
Torr
take
is
one torr.
a small number.
Listen, it's a
It
measure
doesn't have
of
the number
unit
of trillion.
for gas pressure.
Yeah, small to
Yeah.
gas pressure.
Yeah. Now, it's a small unit for measuring gas pressure. Therefore, it's a more precise way to measure gas pressure. So
No,
being a
it doesn't say
smaller,
anything about how you measure the pressure. It's
yeah,
just a unit.
okay. Tell me how many torr there are in 1 psi when you convert the units.
I don't know. Very a huge number of torr.
Huge number. How huge?
51.
51 torr
Yeah.
per psi. So 1 psi equals 51 torr.
Yeah.
And you call this huge number?
It's a unit that is small.
Have you ever been exposed to 1 psi air pressure?
No, I haven't been to space.
Yeah, 1 psi is very low pressure.
Yes, low pressure. Yeah.
You will die at
Yes.
that pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Wait a minute.
Now,
What is the PSI?
what's your point?
What is the hold on. What is the PSI at sea level?
14 on average.
approximately 14 psi.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, he didn't explain his point, right? Like, nobody's claiming here that people are floating without a suit in space. So I don't know what his point is, really.
No. Listen, I'm not talking about suits. I was telling you that 10 to the minus 17 torr means 100,000 trillionth of 1 torr.
Okay.
That is very likely like the smallest fraction above 0 torr. 0 torr is a vacuum.
Yes, and your point is?
Vacuum. Yeah.
And your
So
point is?
you have the smallest fraction above a perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
That means you do not have one molecule of gas per cubic meter.
And
it means that when your body occupies approximately 1 cubic meter, when you are in that volume, it means that you are not exposed to gas molecules, to gas pressure.
Jeg bestiller. And
that is the medium your satellites are flying. And that kind of medium cannot be directly adjacent to gas pressure, at 14 psi without a barrier, a physical barrier to separate these
is it directly
two
adjacent?
mediums. Yes, it is directly
14
adjacent.
psi is here on the surface. The pressure you were mentioning, you have to go way past like ISS. So that
Yeah,
one's
You don't need a
correct.
physical
uh,
barrier.
at
You don't need a
ISS
barrier, but
altitude,
he's
at
just saying things
ISS,
that are false. So
listen,
I don't know.
ISS, they say ISS is flying into a medium where the air pressure is 10 to the minus 17 torr. This 10
Yes,
to the minus
and you
17
haven't said
torr
what's the point of saying it is pressure.
begins at 100 kilometer altitude. Begins 100 kilometers.
Hold on. So that are you saying the ISS that part is not real? I mean, I guess that's always the case. That's obvious. Okay, never mind. If the Earth is not a globe, obviously the ISS and all their life footage
Because
that's a lie.
because
too.
why?
Well, I'm not saying
No,
ISS
hold on.
isn't real. That will be, yeah, go ahead.
So how is that? Can you walk me through your logic there, like step by step? If the Earth is not a globe, then stuff can't be in the sky because
Are you asking me?
yeah, it was your claim.
Oh no, stuff could be in the sky. I'm saying, I mean, obviously the claim of the ISS is that it's in orbit, and
No,
then
it's
I'm
200
saying,
miles up in the air. That's the claim.
okay, sorry, is the disagreement about how high it is?
Yeah, because you think it's like 4,000, 6,000 something miles away. You see it in the same spot as like the moon would be. The moon would be orbiting the Earth.
I see it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what I think.
Because from your point of view, it's so far away, you see about half of the Earth.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand.
Yet you don't know what you're talking about. So stop blurting random shit that you don't even know what you're saying.
I'm honestly surprised because I thought you were a bot. Because you've been you've been sending me.
Oh, for fuck's sake! This guy knows nothing about anything. Doesn't know shit, and knows all this stuff together.
But he takes the teacher seat, in the class. He admitted many times that he is not a scientist, he's not a physicist, he doesn't know these things, but he keeps giving us lessons.
It's just these random blurts that he's not even telling us why. Why did you say that? Where are you getting that from? It's like just trying to troubleshoot the problem. You're a bot. Why? Why would you say that? You don't know anything about bots. How would you identify one if you even saw it?
Well, if he if he makes a confusion between a human being and a bot, that is very telling about himself. He's not able to discern when he's talking with a bot or with a human being. So when he's calling Bank of America or whatever, where you have a robot answering the line, he thinks he's speaking with a real person. Please press 1. Oh.
Yeah, it's like it's amazing. It's like the speaking from the like they take ignorance, ranch it up. You're like Spinal Tap, turn it up to 11, and then invoke a full world view all based on things they don't even know what they're talking about. The more they don't know what they're talking about, the more they just add in random shit. And then sometimes they'll even frame it, I'm just asking a question. It's just a question. Like somehow in their worldview, asking someone, are you a bot? That makes sense. They walk themselves into such a deeply contradictory worldview that they weren't able to even formulate a question inside information they already know. So look at they're unable to even comprehend. He's mad. No, dude, you cannot. It says right in the rules, claims require evidence. Why would you go down that pipeline to say someone's a? That's why you're muted. You've got nothing to say. It's just ignorant blurting, incomprehensible, ignorant blurting. It's amazing that science and space news would trigger these dudes. Like this is a shit you should be paying attention to. The scientists and scientific communicators worked like tirelessly around the clock to try to get you to click. And they just don't.
Yeah. Crit, have you seen the movie ISS?
No.
Yeah, they made a movie, a science fiction movie called ISS. It was released this year. But this movie is the greatest scientific masterpiece of all times. It is science fiction, but it's about science, you know, it's real science that they do on the ISS, you know. We should all watch because I saw it and the astronauts have rats in space and they move the rats from one box to another and observe how the rats are floating in zero gravity, and it's very scientific, you know. And yeah, then we have all these actors. This is something that boggles my mind a little bit because they filmed these actors in the ISS cupola, the famous cupola, you know. And you see those actors like for real in the ISS cupola up there in space, and you can see the world as a globe, you know, the globe spheroid world. So how did they get how did they make that image, that video? Like, how did they video recorded those actors? Because the actors from the movie are obviously, they are not astronauts for real. They are not real astronauts, And that movie was made here on the ground, not up there into space, I don't think those astronauts were fighting on the ISS. They broke, stuff, computers, walls, and they fought. Then they did some spacewalks, and they did damage on the outside of the ISS, and and the science fiction movie looks exactly like the real footage, NASA footage from ISS. So is the ISS right now damaged by those actors because they recorded this movie into space, or where did they recorded it? In a swimming pool or what? Uh, I don't know, but at least in the movie, the ISS cupola should have looked a little bit different, because it's a copy, not the original one. But when you look in the movie, it really looks like the original. It is the original because you see on the window, you see the Earth, the globe Earth. So they were filmed in space. Yeah, I'm definitely stupid for asking such questions because these are blasphemous questions. I'm a blasphemer, heretic blasphemer. Chrono, are you still here?
He's not. He's not going to last much longer. Full meltdown in text chat.
Yeah, I'm
Complete
curious to
utter
ask him.
meltdown.
I'm curious to ask him if he believes that Barbie doll was on ISS. 2 weeks ago was the anniversary of Barbie doll, and they took one Barbie doll for each astronaut on the ISS to play with Barbie dolls, It was so nice, It looks so real. Astronauts playing with Barbie dolls on ISS. It's not like they don't have the money to afford, $1 million to send one Barbie doll to ISS. But they didn't send one, they sent like 10 of them. So it's $10 million. And it's not much money. It's like nothing, But hey, for $10 million, we can have 10 Barbie dolls on ISS, and all the astronauts can play with the Barbie doll. And Barbie doll cannot come alone by itself, so Ken has to come also. And Barbie and Ken they cannot come naked. They have to have a spacesuit also. So we have to dress them and make a spacesuit because they are going to space and they have to be wearing a spacesuit. Now, I just probably spoke the most realistic heliocentric story ever. This is the stuff these guys like to hear. You know, it's funny, this kind of discussions had people also in the 1800s when they were going to a circus, you know, and they were all watching the show in the evening, late evening. All those acrobatic clowns hanging on strings, yeah, and doing all those jumps and stuff. Um, it looked like those people were really flying because it was very hard to see the strings in the evening, you know, with special lighting and stuff. Um, those people look like they really fly. And many people, when the show was over and people were going back home, children were asking their parents, like, how is it possible for that man? He flew and he jumped so high in the air, you know, like he was flying for real. But the it doesn't uh, make me wonder, you know, it's not surprising for me when I see today the uh, degree of retardism. These guys from the circus, they saw that people are that kind of stupid, so they turned that circus into NASA because they knew people will believe it. People will believe that um, these circus guys are superhumans capable of flying, going into space, and floating mid-air forever. Yeah, NASA history is mankind's circus history.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? It's quiet in here.
We're having a party.
Oh, we're having a quiet party. I see. I see. I'm gonna whisper. All right. Stay
No,
silent.
no, just don't be weird, dude.
Yeah, dude. So, what are we talking about? Or are we just chilling here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, the Earth is not a globe. It's not a ball inside a vacuum.
It can't
yeah,
be.
it's
That
that is
model's been
correct.
thoroughly debunked. And
The
even
Earth isn't a ball. The Earth is a geoid. All right.
if you give them, even if you give them the model with no proof, you can use built-in claims. See, normally someone doesn't have to debunk something that has no proof. You know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. To say that the ball is a water-covered, the Earth is a water-covered lava ball in the vacuum of space is an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary. So even if you just say, you know what, your claim doesn't require evidence because of some subjective worldview, I could just say, is the surface curved? No, it measures flat, it's observably flat, and practically uses flat.
Have you heard of the one case where a flat earther bought like a gyroscope, like spent thousands of dollars to buy like a very expensive gyroscope to test for curvature and whatnot, and it turned
Curvature? A
out that
gyroscope tests curvature now?
I don't know how it went, but it actually proved the curvature. Let me find the video again.
Okay, so think about what you're saying, okay? Turn, like, just before you open your mouth again and demonstrate how stupid you are, you just said a flat earther bought a gyroscope and proved curvature. Think this through, okay? Think.
Did he say a gyroscope and then proved curve with a gyroscope?
He did. Yeah, he said it 3 times.
Oh, that's
I'll play it
terrible.
again.
So what does a gyroscope do, just out of interest?
It
'Cause
sees
obviously
whether
I don't-
something is parallel to the ground level or not. Like whether something's flat or not.
No, that's not what a gyroscope.
This is fucking
Wow,
epic.
dude, you're in the wrong room. You got to go in beginner 101 room.
Yeah, dude. Tell me again, what does a gyroscope do?
Someone timestamp this. This is going to be this is Golden Globie's perfect material.
So, like for example, you put a gyroscope on a table to see whether the table is tilted or not, or actually parallel to the floor.
You're getting a gyroscope and a level confused.
I mean, what about that is wrong? Like, do you not use it to see whether something's flat or not?
No, you don't. So a gyroscope, there's a reason gyroscopes go in planes, right? So it holds its position in 3D space. That's
Yeah.
what a gyroscope does. It doesn't measure flat.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, for example, a lot of garbage bins, right, that you like hang up against the wall, have a gyroscope inside them, right, to see whether the garbage bin is straight up or not.
He's high. This dude's high.
No, I'm legit. I'm not even joking around. Like, I've worked at like a gym in the past, and the garbage bins there had gyroscopes inside them. Like you know, like those yellow liquid, and then like there's this bubble at the top, right?
Yeah, that's not a gyroscope.
That's called
Yeah, he
level. That's a
doesn't know what
level.
a gyroscope is.
You have gyroscopes in garbage bins, and I'm not even joking.
So see, look at how the level of stupid you got here. So inside his worldview, he can't prove the globe. A flat earther did so by buying a gyroscope and debunking level. Wow, dude. You are just a peach. Okay.
If you're not joking right now, that's even sadder than if you are.
I mean, there are gyroscopes in some garbage bins. I'm not joking about that.
Hey, did you guys read about how worldwide all the flights are grounded today?
Nobody cares about the Microsoft outage.
Is that what it is?
I do.
Nobody cares. Go on the Microsoft channel.
Is there a Microsoft channel here?
Yeah, there is. They set up a Microsoft channel. You could
Let
talk
me
about.
see.
You go there and play video games and make a bunch of monkey sounds and all kinds of crazy shit.
No, that's racist, dude.
say the N-word
That's
as well.
fucking racist.
Who said anything about racist? You can just make monkey sounds.
Yeah,
What does that
it's
have
not-
to do with racism?
You racist against monkeys now? What the fuck, dude?
Are you saying I'm a fucking monkey because I'm Italian? That's crazy.
If that's what you heard, go with it. I'm
We
okay.
knew you were trolling, but the mask slipped. Do you want to actually have a proper conversation?
Yeah, sure. Without the condescending part, of course, because I'm gonna be only as serious as you guys allow me to be.
Be as serious as you want to be. Don't blame anyone else for what the fuck you're doing.
Not being so condescending, man. Like, you're so
I'm in
bitter.
control, if I was in control of you,
You're not
you
in control of anything.
just act funkily no. So I can't take responsibility. Anything you do or anything you don't do is all you. It has nothing to do with me.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, like
Yeah, so
your worldview that somehow I'm to blame for your level of condescending is your fault. You're gonna do
Anyway,
what you're gonna do.
I'm gonna talk to the other
regardless.
gentleman because he seems to be reasonable. So, Cryptosthenes, is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, if you want.
Are you a flat earther?
Of course.
I mean, what made you realize that the Earth was flat?
Oh yeah, a number of different tests, sight distance tests, laser level tests over water, partially frozen lakes, the ice swan, you name it.
Plus, it's
Right.
flat.
You know
I mean,
what
I'm not
else is
doing
flat?
not doing it to be popular on the internet, am I? It's not exactly a money earner. I can't just walk into a room or start a YouTube channel and be like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther. Give me money now." That's what the Globe does.
I mean, some flat earthers do as well, though.
Oh yeah, but the Globe is a much bigger money maker if you want to start a YouTube channel or.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
at
I
NASA.
mean-
NASA's globe earthers, and they make all kinds of money.
Being a debooker, like be an internet debooker.
I mean, perhaps money from like the government, perhaps, but not from people. Because if you look at the common folk, they would rather spend money into sensation, right? Something
look
that
at all the-
entertains them.
Look at all
Yeah,
the
well, that's
YouTubers,
irrelevant.
the flat Earth, anti-flat Earth YouTubers. They got shelves full of '80s toys. This stuff is getting expensive. It's like collector's items. So they must be making a lot of bank on super chats because every week there's like a new Lego or like a new action figure on their shelf.
Yo, quit! I'll
Yeah,
buy you
so-
some. No need to be
so, I mean,
jealous.
Yeah, your rhetoric about people would rather spend money on sensation doesn't bear out in the real world when it comes to this because we're basically shadow banned from YouTube and from any other social media platforms. So even though Flat Earth was getting popular, and it's still growing, but it's now growing organically rather than through social media, it's much more popular and let's just say the money rolls in quicker for anti-Flat Earthers than it does for us.
I mean, Flat Earth is definitely growing to like every space video on YouTube. Like, if you look at the comments, like the very first 5 comments are about, space being fake and shit.
Yeah,
that's good.
Good.
It's funny because we've been gaslit for years by Globers telling us that we're a small movement and we're not growing and we're irrelevant, yada yada yada. Yeah, at least you've admitted that, I suppose.
I mean, the thing is, you guys are more vocal about it, right? Like, no one goes out there like being very vocal about 1 + 1 being 2 when it's already assessed as such.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's only established in the minds of people that the Earth's a globe. It's not actually established in physical reality, right?
I just want to yes and real quick. I remember people arguing over 2 + 2 = 5. Just saying.
No one's ever done. Well, what he's trying to say is that the Earth is a globe and 1 + 1 = 2 are equivalents, right? But
Yeah. Well, I knew he said that. I was just pointing out that there were arguments over numbers that were ridiculous. Like, back to you, Crypto.
Oh, no, also.
Well, I would say the comparison would more be that you would be vocal as well if you realized that the mainstream and education system were teaching people that 1 + 1 = 3. You might stand up and say, well, actually, that equals 2, which is what we're doing.
Yeah, see something, say something. Yeah, the modern, like, astrophysics says 1 + 1 plus a dark value equals some sort of unknown number that they'll call 3 for right now.
Wait,
You're like,
I'm
what
sorry.
the fuck are you talking about?
Did I hear that right? Did you say Afrophysics?
No, astro.
Oh, astro.
Astrophysics. Is that like Neil deGrasse Tyson only?
Yeah, I don't think Neil has his afro anymore.
No, he tried to pull it off, but it didn't look good.
Italian guy.
Yeah,
Tell
what's
us
up?
why you believe the Earth is a ball.
I was a gold FE member in your 24/7 server for a few years, and I was just looking for
I think
your...
that's bullshit.
Dude,
How'd you-
quit, you
yeah.
remember me. You fucking remember me. Don't
I
lie.
remember you.
What was your name?
I changed my name a few times. Knight of Christ, Shinji, Anhedonia.
Okay.
Do you remember me?
I remember.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I do now.
So what, did you find globe evidence? Or
I just didn't find... I found it like very how does it? Sophistry, right? The whole flat earth side of the argument.
We got into gold before they started.
Dude,
So other
you said levels that are on trash cans are gyroscopes. There's no way you were a gold member.
But he got gold before they started voting on it. It was like he was grandfathered in. He's he's pretty old, yeah.
Wait, am I old? How old do you think
you're
I am?
like I mean old as far as like you're like right at the beginning. You were there.
Right, but it's
Yeah.
not just sophistry though, is it? It's observable reality. Like you observe a flat, motionless Earth, right?
Observe. Depends.
Yeah.
Like, are we
Depends.
talking about like
What does it
personal
depend on?
experience or like actual?
Well, yeah, what you
pictures?
observe would be what you experience. Oh, you mean pictures from space? So do you think that's...
Yeah,
that's
but,
your
and you guys
experience
will
of
say
the
it's
globe?
CGI, but CGI just translates to computer-generated images. And yeah, you're right, they're CGI, but not in the way that they're 3D modeled or anything. For example, the pictures you find from nebulas, right? What they do is like they look at infrared and ultraviolet data that they get in, right? And they translate them to colors. And yeah, that's
Okay, so you're
CGI
saying you
right
do
there.
experience the Earth as flat and motionless, but you've seen pictures of it being a ball. Is that your argument?
I mean, you have to be extremely high up to start seeing the curve. Obviously.
Yeah, so when you said, so it's not just sophistry on our side, it's observable reality. The only thing you've ever experienced is on our side.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, how much arrogance does it take to think that every single scientist or person who has a hand in it is lying, though?
Well, how much evidence were you given that what they've said is true, other than those images that you can't verify?
I mean, this might sound condescending, but I do not mean it that way, alright? But people have always been told that there's a brain interskull, but based on personal experience, how do you know it's inter, right? Have you ever cracked it open?
Non sequitur. You were asked what evidence they gave you, beyond these images that you can't verify, that their story is true.
Yeah, but it's about likelihoods, right? Of people lying what the motive is. Like, let's say they're lying about the
I'm not
shape of
asking
the
what's
Earth.
likelihood. I'm not asking what's the likelihood. I asked what evidence they gave you.
I mean, Eratosthenes. I know, like you were saying, that it's also possible with a sun that's smaller and closer to the Earth, but I don't buy that. Like, a lot of other factors
story?
start crumbling down.
story about a guy putting sticks and shadows up. That's what's the
I mean,
evidence.
that's
they're
very
giving you.
reductionist, but it proves a point.
That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah, sticks
Well,
and
it doesn't prove
shadows.
it proves what point?
That the Earth is not flat.
How does it do that?
I mean, the shadows that are being cast, like I think one was put up in Alexandria and the other was put down somewhere in Greece.
So you can't get shadows on a flat surface.
When the sun is flat, not the sun, what am I saying? The Earth is flat. The shadows would not be cast differently, and that's only
Who
the
told you
case
that?
if. Who told me that? I mean, common sense. Like if you have like a piece of paper, right, and
No,
a
it's not
light
common
source.
sense that shadows. No. You can have shadows cast on a curved surface or a flat surface. So
And on a piece of paper, I can have
Not
two
when-
different shadows with one light source. So don't use that as an example. You lost with that one.
No, if you put like.
there's no way you were gold. You're still on Eratosthenes. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no
First
way.
arguments against it,
Fritz
but I
said
don't buy
it
it.
was just
It's too
handed
much.
out. It was just handed out.
Yeah, remember right at the beginning there was like kind of like you could get gold, but not gold plus. There
Nah,
was no
even then,
plot.
he wouldn't have had gold if he's this level. He must have hacked someone's account or something.
I was
Yeah,
hacking someone's account. Fuck.
He doesn't know
Damn.
what gyro is. He thinks Eratosthenes proves the globe. He's talking about space pictures. There's no way. Unless it's the ultimate.
Hey, didn't you guys have
NPC
like
reset.
silver FE meetings and gold meetings
He
and
also
whatnot?
said
All of that.
he also said $20,000 gyroscopes are built into our trash cans.
I didn't say that, alright? Go back in the video. I never said that.
Said gyroscopes are in garbage cans.
That I said, but I didn't say there was like $20,000
By
gyroscopes.
that logic, then the garbage
Oh.
can prove the globe.
A trash can. Instead of a trash can.
Garbage bin, yeah.
So every time you go to the trash bin, you're like, "Yep, Earth's a globe."
Absolutely.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Sometimes I find a globe in there somewhere as well, so like that proves it as well.
Well, nothing proves it. There's no proof for it. That's why you're talking about trash cans.
Yeah, like globes in trash cans. That proves the globe, doesn't it?
It proves that toys exist of a globe Earth. Sure.
And why do you think we don't have like a one-on-one projection of the Earth on a map?
Oh, this is pretty good. If I look at the log, Wolfgang Cycle New Bandom lied about being flat Earth. That had silver demoted.
Oh well, there you go.
They spotted you right
Can't
away, kid. There's no way you shouldn't even had any rolls besides. I'm
Who gave
confused.
him
Roll the orange one.
See if you can dig that up. Who gave him
Cognitive dissonance,
I can
right?
post
Whatever
it.
that was called.
You got God is perfection. You had Shinji.
Yep, that's me. Yeah, y'all got a whole log system. What are you, pets?
No, just that we keep a log of what happened.
Yeah, we keep a log of every single thing that happens on the server.
Yeah, it's because we're so good at detecting bullshit and calling out liars. We have a whole
I mean, I
system in
didn't
place.
lie.
I think we're so good at it.
I mean, I was in your ranks, as you would call it, for quite some while.
Well, because you managed to trick someone into thinking that you weren't just a liar. That's an achievement.
No, I wasn't lying. Like I was just entertaining your side of the debate for a while.
And did you ever manage to debunk water being level when at rest?
No, because I was actively trying to put myself in your shoes and argue alongside you for a while. See where that goes.
And how did it go for you?
Actually, it worked pretty well. Like sometimes it
No,
was funny.
No, you.
Well, it
you
is easy
ended up.
to argue for our side because there's no evidence that Earth's a globe.
That's
Yeah.
why you're still at Demosthenes.
No, you just say exactly what you see. You don't add anything. You walk outside, make observations, measurements, practical use, and just don't add in a bunch of nonsense from space agencies.
I mean,
That's all you have to do is to just talk from your lived
No,
experience.
just don't fight reality. That's about all you need to do. It's much
Yeah.
easier than your position now.
But the thing is, like, what you guys really are trying to get at is that the government is corrupt, and there's many other ways of tackling
Which it
that.
is. Which it is.
I mean, it is. That's
Yeah.
universally known. But
And so then your worldview is like it's
So you
not
agree.
corrupt. It's
I
exploring
never said
space.
that.
So is government exploring space for the betterment of humanity?
For many shady reasons that aren't necessarily for the benefit of humanity. For example, the time where they said NASA was in deep trouble and tried to, cover their own asses by saying that there's a planet out there made of diamonds and shit. It was entirely made up.
So you don't believe that, but you believe all their other fantasy sci-fi stories.
I mean, that's like all or nothing
Wonder how you-
mindset, right?
Well, how
Just
do you
because someone
decide
lied,
which-
I think
how
the
do you decide which
most dangerous.
unverifiable story you believe?
But the thing is, I believe that the most dangerous lie is a lie mixed in with truth, and I don't think that NASA
emotion.
is innocent.
It's just your emotional preference as to I'll believe them on this, I won't believe them on this.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so what verification did you do?
What verification did I do? For example, about the fact that we can see certain things on ground level, but then if we go on an altitude, we can see those same things, despite there being more physical distance between you as a person and that object.
Doesn't tell you anything about NASA's videos being real. Or
I
their
know, but
story.
it does say something about the flat Earth. You guys claim
No,
that
you
the
were saying
atmosphere and particles in
you
the air.
can figure out which of their unverifiable stories you believe. So I asked you how do you figure that out? And you said, "Oh, I don't. I'm just going to talk about flat earthers."
I don't think that the Earth is flat though. Like, that's something I agree
Yeah,
with
you
them.
believe the space cartoons, but I'm asking how you believe some of them and not all of them. How do you
Something.
decide? And it's just your
Whether
emotional
something's
preference.
verifiable or not, and I think it's already been proven
can't
time
verify
after
them.
time again. Like,
Yeah,
for
you can't
example,
verify
if I remember, like Copernicus, I think it was Copernicus who tried to make a model based on like a geocentric model where the astral bodies are like revolving or whatnot, and he couldn't.
What are you talking about?
The thing is, with the
don't
globe,
have any
the globe
problem with
model
the globe.
can let you predict stuff that the flat Earth model cannot. Like meteorologists who
What are you
can
predicting?
say it's gonna rain in a few days or not.
It's
What's that
nothing to do with the
globe?
globe.
Yeah, that's all flat Earth stuff.
What the?
Yeah.
I mean, they're
What do you
predicting when
really think? Like,
eclipses happen.
how do you get that on the globe? How do you predict anything?
Well, I mean, it's already happening.
Radar
Like, these
sees
people
out
who are
the
making the
straight line.
predictions are aren't
Radar
flat
doesn't-
earthers.
Hey, listen, radar doesn't curve around a ball to see weather. It just looks straight out.
Yet on the globetard, you've got all kinds of crazy weather patterns that are unpredictable, random. They call it the chaos theory. Like a butterfly flaps its wings in Africa, now you got a hurricane.
Well,
And if I fart here in Ottawa, you have an earthquake somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what
Hold on.
the
If it's predictable, if it's got predictive power, make a prediction. Tell us what's going to happen, and it can't be something that repeatedly happens. So that's not a prediction. That's just knowing that the sun is going to rise the next day. Something that you couldn't foresee reasonably, but you predict it with this model that you're talking about. What's your prediction?
I mean, I'm not a weatherman, you know, or a meteorologist, or however you say that.
So you're not predicting anything.
No, but they're doing it and it seems to work.
But someone's predicting something.
Yep, and they're not
Never
flat
been seen
earthers.
before.
That's for sure.
Used in the globe Earth. So what prediction did they make that proved the globe?
For example, like predicting when solar eclipses, blood moons, and whatnot happen.
How does that have anything to do with the globe? How does that have to do with the globe?
Do you have a answer to that on how you can predict it on a flat plane?
What's your argument? You said they're proving the globe by predicting eclipses. What's your source for that?
Like, would the trajectory not be different? Like
Well,
on a
let's
flat.
see. What does your source say? Or did
What's
you
my
just make it
source
up?
say?
Oh, you just made it up.
I got the J
Thought
for
it
you.
sounded
Give
good.
me a moment. I got the J for you. Give me a moment.
No, I mean
No,
like
a source.
for your
Yeah,
claim.
a source or a citation.
Yep. Wait, I don't. Wait, we're in the politics server. I thought we were in politics and religion. Damn, I don't have big perms here.
Well, you were asked for a source, not gift.
What do I have big?
That wouldn't work anyway. That's all right. You know you don't have a source. You just
I mean, the point still stands though. These people who are making the predictions
No,
are.
your point doesn't stand. Your point is dismissed because you couldn't even provide evidence for it.
Oh, give me a second.
Someone pick it up for this guy.
Here it. May God save your soul. There you go.
No, thank you.
Wait, you don't want God to save your soul?
No, you're God.
Jesus?
Yeah, whatever Jesus you're advocating for. Nope.
Oh, so you're rejecting Jesus now? Is that it?
No, your whatever version of your Jesus. Not
There is
my
no
Jesus.
my or your Jesus. There's only one Jesus.
And for yours, whatever that one is, no, thank you. It's beyond comprehension. It's like,
Yeah, God is
yeah,
beyond
no.
your comprehension. You got that right.
Yeah, your version.
Do you think you can comprehend God fully?
Why are you talking about God when you what you mean is NASA? Because NASA tells you what the Earth is, not
NASA isn't
God,
Jesus.
Bible.
Yeah, they said they found space Jesus.
Space
NASA's
Jesus. I'm sorry. Like,
telling you. You believe what NASA says, not what Genesis says, right?
Here, I got a citation for you. Right here. Finding Jesus in space. The astronauts come back with beyond all of this world tale.
so I can tell you about this one experiment I did, right? So I was at the beach, right?
No, the
Laying
prediction.
down.
You're supposed to be
No,
doing the
no.
predictions.
Hold on.
This was
I was laying down and taking in the sun, right? And then I was looking at the horizon. Something strange
Dude,
popped up.
take your prediction. Don't let's follow
Hold
one
on,
topic.
Hold on.
Hold
Hold on. I already
Yeah.
sent a link for that. Go ahead and
One
read it.
topic to a full conclusion. Okay, right now you said on your Globetard you can predict the weather. Let's see
And do it
that.
without the insults. Like, you seem a bit bitter. Like, Wolfgang and Wes are being very courteous, but you're the only one here insulting.
Listen, stop being a douche nozzle. You called yourself a globetard. Just get
I
on
never
with
called
it.
myself a globe
Yes, you
tard.
did.
I said on. I didn't call you a Globetard. I said on your Globetard.
Hey, he never called you a globetard.
See, this is why when people
I
make
like
these random
Pop-Tarts,
blitz,
so...
if you hear what you want to hear, I'm not going to challenge it. It's fine. Whatever. If I say X, but you hear X plus or X minus, I don't care.
It's minus x or plus x. The minus or plus comes before the algebraic letter, not after.
And I'm
If
fine
it's
with
after,
if
you
that's what you heard, go with it.
So I was on a beach, right? And I was laying down and taking in the sun. And something strange occurred to me. Like I was looking at the horizon, right? And something weird popped up. I saw the curve. But actually it wasn't just a curve. It was this curvy woman who was laying down right in front of me. How do you explain that?
It's for you to explain. It's your observation, not mine.
I missed what he said.
I don't
Sorry.
know. He just said about curvy water right in front of him.
Oh, I thought he said curvy woman or
I
something.
said curvy woman, yeah.
Oh, woman. Oh, okay.
Like she might have
Oh,
been
he's-
Jennifer Lawrence. I'm not sure.
Dude, you're done. You're bricked. You don't know what's going on anymore.
Wow, he thinks this is a good use of his and our time.
I mean, I'm free. I don't have anywhere to be right now.
We're
You
just
got no
entertaining
money?
you, actually.
No money, no place to go.
No, what did he say?
You've got no money, no place to go.
He answered
My
it
dad
correctly.
owns a GTR. Like money isn't an issue.
Your dad owns something, so he can go places, but you can't.
He invited me, but I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Okay, so your
Yeah.
dad has spoken to you in a while. Okay.
Yep.
And then
He's your hero somehow.
He's a human after all, like the rest of us.
okay, so what happens next? What's step 2?
Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
You're supposed to make a prediction. I guess you forgot already.
The prediction: you're gonna breathe and blink in the next few minutes.
And that will cause an earthquake where?
You're becoming funny, Crit. Where did you gain this sense of humor?
You said he wasn't funny before. You said he was mean and they didn't like his attitude. Now you're
Yeah,
laughing.
that's right. That's right.
You
Now I say that he's becoming funny.
schizophrenic.
Where did he gain that
You're
humor?
schizophrenic. You should mention that bipolar. You have a problem.
When you say that someone gained a sense of humor, that means that they gained it, right? Keyword, key, word, gained. Damn, dude, you're also bitter. Like, what happened?
See, now he's mad at me.
Yep, of course. If you insult someone,
He's
like, if you,
noticing stuff. These are no.
so
he's
what
a
do you think will
noticer.
happen if you go to a bar at a Friday night, right? And call someone a schizo and you insult them and berate them? You're gonna get smacked in the
Don't talk
face.
like a schizo, and you won't.
You're gonna get
that from
smacked in the face, my guy.
Probably buy you a
You
drink.
talk like a schizo, you're going to hear that from me in
Schizo.
public.
Listen, you think that the Earth is a pancake?
Because who said that? I said the surface is flat. So anything with a flat surface in your worldview,
You
that
lost
makes
your
it a
sense of
pancake?
humor already, Crit.
Now he's mad again.
Love it. Yeah. So anything with a flat surface, you adjudicate that as a pancake. Fuck.
And I'll stuff it in your mouth, right?
Here, now
Since
he's
you
angry.
love pancakes.
Yeah, he's going back and forth to, from like all these different emotional states.
He's going to start
But
laughing
listen,
again.
listen. If you want to gaslight someone,
This
step
is
up your
all
game.
you.
Step
It's
up
all
your
you.
game. Step up your game because you're not competent enough to do the job, right?
Okay,
You're
no
not cut
problem.
for the job.
Use that answer. I'm not
With
competent for
gaslighting,
the
you
job.
need to be subtle, right? You need to
Okay,
make
so-
the other person question their own sanity.
Safe
You're not
then.
doing a very
You're
good
safe.
job at that.
So you're safe. You can write that down that you're safe. And let's go on to step 2. So
Hey,
where was the
clitoris.
earthquake?
Clitoris, calm down.
Where is the earthquake going to happen?
Nobody made the claim that winking makes the earth quake. Nobody. It's all in your head, dude.
So we agreed that gyroscopes don't measure level flatness.
He might not be there yet.
Right.
So, Crit.
He doesn't
Yeah.
know what a gyroscope is.
Oh, it's my Romanian friend. How are you, Get Beget? Long time no see.
Yeah, that's the wrong day. Wrong day. Get
You
for
call
long
me Romanian
speeches.
friend?
Nathan Oakley Day. It's
And
wrong day for long speeches.
yeah, he calls me his Romanian friend, but I have no shit clue who he is.
Oh, it's been a long while. It's been a year or two, of course.
Yeah, Get. Did you know
Oh.
that gyroscopes measure geometry?
But you're in garbage bins.
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you?
Listen, they're also in garbage bins, which prove the globe Earth.
Yeah, Hotshot. What's
my
the
garbage
spinning
is out.
part of a gyroscope?
I took my garbage out last night. It's in the street waiting, like everybody else's, and none of them have gyroscopes on them.
It's your local home
rotating part.
garbage bin, idiot.
How many rotating parts does a gyroscope have?
It depends on how many pancakes are in the garbage, right?
It's done.
There's a minimum number.
6 pancakes.
Okay. On how many axes does a gyroscope rotate?
1, 2, 3.
The axis of spin, right? Yeah, that's good. And how do you call the gyroscope rotating part?
How do you call it again?
Crypto, can you mute?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, English isn't my first language, right? So it's the rotor, right? The gimbal
Rotor or
rotor.
flywheel. Yeah.
Mhm. So get beget. I had a Romanian friend once, right? And he told me if
So
you
I
want to meet someone,
I
right?
posted something for you. We're not talking about that. Look, I posted something for you in chat. Read that and tell me how many gyroscopes that has. That's the kind that we have.
Idiot. I didn't say that all garbage bins have gyroscopes. I said the one at my workplace had gyroscopes.
Which is a
Okay, go ahead and
You said
post
you work.
that one. Go ahead and post that one.
Yeah, sure.
You said you worked at a gym and you know when someone tips them over.
I don't know why they had it, but they definitely had some sort of gyroscope inside them.
So are you a fan of tipping?
Tipping?
Or not a fan of tipping?
Depends on what we talk about, like tipping at a restaurant. I mean,
Like
sometimes
garbage
if the
bin,
service is
garbage
pretty
bin
good.
tipping.
Like putting money in garbage bins?
No, tipping garbage cans over.
Oh, like that. Oh, you would be surprised how much people fuck with how do I say it? Garbage bins
You don't
in
swear.
gyms. Like one time, I come back and open up the whole place, right? A gym that I run, and the whole place is like the whole garbage bin is all on the floor with all the garbage out.
You guys
It's on
don't. You
fire
guys
with the
don't.
void heads.
You guys don't clean your trash every day. Then it's a dirty
Yeah,
gym.
we do. Like we close at 10:30 or something, and yeah, we start a closing procedure with cleaning everything, and taking out the trash at like 9 or 8.
Oh, only one time a day?
Oh no, like that's the final tour, right? We do that
And nobody
every
believes
hour
you
or
have
so.
gyroscope. Post your gyroscope garbage can. You're getting muted in a little bit anyway.
Oh, power abuse, right? Makes you such a big tough guy.
No, because you got potty
There's a
mouth and
show
you're not
that's
going to
going
stop.
on soon.
And you know
Yeah,
that you're going to keep swearing even after you've been asked to stop. So you're going to end up
Wait,
on
when it
mute.
was I asked you to stop swearing, you guys are insulting me left and right.
Dude, I'm just telling you what's going to happen soon.
He's
Show is
making a
starting.
prediction.
Prediction, yeah.
I predict
I have the chance to tell me about his Romanian friend.
But there are garbage bins with infrared sensor detectors. Damn, that's wild.
What's your name here?
Garbage can in my recording studio has infrared,
Nixon.
so when you wave your hand over it, it's got a proximity sensor. The lid opens by itself, so you never have to touch it.
You know,
Italian
I haven't
guy.
seen. No, but that was a big shocker to me as well when I saw those gyroscopes inside those garbage bins, right? Because I haven't seen it anywhere else before.
Proximity
For some reason.
sensor is not a gyroscope.
No. Like I'm just looking up for gyroscopes in garbage bins, right? And this is I'm reading that as well, like infrared shit for some reason. These are the search results. I don't seem to find anything about like gyroscope in garbage bins, but that's weird part as well, right?
You are
I haven't
talking
seen.
nonsense. You are talking
Dude,
nonsense.
I'm gonna take a picture next time I go. All right, and I'll.
Good
Yeah,
morning,
you
everybody.
can
Sorry to
take
bump in.
pictures.
What the hell? Gyroscopes and garbage bins? What's going on, Radwin?
He says that garbage cans have gyroscopes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the gym that I once worked at, had gyroscopes in their bins. That's what I said.
So that
I
they
didn't
don't
say
tip
that-
over?
Because maybe
I
they
know,
threw out their
perhaps.
gyroscopes because they don't do anything for you.
I mean, if you
No,
got
no,
a
no,
flywheel in a garbage bin, the garbage bin won't be knocked over as easily. So maybe there's that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the gyroscope was implemented inside the garbage bin itself. It wasn't like just sticking loosely or anything. Like, I'm just gonna take a picture next time.
It sounds to me like you lost your vocation.
Vacation?
You had you had a job which required no brains. You got that job and now you lost it.
Oh no, like the thing is, it was just a job that I did while I was studying at a university, right? If you want to like put the rank on me,
Listen, you really sound like a lost cause.
you know what this is like? Like it's like you go run like a KFC in a black neighborhood, right? And you drop $1 bills as a joke. And
Dude.
everyone's like coming after you.
It's a joke.
Hey, so what brought you to this chat room?
What
Oh,
brought
wait
me
a
to this
second.
Italian guy.
It's an old reunion.
Stop, get, and you stop too. He was an ex gold member from the 24/7 server.
Heard that. I cannot believe that.
Ego
That this
slave.
guy was a gold member.
He was
Yeah.
silver. He was silver. I looked it up.
Yeah,
He
silver.
lied when he
okay.
came in here.
Yeah, he lied about being. He forgot what role he was. I guess.
No, I didn't forget. I was just messing with Joel.
Gold
So
Plus is a
silver.
good way to like forget because you can err on the side of pumping up your status a bit more.
I had thought that
It's
it
not like
was
he was.
possible.
It's not like he was silver member and was like, "No, I was valued, guys. I was valued." No, he was like, "No, I'm Gold Plus."
No, that was probably way
Oh
back
no, I was
when.
valued as well.
Sat in the room long enough, you would get silver.
Yeah, but the thing is, I was valued as well. I had that role too.
Yeah, well, honesty, from our community is something that we uphold and relish and try to preserve and protect. So,
I mean, the thing is, I wasn't even trying to infiltrate or make fun of you
What do you
guys.
think
when I
the
was saying-
value role?
okay.
No,
What do you
listen.
think-
I was trying to
I'll
understand
let that
things from
slide.
your
I'll let that
perspective.
slide a little bit. Okay.
What do you think
I
the
was
value role was?
I mean, people who are valued, I guess.
No, someone who has a values-based belief system.
No,
It was one of the-
valued.
Yeah,
The D
valued
at the
is
end,
great.
right? And you said
Yeah,
something
you-
is valued.
Valued, yeah. You were coming from like a values-based worldview. Yeah, some of the roles were a little confusing for members who didn't really know how we did things. Yeah, valued didn't mean that you were a valued member of the community. Everyone was. Everyone's valued.
just
Valued
tagging
is
you.
everyone who comes the second or the third time in the server, so he
Dude, it's a way to
becomes a
tag you so
member.
we
Get
know where
this
you
might
come
refreshen your
in.
memory a bit, right? Like when I was still in the server, I was the guy who you spoke with about Dracula and how like people would get punished extensively if they like even as much
Sounds
stole
about
a
right.
penny. Like
I
you
don't
said
think
something along
anyone's disputing that you're from the old server, dude.
Oh no, but he doesn't remember me, so I was just making things clear.
Okay.
I know I spoke with guys in here about Dracula and stuff, but those are were short discussions, and they have no relevance with the server here topic and stuff like
Oh no,
that.
it was like somewhere in
how'd
the
you-
morning or something. Like I remember, and we were going on for like a whole hour talking about history and whatnot because no one else was around to talk flat Earth. Like it wasn't that
No,
24/7.
1 hour
About right.
conversation is a short conversation. It's not
But
a long
so what
one.
I want to know is, if you've been away from the community for so long, how'd you find us on this server?
I mean, I was on this server already for quite some years. That's the thing.
Oh?
I mean, I got banned once, but that's about it.
We've been here over a year. How did you find us now?
So, yeah, I'm
Oh, no,
curious how you found us exactly. I mean, you're not answering that, so I'm like wondering what's going on here.
I was surprised that you guys found your way in politics and religion.
Surprise,
Right.
like the biggest politics server, like one of the two. It's not hard to find.
Yeah,
No, I was surprised that you guys got your own.
Why are you questioning him?
room.
Why are you questioning him?
He had.
I just
don't
want to
if
know
you
how
knew
he
this.
found us, and he's not answering. Like, this is the
So-
weirdest thing. I'm like,
the
hey, you know,
VIP
we ask a lot of newcomers the
Look.
same question, and he's not answering it.
He probably doesn't know that VIP partner. We were on the
What
server.
matters is what does he have? What does he know? What does he have about the shape of the earth, man? You're trying to call those a
Nothing.
flat pancake.
Nothing. We've been through
He
all
said that garbage cans have gyroscopes in
on.
them.
No,
then
that's not what I
that
said.
you
That's not
have
what
to
I
use
said.
the
I have to
globe.
correct you again. The gym that I worked at on the side had gyroscopes in their bins. That's what I said. I didn't say
tell
that
us
all
they're
garbage
flipped over or not. In his
Therefore, Earth is a
worldview-
globe.
in his worldview, a gyroscope is a level.
Earth is actually not a globe. What it is, it's a demented circle. I mean, a sphere.
It's a geoid.
Round? Would you call it round?
No, I wouldn't call it round because round has an even shape, if that makes sense.
Would you call it flat?
If it was flat, I mean, my reality of a flat is flat. So me walking outside, that's flat.
How about
Boy, a real
Reality of flat is flat. What?
Yeah, so when we talk about flat Earth, we talk about reality, right? Because we can't see from outside the space, right? I mean, you can agree on this, right?
Right.
Right, space is not
Exactly.
real.
That's the conclusion that flat Earth has come to be. Yeah, so when we look outside in the sky, we see blue. Well, the color blue from my reality. So I don't see space.
At night time, I don't see blue.
Yeah, nighttime we see black. We see black.
Actually, dark blue.
Not really black. It's
Purple.
like a
Exactly.
dark blue.
Yeah, dark blue.
So when you talk about flat Earth, we have to talk about reality. And do you guys know what reality means?
Yeah.
So when we go outside, look, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Do you think reality is objective or subjective? Okay, I was asking if you think reality is a
You can make clear when you asked it
thing
one time.
or an objective
Yeah, so
you're
experience you can have.
You don't have a
cutting
good
out.
signal.
So I'm assuming you
All
said
right,
it's
sorry, I'm in
reality
a valve.
subjective. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think reality is subjective.
Huh?
Okay, so why are you here?
Hold on. How so?
How so?
It's a very dangerous thought.
You tell a schizophrenic person that the person is not outside.
Are you schizo?
Oh my god.
No. Just imagine.
No,
That-
no,
the
no,
script-
no.
that person's
subjective. But hold on. The question was
Yeah,
to
reality
you
is not
directly,
imagination.
asking you if reality was subjective or objective, and you said it's subjective, and then you bring a schizophrenic into the picture. We asked you, not a schizophrenic, unless you were schizophrenic.
No, I'm trying to make a point here.
Ask you to
If there
imagine
were,
schizophrenic, yeah.
if you don't want to
And
listen,
now
that's
he's
fine.
actually imagining reality.
So reality is objective.
No, see,
and
this is what I
relative,
mean. You like
not
you
subjective.
like to twist the words. You like to twist everything I have to say.
No, we just want to. We just like straight talk, dude. Do you know what straight talk is? You're not doing it right now. You're talking around the
Yes, I
subject.
am. I am.
You're
I am
beating around the
talking.
bush. Yeah.
Well, that
No, I'm not.
being
No, I'm not.
perceived as dishonest, you know.
Your reality is that I'm beating around the bush, but I'm not.
No, it is the reality. It can be measured
No.
and verified.
Okay, if it can be measured and verified, why don't you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Because nobody
Because
can
it
measure
hasn't been
globe
measured.
curvature. Nobody even sees it.
You just said it's been measured.
Because it's been measured. What?
No, I said it's
Are you
not-
serious?
Not
You just said it's been measured.
The
You
globe.
just said
It says
globe is
reality.
not
you guys
measured because
measured.
Earth is flat.
You guys
The
to
globe has not
disprove
been measured.
curvature. To disprove curvature.
Can we speak one at a time? Hold on.
Yes. Yes.
Ego. Don't jump over everybody as well, dude. And come on, everybody speak one at a time.
So the thing is, there's no such thing as my or your reality, right? Reality is objective and context driven, right? So, like, just to entertain the flat earthers in this room, right? Using third world view as an example is about the whole being inside or outside, right? If you're inside a building, you're inside, right? But then if you go outside, right, you could also argue that it's inside based on what context, right? They believe that
Yeah,
the
but
Earth
the world,
is, hold on,
listen, the
the
world
Earth
is
has,
not a
hold on,
building.
can I
You
finish,
can
please?
go inside or outside of it.
Yeah, but can I finish? They believe that the
Yeah,
Earth has a
and that's
container
you
or whatever, right? So you could
just
argue that
violated
the
the law
container.
of non-contradiction.
Hmm?
You just made a formal logical fallacy and violated the law of non-contradiction. So
Let me finish, please. So what I'm saying here is that they believe that the Earth has a dome or something like a container or whatever it is. So you could argue that to be an enclosed space, so you would be inside that enclosed space, right? So being inside or outside, it can be relative, like a box in a box, right? If you have a ball, right, a small
No,
ball,
the
ping pong
world.
ball.
Listen, my friend, your analogies are fallacious. The world is not a box. Neither
I never
a
said
box
that. I
inside a
never said
box.
that. I never
Yeah,
said
but
that.
There is a container. Yes.
you are
There is a container.
comparing it.
There is a
You are
container. Yes.
comparing it to that.
No. No.
Do you guys not believe that the
You
Earth has
have
a
to agree
container?
with me. Yeah, you have to agree with me that we are living in a container. Yes.
The Earth is contained completely. Yes.
Yep, so you're inside that container. So it's
container,
relative.
exactly.
It's not subjective, it's relative.
In your
Okay,
explanation,
now,
in your
hold on.
explanation,
that doesn't mean there's an outside. though.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Go outside your
That
home,
doesn't
but
mean that there is an
inside the
outside.
container. It's
That
You're
relative.
doesn't mean
inside a
there's an
container.
outside.
So the outside is what? A block.
Okay, now you're being
Nobody
off the
knows. There's
rails.
no way to tell. You know, Zeno's
Exactly.
paradox.
Nobody knows. That's what I'm telling you. Nobody knows. That means
And that's objectively true.
It's not objective. How is that objective?
It is
Because if you
objective.
don't
Yeah,
know.
it's objectively true that
No, it's
nobody
not.
knows.
No, it's not.
Hello?
If
Oh
nobody
my gosh,
knows,
he's
then it's
freaking out.
subjective.
I think he's
Sansom, please calm down, dude.
If nobody
the thing
knows,
is-
it's subjective.
Yeah,
You need
it's
to
objectively
understand.
true that nobody knows. So
You ne-
why are
you need-
what's the point of your argument now?
Yes,
Because
no
I can
argument.
say, because from that I can derive that there is space. If nobody knows,
What?
and
No,
I know,
Derive that there's
logic.
space?
Okay,
What
hold
are
on,
you
hold on.
schizophrenic
if
for
nobody
real?
knows,
Like, for
and
real, are
I
you
knows,
schizo?
look, see what I
Ego.
mean? You guys
Ego,
just
calm
attack.
down.
It sounds
I
like
try
I'm
to
talking
get-
to a shattered
Ego,
brain.
I will let you guys finish.
Calm down, yo. Come on. We can
Sorry,
have a
I'm not supposed
conversation.
to be very
We can
nice.
have a conversation and not be disruptive.
No, but what I said earlier too, like in regards of directions, like directions can be relative. They're not subjective as these other guys try to ascribe them as, because relative and subjective are like two different words, obviously. Like if we stand in front of each other, right, and we face each other, if I point left, that's different from your left, right? That's relative, but it's still objective. You have like a measurable reference point, right?
Therefore, Earth is a globe.
I never said that. That's what this other guy says, and he's just a nut job.
I never said that either. You guys are coming to your own conclusion.
I'm asking what the
What
whole
do you mean,
point of
you
this
guys?
time-wasting exercise is. You guys are just rambling nonsense.
What do you mean, you
Right,
guys? Like I never
Right.
said any. I don't own.
He's been trying to steer this conversation into something objective, and you guys are just talking about vagaries. Like, could you guys be any more vague about what you're talking
I'll
about?
let you speak, and then let
You're
me
being
speak. Okay?
vague by saying you guys. Who do you mean when you say you guys? Like I've never been on the same.
you
I've never
and-
been on
you
the
and
same
the other
side.
numpty at the bottom of the chat.
I've never been on the same side as him. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
both of y'all believe. Both of y'all believe that both of y'all believe that reality is subjective, and this is where I'm
No.
trying to
I strongly fought against that. I said that reality is objective and relative, not subjective.
All right, you guys finished? Okay, you guys finished. Now let me speak. So the reason why I said reality is subjective is because we have here Nixie or Nixel that believes that the Earth is what? A globe, right?
But it's not
And
about
here-
my reality, your
No,
reality.
let me finish. Let me finish. And we have Ego Slave that believes that the Earth is flat, right? So we have two different opinions. Which
There's
one
a
to
problem.
believe?
There's no opinions.
No.
Position.
Listen.
Not
Let
about
me
belief.
finish.
I'm going to stop
Let me
you.
finish.
No, you strawman my
Ego,
position. So I'm not going to
whatever,
slave.
okay.
Ego
Okay,
slave.
okay.
Hold on, ego slave. Let him finish. Let him finish.
All right,
So we have-
strawman. Go ahead.
It's not straw man because you're a flat
Yes,
earther
it is.
and this
If
guy's
you're
a
not going
globo.
to concede that it's a straw man, then I'm not going to let you finish because you're a straw man.
Ego, just like your name. Ego.
All right, so let's.
Okay,
let's
if you're going to straw man me and just ramble on like that, you can stay on mute.
Dude,
I don't want to talk to dishonest asshole.
Well, I was talking to him, dude. So he thought that you
Okay,
said
well,
that the Earth
all
is flat. So
No, he said he believes the Earth is flat. I'm stopping him in his tracks right there from calling it a belief. I said it's not a belief. He said yes, it
that's
is.
fine. We
And
could.
now you want me to allow him to continue with the straw man.
We could definitely rebut that after he finished speaking.
Okay, I agree. I concede to you, sir. I respect you a great deal.
I mean,
so
ego slave isn't wrong.
he
When
has to
someone's
say.
strawmanning, you have the right to interject. There's a difference between interjections and interruptions. Interjections are valid while interruptions are not. When someone
Yeah,
goes
so
off a whole
stopping a
strawman,
fallacious argument in its tracks
That's
is a
fine.
valid interjection.
Yeah, it's valid. What
That's
he did
fine,
wasn't
but
invalid.
That's fine. It's,
All right, do I have to take him off of mute, or can someone else do it?
Somebody already did it. All right, Santham. So continue. Okay, the Earth is not believed to be flat. The Earth. That's it's a difference between. Right. We know that the Earth is flat. All right. Now continue.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. Okay, just for ego's sake. Ego knows that the Earth is flat. Are you happy?
Yeah, that's my position. Thanks.
Okay. Now Nixel knows that the Earth is round, or a globe, sphere, whatever. Isn't that two different reality right there? And
No,
doesn't that
that's two
mean
different worldviews.
one is
But one
either
of them is
objective
true.
and the other is
Hold on,
fake?
Nixel.
So either that makes it subjective,
No.
or who's right? Do you see what I mean?
It's incorrect. No, it's incorrect, Santham. Because understanding and believing is two different things. Now, if Nixel could give his measurement of curve of the Earth, then there will be an issue. But unfortunately, he can't. The Earth is measured, used, and traveled as, navigated as flat. So this is the problem we're having from objectivity to subjectivity.
Nice. I like that. But there are loads of scientists, right, around the world who has, personally, like, been to space or have said that they've been to space. We have satellites orbiting the Earth, or so has been said, right? They've also measured the curvature, or so they have said, right?
Okay.
And that's a large percent of people. That's a large percentage of people,
That's
right?
a claim. That's a claim. Who
Yeah, that's what I
has
said.
measured? Who has measured that the Earth is
well,
curved?
You can Google it online. There's been people, right?
Give me one.
So there's a lot of
We've been waiting.
global earthers.
You know how long I've been in flat Earth discussion?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we've been waiting
So I've
that
so
long
said-
for Earth curve measurement. Can you please provide one?
Right. There's also there's a bunch of what do I call it? Experiments done, right? There's also the sun and the moon, why we have the day and night cycle, the curvature, whatever.
You're staggering and you're staggering through a bunch of other things. I mean, there's a bunch of claims.
They claim. Yeah, that's why I said, or so that they have claimed, right? That's what I mentioned as well. Or so they have claimed.
Okay, so there's
That
claim,
means-
but all right. So if there was claim, there should be data somewhere where somebody measured the Earth curve, and this is what you believe, right? That somebody measured the Earth curved. All right. So have you looked into that claim?
No, I have not. But I'm just saying, I'm asking their claim. Now, flat earthers have also claimed.
No. That claim have. Okay, go ahead. What have they claimed?
They've also claimed that there is no curvature through their own measurement, right?
Celestial navigation is the number one proof of the Earth not being curved.
That's why, since we have two different claims,
we don't even claim it. Actually, Globe Earth is doing this himself by navigating the Earth.
I saw a YouTube video quite some time ago, and they did a measurement of the ships sailing, and they used a telescope.
You're breezing through my response. Celestial navigation.
Anyway.
Celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation. Okay.
Yes, that's done by everybody that navigates in the water. Most of them, at least since the old Stone Age, and it's been navigating as a flat surface.
Since the old age, yes. Since the old age,
right? And what has changed? And nothing has changed since then. They still navigate it as a flat surface.
Yes, because our reality is that we see flat, right? Thus proving
the Earth proving that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not proven. Thus our reality.
Not. If we navigate it as flat,
have you seen Earth from the outside?
You yourself admitted that you see it flat.
Yeah.
Because our reality. So that's you're saying reality objectively, we see the Earth flat. So from there, where do we go? How do we make the claim that the Earth is curved? And you say, well, I haven't really looked into the curve measurements. There's none because we've been waiting for years for curve measurement. And all you were telling me, well, we see it flat, but it's still a curve.
I never said that. That's what you said.
Well, I mean, you're saying the Earth is a ball, is it not?
No, I never said that. You said
that. So you're saying that the Earth is not a ball?
Listen to what I'm saying. The main argument is whether reality is objective or subjective, right?
Correct.
I never claimed it, right? So I'm saying the reality that we see, right? What makes a reality objective? If 100% of the people, if 100% of the people says the same thing, but now we have two different sides, flat earthers and globalists. That's why it is subjective. Reality is subjective.
You understand? Subjection is different than objective because objective is something that no matter what you believe or think, it's always going to be the same.
No matter
Which
what
means
you
you can
believe.
imagine the world is opposite of what it actually is.
Right. I like that. But
Yeah, so
there's
that
two
means
different
it's
flat
objective.
earthers, two different belief or claims that they make of the earth.
Yeah, not a belief.
The whole idea that reality is
So-
subjective is a very, very fucking dangerous belief
Sounds right.
system. It leads to very dark places. It leads to brain rot. Your brain atrophies, and
So he
immorality
says.
follows.
So he says.
No, it is true. Like that's how you lead to like believing that ducks are like moons and mushrooms smell like goats.
Okay, so what do you think the earth is?
What do I think the Earth is?
The Earth is Earth.
Yeah, the shape.
The Earth
the
is
shape.
Earth.
What do you think the shape of the earth is?
It's that
I mean, the
thing
thing is-
which you feel beneath your feet.
So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Nick?
I
No
don't
matter
know.
which,
I never
no
made no
matter
claim.
which side you ask, no matter which side
It's
you
not a
ask,
spinning globe in space.
I don't know, like a little hill that's on the other side of the world, right? I can't give you the exact shape. We can only make certain claims of how it's measured and whatnot.
Okay.
And I would make the claim.
Is it flat? Is it flat in your eyes?
I don't think it's flat. I don't think it's a perfect ball either.
That's your reality, isn't it? And
No,
where did you
it
get
is
that? Where did you get
Listen,
that? So you're saying it's objective?
It is subjective.
He's a
Okay.
shapeless
Flat
earther.
earthers. Flat earthers. What do you think about that?
He's a shapeless earther.
So what do you think of that? He
If I
said
take a shovel,
objectively.
if I take a shovel and go outside
So
and dig a hole in the ground, the
same
shape
thing
of the
again.
earth changes.
Same thing again. What he believes and what he can actually objectively prove by measurement is different.
So
he can believe whatever he wants, and what happens is this is the problem that you think, well, because he believed that's reality. That's not reality. Reality is what actually is, no matter what. So facts are facts, regardless of what you believe.
This is
he just said no. He didn't believe. He said objectively. He said objectively, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. That's what he said.
Yeah, and it's neither a perfect flat pancake either. If I go outside and dig a hole into the ground, objectively the shape of the earth would be different.
Let me ask you this, Zan. Now ask him. Zan, ask him. Has he ever measured the earth to be curvy anywhere?
I mean, I sent a few links on that in the side chat earlier.
You measured the earth to be curved?
Why are we arguing? Why are we arguing?
Hold on, Zan.
People have done so.
Hold on.
People have already done so. Like,
who's done this? Who's done this?
I sent it. I'm gonna send it again.
So you're telling me they've measured the surface of water to curve somewhere? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, have you ever filled a cup to the brim by any chance?
Have I ever filled? Why are you asking me that question? I'm asking you, have you ever measured the earth to be curved? I mean, at least over water. Let's say because there's topography on Earth. Let's go on the water. Where water at rest measures flat, regardless. It's level.
It's 8 a.m.
I've seen things deep down to horizon. Like when I look.
You've seen things down. Looking at something in perspective does not gives you measurement. I asked for measurement.
I mean, you have a certain
This guy
distance that you know those
This guy
objects.
definitely been drinking a 6-pack.
You see what I mean? You're arguing against his objectiveness. So is
That's
reality
not objective. He hasn't given me any. He hasn't given me measurement. He hasn't given me measurement.
I did,
All he's
besides
done
that.
is give me perspective, and I guess I'm not sure what because he still
I
hasn't even given
literally
me.
just told you if you know the distance to those objects, right? And you see them dipping down. There's something
You
can
see
work
what
with.
dipping down?
Objects in the distance, like a ship that's going far away, or like a piece of land that's on the other side.
Does that happen all the time? Let me ask you a question. Does that happen all the time in that same place?
I don't think.
Or does it, or different? Does it happen? Does when you're looking at a ship, sometimes does it look like it's dipping, sometimes it looks like it's up in the air, sometimes it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Does the Earth change size?
I mean, I do think that the Earth isn't the perfect ball, as I said. Like there are places where the Earth surface would be more flat.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. My question was, does that happen all the time in the same place that ship or wherever that land is, especially the land? Let's say landmass, because we've seen this happen over Skunk Kick Bay and many other places. Does the land stays in the same spot, or does it go up and down due to some atmospheric condition?
I mean, atmospheric condition can definitely influence the perception of that one thing into distance.
Amazing. So we established that you don't have measurement. We have definitely established that atmospheric condition can definitely change the way things see. So that's why we're saying we need objective measurements. Not what you see by perspective or by whatever atmospheric condition is happening in the air. We need that measurement. That's what we want. That's what it becomes. That's what we want. Measurement, where it's objective.
That would just.
Elbow, what did you just say? From your own perspective?
I said atmospheric conditions.
Like before that, you said perspective.
Mike
What about perspective? By
You said
perspective
you can't use your. Yeah.
by
Before you said.
perspective I said by perspective and atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. So so when you say perspective, what you meant was you can't measure it through your own perspective, right?
No, measurement that has nothing to do with perspective. You know the difference between perspective and measurements, right?
That would just destroy your whole Black Swan argument.
Okay, good.
What Black Swan argument? Give me what's the the Black Swan is not about the oil rigs.
Yeah, I know it's not about the oil rigs themselves, but
tell you something.
All right. So again, you don't have measurements, right?
He does not have his own conductive measurement, but he has third-party measurement. That's what Nix was trying to say.
Yeah, like there have been plenty of other people who have done this.
I'm trying to look for where was the measurement in here, and I don't see any measurements. Go ahead. I think it was Nathan. You were trying to get in.
Two times.
What is it? What have you sent? I see it.
I'm gonna send it again. I'm gonna reply to it.
Hello, mic check. Elbow, I want to tell you something. Can I have a moment, please?
These two links.
Do you guys hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
Nix, no, we're not
I
going to
want
use
to-
that. We're not going to use that coloring book that somebody posted.
I want to tell Elbow
Oh my fucking god.
something, please. Elbow,
Go
do you
ahead.
hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. So the guy was misleading you into his own favor when he said he denied the spherical shape of the world and he invoked the spheroid, shape. A spheroid still has a minimum radius and a maximum radius.
Right, correct.
Yeah. And you see, we asked for the measurements. Now, the measurements that we are given by the mainstream is 3,959 miles, which makes a sphere, a spherical Earth. Indeed, it is they say it's a approximate radius because in certain places this radius is a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller in locations all over the world. Now, he's saying that actually, no, if it's a spheroid, then the spheroid doesn't have a radius, but actually spheroids, they do have radius. They have a minimum radius and a maximum. And he has to tell us what's the smallest radius of that spheroid and what is the biggest, because according to these
Where's it measured?
radiuses, then
Ron, stop a second.
we will be able to measure and calculate what is the arc curvature when you are in that certain location on that spheroid.
We just need the measurement.
Yeah. So I'm trying to look for. I'm looking at it says calculation.
The second one is like, let me see again.
About 2 minutes ago, is it Sam or someone said that they got a measurement? What was that?
It was Nixel.
Yep, I sent the links to.
He replied to his links, and it's I'll post it again if I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, it's the Princeton coloring book.
There, I posted it.
So, just 1 second. Sorry,
the second one as
sorry to
well.
break the flow. Just 1 sec, Nix or whatever your name is. Albarico, are you there?
Yep.
You in Master B?
Let me sign it. I believe I am.
Any chance you can send this to me? Whatever he's posted.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much. As you were.
So he doesn't give us a radius.
Man, I never said that the Earth doesn't have a radius.
So now what I see is this battle of objective.
When we brought up the radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles, you said, well, the Earth is not a sphere, a perfect sphere. Okay, I give you that. Now it's a spheroid. So now you give me the smallest
I didn't
radius
even
of
say
this spheroid.
I didn't
and
say
the-
a spheroid either. It's a geoid.
Yeah,
It's
you
something
did
else.
say
Then.
spheroid.
No, I
Why
said.
are you giving him?
I said
Hold
geoid.
on. Why are we giving them anything of this when we're asking for a measurement? Why are we like, oh well, we'll give you that it's a geoid or a spheroid or a sphere. Who cares? Just prove it with a measurement. Whatever you're proving, whichever of those you want to prove, give us the
Yeah, I don't
measurement for
have
the geoid then.
preference.
No worries. What's been measured?
Right, Nathan. Can you see the Earth from the outside, or the outsideness
Is
of the
this a
container?
measurement?
I just posted it. I just posted it.
Nathan, if you can't answer that question, I'm sorry, but
I don't care
not
about your
fit.
question. What's the measurement?
Exactly. If you don't care about the question, you can't be asking what's the measurement.
Yeah,
I posted it 33 minutes after the hour, Master B.
Okay, so it says activity measuring Earth's curvature. Is this what you're talking about?
If you can't find a simple link, you need help, man.
I'm asking you if this is the link. Is this what you're talking about or not?
The link is right there. It's right there in the chat.
It's a yes or no question. Activity measuring Earth's curvature. Is that what you've sent?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
It's pseudoscience.
There was also a second link.
Done. First line.
That,
Here's a quick
yeah.
experiment. It says in the first line, experiment. No, this doesn't have a hypothesis. Pseudoscience. Immediately. I haven't even read it. First sentence, pseudoscience. Isn't a measurement.
He wanted me to
Aiming
place
be
the other one.
science.
The
I haven't
other
quite
one is
finished.
a link at the
I
end.
haven't quite finished. We've been spent 20 minutes trying to get this measurement. We've got it now. Now I'm going to rip it to shreds based on the first sentence. Here's a quick experiment. It's claiming to be science. So it's in a category error within the first sentence. Measuring Earth's curve. Here's an experiment. Those are different things. It's immediately pseudoscience. Okay? Second problem is that on the diagram, without even reading anything, it's showing acquisition of angle measurement. There's no baseline that's flat to acquire these measurements with respect to. It's the curved surface that it's describing. This doesn't work. This fails miserably. Okay, this isn't a measurement. This is an inference.
It's the diagram?
Correct.
This guy's just talking out his ass.
This isn't a measurement.
You're not even reading it.
I'm reading it. I already know what it would say. I'm
Exactly.
90%
You
through
know what it would say.
That's
That's
unfinished
different.
reading. Jeez.
Okay, if you think it's a measurement, talk us through what's been measured.
I never said that. That's his name.
Then why are you piping up, bro? Like, what the heck?
Because he's
Not a
got to give it a chance. He's got to give it a chance. You got to read it, actually. Come on.
I mean, you haven't even read it, and you're piping up for it, and he's telling you
Hold
the
on,
first few
Alberico.
sentences.
Sorry,
Go
I'm
ahead.
fair, though. I'm
Alberico,
saying I'm
hold on.
fair.
Alberico,
I'm
just one
fair.
sec.
He's
Is
right.
it
You gotta
Sam?
read it in full.
Hold on, Geo. Yeah. Okay, I've offered you up an immediate rebuttal. It's got an immediate category error. You want to try and address that first? Let's just work through what I've already said. Can you square the category error?
Did you understand, Sam? Xanthem?
I'm only talking to one guy. The guy I was talking to a minute ago. He's called Xanthem.
Say that again.
I'll give it you a fourth time, shall I? There's a category error straight after the title. Says
measuring the Earth's curvature.
Seems like rather than me getting the opportunity to repeat that which you haven't heard 4 times, you're going to start talking through the middle of me repeating it for the 4th time. And back your
Dude,
ears.
why are you so mad?
Listen to what
God
I'm
damn,
saying,
man.
or I'll have one of the moderators remove you for being a prick. It's just
Dude,
that
you're
simple.
being a prick.
You are
What the
gonna
hell? You're
tolerate
like
me
mad for no
saying it.
reason.
It seems that this prick needs removing. Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I've said it I didn't get to quite say it 4 times. After asking to be repeated, he started yammering through the repetition. But I'll say it now, it's had to be server muted by a moderator, because I'm not going to get a rebuttal. It's a category error. If it says it's measuring something, I don't expect the first title to describe an experiment, because that would be science. If it's a measurement, it's maths, and it's immediately described it in a category error, making it pseudoscience. 4th time's a charm. Maybe the moderators want to give you another try without you being a prick. Hopefully, having listened to what I've actually said for 4 times, we'll see how you get on.
Applause for you, sir, Nathan.
First, let's
Give the one
address
guy.
your tone. You're overtalking me. That's being a prick, first of all. Second of all, the way you speak, you think you're smart, but you're not.
That's
Because
great. He's starting to
here
add
it
hom.
says,
Can you server mute him, please? He's starting to add hommy rather than address the 4th rendition of the category error. It's describing an experiment. There is no independent and dependent variable or hypothesis in this. I have now read it. There is no variables. There is no hypothesis. It's a category error. It's calling itself an experiment. It isn't. Ergo, if claiming to be science when it isn't, that's automatic justification as the definition of pseudoscience, a claim of science that has not been through the scientific method. It says on the first line, here's a quick experiment. That's a hypothesis actualization. Okay? You want to tell me about how I talk? I talk to you like you are stupid, because you are stupid. If you want to address how I talk to you, don't be stupid and present category errors as measurements. Then you won't get talked down to like you're stupid, because you won't have presented a category error as a measurement. It won't have been pointed out as pseudoscience, having described itself as an experiment, when it's supposed to be a measurement. If you don't like my tone, don't do stupid things. I hope you understand.
Yo, Nathan. Are you fed?
like I was saying, Nathan.
If this isn't a response to the category error and pseudoscience you presented, I don't want to hear it.
I want to hear it because it seems like you might have a bit of an ego, Nathan. So let me tell you.
Get rid of him.
Experiment.
Get rid of him
Experiment.
immediately. Get rid of him. He's just told me I've got a bit of an ego. No, I've got a winning rebuttal for your crap that you presented that was pseudoscience in a category error. That's what I've got. You want to attack my demeanour? It's called an ad hominem fallacy and was shut down immediately, loser. Why am I calling you a loser? Because you lost. Upon presenting a category error in pseudoscience, pretending it's a measurement, it isn't. I also pointed out, but we didn't achieve getting to, because there was then a barrage of ad homs about my attitude, demeanour, and the way I speak, as opposed to addressing the inability to acquire an elevation from a flat baseline as described in the picture. Definitely weren't going to get that. Apparently my ego's getting in the way of him responding to my rebuttals.
Nathan.
No.
Are you fed? A plant?
Excuse me? Say again?
Are you a plant?
I can't quite hear what you're saying. Can you say that again?
Are you a plant? Are you fed?
He's asking if you were a plant or a shill. Are you serious, dude?
I can't understand what he's saying. He's a bit muffled.
He's asking if you're a shill. That's not the
plant.
Not,
when I point out that there's a category error between a claim to be measurement and a claim to be experiment, how on and holy hell does that make me anything other than a person pointing out a category error? That's all I've done.
It's not about that. Your conduct is a bit sus.
Is this guy in need of removal too? He seemed like a dick while I was listening for about 40 minutes, and now he's immediately asking me if I'm a shill. I
didn't ask whether you're.
The
you could be
fourth
a shill.
rendition, he's now chanting through me as I point out how unreasonable that is. Hey, you will be removed too. I've listened. I'm in no way going to tolerate your crap. So get lost, dickhead. You are also a loser. You lost multiple times to Albariqua. I listened to it. You had nothing also. What you did do was white knight for the guy I just ripped a new asshole. Now you want to tell me I'm a shill? No, my friend. Had you have taken the opportunity to respond to the category error claimed to be a measurement, maybe I'd have talked to you. But you chose otherwise, didn't you?
And he was the one that posted the link.
That doesn't take long for me to clean house here, lads. Just listen, get the cut of your jib, and then immediately rip you a new one. Absolute justification, remove you from the conversation when you overtalk people. Ask them if they're a shill. Claim their attitude is something that needs discussing rather than the rebuttal to the category error. Yeah, those things get you removed, lads. Yeah? They get to sit court here with us doing those sorts of things, because it's unreasonable. And I'll demean you for your use of fallacy while my own panel interrupts me. Yeah? I'll demean you for your use of fallacy. That is to say, talk down to you. Also, condescend to you. Because you are incapable of comprehension of a rebuttal. That means I'll slow my tone, matching your intelligence as you sit there listening to it. What are you going to do? Bleat about my attitude? No, mate, you won't. Be shut up and removed immediately because you've had your opportunity to respond. I put it to both of you 4 times.
And they still don't get it. Yeah.
So
I don't
I'm asking
like
whether
dumbos.
you're a
That's why
federal. I
probably
didn't
they've been
ask whether
removed.
you're
The
a shell.
moderation team's decided that they're too stupid to continue talking in this discussion. Just too thick, lads.
Correct.
Yeah, can't keep up with the level of discussion. You're about to be removed. Now toddle along to some kindergarten discussion that's within your bounds of intellect. Okay, lads? Hope we're all clear.
You're giving him too much credit. Kindergarten. Preschool.
This is the only way you can win, Nathan, is by bullying and muting
Get rid of
people.
her. This person has
No,
suggested
he's
that I should
not
have my
winning by
children
bullying.
removed. This
Bully,
person's
bully,
a scumbag.
bully.
This person
Bully
is
and
a scumbag, and remove her. Yeah? Remove her.
We now have the anti-flat earthers triggered.
What you got? If you're Brenda, you'll come in and say this is the only way you can win after she has literally attempted to have my kids removed from me. Are you having a laugh? You attack my family and have the gall to suggest after the 4th rebuttal of a category error this is the only way I can win. Oh, what did they win when they attacked how I sounded, Brenda? You pathetic little slime ball. Get lost. You'll never get to discuss anything with me again, Brenda. I thought I made that clear on my own show.
Yes, that is a coward tactic to attack on family members. It's only a coward will do that. He's no man, no
Didn't deal
human
with the
being.
category error. They want to
No.
go right past it.
Yeah, we'll never deal with it. It'll never be dealt with. We've presented a measurement in
Yeah.
chat. Well, let's have a look at it. This isn't a measurement, it's a category error. First sentence. How are you going to deal with that? I'm going to tell you your tone's not very good, and your attitude's not very nice, and you're a shill. Alrighty then, bye-bye. You've got nothing. I sit and listen to you guys tolerate these 2 tossers for the last 40 minutes. Well, they rumpus the crap out of you and projected that straight back onto you as they talked between them back and forth, ignoring everything everyone put to them, making the question of sphericity non-stop. It's absolutely pathetic. The thing they like to do is steal your victory. Had a claim, claimed measurement, it was refuted, and then what? We get nothing, and I'm told that's the only way I can win. Yeah, I won. If you want to claim that that's the only way I can win, what, by refuting a claim that's been put to me? Suggesting why, and inviting a rebuttal, only to be told my tone's not very nice. Yeah, okay, lads. All of you lads here today. Lads and lads. Meanwhile, now there's a nice stony silence because we haven't got a string of ad homs coming my way after a stone cold refutation of their claims. I'll make my claim. Earth is measured flat. All claimed globe believers have a necessity for a flat Earth to measure to get to their globe belief. Angle measurements with respect to a plane are how all the maps and models have been made. Earth must be flat for you to believe in a globe. So on the contrary, as per your discussion earlier, where you feel that it's what? Somehow subjective because 2 people have a different opinion? No. One person
You said opinion?
a flat plane, and the other
You said
person has got a
opinion.
belief based on those measurements that will trigger a fundy pretty damn quickly. Right? Yeah.
Your scare
One person's
tactics don't
got a
work,
belief.
Federal. I've worked with your kind before. You're
Immediately into how I am and whether or not he's worked with others that are like me. Got a flat Earth measurement being discussed and I'm being interrupted. Shocking. Taking apart the claim I listened to, I had 40 minutes of it. Apparently, it's subjective because there's people who say Earth's flat and there's people who say it's a sphere. Well, meanwhile, Earth's measured flat and the sphere belief is based on that measurement. So one side of this false dichotomy you feel is necessary, you bunch of Burks, to argue about, is a measurement-based claim. Looking at a fact. You've got a measurement to back it. Shockingly, that exact same measurement is built into a sphere belief. It's not a false dichotomy. Earth's just measured flat. Feel free to use that measurement to believe in a sphere if you want to. Believe whatever you like.
Must be a little bit strange once they realise that the globe measurements are all derived from flat Earth measurements. I mean, basically a globe destroyer there straight away, isn't it? I mean, the whole world must be falling apart in front of them.
It's called pain relief.
Sick of hearing it. I'm sick of hearing numpties who are so high and mighty and think they're intellectually superior to the people around them, telling them that scientists have gone to space to take measurements. I mean, I don't know about those measurements. I'm sure they're out there. Go Google them. That was what he said. You crazy nutter. You think that men have been to a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to take photos from the sky vacuum of the gas below them, not expanding into the vacuum? No. And you think they are scientists? Or people who observe natural phenomena and then formulate hypothesis to actualize it with experimentation, the same category error in your claim measurement?
That is
No,
the
dum-dum.
scientific
You
method,
don't know
right?
what science is, dum-dum. There's some more Globers still on the panel listening to me tear a strip off you as a flat earther, telling you how Earth is measured for your fundamentalist religious sphere belief. Pointing out how stupid it is to believe in gods flying around in a sky vacuum looking back at gas-defying natural law in their photos you're not taking. How much faith you must have in these men in the sky vacuum. Pathetic. Trusting zealot globe believers with your belief. Let's make that clear. It's your belief. You'll need my measurements that prove Earth is flat to get to that belief. I hope that's clear.
Nathan, the funny thing is, QE posted a picture. It's a carpenter measuring like a 2x6, and it says, according to global logic, this man is doing science. And this guy comes in with that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He was quite proud to say that scientists have been to the sky vacuum to take measurements. What a clown. What clowns these zealot globe believers are. Demonstrably stupid with their declarations. How it must feel belittling to be told with demonstrable proof of their stupidity just how stupid they are. I would suggest that you start discussing my tone that is righteous when I belittle your stupidity.
This is cringy. I'll see y'all later.
One down.
What they forget is we've spent 10 years discussing the argument, so we get to the point where we understand how Earth is actually dealt with, to the point where we can say Earth is measured flat. And
you should become an
surprisingly,
astronaut and
being
prove
dealt with-
everybody wrong. Fucking do it.
Again, sorry, NA.
Become an astronaut and prove everybody wrong then.
Become an astronaut and travel to a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum where I can view gas not filling space, violating that natural law. Is that where I should go, NA?
Or not.
Seems like you started talking before I'd finished my sentence there,
Well,
NA.
you're
Are
gonna
you going to
ramble
be
on
just
for
as
like 20
unreasonable?
fucking
It
minutes
seems
and
me
I'm not-
pointing out that you started talking before me finishing my sentence has required a moderator to stop you doing it again, NA. It would seem that you don't like
Calm
tolerating the
down.
end of a sentence, NA. I'll just
Calm
say that
down.
again. Your claim put to me, rumpus in rebuttal, was that I should become an astronaut and travel to, I'll give my rebuttal again, hopefully unimpeded, travel to a violation of natural law to view gas not filling space, directly violating the second law of thermodynamics. That is to say, You would need to refute that statement.
Are you done talking?
Yeah, yeah. Fuck y'all, man.
Yeah. I
Nathan,
would show
Nathan,
my
are you
tone by
sleeping?
swearing at me too. I'm sorry,
Nathan,
maybe you
Nathan,
can
are you
assess
done
my
talking?
tone when you can hear my glee. Can you hear my glee as your response is to tell me to fuck off? No, mate, the sky is not a vacuum. I'll now conclude in victory, given that your response is to tell me to fuck off. Now, the sky's not a vacuum to travel to as an astronaut. People who claim you're gods, the ones you have faith in, the ones you believe have taken pictures from this second law of thermodynamics violation, they're liars. They can't take pictures of gas not filling space because gas fills space. Not going to be in the space the gas could be filling but isn't to take pictures of it. That's a violation of natural law. Not that you're experiencing this violation of natural law, only your gods in a sky vacuum akin to Narnia, somewhere that doesn't exist for me to go to as an astronaut. Consider your crap rebutted, NA. Jolly good. Meanwhile, we're still measuring Earth flat, and you will still require those measurements to believe in a sphere to have a sky vacuum around.
Measurements? Like, isn't that the whole point of fucking calculus?
You not swear at me?
I
You want to just
didn't
take a
swear at you.
little bit of a chill pill? Stop swearing
I
at
can
me. Get a
cuss while
little
I
bit of a
speak, but
control
it's
on
not
your
cussing.
rage.
I can.
Got no
I can,
justification to be swearing at me, okay?
it's not at you, sir. I would expect a British man to know that at least.
Sky vacuum. Combo. Sky vacuum.
Yeah, you can say that all you want.
Okay, I'll say it again, hopefully unimpeded. The sky is not a vacuum, it's a violation of natural law. This stupid man that said I could go to a violation of natural law and become a lying astronaut would require him to start talking at the end of my victory dance? No, NA. I can just say it because it's a law of nature. It's not just Nathan Oakley who you're going to presumably attack personally based on me just saying it. No, it's a law of nature. Gas fills space, it's called entropic dispersion. I understand that me detailing that, which you think is just me saying it, would require you, like you are now.
I don't
to my
think you know what the fuck you're talking
You're very
about.
triggered and very, very, very painfully interrupting for the fourth time. Yeah? You've had to be server muted, NA, because I was taking my little victory dance and you thought that in your pain and frustration, you should chant through the fact that it's entropic dispersion, gas filling space. Not just me saying it, that was your last rebuttal. You can just say, I did, I'm now repeating it. Shockingly, with you rumpusing it. Because it's the end of your bleeding argument, Dumbo. I can't become an astronaut and go to Narnia. I mean space. Because gas would be filling the space I'm in to take pictures of a, what, cloudy ball below me, violating natural law. No, mate. Fourth time's a charm. Yeah, I'm just saying that again, in case you use the same rebuttal. I am just saying it. Saying it and winning.
You're
Having a
not
good
presenting-
chuckle at how stupid your fundy sphere belief is.
So do you just not present evidence here? Is that like something we just don't do?
Natural law, second law of thermodynamics, that's my evidence. Gas fills space, it's called entropic dispersion. Saying I haven't presented the fact that gas fills space, entropic dispersion being my standard of evidence that I have presented.
So
Was
we're
that
just gonna-
hand wave? Was that a little hand wave dismissal? Like I haven't presented anything, NA. Ruffles his hair, bless his little cotton socks. I have, son. I presented you, but you're slow and didn't hear it.
I think you just keep
Entropic
talking.
dispersion. It seems my repetition of that which you thought didn't come your way needs you to talk through it. Maybe if you talk through it, it won't be repeated where you were too stupid to hear it the first time. Entropic dispersion, son.
And what does that
Debunking
do?
a space that gas... And interruption's a charm, right, NA? It won't be painfully devastating if you just talk through it.
You
Right.
keep
No,
talking.
mate. Entropic
Are you
dispersion,
done?
fourth time's
Are
a
you
charm.
done?
Fourth
Are you
time's a
done?
charm. NA can't cope. Oh, he's had to be server moderated. 4 times is enough for the server to get involved with his fundamentalist religious sphere belief that cannot be tolerated when he's hand waved it 3 times. It's just what I'm saying. No, it isn't. You haven't presented any evidence. Yeah, I have. I'm doing it again now as you chant through it. Entropic dispersion, NA. Hello?
So, tell me what you think entropic dispersion is.
Gas filling space, like I've already detailed multiple times to you. Are you capable of hearing?
Oh, no, you're applying it to gas.
I'm asking
I don't
you a
think
question
it's specific
based
to
on the fact
gas,
that
right?
you've asked me the same thing and asked me to expand on something. No pun intended. Gas expansion.
Entropic dispersion.
No pun
just means-
intended. I'm still talking. You've asked me
I'm
to
not
repeat
talking.
it. I'm down. Oh, bless. Is this painful, little bull believer? Oh, bless. You've had to be server moderated again. Yeah, being so triggered that a flat earther's taking a giant steaming dump on your sky vacuum I was expected to go to as an astronaut. No, mate. No, you've had that crapped all over. Just chanting through me won't wash.
Are you done? Can I speak now?
Is that a question? Oh, I'll answer your question. No, I'll take another little victory dance as you've invited it by asking me if I'm done. Definitely not. Asking if I'm done after I've clearly concluded my statement 4 times will lead me to say, if you're too stupid to not recognise when I'm done, I'll reiterate my point again. No, I'm not, mate. Thanks for asking. Clearly not done because you still think there's a response? No, there isn't. Gas fills space. You can't go to that space and watch it not fill it. That's what gas does. What's the standard of evidence, I wonder?
I guess gravity's not fucking
Second
real.
law
Right?
of thermodynamics. Definitely going to get chanted through. Definitely going to be the last time he gets to talk to me. Goodbye. Your time is done. You had nothing. Would ask. No, it's all marvelous. That you don't swear, in all sincerity. I'm about to go out to a live YouTube audience. There might be kids watching in the audience. I don't want to offend them and have loads of people moaning at me. Please do not swear. That's all I ask.
Yes. He's doing the intro.
Welcome. Flat Earth Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, Crypti, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by Neil, Wandek, and a whole bunch of people in the 24/7 politics Flat Earth Debate Discord server. So welcome, one and all.
Morning.
Greetings, everybody.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to be a bit more lethargic in terms of how the show runs today because it is absolutely boiling hot here in the UK today. So as a result, I can't have my projector down. Second screen is out of the question. It's just too hot. So for that reason, I'm just going to be running on one screen, and that will mean things take longer, or I won't do any transitions or sharing, one or the other. It's already been a fairly ferocious day in the pre-show over on Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server. Lots of fundamentalist religious zealots having their asses handed to them by flat earthers, only to be told that their tone needs to be addressed. It's been good fun, as it always is. I have to give the disclaimer to those of you who are unfamiliar of us being here on a Friday. We only have one purpose. That is to say, to convert the entire flat earth community into an understanding that we no longer need to defend how the globe doesn't work on the back foot. Declaring that the Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, navigatably flat is a demonstrable fact that we can move forward on the front foot with measurements of Earth being flat. Furthermore, if you end up in the defensive position to have to argue against somebody who believes they're on a sphere, point out how their sphere belief comes from a flat Earth measurement in the first instance, because it does. That's what we're here to do. Point out to flat earthers you don't need to defend the globe. Let them postulate it in the positive first, and then defend it if you have to. If you're piping up, tell them Earth's measured flat, as it is. That's why we're here. Feel free to challenge us in any way you see fit if you're on the other side, or if you have any belief. Concaver, fairy tale earther, Etherian, whatever you may be. Shout out to Flat
Nathan,
Earth
is
Travolta.
measurement science?
No, it's not. It's a category error. Shout out to Flat Earth Travolta. Shout out to the fundies. Thanks for the entertainment. Indeedy do. I'm not going to put your super chat up. I've only got one screen. Sorry. If you super chat, it won't appear on screen. I will chat. I will read it though. I spent a good solid 40 minutes in the politics server just listening to how things went. It's pretty good, got to be honest. Globe defenders do what they normally do, come with their noses in the air like they're talking down to every single stupid flat earther out there. And then they talk about how reality is a subjective subject. You're like, oh my god. What have we come into? Well, the belief is that we've got a pizza pie or something. Same old, same old. Please share the show. We're in politics server in case you've just got here. 50 people odd watching. No AJ today.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
That's fine. I mean, we've got Albarica.
Sure do. What's going on, Nate?
We're slaying it in the pre-show.
I mean, this is no competition when they just bring rhetoric and subjective things to debate.
Want
Is that one more time?
When they bring
unmuted yet?
When they bring rhetoric and their subjective mind practically, because they have no grasp on reality.
They've got firm belief, but they in their mind that's a really strong belief that can be stacked up in false dichotomy against flat earthers and their beliefs that they tell them that they've got. Well, you say you're on a pizza pie. No, I don't. You jumped in. That was where you jumped in, Albarica. Like, I mean, you had to shut the other.
Wait a second. I didn't hear any of that. When was that?
I was hanging around. I didn't want you interrupting it. I've got to be honest now. I'll just tell it like it is. I wanted to sit back and listen to how things went. Subtly, without you going, I need a flat earth for that, or whatever you'd have done. No doubt.
I would not have interrupted it.
I told you off yesterday, Neil, literally within the last 24 hours. And you went away. Did you not? You not recall?
But not in the pot. No. I went away because the connection was horrible. Told you I'm driving and I don't have the same connection That's number one. Number two, when we're into politics, I hardly say anything. So don't misrepresent me like that, because you piss me right off.
Whatever. There was a guy in there, Ego something or other, who I was like, yeah, cheering for him, because the guy starts representing it as a false dichotomy with a flat earth belief, and the guy's like, sod this. And he just chimed in and was like, no, I'm going to stop the guy. And Alberic was like, well, you need to let him get to the end of his claim. And I thought, well, fair enough, that is the rules in this server. So eventually he yielded. But I thought, no. And then literally within a couple of minutes, someone else was piping up going, there's a difference between an interruption and an interjection. An interjection's valid. And you're like, yeah, what, like Strawman in his position, telling him he's got a flat earth belief when he knows damn well it's measured flat? Yeah, that then rebuilt itself into a new false dichotomy. Well, the flat earther now knows it's flat. Once that's got pointed out, the flat earther's happy, and Ego, whatever his name was. Sorry, guys, I'm not familiar with you, so if you're still here, Ego, I'm not intentionally trying to talk about you in the third person.
It's all good.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I was right behind you, mate. Like, bugger this. Why is he telling me I've got a belief? I haven't.
There's a constant battle.
Why so early they're so feisty.
There's a kind of a constant...
Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd have been a lot more stroppy. You eventually took the direction from Alberic, which I'd have been stroppy about. I'd be like, no, I'm right. How dare he strawman me with a flame of belief? But on the other hand,
I was pissed, and I was rightfully pissed.
Yeah, and I was right behind you, gritting my teeth, thinking, especially when it then got repositioned to, well, okay, fine, flat earther knows it's flat. The Glober knows it's flat. No, he doesn't. I was listening, so I didn't interject. Had I have interjected, I'd be like, no. Belief the Glober has is based on the measurements that lets the flat earther interrupt righteously to tell you you're strawmanning him. He knows it's measured flat, and he knows the globe's based on those measurements, making the globe the belief and the measurement the righteous indignation for this guy's interruption. You can become a member. Like Jardo. Thank you for the super chat, Jardo. Politics Discord sucks. Been locked out for 2 months. No email, phone, verification works. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jardo. It's not a bad server. I mean, your disdain is because you're having issues with it, but it is a great server. I've had so much fun this morning. And they share their pain.
But they've been telling us for years that it was flat. We just caught on late, if you think about it. And you go back to the old shows. They were always telling us it was flat.
Yeah, they had to. That's the only way it can be measured. Shout out to Flat Earth Travolta, who gifted 5 memberships out. Uncle Ben, Random Hero, Matrix Media, Hit Ted, 1949, Len Lennox, and TB all got gifted a membership. So you can check out that ferocious discussion, followed by me shutting it all down by putting them in the place with proof of Flat Earth. As a member, that'll come out after this is all done and dusted, so check it out. Also, shout out Misfit, FB850. Last guy's globe evidence was NA. That was a guy who was talking just before the live show started. He just started swearing at me. It was great. Like I say, I'm having a lot of fun. Give it the super chat. I am fucking exhausted, Neil.
What's
Well, we're putting a lot of work in.
I'm
What
working.
temperature have you got, Nathan, over there?
Temperature? I have no idea. Hey Siri, what temperature is it here in Leamington Spa? 27 degrees. Feels like a lot harder than that to me. I've got to be honest, I thought it would be higher than that. It's really hot. The sweat's pouring off me. Anyway, that's a bit gross. No one needs to know that. What,
27.
how is it there? Say again?
27, Nathan. Fair income. That's when I take my jumper off.
Okay, I'm sure it's hotter than that in New Zealand. So what?
Shots fired.
Doesn't even faze me anymore.
Damn.
New Zealand, Australia, same thing.
Ade says Neil has the timing of a panda. Thank you for the super chat.
John Doe can get away with that because he buys me a membership. Thank you, John Doe. Let him in politics. What's going on?
He's a troublemaker. Chocolate. How you click OK if you're there? Probably not.
Back to that, though, it's not difficult to understand. I mean, probably a young child could understand that gas will fill space. I mean, what's so difficult to understand about that?
No, see, one deck, my children are not getting it because the indoctrination. I went through this with them yesterday. They would rather deny natural law because of what they were indoctrinated with.
I really don't like either of your tone.
Well, that's the only thing you can say, really. Because you will need a container for pressurized gas to be present to register the pressure. You're going to need that container. Yeah,
it's a bit
and
weird.
The pressure will fill that container, and then you're also going to need a container for a vacuum state. Yeah, you need a container for a vacuum. You need a container for pressure. What you won't have is pressure inside the container and a vacuum adjacent to each other. That won't happen.
On the one day I've not got the text chat up, Jardo's just gifted 10 memberships. So thank you first and foremost to Jardo for gifting all those memberships. TB, Christian, who else got one? Click OK. Oh, obviously Click OK is watching a lot. Got a membership, Click OK. On the panel at the moment. Anton, Wade, 3 Clip, Horn Dole 1. Is that right? Wow. Okay. Endless, OBE lines, unindoctrinated, or however you say that, I'm sorry. Pablo and QREC have all got free memberships. Ooh. Also, thank you to Mario Knows. He says, lest we forget observable phenomena. Shoo! Thank you for the super chat. I really wish I had these on screen. I'm almost tempted to fire up the projector, but I would just pass out. That was the other thing. I was almost passing out in the heat.
Deck was saying.
Again, sorry, Neil.
Get back to what One Deck was saying about the gas pressure. My son turned around and said to me, because you don't understand quantum physics. Oh, what does that have to do with it?
On One Deck.
I don't understand quantum physics. I don't understand it, but I do understand that you will need a container for the gas pressure, and you will need a container for a vacuum. You won't have a vacuum state and a pressurized state in the same container.
We do know that the atmosphere bleeds out into space, though. Like, we know that.
What?
Yes, it does.
Do we?
Yes. It's just a bit different. Like, we have a
That's right,
magnetosphere. Protects the fucking atmosphere from being stripped away.
Number one, please don't swear.
I'm sorry. I'm an old grunt. I'm an infantryman. I'm used to cussing when I talk.
It's fine. You're saying, we know gas, did you say, leaks into space? Yeah, that's called entropic dispersion. It does, yeah.
So if we know that, and so do you think that gas has weight to it?
Did I say that?
No, I'm asking you.
Did I say it?
No, am I not allowed to ask you questions?
I say gas fills space, you've just agreed with me. Yeah, we'd all be dead if the sky was a vacuum.
That's not the question.
It's not overcoming it. Asking me if gas has weight.
Let me interject and
you
reiterate.
You chant through me responding. You've pushed me for an extra response, and now you're chanting through me. Okay, you've pushed me, so I'm now going to respond and expand. Like gas into spaces. We'd all be dead if the sky was a vacuum. Because in the heliocentric, nonsensical world of sphere Earths derived from flat Earth measurements, you'd have the first gas particle departing from the ground in an upward vector, and it would never return, because it'd have nothing to collide with. And so would the second gas particle come out of the ground, go into the 10 to the minus 17 Torr vacuum that you think the sky is, and it would never return. Because that's what gas does. Travels at a high velocity in whatever vector it's travelling in until it collides with something. So, given that the heliocentric, nonsensical world of sky vacuums has no containment to form gas pressure, it's not a case of we'd lose some of the already in existing pressure doesn't have containment, we lose some of that to space. No, we'd never have developed gas pressure because there's nothing for it to press on in your world of a sphere in a sky vacuum. That debunks the sky vacuum. There is no sky vacuum to take pictures of gas, not filling it. Nor can you automatically assume that, well, the sphere does have gas at pressure and just some of it leaks into the 10 to the minus 17 to a vacuum. No, it would all disperse. That's what gas does. I assume from the fact that the server mods have put him on mute that he couldn't listen to that.
No, I think he deafened himself when he started talking.
He deafened himself. You're telling me he literally stuck his fingers in the ears rather than listening to me pointing out that we'd never develop gas pressure because all of the gas would come out of the ground and vacate in whatever vector, never colliding with everything, never developing gas pressure. He just stuck his fingers in his ears, did he?
That was a lot of words that said nothing.
That your rebuttal? That was a lot of words. Would you like me to simplify it for you? Is it too complicated? Too many words? No problem. No problem. NA, I heard you. Yeah, when you give a rebuttal like that's a lot of words as opposed to no, entropic dispersion doesn't debunk a sky vacuum, I'll take at face value what you said to me. That's a lot of words. I'll simplify it. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature.
So do you think that gas or gases have weight?
Did I say that? Or did I
I'm asking you. I'm not saying that you said it. I'm asking you.
Same thing, and when I respond, he's going to chant through the obvious rebuttal that he's already had twice. So when I start replying to his question that's been repeated, that I've already addressed, I didn't make a claim about it. What I did make a claim about is being ignored with this non sequitur question. Given that I haven't made a claim about it, you're asking me to, in essence, trying to flip the burden. This isn't my claim. I don't need to justify anything about how gas behaves. And now he's chanting through me. Let's try that again without the fundamentalist religious zealot who's ignored my rebuttal 3 times and now wants a new question, non sequitur, based on a claim I'm not making. By the way, for the audience's benefit, Nathan's not making a claim. He says gas fills space. No, that's an entropic law. Meanwhile, the positive claim is that the sky is a vacuum. I do not make this claim. I debunk it with gas dispersion. I don't have to answer any questions beyond that. I don't care how you describe gas, and if I haven't described it in a particular way that you need to describe it as, I'm not going to be asked about it because I'm not making this claim. I'm debunking your sky vacuum with dispersion of gas, a law of nature. That's all I want to hear about in rebuttal. Not a new straw man that I haven't described about how much mass it's got or whether it's got weight. I haven't claimed it. It's not part of my claim because I am not claiming this as my claim. It's a refutation of a sky vacuum. Hope that's clear.
I think this is a one-sided argument that is not going to go
Yes.
anywhere.
Yeah, 'cause I win.
I'm not done talking. Can I finish talking, please?
It's a one-sided
I feel like
argument.
I'm
You
not
think
done
it's gonna go
talking. Can I
nowhere.
finish
That's-
talking,
that's-
please? This is bad faith, dude.
Good.
You are bad faith.
Good, but you've already said
This is
something,
bad
which
faith,
is it's
dude.
a
I'm out.
one-sided argument. No, it
No.
isn't. You've misrepresented the situation. I'm now going to immediately interject and say it's not a one-sided argument. He claimed I could become an astronaut and go to space. I can't because the gas that we're looking back on as an astronaut would fill that space. You had an argument that I could become an astronaut. I said you can't because gas fills space. That's not a one-sided argument. That was your rebuttal. I've just taken a big steaming dump on the crap that you replied with. That doesn't mean I'm going to be talked through because you feel it's unreasonable after telling me it's a one-sided argument. No, it's a two-sided argument. You lost. You lost when I pointed out how gas behaves. You asked me if gas had weight, which isn't a rebuttal. It's non sequitur. I didn't claim it. It's the 4th time I pointed it out. I respond to every word you say. You straw man and non sequitur away from my actually rebutting your sky vacuum. That's all that's happening here. So it's a two-sided argument. You lost. No sky vacuum to look back at Earth to have pictures of it, because you're looking back at gas not filling space. That's me winning this two-sided argument. Is last rebuttal that no, it's just one-sided. No, I heard I was supposed to become an astronaut from some dickhead. He didn't understand dispersion and entropic laws of nature. Some moron, some complete Burke. Had a side to his crap, he claimed. And then there was the second side, my side, the winning side. The side that made him look like a Burke. I mean, by hand-wave dismissal, I was told it was only one-sided. It's not like I'm refuting the sky vacuum that I could be flying into as an astronaut, as he put to me. No, he didn't get a chance, did he? Jumbo, you lost.
Well, we can ask a housekeeping question. Is there any evidence you can have gas pressure without containment?
No. It's an antecedent consequent relationship. Without a container to press on, you can't make pressure. That's what pressure is.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm confused. It does sound like a one-sided argument because his first statement out the gate was a concession that gas leaks into the vacuum.
Yeah, prior to that, he'd told me to become an astronaut and go to space. It was just in the pre-show.
I didn't hear that.
Well, he agrees, Chocolate. Gas fills space.
They start by throwing your rebuttal at you, like somehow repeating your rebuttal makes it a refutation of the position. Like them saying, yeah, it's okay, so we measure Earth flat, and then we derive the geometric... Oh, whoa, stop. We measure Earth flat. Yeah, we measure Earth flat, and then we derive with calculations the geometric sphere edge that you idiots don't believe is there when we see it in the maths and then claim it's the horizon. Sorry, stop. We measure Earth flat, right? Surface level. Yeah. They keep throwing it back at you like somehow it's a rebuttal. Okay, so gas... You all understand that gas does fill space? You lose a certain amount of gas to space. Yeah, we understand gas fills space. Yeah, that's why we'd all be dead if we lived in the sphere, stupidity. He's offering it back like it's somehow a way of assuming we do have a little bit of gas pressure pressing on nothing. And just some of it goes into the sky vacuum. But the rest, we're all cool breathing without containment. No, that's not a rebuttal.
I mean, no disrespect to the housekeeping questions, but I think nowadays these are statements now. It's not how can you have gas pressure without containment. We should be stating you cannot have gas pressure without containment. There's no question to be asked.
That's true.
I agree.
I agree. It's a statement of fact. You can't deny an antecedent consequent relationship. Oh, of course you can have gas pressure without a container. What's it press on? Just stupid. It's a nonsensical statement. Their whole religion's based on it. Of course we can have gas not filling the space. We can go into the space. The rocket can go into the space. But the gas travelling at high velocities in all directions, filling volumes in line with entropy, it just doesn't fill the volume. Yeah, of course, we can have a black bit that's 10 to the minus 17 torr next to clouds. No worries. No, you can't. Complete violation of dispersion law. Gas behaviour.
You don't understand quantum physics.
Got nothing to do with quantum physics.
Nathan, since he left, I figured I would look up what weight is so that we could define it, and it actually ends up being somewhat of a begging the question fallacy. From Oxford Languages, a body's relative mass, or the quantity of matter contained by it, giving rise to a downward force, the heaviness of a person or thing. So I don't even know if weight is clearly defined or if it even exists.
You've by reading it, you've spotted what they're trying to do when they try to invoke weight. If they can invoke weight, it can suggest that gas goes down. Well, because it's got weight, by definition, it's going down. No, gas comes out of the ground and moves away from it. That's what it all does. It's all created at ground level and moves its way up. Well, it gets thinner and still needs to be at pressure, and it needs to be pressing on something. There's less up high because there's no factories in the sky producing gas. It's all done on the ground. So obviously you've got a higher concentration there. It doesn't alter the antecedent of containment that must be there to press on to make a pressure, to then make a pressure gradient. They appeal to, well, gas has got weight. So in their mind, it goes up to the Kármán line, eats a few cakes, defies gas law by changing direction, violating the third law of thermodynamics. It's all garbage. We were writing about that yesterday in the book. So at some point, Adam's like, you need to put a little anecdote in. So the publisher of the book said, you need some anecdotes, like things that have happened on the show, or stories that we come up with, and this was one of them. Adam's like, well, you just need to rattle off your version of the rebellious gas particles. That's to say they're sort of structured as being feminists. I don't know why that happened, by the way, why they became feminists, burning their bras. It's just the defiance aspect, I think, like the suffragettes. Like they're defying law of nature that is entropic law, second law. So we say they're burning their bras in defiance of the second law of thermodynamics. They get to the Kármán line and go, no, I will not be governed by this law of nature. No, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to eat some cakes. I'm going to gain weight. I'm going to go down, go boom boom, go splash splash. No laws governing me. I'm an independent gas particle. I'm going to earn my own living. I'm going to go up the career ladder. Be a strong and independent gas particle. Or eat cakes and go down, go boom boom. Either way. I'm in charge of my destiny. The second law of thermodynamics does not govern what I do as a gas particle. You hear me? I am sentient. I'm a strong, empowered particle. Rhetoric got so expanded upon. We had Darth Particle and all sorts coming into that story at some stage. It was getting really crazy how much it got expanded out.
Are you keeping the book to the questions of the housekeeping, Nathan, or you think maybe it's a good idea to change it to a factual statement?
It's funny you should ask. Have you by any chance been involved in some of the editing process by any chance, One Deck? Yeah, you have. I know you have. Yeah, basically, the book was being written last year, and at the time, housekeeping was the most prevalent thing, and the book was even originally at one stage titled that, Housekeeping. It's not now. But after 1st Jan 2024, it's like our attitude's taken a bit of a fundamental change. The way the book was structured suddenly kind of it wasn't current. It went out of date before it was published. So we've had to make some fundamental changes. So, I don't know, about a month or two ago, I was like, yeah, it'll come out in a few weeks. It's like, well, because it's written. But that will never see the light of day now, because it's been adjusted. It's been changed into much more in line with a 2024 narrative. We have kept the structure to explain housekeeping. A lot of the chapters have still got the titles they originally have, which are housekeeping names. And we do go through them. But now it's got more of a spin on how Earth is measured flat, and even the chapter order. So in terms of measuring Earth flat, the order was changed fundamentally. So now we've got elevation angle measurement being the first discussed housekeeping question, and then the idea, although this change hasn't been done yet, is that the end chapter, all of which is pretty much written, it's just being rewritten, will be the Black Swan. So there's like a lot of work went into that chapter just yesterday by Adam and QE, and as much as it pains me to watch this, because they're stripping my book back and rebuilding it, and I'm like I'm going up the wall, which is why I'm so exhausted. I'm climbing the walls with my nails and trying to keep my temper as in check as I can, without losing all of my friends around me while I'm screaming at them. But it's a stressful thing to do. On the other hand, right, so there's the negative bits out of the way. This will be an exceptional book. I'm not just saying that because it's mine, but it's going to become more of a reference. That is to say, where it was a bit more of a story about housekeeping, it will become a journey through cited references to back the fact Earth's measured flat in more detail than it previously had. So as much as maybe might be 80 pages of actual story, the rest of the book, maybe if it's 150 pages, say for the sake of argument, it's all going to be glossary, i.e. where the expanded references are, and the citations from them interjected into the text. So as you're going through, for example, housekeeping questions about the Black Swan, or housekeeping questions about the R value, or housekeeping questions about elevation angles, it's explaining with an explicit lean on how we would argue in 2024. So I'm pleased because it's going to be a better product, actually quite a lot better product, because of how high the reference standard's gone up since QE's specifically got involved. So where we'd be like, or I would be like, referencing a wiki citation, it's like, well, I've got this from this college, or I've got this from this university. That's better. And it is. It just raises the bar, along with, obviously, lots of paraphrasing and various changes and alterations to the actual text and story that's trying to be told by me, by people who are around me, who've all helped to change the editorial. So where previously it was mine and I hadn't necessarily offered up that much credit to everyone around me, it's been more generic. That will also change. I haven't told any of the people who are currently helping me rewrite it, but that needs to alter. I need to specifically mention certain people. Definitely not Neil.
That's funny.
Did it?
Hey, listen, Nate.
Yes,
Did I miss the punchline? I think I did.
Ed? I go shout out Jardo. Chocolate. Go ahead, Chocolate.
I was just going to say, Nathan, if you wanted to, use the Earth is the globe is flat poem in the book, you're quite welcome to use that.
I mean, you should be publishing this stuff. You should be writing a book of poems, getting it published.
Yeah, this is housekeeping.
Either way, I mean, I'd be flattered if I can. I'll certainly suggest it next time we're editing it, and see how that goes down. I mean, I'm flattered, absolutely flattered. That's your work. You need to. We'll get into it another time. We're in a foreign server, in a live stream. This isn't the time, One Deck, but I am flattered that you'd even offer. Thank you. Shout out to Jardo. Your book, please don't use the word they without defining that term. One whole paragraph, use that term. If you can't define they, then you'll have to delete that paragraph. Okay? I'll bear that in mind, Jardo. Thank you for the super chat. Might be that you've watched one of the after shows where I've intentionally leaked a bit of the editing process. But contextually, there's a good chance, Jardo, that we have identified who they are for each chapter. So don't worry too much. But it's going to be gone through with a fine-tooth comb. Don't you worry.
Just to, I'm only going to read. This isn't a poem, by the way, or anything. I just wrote something down because QE asked me to write it down, and it was just something that something I've always known about how the celestial sphere is. The celestial sphere. It's like a perspective view of the skies. Appears like a dome. I've always known that since we've spoke about it on the show. But something clicked with me the other day when 10th was in describing the rectangle and the pie slice and how they've used that and brought it down, and something just thought I just thought, cheeky buggers doing this, how have they got away with this? Something else just clicked in my head, and I said something on the show the other night, and QE said write that down, so I wrote it down, what I was trying to get across. So it's not a poem, but it was basically, blows my mind how they hijack this perspective of the celestial dome heavens, then bring this perspective of a curved dome down to a flat earth, to then create a globe model that doesn't account for perspective and replaces perspective with curvature, when perspective was used in the first instance to create the non-perspective earth curve model.
Good summary. Exceptional.
I have no clue what you just said, dude.
Got no clue what you just said?
He said the sky was reverse engineered from the flat Earth.
I can easily break that down. The summary was good, I know, because I can give the expansion. What One Deck's basically summarising is measurement of an angle to a star that's directly above your head would be 90. Measurement of a star sitting on the horizon would be 0. Measuring a star behind you on the opposite horizon would be 180. Well, that view is a protractor around you. What you're actually viewing is a flat sky and a flat ground, and you're creating a dome around you with the angles that you see the stars through that protractor with. That creates a hemispherical view of the north, called celestial hemispherical view. You can do the same with the south and create the celestial sphere. For now, we'll focus on the north only. You've got a hemispherical view, like I described. Star on each horizon, star above you, 0 through 180, 90 being directly above you, 0 at each horizon, 0 and 180. That can then be transposed from the projected points through the protractor back onto the ground with a projected star-based map between you on a flat plane and the stars you just measured. That's a globe projection. So now you've got you standing in the middle of what was formerly a protractor just measuring the angles, called the globe. You're in hell, the globe's wrapped around you, and the celestial sphere is wrapped around that. And then the points that you see the star from hell through the globe at correspond with a point on the globe. So your Earth measurement turns into a perspective view that turns into a celestial sphere that then turns into a globe that you can then stand inside to measure these points. Now, the radial value that you've converted to give you that sphere can be used in an Earth curve mathematics to claim that the derivation of a flat Earth measurement of surface level when raising in altitude and calculating the difference from eye level parallel with it will give you an Earth curve below surface level. Only if you ignore perspective and do it in an orthographic manner. So to conclude, you've taken a perspective view of the world to give you the points through the protractor to turn into a globe to be standing in to measure those points that you measured with perspective to create the globe that you're not standing on, you're standing in, to suggest that those points are a map that has a surface that you could be standing on, to claim that the horizon is below the surface level you are measuring and dealing with when you measure the perspective of the stars. Ergo, they've ignored the perspective they created the model and inferred Earth curve with to remove it with a orthographic view and suggest that a flat Earth measurement and derivation from eye level can give you a non-perspective view of an Earth curve based on the perspective you measured in the first place. One Deck summary was far more concise. Well done, One Deck. That was epic.
You got all of that out of that? They just
That was a
hijacked
lot of
perspective.
spaghetti.
Yes,
That
he
was a lot of
detailed every
spaghetti.
point I just went through. Say it again, One Deck. You detailed every single point I just went through.
How would I do that in its spaghetti logic? Like what?
What you got to do is believe you're on a globe. I agree.
I
Spaghetti
believe
logic.
in gravity. Do you?
Noodle brain.
A belief. If you have a
Just
belief
one guy at a
system,
time. Some guy's just piped up and is now talking about gravity. Whoever that was, what's your name?
Yeah, it was me. KP. Gravity.
KP. You can believe whatever you like. If you want to believe in gravity, that's fine. We understand the base premise that gets you to your belief in gravity, which we could explain if you're a tolerant human being and would tolerate us explaining where your belief in gravity comes from. But a belief in a force
I got it
of
when I got my
gravity-
master's. I'm good.
My bad.
I don't need you to
I was
teach me.
obviously finished. You go ahead.
Well, you're trying to teach me something I was already taught by a more intelligent group of people. So
Yeah, you have a PhD in vocal
What I-
burn, bro.
Whoever's off.
What do you have yours
The
in?
guy who I was originally talking to. This AP guy is the only person I want to hear.
it's new.
yeah, you know who I am. Gravity. It's a
I don't know
phenomenon.
who you are. Who are you?
KP.
AP.
Gravity phenomenon. Where it comes from, how does it act on things? It doesn't stop acting when things get large. So the planet we exist on, gravity acts on it. How do you imagine you can get some flat Earth with what, uniform gravity? How does that work?
Which gravity?
Uniform. Generally
It's not a type of
uniform.
gravity. It's not a type of
Like, how
gravity.
do you get that on the flat Earth?
Right. Which type of gravity? The response I heard was uniform. That's not a type of
There's
gravity.
only one type of gravity, and the distribution
There
of
is
it
five.
is uniform.
Incorrect.
That we call it uniform
Stop.
when
Well,
it's
correct you.
uniform.
Stop. Just said one type. Incorrect. 5.
There's 5 different types of gravity.
Yes. Which one are you talking about? You said there's only one. I've now corrected you. There's 5. Do you know which one you're talking about? If not,
don't you
maybe
tell
I
me
can
the
figure it
5?
out based on. If
Yes,
not,
tell me the
if
5.
you don't mind, maybe I can figure out which gravity you believe in based on a
I
few
think it's going to work
questions
the
I've
other
asked
way
you.
around.
I
I'm gonna figure
appreciate
out how you
that.
came
I
up with
appreciate that I'm
5.
still talking and you need to talk through me. The
Talking through me.
the server's not going to tolerate this, AP. If you just keep yammering through the top of me, they'll
That's
eventually
what you're
just shut you
doing,
up.
bro. That's what you're
You
Just
keep
doing.
wait,
yammering through
dude.
me, mate.
Just wait, dude.
Now,
We'll give you a
now
chance.
AE Mia's now piped up. Don't need anybody other than this AP guy. I also do need him to actually listen and not yammer through the conclusion of each of my statements by talking as I'm talking. If that's okay by you, AP. Good. So, AP, which gravity you don't know, it seems, because you only think there's one and you're wrong.
I'm of the position you're in the absolute wrong. So what's your 5? I'll take that position instead. I have more confidence in myself than you.
Not claiming this. You are. So you tell me it's your claim. I'm not going to tell you what the 5 gravities are. I'm not claiming them. You said there's only one.
Well,
you're wrong. Excuse me,
I'm not anticipating your
Rules
answer.
of
I think it's
engagement
going to
have
be
already been
absurd,
defied.
so
This guy's
no
an
need to hear
asshole.
it.
He's decided he's going to talk through the end of my statements no matter what happens. Unreasonable.
You just make
Well, I believe
everything
him,
wordy
sir.
and
Cannot
worthless.
keep his
That's
mouth
the
shut
issue.
while I talk. He's now doing it, and the moderators will have to step in. And there they are, stepping right in, shutting your dumb ass down because you can't tolerate a flat earther pointing out that he knows more about your own claim than you do. You said there's only one. You're surrounded by people who know you're wrong, Dumbo. You're going to challenge me on this. You are wrong. Now, I'm not going to justify what your claim of gravity is by giving you them to you. Yeah? There's enough people around me who know I'm right to shut you down immediately when you tell me I'm wrong because they know I'm not. I'll ask you again. We'll see if you can cope giving an actual answer. Which gravity do you think you have a belief in? Oh, well, that's the end of that conversation then.
That didn't go down very well, did it?
Well, you'd need a horizontal plane of reference to describe down.
Didn't they once say the direction of gravity? I think I heard that in politics one time.
Half the time when people come along and claim gravity, you don't get very far in the conversation before they're railroading you, chanting through you, and telling you there's only one of them, and asking you to tell you what the ignorance they hold has as the other explanations they don't know about. Oh dear. No, these people are very stupid.
I don't really get how you go into how you got confidence in your position, and then literally ask the direct question afterwards, and then silence. How does that work, buddy?
Idiots. Dunning-Kruger, it's called. It's where you think your ability is far higher than what you actually know and have as an ability. Guy goes into his exam going, I've got this. It's easy. Can ace this. Comes out. How'd you do? Fantastic. So well. I know everything. Guy gets an F. That's Dunning-Kruger. That's this guy. I'm going to do really well. Well, what are you going to say about gravity? Gravity. Which one? There's only one. No, there isn't, Dumbo.
Yeah, but Nathan, now, what if there's a new audience member? They're just tuning in. They're not going to understand what's going on.
I don't care. Sorry, is it
to.
my claim? Do I need to educate an audience on a ball believer's version of a gravity that he thinks there's only one of? No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, maybe our opponent, the guy who brought it up, the guy who suggested it and put it to me, could explain it. Oh, no, absolutely not. The guy's a Burke.
Well, he gave us a new gravity, uniform.
Uniform gravity? I told him that wasn't a gravity. He didn't really respond to that either.
I thought he said unicorn.
Maybe. Sorry, man.
All this actually makes sense to me now.
Oh, there's a new guy talking. Sorry, Chocolate. Who's that in Discord?
All good.
Hello, I'm Get Beget. I just wanted to say that it makes sense to me now why they all will be chipped, just like cattle and pets, you know.
Okay, well, I'm glad you know that now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say,
Chocolate was
Dunning-Kruger.
say something.
Say again, Neil.
Chocolate was trying to say something before.
Yeah, chocolate.
Just in response to Neil, he said somebody new turned it on and might not know what's going on, but if depending on the time they turned it on, what they would have heard is a Glober that had confidence in their position, and then go into hibernation when asked a direct question.
Might be looking
That's
it
what
up.
they would.
Be looking it up. It's still here. Still off mute.
And you think if they want to talk about some gravity or whichever gravity he wants to talk about, unicorn gravity or whatever he said, come and talk about it, or just put your thoughts forward and present some evidence on this gravity that you feel is, happening in nature around us.
What's happening now is what happened with my children. He's indoctrinated. He had teachers that were far more educated than Nathan that taught him about this. It's indoctrination.
Yeah, they don't know they're in a cult. Very few people who are in a cult realise they're in a cult, right?
Correct.
You're in a cult. Cult of
And
sky
they get
vacuums.
angry when you try to pull them out.
Yeah, of course. You become the bad guy. You think there's men that go to a sky vacuum? I should believe in your gods. I should become your god and become an astronaut and go to Narnia. Take pictures of gas not filling space. That's silly. That's fundamentalism. That's zealotry. That's being a fundy with a cult that you believe in. Bad.
Yeah. And before you want to talk about, flat earthers are a cult. No. We're just talking about the ground. There's no cult about the ground. Just how we use it, how it's measured. There's nothing culty about it. But your belief in uniform gravity or belief that you could be an astronaut in space in a vacuum, see, all of that sounds quite culty.
Very culty.
On the outside of a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. That sounds a little culty. Sorry.
Just a little bit kooky. Just a little bit bonkers. On a ball in a sky vacuum, thousands of miles an hour. Really? Okay, nutcases. What's that? I'm in a cult. No. When I say Earth's measured flat, or the maps and the journeys and the flying and the boating and the building and no, we measure it flat. Furthermore, your stupid, funny, idiotic sphere belief with you flying around in a sky vacuum, that's made with those flat Earth measurements. But I'm in a cult. Oh, no, you really don't know what's going on here, do you sad individual? You're in a cult. What's that? I should have my children taken off me? Oh, no, that's not at all like a culty response for me telling you how Earth's measured. Right?
Well, I did read an article that they found caves on the moon to protect the astronauts when they go on the moon in the next 5 years.
Right.
So, by 2030, they're going to be on the moon again, Nathan.
Is that right? No, they won't be. They never went to the moon because it involves travelling past high-pressure gas into an area the gas could be but isn't filling, called a sky vacuum at 10 to the minus 17 tour. To travel through it, wave goodbye to gas at the Kármán line. It's all garbage. Gas would fill the area that the plan to be journey to the moon. That's an area of volume the gas can fill. If the rockets can go into it, so can the high-pressure gas.
Oh my god, this sounds like blasphemy. I mean, you guys don't believe that Barbie doll was into space like 2 weeks ago on ISS?
No, it's all they shot it in a movie theater, dude. It's all fake.
They sent 10 Barbie dolls to Actonauts on ISS 2 weeks ago on Barbie doll anniversary.
70th year anniversary, and they show on TV all those ESA and ISS astronauts playing with Barbie dolls on the ISS. Let's do science.
Above globe Earth.
Yeah.
Above globe Earth.
I
That's the
totally
thing.
believe it. I
Anyway,
totally believe
I
it.
guess we're gonna make
Also,
movies
Ken,
until
what
we
about
die,
Ken?
faking it. You know.
Again, SP. Again,
Thank
SP.
God tax dollars are
Sorry?
being used for good.
Hold on a second. The guy we were talking to earlier piped up.
Dude, speak up. You said something about faking movies forever. Speak up.
He said we too.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna keep faking in higher quality the ISS like videos of Earth, and yeah, we're just gonna keep doing that until perpetuity, like thousands of years from now. We're gonna keep doing this stupid shit.
Old guy, old Hoffman, old guy, stop. I want to
Still,
hear
Huss, you
what
sound
the
like
guy's
you're in a
got to say.
blender.
Now he's talking through me. I want to hear what you've got to say, mate. I'm trying to stop the other guy rumpusing you. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, it would seem as like anytime we get like videos above this Earth that show it to be a certain way, you guys are gonna claim it's like doctored or fake. So I guess as the quality of video increases into the future, past 8K and everything, like 400 frames per second, you guys are gonna keep claiming this, I guess, yeah? It's gonna keep working out for you.
Let me know when you're done.
Frames per second.
I wasn't talking
means
to you.
That you can't
I wasn't
fake
talking
it
to you.
anymore.
I wasn't talking to you. Just ask the guy. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
SP.
This highlights
Right.
the absurdity of your position. If it wasn't obvious.
Is this protracted silence you not letting me know that you're done? Have you got more to add?
Yes, sir. That's
Go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's it.
Go ahead if you've got more to add.
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know you were done. No, you see, the ISS is claimed to be looking back at high pressure gas not dispersing into a 10 to the minus 17 Torr vacuum. It's automatically fake. I don't recall me suggesting anything about the quality of imagery. I debunked the area claimed to be photos are taken from. I gave an example with moon travel. Said if the guys can travel to the moon, and the high pressure gas traveling in all directions at high velocity would also fill that space that is claimed to be traveling through on a trip to the moon. The ISS is claimed to be in the sky vacuum. There is no sky vacuum. Gas would never develop pressure. We'd have no gas to breathe. It's not about the image quality. It's about a second law of thermodynamics violation you believe is above your head in the form of a sky vacuum. This ISS to be in. It isn't. It's fake because it's a violation of natural law. Sod all to do with your straw man claim that we say it's about the imagery. Nobody said that. I had, however, multiple times since you've been here
Is that
suggested
it? No
that
Globers
it's a
left?
violation
You
of
guys-
natural law.
That's it?
Now
We're done?
Radwin's chanting through the top of my conclusion and victory dance, it seems. The guy I told not to do it earlier has decided to ruin my victory. No, nobody claimed your straw man that you were offering up there, SP. Nobody talked about quality. I only talked about the second law of thermodynamics violation that the sky vacuum for them to take pictures from would be.
Yeah, space isn't empty and it's not a vacuum. They teach this to middle schoolers. So why are you trying to hold it to the idea of it being a vacuum?
Why does
It's claimed
NASA
to
say
be-
it's 10 to the negative
because it's-
17 Torr?
It's near a vacuum.
It
It's
is-
not a
it-
perfect
yes, it's-
vacuum.
I don't need any help,
Nobody
and I would
said
like to
perfect
respond to the
vacuum
guy's claim
anywhere,
on my own,
anywhere, ever.
Radwin.
And
Thank
then
you,
all
thank
your
you for
posturing
making
is
this
bullshit.
audio chaos where the guy doesn't shut
Nope.
up because you're helping. No, you're not. You're not helping. I'm talking to the SP guy. Don't mute the SP guy. Mute the Radwin guy that's interrupting this. Okay, mate. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. They claim it's 10 to the minus 17 Torr. That's a very high vacuum, categorized by NASA. It's a very high vacuum. 10 to the minus 17 Torr is the claim value. However, that claim is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
You're just afraid to
Still
speak. You
space.
just need to
It's
touch.
just- what the hell is going on? Seems like the guy on my own side's decided he's going to destroy my point. That's the third time he's done it. Radwin, what is the malfunction with you? I've told you, please don't do that. I've got to now address you instead of the guy I'm debating with. Ask you not to do that a fourth time. Right, a fourth time. Hopefully the guy from my own side won't rumpus me again. It is a second law of thermodynamics violation. You said it's not a vacuum. That was your last response. It's a high vacuum. Into the -17 Tor. That claim of a high vacuum, undermining your stupid nonsense crap that it's not a vacuum, is undermined by the second law of thermodynamics, gas-filled space. A space would be 10 to the -17 Tor, as claimed for your sky, claimed to be a vacuum. Hope that's clear.
It's not a perfect vacuum, so it would not adhere to a strict definition of the
Sorry, who said
second law of
perfect?
thermodynamics.
Sorry, is this a straw man?
You didn't say perfect.
Did somebody say perfect? Is this guy now introducing this word to straw man?
Excuse me, sir. I'm noting that you didn't say it while you're pretending I said something the
It seems
fuck
my
else.
interjection's not going to be heard. It's not like I said that word. It's not like me pointing out that it's a straw man, that you've now introduced a new standard that I didn't use. I say the sky's not a vacuum. You say it's not a vacuum. I point out it's claimed to be a high vacuum by NASA, 10 to the -17 Tor. You say it's not a perfect vacuum. So you've now introduced a straw man standard I didn't use. I've overcome your crap. I'm gonna
According to
say
him,
it like it is now.
'cause
I'm
it's
not
not
going
a
to get
perfect
rumpus. I'm
vacuum,
just going to say it like it
entropy
is,
doesn't
hopefully without
exist.
stop fundy interruption, because that's what obviously comes when I win. No, dickhead. Are you deaf? Your garbage that it's not a vacuum was ripped to shreds by a flat earther who's smarter than you. And then I went to NASA, who describe it as a high vacuum. What that did was take a dump on the stupid crap you offered up last time. Now you're offering up a new variation of a straw man I didn't offer. And let it be known for the audience's benefit, this is not enticing a response. His crap has been overcome. His only rebuttal to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, was to say it's not a vacuum. That's been dealt with. What's now left on the table is...
Because you're not letting me
fact.
reply.
Oh, of course, rumpusing, of course. The fact that is a second law of thermodynamics violation won't enable men to take pictures from the ISS. The gas they're picturing below them would fill the space claimed to be a vacuum.
Correct.
Am I allowed to reply? You can't defeat an opponent when you silence them, sir. Hello?
Okay, thank you for your rebuttal. Can you now pop him on
Stop
mute?
swearing.
So I can address
Well,
that?
there wasn't
I'd rather
one
just have
because-
him on mute. He's given his rebuttal, which is by silencing somebody, you can't achieve a win. No, what I did was reiterate my point with you chanting through the conclusion of it. I've
I didn't say
reiterated
a word
it,
while
you've
you
now
spoke.
hand-waved it, ignore
You're
it
just lying
by suggesting that you've been
twice
shut
now.
down while you're chanting through it right now. What you're doing is projecting.
Yeah, because third
You
time's the
chanting
charm.
through the top of me addressing you like you're doing now is you shutting me down.
Does being
Now,
a
your projection
loudmouthed,
has led you to
oblivious
decide
idiot
literally
like
while
work
you're
for you
doing
when
it
you don't?
to suggest that you are being shut down. No, sir. You're projecting literally the very thing you're doing as you're doing it onto me. You're railroading me. What you last stated was not a rebuttal to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, to take pictures from the ISS, your claim, that has been refuted. Your rebuttal so far. It's not a vacuum. It is a vacuum. Furthermore, it's not a perfect vacuum. Straw man. Now it's I'm being silenced. I heard your rebuttals. Number one, it's not a vacuum. Garbage. It was taken a dump on. Second rebuttal, it's not a perfect vacuum. Nobody said it was. That's a straw man. Is this me not hearing you? Is this when you were muted that I heard these things? No, because the third rebuttal, winning isn't shutting me down, was utterly non sequitur because you haven't been on reciting your rebuttals to you. Now I will conclude, hopefully without a further projected interjection over the top of my victory. Gas fills space. Ergo, ISS taking pictures of gas not filling space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Being told it is A, not a vacuum, B, not a perfect vacuum, and C, being shut down, none of those are going to overcome the fact it's a violation of a law of nature called the second law of thermodynamics. I am concluded. You may respond.
Fatality.
He ran. He ran the way.
Oh, he ran like an abject coward bitch.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
shit.
is what fatality does.
Yeah. I'll take a further victory dance for the audience's benefit.
Yes.
From 2024 onwards, this is how it's gonna be. You, the zealot fundamentalist religious globe believer, telling us about your belief, in gravity, telling us about your belief in calculations derived from flat Earth measurements that lead you to the impression you're standing on a spherical surface. We'll be berating you with righteous indignation for the stupidity we have to tolerate from you. Not only the stupidity, the abject ignorance that you hold in lieu of your claimed proof for your belief. It will be demeaned, and your stupidity will be highlighted by flat earthers. And when you run like cowards because you feel that you're going to get away with a win by telling me that you've been shut down while you chant through every demolition of your fundamentalist sphere belief, it's not a win. This is a win. Earth is measured flat.
True. Mr. Nathan, can I say something to you, please?
By all means.
Yeah, I dare to together to actually correct NASA, because NASA themselves are using the term high vacuum fallaciously. NASA itself.
Yeah.
What I'm willing to say is that, to point out, is that the word vacuum is something absolute. It doesn't have a high or low. The action of vacuuming means to extract gas, matter out of something.
That's wrong. That's incorrect. No, that's wrong.
Okay, yeah, I take that. No problem. But in Romania, in physics, the way we learn the language, and Romanian language is a little bit more complex than English. And the word vacuum in Romanian language it means something absolute. So you don't have degrees of comparison like higher or lower. When 10 to the minus 17 torr is a very low air pressure.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. It is
absolutely.
It is, I think, 100,000 of a trillionth of a torr. So that is one very, very, very small fraction above 0 torr. It probably is the smallest fraction we can. I don't think we can actually physically achieve such pressure gauges to measure with this degree of precision. Yeah.
No, well, we can't achieve it. 10 to the minus 6 is all we've achieved in 6 foot thick vacuum chambers.
Yes. So
you need a container for the vacuum itself.
Yeah.
To have a vacuum, you must first have a container. To achieve
Correct.
a vacuum.
Closed or isolated container.
Yeah, that's the whole point of a vacuum.
Yeah.
Differential is what you've just accurately identified. It's the differential in pressure. If you're going to describe it as a vacuum, you're just saying that there's atmospheric, I hate that word, pressure on the outside of a container, and inside there's less pressure than that. That's all it is.
Yeah. So the pump, that action of vacuuming is extracting the air out of the vacuum chamber. So this is an action which leads to achieving a vacuum, but a vacuum actually cannot be achieved. And also, perfect vacuum doesn't exist. It's incorrect grammatically to say it.
Right. We didn't.
Yeah.
It was a straw man.
But the guy said perfect vacuum, and that's grammatically incorrect.
Yeah. I mean, I get kind of what you're saying when you say, you know, low, medium, high. Well, it's completely arbitrary. What you're actually going to describe isn't a variation in a vacuum. That's obscene in terms of what you're actually describing. You're describing how much pressure there is in an availability of volume. It's how many collisions you'd have in a given area if it was contained. You can define it by an area.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that number one would require containment. Number two is a description of the walls and the collision of the gas particles on them and how many there are, or how little there are. Saying high vacuum, what high amount of space that could have a number of amount of, well, then you're into the actual definition, gas particles colliding with a wall to measure. You're like, that's the pressure, though.
Yeah.
I see where you're going. Yeah, and you're right.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm like deeply extremist when it's about using correctly the terms, and people use these terms fallaciously and they have no idea, no clue.
Do want to pass to that Red Wing guy because I had to shut him down while I was talking to the other guy. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's just audio
Carry
chaos
on.
if there's more than one.
Carry on.
Sorry.
It's nice
Sorry for
listening.
Thank you. Yes, you're correct. Radwin, sorry for biting your head off. It's just because of audio chaos, nothing personal.
Oh,
You can
by
hear
the
me.
way, I didn't even hear you at all. So I was talking to Ghost, apparently. I had to restart, and then you all came back, and I heard you going crazy. So I figured I
That's
got
fair.
muted by somebody.
Yeah, that's fine. That happens occasionally. I could just tell by the way you were interjecting something wasn't quite right. There we go. Good. That was fun. That was a fun hour. Time flies when you're having fun, eh?
Also have an interesting challenge for Globers, kind of. Why hasn't there been any vacuum collected from space and brought back down to Earth? Since we haven't
any vacuum collected?
Yeah.
A bucket of it.
That's so crazy. What a great
You're
question.
gonna need a container for that, mate. Hey, you'll need a container for that.
Exactly.
He's just taken what the guy... That was epic. He's taken what the guy just literally said and packaged it up in a nonsensical question. Like, well, if you can't define vacuum because it's only the amount of pressure that's in a given area or how little there is, if you're going to take the original, well, I've got a high vacuum or a low vacuum. All right, go and get me a medium one. Bring it back here.
I've also got some questions about ether. I don't have any positions or anything really. But
okay, I can tell by your caveats that you're not going to punt it to us. You just fine. Go ahead.
I've just been dipping my toes into philosophy of science, and to my understanding, there are fields like electromagnetic fields, and you can't have a field of nothing. Could you school me on why that isn't required, or why it's invalid, or whatever?
What exactly are you claiming, first of all? That we've got magnetic fields. Okay, I'll agree. We do. We use them for pointing compasses and things like that. Okay, so we're in agreement. That's good. Now you're asking me about having nothing or nothing or something? I don't really understand the second part of your question.
Yeah, what is it a field of?
It's an electromagnetic field. That's what didn't I just say this? We use it for compasses.
Okay. Yeah, so what I've been seeing is that what they were saying is that you can't have a field of nothing. So therefore there must be some kind of substance behind it that can have a field. So that's his argument.
Like a magnet.
Well, the magnet isn't where around it. The magnet occupies a small space compared to the whole magnetic field around it.
Am I following you correctly? You're saying if we've got a magnetic field, something must be producing it. Therefore, there must be a magnet, right? Unless you're saying something other than that, I don't really follow.
Well, I'm saying that. So at least to my understanding, you might be completely wrong. I'm not good, but like you can have this in a vacuum. Like you can also have light in a vacuum or very close to a vacuum, like 10 to the minus 6 vacuum. So since there's so little air, there must be something else having these fields. Maybe
The
I
magnet-
shouldn't do this.
No, okay, so, I think I'm following you. You're saying we can have magnetic fields, and it doesn't matter if there's gas particles in the way or not. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like light.
So we can have magnetic fields, and it doesn't matter if there's gas in the way. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Anything else? I was expecting a question at the end. Sorry.
Yeah. So like it's a field, and to my understanding, a field is nothing without something having the field.
I think he's trying to ask the construct of the magnetic field. What is it made of?
What's a magnetic field made of?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I
By
don't know.
It's made
that's
by
beyond-
the
that's-
poles.
Poles of a magnet.
Yeah, north and south. That makes the field of the magnetic, of the
Yeah,
force
I mean,
magnetism.
I have literally covered that like 4 times. I've said that.
All right,
Yes.
sir. I'll look. I'll end it now, and I'll look into it more later.
But there must have been something else to it. There must have been something else because so far we have magnetic fields. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There must be something creating them. Yeah. Maybe a magnet. I mean, I don't know what's creating them. I just know that they're there. Then you're like, well, but they work without any air being there, like through a vacuum. Okay, yeah, I'll accept that. What's next? What can we do with all this information? First of all, what's the point in that? Knowing that we've just got a magnetic field and it must be created by something. It's great and all, but how's this helping us?
It is more of like a philosophical question: how you can have a field. There is nothing, really. So yeah,
Really get a philosophical
about
question out of that, really.
Well,
I'm still not
that's
following you.
wrong.
Hold on.
That's
hold on.
wrong.
Oh,
Yeah,
guy. He's brought up the subject.
Yeah.
Let him. Right. You said there's a philosophical question in there. I really didn't hear any philosophical questions. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, like how you can have a like a field is a property of something, to my understanding. How can you have a property of nothing? Vacuum is nothing.
Who said it was a property of nothing? I thought we said we've gone from could be a property of a magnet. You were like, yes. Now you're telling me it could be a property of nothing. Then I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, I'm saying like it's a magnetic field, and a field is a property of
It's
something.
not a property. Wrong.
Okay, maybe I'll just end it there.
Elements of nature.
Oh, the other guy's jumping in again. I want to know where he's going. I'm trying to lead him, and you're interjecting, making it harder because I'm having to reiterate that I'm trying to talk to someone else.
Understood. I let you go on.
Okay, so what I asked you, you didn't answer. What does this benefit? How is this beneficial to us? What's the end result that you're trying to eke out of us?
I suppose the benefit would be a better understanding, but if you know like the facts, but
you left out a word. Better understanding of
physics.
Magnetic. No, sorry, no. Physics is a study of the physical and natural world. We're specifically talking about magnetic fields. So you left that word out, though. That confuses me why you do that. But you went, so we can have a better understanding of
physics.
And then you left out the word. We're studying magnetism and magnetic fields. That's what you've told me. But I'm now at a loss as to why you leave that word out. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, we're studying magnetic fields. Cool. So we've got magnetic fields. You've reiterated it 3 or 4 times. Yes, we have. And they still work even if there's no gas in their way. Cool. Yeah, great. I agree. Okay. So now you're saying, well, we should study them. Should we study? Well, the magnetic fields, presumably. But you didn't say it, and I don't know why. So, okay. Well, we can study magnetic fields. Yes. What's next?
I suppose that's it.
Okay, back to my original question. How did this benefit us in any way, shape, or form?
Well, to have a better understanding of fields, fields good to have a good philosophical understanding. Too.
Why?
That's how you have the scientific method.
You've done it again. Okay, stop. You seem to be connecting things that are disjointed. We need to study magnetic fields. You haven't got an answer to why. Then apparently studying magnetic fields is going to give us a better philosophy? That's a complete non sequitur. No. We can, and I mean, you can also study radio waves. I mean, that's really interesting.
Right,
yes, you can study magnetic. Whoever's talking, please stop. Yes, you can study magnetic fields. For some reason, and again, I don't know why, you think that studying magnetic fields will give you a better philosophy. No, it will give you a better understanding of magnetic fields if you study them.
Okay.
How does that benefit us?
No, it's just I don't know.
Could it be that you've got some new charlatan guru that's maybe leading you down a bad garden path, that studying magnetic fields gives you true enlightenment and a better philosophy on the world? Perhaps you've been led to believe that that is the case, and I've just broken it down into its constituent parts, and all you're really doing is saying, I wonder what causes magnetism. And that's really all you're asking. It has no relation to anything we cover here. It has no relation to the nature of world. It's definitely phenomena, I suppose, but that's about it. It doesn't help. But you thought it would give you a better philosophy if we studied this. No. Maybe the gurus that you were getting this from made you believe that you'd get a better philosophy if you studied magnetism.
I thought it was ether. It would be the opposite.
I was getting to that. You've ruined my finale, John. You've only said three words and you've ruined my finale. I was getting there.
Sorry,
that was going to be the end, but you've ruined it. I'll have to do it now. I'll do it now. Nothing you've discussed is ether, but you put all of this under the subcategory or subheading of ether, but it isn't. It's a study of magnetic fields. I don't know why you've got the impression this has anything to do with something called ether. It isn't. Or philosophy. It isn't. Or better understanding physics. It isn't. It's just the study of magnets. Have you been duped by con artists into thinking that looking at magnets will give you a better worldview? Is that really what's happened?
No, it's not about.
Seems like it.
No.
Seemed like it. You
All
kind of
right.
told me a minute ago that we need to
to make
study this
point.
so we can get. You just told me 2 minutes ago we need to study this because it will give us a better philosophy. That's what you said.
Maybe I
Been
misspoke.
duped.
Sorry.
I'm not trying to insult you. Normally, when people get conned and the person points out that they've been conned and shows how stupid the thing they've been conned with is, you just told me that studying magnets will give you a better philosophy on the world. Physics, the physical and natural world, will be better expanded by studying magnets. Now, when I put it in that way, do you not realise you've been duped by con men into studying stupid
I suppose
crap
I
that has
misspoke.
no bearing on anything? Told you it was ether, by the way. It wasn't. That was also garbage and nonsense. They've given you a magical word to believe in, and then told you to study magnets to give yourself a better philosophy.
He'd define it.
He's a harmless guy that's just dipped his toe into ether, so I don't want to be too hard on him.
Not being hard on him. He come out of the gate with ether. I just want to understand, what is ether? Simple question.
The substance which fields, where fields manifest.
Citation, please.
Oh, I have no citation at all.
You know why? It doesn't exist. You made it up, or you're just parroting something that somebody told you. That's not what ether is.
Yes, I am parroting. That's why I'm so unsure.
That's okay. Who are you parroting, just out of interest? Hold on.
Inductica. Inductica on
Sorry?
YouTube. Inductica.
One more
It's a
time?
small YouTube channel. Inductica.
Antarctica. Never heard of it.
Oh, like in induction. Inductica.
Inductica.
Yes.
All right. The guy's telling you that he's telling you about something undefined. That's ether. And calling philosophy a study of magnets. This guy's a
No,
con
I
man.
suppose I misspoke on that.
I'm just telling you how it is, man. You can brace against it all you like. This guy's a con man. Let's try that a third time. Hopefully the triggered con E rumpus it. You've been conned. You thought magnets, what they do, magnetic fields, were something called ether. And you, because of this guy, were under the misapprehension that studying magnets, the thing you were hesitant to say, yeah, was actually going to expand your worldview, scientific understanding, that's physics, and philosophy. Now, I'm telling you,
I misspoke. I misspoke.
you can just stop and listen to me. It's my fourth attempt.
Haven't
Tell you, not request an interruption. You don't seem to understand what's happening. In reality, mate, I'm not actually telling you. This might come as a shock. I'm telling an audience. You're just amused, like canvas for me to tell a wider audience with you as the example. You have been conned. Magnets aren't philosophy. They're not ether. And they're not physics. They're magnets. You've been conned.
Right. I just want to clarify something. That he's starting from philosophy and then applying that to magnets and fields, including magnetic fields. So I misspoke there. Sorry.
See, so you're applying philosophy to magnets. Why?
Yes.
Why? Didn't you want to know how the fields worked? I mean, preemptively, but if you want to know how something works, you put it through the scientific method. Now, if you're a con man, you won't put a phenomena through the scientific method. You'll tell your audience that you're conning. You apply philosophy to phenomena. You've been conned.
Sure.
Now, let me tell you a little story. One of these con men, his name was Jaron Campanella, was talking about science like it was conning people. Reification fallacy. So I took it upon myself to tell this ether-punting charlatan con man what science actually was. Because he thought it was okay to tell people the physics and philosophy of garbage like ether.
Yeah.
Now, when I told him what the actual method you'd apply to a magnet, if you wanted to know why it was doing something that's a phenomena, that would be something occurs in the presence of that magnet and you want to know why, you'd apply the scientific method. Now, I went out of my way to explain to someone who obviously I didn't realise was a charlatan con man punting this grift of ether by applying philosophy to a magnet. Yeah. I pointed out what science was. You know what his reaction was? He went out of his way to tell an entire community that I'm a con man. Yeah, that's right. I pointed out an actual empirical method to establish the cause of phenomena, like magnets, or magnetic effects, because a magnet in and of itself, that's just a concrete noun.
Hey, Nathan, that empirical method is philosophical, you brain dead retard. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, was I talking to you?
It doesn't matter, you're a brain dead retard. You don't even know what you're talking about.
This guy.
Get lost.
That's what I...
Mr. Adhon, I'm pointing out that the charlatans in our flat earth community that use the word flat earth to punt other things that aren't flat earth. What are they actually punting? They're punting this thing called ether. They're called true earthers. Not flat earthers, but you might have thought they were when you got to them. Now, what they will actually do is demean anybody that exposes their grift. A grift uses philosophy to apply, what, an explanation to a phenomena? No, that's a grift. It's a con. It's a lie. These are scammers. That's what we get called when, stupidly, I approach them to explain what science is. They don't want to know what science is because they need it for their grift. They need to explain how this experiment, maybe Michelson-Morley, sounds science. It isn't. It's called an experiment. So that you think when they apply philosophy to magnets, you're proving some really important thing about physics. Because that's what you've told me. And mate, you've just been conned by an elaborate scheme that makes you think the study of magnets will expand your philosophy and physics of the world. That's garbage. You've been conned by con men. Those same con men have gone out and polluted the world into distrusting an empirical method of science that they can call their grift experiments. I'll also get on board with other grifters on the globe side that claim that they've got observations of suns that are also worthy of calling experiments. Anybody remember me being called a scammer for saying science proves things? Now, if you still subscribe to Jaron Campanella, ask yourself why he's endorsing an experiment if apparently that's a scam. No. Pointing out the scientific method undermines Will Duffy and Ether. That's why he's called me a scammer when I pointed out the scientific method to him and his cohorts. They need the grift. They need to tell you philosophy explains phenomena, don't they? Like we've just been told by this man who has been conned by them. Now, it's all clear what's going on here. We all know who the con artists are. We all know what they're punting as their con. It's called Ether. If that wasn't clear to you as an audience member, wake up and smell the bleeding coffee. You've been conned. The people who are trying to point it out to you, well, you thought we were all scammers, didn't you? What do you know? The people scamming. You said the people who are trying to point it out to you were the scammers. Yeah. You're not very bright. You're watching this going, how dare you tell me that my philosophy that explains the physics of the incoherent dielectric and magnetic fields isn't going to expand my philosophy and cure the world with free energy. You've been conned. Are you really that dumb? Aaron,
100%
Dave,
true.
Witsit, they're all con artists.
Yes.
Made you think they were explaining an entire world by telling you how to explore a magnet. If you haven't figured it out by now, oh well. More fool you. Carry on being conned.
And
I don't care.
I personally told Witsit in 2018, 2019 not to go on this path of Ether because it's a scam, but he ignored it. Yeah.
Darren made his biggest mistake recently when he did the same thing that he did to me to a guy who doesn't make a dime out of flat earth. Yeah? A guy who's given up a career hoisting heavy weights on very long strings, aka like a pendulum, and has gone out of his way to describe how Earth is a level plane, exactly as we do. Jaron comes along and says, you're a grifter, you're a scammer, you're a con artist, you're trying to get money out. And he turns around and says, I don't make a dime. All he did was show all of the grifts that Jaron's got going so he can punt his Ether scam behind a paywall for hundreds of dollars. And what do we get from the people who have listened to these scam artists? They tell us that a magnet will expand their bleeding philosophy of the world because they apply philosophy to it. If you can't tell you're being conned, right, you're dumb. There's no other words for it.
Yeah. Mr. Nathan, I'm literally illiterate in magnetism. I have a book on magnetism, and this book has 6,000 pages. I read only 300 pages out of this book, so this is why I consider myself illiterate in magnetism. But mankind has written whole libraries on magnetism. There is so much study and written facts about magnetism, and this guy, the moment this guy mentioned about magnetism, I knew for a fact that he knows nothing about magnetism, not even the introduction. He says that magnetism has a property. It doesn't. Elements of nature have magnetic properties, not magnetic fields.
Like a magnet. Like a magnet.
Yeah.
No, they're studying magnets.
And if I ask him what are the magnetic field, what are the magnetic properties of elements, he wouldn't know to tell me how many magnetic properties are out there.
When you break it down, you can't quite fathom, because with having done a cursory search through one book on magnetism, you can now demonstrate an exemplary understanding beyond the Ethereans' understanding. You were like, well, I consider my expertise higher than theirs, and you're right, aren't you? Sad as that is.
When I hear about Ether, I know that is Tooth Fairy. It's scammers and con men. I know.
It wasn't until Jaron projected his con onto a man not making a dime Was it overtly obvious to everyone around that, oh, I see, your income while you punt ether's threatened, to the point where anybody threatening it is going to be claimed to be someone grifting, even when they're not making money? Suddenly his entire argument fell to pieces when he attacked Level Earth Observer. It doesn't make a dime. Everyone suddenly goes, oh, anybody you challenge is your grift. It's called a scammer and a grifter. Oh, I see. It all makes sense now. Why? Well, because he's led an entire populace of people who thought they were studying flat Earth on a merry trail of studying magnets, under the misapprehension they're going to get a better worldview. And the worldview that they've substituted, that they relinquished in the form of a globe faith, has been replaced with a jolly trail of studying magnets. Oh, how wonderful. You've all been conned. Hope it's all starting to become crystal clear what's going on around here now. I mean, it's only taken 8 years.
I just want to clarify something. I'm not a big fan of Witsit or any of these guys. I'm much more fan of you because you're more clear, and so same with Quantum Eraser. Yeah, and I also think I don't know very little of magnetism, I must admit, and I will also say that I suppose it also makes sense, at least to my understanding, that the magnet is just causing it, and there's no ether. I suppose that makes sense currently. I will look at it independently more, but sure. I will just.
You can hear it in their disciples. Well, I feel if we can just study, insert long pause, we'll find out more about physics. Study what? There's a brain freeze, because they know damn well that if they just say it like it is, if I study magnet, I'm going to find out all sorts about the physical nature of the... No, you're going to find out about magnet. Yeah. That's what they've been duping you all with for quite a while, isn't it? Yeah? I'm not going to stand on ceremony anymore. Jaren's just a wanker. He's conning people. As much as I can stand by the fact that if I want to charge for my time one day, there's no reason why Jaren can't. Now we all know I take that position in terms of wanting to earn a living. Now we can boil it down to brass tacks about what he's actually punting behind those paywalls. His grift, his con, his scam, the same one he said I was guilty of. Well, it's been a few years. Nobody's given any examples of me grifting. I've just pointed out how Jaren and his whole bunch of cronies are flogging you a magnet as a worldview. You've all coughed up lots of money for that crap. Because now it's going to be really hard to relinquish, especially if you're financially invested in it. Yeah? But there's going to be more and more people that are going to start pointing out in the stark reality that it is. Excuse me, dickhead. You're going to tell me I need to study a worldview about incoherent dielectric accelerative forces in a downward bias that gives us the motion of the Earth that might generate an entire electric field to give us free energy? No, Dumbo. You mean you're looking at magnets, do you, Dumbo? Did you pay for that incoherent dielectric accelerative garbage that you just spewed at me? Because all you're doing is looking at magnets, and it's fairly sad. Anybody with half a brain not easily conned would have recognised that months ago, if not years ago.
This is very funny, Mr. Nathan. Did I hear that Jaren actually believes now that the Earth is moving?
I don't know. He's buying into an experiment. Sorry, what was that, Jaren? Yeah. People who say science proves things are scammers. Oh, good luck with your experiment, Jaren. I'm sure that won't be worthy of calling the person spending £31,000 on you a scammer, like you did with me when I pointed out that science does prove things. But now you're into an experiment that we all need to take seriously because of what it might prove. Experiment. No, it isn't an experiment, you Dumbo. Yeah, we are definitely threatening your grift. That's right, yeah. The grift's over. Nobody's buying it. You can carry on selling your magnets behind a paywall, Dumbo. I assure you, there's a reason many people have contacted me in the last couple of days, pointing out that you're in free fall. Everybody's deserting Jaren. I'm going to shout it from the hilltops, Dumbo. Calling me a scammer about 2 years ago. Well, now the tables have turned and everyone's deserting you because you're backing an experiment. Everyone realises where the grift really lies, don't they, Jaren? That's why you're attacking Level Earth Observer, your biggest mistake, as he's not making a dime. Calling him a grifter. Oh, dear. Yeah, Your lashing out in defense has obviously served you badly and people are deserting you even more. They're all contacting me, telling me. Yeah, we're all deserting Jaren, and so are all of his cohorts. Shocking, innit? 1 minute you're telling someone who's explaining the scientific method that they're a scammer. The next minute you're taking part in a quasi-experiment and everybody's deserting you.
And ad hominem, just like Globers do. He's using the same techniques, fallacious techniques.
Yep. Using science to fraud people into believing there's a problem here. No, there's no problem. There's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy that if he had half a brain, he'd understand. Given I've actually explained it to him in the last week, you'd think he would have come out with that by now to a public audience. No, don't worry. I do understand. This is an affirming the consequent fallacy that requires an antipodal assumption. Is he going to do that? No, he's calling Level Earther Observer a scammer. Why? Because he hasn't taken it seriously how devastating this fallacy could be. No, Jaren, that's why everyone's deserting you. Yeah? Crying science and then taking part in an experiment and highlighting how everyone must take it seriously is the reason everyone's deserting you. Meanwhile, I still get the same high praise from everyone who actually listens to what we present here. Same as QE. Same guy who presented this information in the first place. The guy that pointed out how science has got us on a ball when they didn't have any. Science, that is. Experiments, that is. Same fraud you're taking part with Will Duffy in. Why everyone's deserting you. Should have listened. Should have paid attention. Should have learned what science was. Or you are either in on the grift or being duped with science by Duffy. No other way to cut it and everybody knows it. Meanwhile, behind a paywall, you can grift ether with Witsit, can't you? Tell everybody that the magnets are going to prove their world. No.
Never. Magnets have always been part of the world. They are not the world itself. Yeah.
What about if I apply philosophy to them? What about if I apply a philosophical framework to them? What about if I apply a preponderance of evidence to them?
Yeah.
Then I can explain the physics of the world. No mistake.
No. It's a lot more complex than that.
Magnets.
The crayon muncher that screamed out, well, Nathan Oakley, the scientific method is philosophy. No. Scientific method is a method. It is derived from philosophy. You're a moron.
Correct. I had a change of heart in regards to Jaren. It was like last year when you had an interview with him, QE, Nathan, and Jaren. And I heard him. Yeah, I heard him how he was calling you guys names and stuff, arguing about the scientific method. And I was like, oh my God, Jaren, in my mind, don't say these things because you have no idea who you're dealing with, And yeah, he disappointed me. So I deserted his channel and all that.
I showed its true colors.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point something out. Sorry, Neil, to cut you off. Yeah, when I say people are contacting me left and right to point out how and why they're deserting him, there's an example. Like literally on a live stream. But didn't entice that. He just told us, didn't he? Yeah, Jaren, we know they're all deserting you now. Good luck with your experiment. I'm sure that science will prove something, right, Jaren? Oh, what's that? What science doesn't prove? I'm a scammer for saying it does. Good luck with your experiment and your subscribe account that's dwindling massively. Yeah, everyone's deserting him because they know he's a scammer now. Now it's time to twist the knife. Yeah, what was he scamming you with? Magnets.
I was okay when he was making YouTube videos about Flat Earth and he was making money out of that. I was fine. It's okay. I personally never did YouTube videos about Flat Earth or about anything. But, and I was in agreement with many ideas about the Flat Earth view and the arguments that we present. But when he went on this path, arguing with you guys about science, I saw how illiterate he is. So I'm not just not following him anymore. That's it. Yeah.
Fair enough. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Of course, a huge thank you to Politics Discord server. Be sure to join. I'm sure someone from the moderation team at that Discord server and join today. Nathan Oakley, stay tuned if you're watching an after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
Who was that baby?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Be quiet now.
Throwing themselves on.
He thought he was disrupting the live stream because when Nathan had muted Discord anyway, so he basically just did nothing, just made a bunch of noise for no reason. The worst possible time he could have picked.
Yeah, for him.
He blurted when everything was muted. Like if he would have waited.
Well, you're not making any claims about how smart.
It was a desperate weakling seeking for attention. This happens in a herd, usually to the weaker ones. Whenever the herd is losing an argument or fight or whatever, the whole herd is turning onto the weaker individuals from that herd.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like, yeah, exactly. It sounds like Jaren's fans are devouring him from the outside in. It's nuts.
I tried to talk. I mean, I don't know if this is really in confidence. It's been a while, but I tried just one time to get through to those guys. I said, I'm going to see what happens. And it was like, okay, I don't know what you guys are doing, like throwing science under the bus. We finally got like good talking points. We got the globalists like on the ropes. And suddenly you're just going to like burn the church and make it seem like nobody knows anything anymore. Like everyone's starting from scratch.
Yeah.
Or you're suddenly bringing in claims of an ether and you don't even have a unit of ether to measure.
Then I was like, okay, you want to be the smart
You're
guy.
not even hold on. 1 second. What is ether? A unit of measure to measure. What is it?
Yeah, exactly. What is a unit of ether in like SI form?
It's a cosmic piece.
Just because a unit exists doesn't mean it's true.
No, not the unit. What is ether?
Thank you. What I just asked.
Secret. $400, Jaren will tell you.
Yeah, Eagle Slave, just because a unit of measurement exists doesn't make it real. Like, seconds exist, but you can't give me a second.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm saying there is no unit of measure to exist in the first.
It's
you're right.
relevant, though.
Well, you've got to define what it is first before you can define how much of it you want. Well, what is it? Before we start counting it out, what is it first?
It's sort of painfully obvious how Jaren and Witsit teamed up with a mega church super pastor, young earth creationists, and a bunch of debookers on YouTube to conduct an experiment. I mean, like, this is like so. I mean, everyone's kind of saw it coming. You want to be they pretend like they're the smart guy in the room, and all us other flat earthers aren't getting it. They're the one. They get it. The Witsit gets it. But yet, he doesn't understand that he's talking to people who aren't even listening. How dumb do you gotta be that you're in a room full of people who are just laughing at you, and you don't even realize you're not even in on the joke.
if you allow like 30 minutes.
It almost seems like they went out of flat Earth, and they discovered that the way out of flat Earth is a cost of $30,000 in an Antarctic trip to do better.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying, that this is their swan song. This is their way of bowing out of the debate. You know, kind of the same thing that guy, not Ruhef, Ranty did. He wanted to like take, he had a beef with Bev, and
Dewey kicked him out a long time ago. They just didn't follow the orders.
No.
They were removed.
No. What he's saying is Ranty had one final swan song, so he's gone out. He's got all these observations that defy curve maths when we were begging the question with them, and then he just comes back with, "Well, look at this lighthouse. It's behind Earth curve." You're like, seriously? Really? Yeah, I'm going back to the globe. Well, he's then subsequently vanished after doing a load of Amber Heard videos. He's saying, well, this is the same thing. They're going to go down, affirm the consequent with an experiment, so they can really piss in their subscribers' faces. You're like, wow. Okay, but while that's happening, a lot of people have gone, what? They've realised what you've just said. Oh, everyone around me's in on the joke and laughing at them. Oh, I wasn't in on the joke. They've gone, oh, well, now I feel quite angry towards them. And they've all turned on them all at once. It's quite bonkers.
Yo, Nathan.
I wonder why his extreme reaction was. It's like, why are you suddenly bringing me back up? Why are you, throwing your dummy out? What's going on? That's a bit extreme. He's very much on the defensive. When I recently, it's like, why? Well, now I know.
Listen up, is this flat Earth related?
I think I can answer why.
It is very much flat Earth related. We're talking about somebody that's been in the subject matter for 10 years, that has gone from gathering up a crowd around the subject of flat Earth with good flat Earth information, and slowly over time turned them into Etherians and true Earthers, and got devoid from the subject. And now it seems we're discussing the potential swan song of him going down to, I say down.
So what are you saying? That there's a chance that the Earth is not flat? What is your argument?
Nobody was saying that.
Let's just test the guy.
What is a true Earther?
I'm answering you. You've thrown up a non sequitur question that obviously ignores the fact that we're having a discussion about somebody in the arena going down to claim a false dichotomy flat Earth versus globe Earth position. You weren't keeping up with the conversation, sir. Okay? Do you want to just sit back down? Maybe pay attention to what's being discussed.
Saying what you're.
If you're about to tell me what I'm saying, that suggests you're about to straw man with some crap I haven't said. You weren't discussing what we were saying.
Exactly
what
that.
we were saying was there's an implosion taking place from someone who's taken a bunch of flat Earth so-called believers on a different path over many, many years. That's what's happening. And we're discussing it. As for whether or not
What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it then?
What are we going to do about it? I've approached them and described what science is, hoping that these people who turn out to be grifters would understand the method and realise the error of their ways. What it turns out to be is that, no, that would jeopardise their grift. That they had to call me a scammer. Okay? You all caught up now?
Nathan, in terms of science, you said science definitely proves things, and I definitely agree with you. Science proves things. So do you take that to mean like that correlation can equal causation?
No. Correlation does not equal causation.
So if I was to do it like as an experiment, a number of times, heat with water, making it boil, for instance, and I did it again and again and again, at what point can I say that this proves that heat will cause water to boil? At what point is that correlation it causes it?
It is a cause if you validate it as a cause. If you vary heat and cause water to boil, then you've caused the water to boil. Therefore, you know what caused it. The heat caused it.
So it's not limited to correlation then?
It's not. Do you want to make the conclusion through the top of my conclusion? Would it be better if it was your conclusion over the top of mine?
No, but you just said correlation can't equal causation.
I was saying it, and you started talking through the top of it like I'm having to do back in return. So what, are we going to have a reasonable conversation, or is my conclusion going to be clipped with your conclusion over the top of mine? Which are we going to do? Reasonable conversation or wanker conversation? Seems like wanker conversation is the way to go,
Go
right?
ahead. No, finish what you're
Talking. I haven't taken breath yet. You're talking through me, wanker. Oh, fuck you. Get rid of this asshole. I'm not in the fucking mood. It's too hot. Just get rid of him. Asshole. Fuckface. We're talking about Jaren being a cunt. He's conning everybody. That's what we're talking about. Okay?
So I was thinking, comparing it. When Ranty went out, he had a beef. Oh, sorry. I try not to. It slips out sometimes. But yeah, thank you for reminding me.
No, he's telling me not to swear.
okay.
He's telling me not to swear, not.
Yeah, I really am working on it because I do swear a lot, and I like Friday because I really try to think before I talk, so I don't let them slip.
It just irritates me greatly when someone asks you something, you start explaining it, and when you're right at the end,
So,
near the conclusion,
we
you start
obviously
flipping your
have
conclusion, like this guy just did.
a
Whoever just
problem.
did that, thank you so much for making my
This
point. for
British
me.
man.
Clearly, this is going to be irritating. Me pointing out that, yeah, somebody's going to step over the actual conclusion, literally, as I'm pointing that out, some other arsehole. That's going to get me swearing. Of course it's irritating. Having a reasonable conversation means I get to the end of my conclusion, and maybe you acknowledge it and then respond to it, as opposed to talk over the top of it, clip it with a different conclusion that isn't what I'm saying, and then readdress the question with something non sequitur after ignoring every single word you've just talked through. That's not a conversation I want to take part in. That's why I swore at him and just said, sod this. Why am I having to get irritated with this guy as he tells me correlation is science? No, you're just thick. Get lost, you stupid boy. Go and learn what science is. Don't yammer through my conclusions. Get lost.
Okay, so my take here is that with Ranty, he had a beef with Bev and decided Ranty wanted to leave Flat Earth and wanted to take Bev with him or something like that. And at the end, Ranty changes his name to Flurspective, and everyone starts calling him Flurfer. So he found the Flurfer he was looking for. He self-defined it. And Bev came out smelling like roses. And I think the same thing is going to happen here. Witsit and Jaren are going to try to throw as much mud as your way as possible. They're going to exit the community, go on to some other weird super church thing, and you guys are going to come out smelling like roses.
Yeah, but they're trying to do it so they don't smell like roses, right? What they're trying to do is say that they saw exclusive evidence of the globe. And because of that, they can now leave Flat Earth under a valid reason.
Yeah, didn't Ranty say that too? That he saw.
What evidence would that be?
I mean, the consequent. With
Yeah, they're trying to concoct a plausible reason to do it.
The sky. They've even got
confirming the consequent fallacy wrapped up in an antipodal assumption. If I travel antipodal from my start position, then I'll observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Therefore, my assumption that I arrived antipodal on a ball is true. No, you've assumed your outcome before you've done anything. That's begging the question. You've then postulated that some effect you will see confirms that assumption. Then you've gone and observed that which you state will confirm your assumption. Therefore, because you've seen it, it confirms the assumption. No, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy, wrapped up in an antipodal assumption. Doesn't prove anything. Literally, it proves nothing. It proves there's a 24-hour sun if they show one, which may or may not happen. Even if it did, okay, there's a 24-hour sun. That's it. That's what it proves. What, I've got to assume I travelled antipodal on a ball that was derived from flat Earth measurements to make that assumption? No, I'm not going to do that.
And that's the scary part, right? Because that tells me almost like, let's say they were to find this 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Doubtful, but I think it would have been found already, and we would know about that and not talk about it. But it tells me that if that's something that happens, these guys would just automatically go to the globe because they're worried about it. It's very weird. Somebody who's been in this even longer than I have, and you're worried about that. If there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica, will that will that change the way the Earth is measured? No. That changed the fact that we can't have atmosphere surrounded by a vacuum without a container? No. None of that will change.
Hold on,
So,
Chocolate.
I don't understand.
Well, if you combine that trip, the logical framework applied to magnets.
Nah.
See, Chocolate, he doesn't know, they don't know the Earth is flat. That's their problem. You see, he used to listen to Nathan every day, him and his wife. Then he stopped. So he don't know the earth is measured flat. He's a believer.
Funny enough, though, he says that. He used to listen to us every day when there was like 10, 15 Globers coming in every day, right? That's back in the day when he used to listen to this. Now all of a sudden he doesn't listen to it. Now, not saying correlation is causation like my man before. Right? It's a little funny. It's a little funny how you talk shit. Oh, he just wants to argue and blah 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 and blah, blah, blah. But that's when you was listening to it, right? Funny enough.
Well, I personally saw over. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I personally saw Jeremy's channel evolution from the beginning, making videos, starting making money, and my guts told me that it will all be fine as long he's making money. But in 2017, when the censorship began, the purge of information, then my guts told me, okay, now in the next couple of years, I will see Jeranism turning against flat earthers, because obviously YouTube is not gonna be the source of income for him anymore, these videos. Therefore, he will become desperate. And this is exactly how it happened. This is how I see Jeren.
Yeah, but he claims that we're doing that. We're attacking flat earthers. We're not. If you can't validate something, we're going to address it.
Actually, when I was in kindergarten, we had to say, like, everybody is exactly what they accuse others to be, like everything that you say about people around you, that's exactly who you are. So,
the way I see
I just want to say I concur with what you said.
Censor us, and now Jaron needs money.
Yeah.
He's mad because we were so successful that Congress censored us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when that happened, it became an absolute slog. I was coasting. You think it's hard work when you first start out and you're trying to get the ball rolling, but you're getting 200 live viewers and increasing. And literally, with one foul swoop, that all disappeared. And it becomes a 24/7 job just to keep your channel up and running and exposed to a few more people each day. Just a couple more each day. Literally. Takes every ounce of effort. Right?
Yeah.
Well, about a year ago, Jaren was like, you're nowhere near as popular. You've got this whole barrage of crap. So I went, is that really the case? So I went and had a look at Social Blade, and I outstrip him in terms of views by a considerable margin. He's like, yeah, but you have to work all the hours that God sends. I'm like, yeah, I do. Yeah, to outperform you with much bigger reach, I have to work really hard. So it's really upsetting when I'm being called a scammer because I point out how science works. But those days are over now. Everyone's contacted me saying, yeah, we've recognised the grift. It is a grift. Yeah, it is a scam. Yeah, it was projection. Yeah, well, I've been saying it for a considerable amount of time. But now the tables have turned, and what was intended for me and my demise has become Jaren and his demise. And as it should be. If you're going to claim science doesn't prove things and anyone who says it is a scammer and then go off doing an experiment, expect people to desert you. If it's not obvious, then fine. Maybe he's in on it. Maybe that's the reason. He wants to cause a bit of dissension in the ranks. Maybe he wants people to become disheartened with Flat Earth. When he, as their guru, turns around and says, oh no, I affirmed the consequent and went antipodal and I saw 24-hour sun, so I ball. And then suddenly a lot of Flat Earthers who are still following him become despondent. Maybe that's the game, for all I know.
Hey, Nathan, think you can do more $250 Zoom dinners than they can?
$250 what?
Zoom dinners.
Nathan's going to defend it.
Number one, I haven't got time to do Zoom dinners. Literally, I said to my wife before the pre-show, I was falling asleep. I said I was paying close attention for 40 minutes. I wasn't. I was almost falling asleep in the heat, trying to keep my eyes open. Just before the live show, I'm like to my wife, I've got to get some sleep in before I do this book. I'm exhausted. I know I'm burning the candle at both ends. I'm going to burn out eventually. Anyway, or I do something worse, like crash the car, something like that. I don't want to do that, so I've got to get some rest. I've now forgotten the bloody point I was making. I just don't have time to do Zoom dinners with people. And I don't want to charge for a secret. I haven't got a secret. I like offering a way of people being able to support me and get some perceived value. Getting the member show early as a member. Yeah, that's perceived value. Does it mean that I don't want everyone... I want everyone to see the videos. I want everyone to know this stuff. And it is a little bit crap when I see someone like Jaren going, I've got a secret. I couldn't figure out how to put this out into the world, but for $400 I can. You're like, oh, I mean, it's a bit crass, but that's not my attitude. Not that I'm decrying him doing it. Everyone wants to make money in their own marketing strategy, and more power to them. But I want everyone to know Earth's measured flat. And if someone gets it early, and that's worthy of a bit of value added to someone becoming my member, but I still put the video out on my second channel. I want all and sundry to know about this information because it's useful.
There's some new things that this Duffy guy is releasing, information over time. And he, I think it was over the weekend, last week, he dropped the idea that not only will you see the sun in the sky for the whole 24 hours, it will also move left to right.
Found.
Yeah, it was like, holy crap, dude. So it's like, no, and the flat earthers, Jared and stuff, aren't even challenging him on that. Like, dude, hold up. Okay, like, pull over, put it in park. Okay, we got to talk about this.
Nobody holds them accountable for anything. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're looking for Will Duffy to be like their Ether Moses to lead them to the promised land and out of flat Earth.
Yeah.
Ether Moses.
Just moved to Colorado and joined his super church about how these guys reestablished their faith in Jesus and the globe because thanks to Duffy or some crap. This could be some weird origin story. I mean, there's a couple years from now, it's going to be like, damn, do you remember when those guys were flat earthers? Like, holy.
Yeah, but the problem is nobody ever held them accountable for anything. Do you think for 1 second, if the Adam Megan or Chocolate or I came up with something that is totally unverifiable, they wouldn't come after me?
They went after me. I don't know. Okay. They tried to kill me. They tried to put a bullet in my head.
Yeah,
It's
Trump,
terrible.
there's like, violence is not, you can't talk about that on the. So I know there's a horrible thing that happened, but when we're live streaming, acts of violence are TOS violation.
It's terrible.
I'm talking about coming after me as far as validation. If I come up with some nonsense, everybody on the panel would address it. The problem is over there, they could say whatever they want and nobody addresses it. And this is what you got now. People going to Antarctica to see a 24-hour sun to go back to the ball. Well, QE relieved you of your duty a long time ago. You should have been gone.
I think we should annex Antarctica.
And the thing too is like people are like worried about speaking up because if they even challenge those guys on even small things, they take it so personally. You're like, dude, it's just, I mean, come on. Like, you can't hear any, you live in a completely positive feedback loop. There is no negative feedback on anything you say. It's always a positive feedback loop. They're like, yeah.
You know, I think we as flat earthers need to embrace the 24-hour Antarctic sun is in the celestial data and always has been. And as flat earthers, we should.
What?
We should
What is
what?
this guy talking about?
Near the
We
end
should
of
have
the
been
season.
okay with the prediction of a 24-hour sun around Antarctica from the get-go because it's in the celestial data.
Yeah, Amish, you cut out there. I think. Well, let's try again.
Is it? What do you mean it's in the
Okay,
celestial
am I coming
data?
in clearly now? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You come
What are you
clearly.
referring to when you say it's in the
I'm
celestial
referring.
data? What are you talking about?
Yeah, a 24-hour Antarctic sun is part of the whole corpus of celestial data from CellNav and everywhere else, astronomy. We should be okay with that as a prediction as flat earthers from the very beginning. And we should seek to validate it.
When you say prediction,
Right. Right, the Tropic of
prediction for what?
Capricorn. Well, the path of the sun, as experienced from the equator, looking east to west. You know, the
From the
sun
equator?
follows the
Now I'm really
Tropic of
confused.
Capricorn, which follows the star trails along the Tropic of Capricorn, and we know star trails. We know which direction they go, right?
Which direction do they go?
Well, from the equator, they appear to be going clockwise relative to counterclockwise, looking to the
Oh
north.
my God!
No, I'm serious. And you're the one that turns around, but they're all going east to west. My point is, the sun is following the same track.
And what does that have to do with 24-hour sun?
Exactly.
Where's this data or data map?
Yeah, that's the bit I was interested in. You said we should be as flat earthers cool with the idea that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because the celestial data suggests that there is. What data is that?
I mean, I'd refer to the almanac data and grab it from there.
Okay, can you show us that in the almanac then?
Oh no, I'm not prepared to go into that right now because I'm outdoors walking. Sorry.
Have you seen it in the almanac?
Yeah, as far as elevation angles go and azimuth angles when they're tracking the sun, yep.
Mama.
Yeah, they're. You know, you can even see like time lapses of the sun from the equator over the Tropic of Capricorn.
No, you come back with your claim once you have the almanac data, and then post it in chat, and then we'll have a little look at it.
Okay.
I kind of expect there to be a 24-hour sun down there too.
Yeah, I mean it's all modeled, not that that's reality over the celestial sphere model.
That's not a model. No, it's not modeled anywhere. Like I said, get your data and come back and show. Till then, don't make the claim.
All right.
What about first-hand testimony? What about Robert Shortman?
We're not talking about first-hand testimony of someone that's been in Antarctica saying it doesn't happen. We're talking about what he's claiming is in the almanac.
Yeah, you can model it in Stellarium, right? They're grabbing the data from that source and other sources.
Model what?
If you pop open Stellarium, you can play with the model.
It's not a model. Okay, go ahead, pop open Stellarium, and then do what?
Isn't it the celestial sphere, the flat Earth model?
Yes. Well, no, it's not the flat Earth model. It's just a model for the stars.
No, it's not. Number one, it's not a model. It's not a scientific model.
Okay, it's a colloquial model.
Number one, it's not a scientific model. So it's not a model. Get the model out of your vernacular. But besides that, okay, you open up Stellarium, and then you do what?
Well, if you were to plop yourself down at the equator and then track the sun, you can speed it up over the course of days, happening within seconds. You can watch it track the Tropic of Capricorn.
That's fine, but that's not the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, though.
Right, so you can keep going with that. You can plop yourself down anywhere.
I've lived in multiple locations south of the equator and south of the tropic. And as I headed further south, the period of time, the length of the longest day got longer, and the sunset and sunrise angles got increasingly further south of east and south of west.
No, isn't the sun to the north of you if you're south of it?
Well, as Neil would say, you need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, obviously. We're all flat earthers.
Endless testimony. The guy called Endless. You're saying as you travelled south from the equator, the amount of time that the sun stayed above the equator increased?
No. The longest days are longer the further south you go. So I used to live also on the Gold Coast, and it's roughly, you get pretty much 12-hour days and 12-hour nights all year round. It moves around by a couple hours. But where I am, I'm down at south 40 degrees. The sun sets at like 9:30, 9:45 and comes back up at 5 o'clock. So the longest day, there is more daylight compared to further north here.
And in terms of where it comes up and goes down from, like here in the north, the more north you get, obviously, the more you get closer and closer to it being just above the horizon the whole time. For me, at the height of summer, I'll get 3/4 of a full rotation out of the sun in terms of how long it stays in the sky and how far away it is when it comes up and how far away it is when it comes down. You get what I would describe as 3/4 of a rotation. Is it the same as you've gone down south? What the perceived sun above the horizon does is greater.
Yeah, like so my sunrise angle, the sun comes up south of east and it sets south of west.
Yeah, same as me.
Well,
the height of
for
summer.
you would be yes, but I'm out here, past the equator, It's just as I go further south, those days get longer. Like if I've spent some time on the equator, and your days don't really, the length of the daylight in the day doesn't change that much. Basically nothing.
I mean, it matches with Robert Shortman's testimony. So he described the exact same experience I get, summer versus winter. So when he was saying in Antarctic winter, the sun comes up, stays close to the horizon, doesn't go very far around, and then drops again. Whereas in the Antarctic summer, it comes up, takes like a vector, then goes back down again, and stays up a lot longer, and the nights are really bright, so you don't need a torch in the night. In other words, it's really bright all day, but the sun still takes an arc through a vector and goes down again, but it stays light. So based on what you're saying...
I've not been further south than 40 degrees south, so...
No, that's fine, but it matches with what Robert Shortman's testimony is, which is to say that at the height of his summer, he gets a really sharp vector. He literally drew it on camera for us to understand how he was describing what he saw. He just never experienced it going all the way around him, and he said, if that happened, you'd notice. You'd notice, oh look, the sun's behind me, not normally behind that building. But no, he didn't. That wasn't his personal experience. But it's not to say that the path that you experience as you go further south doesn't appear to widen. If it does, then I'm more than happy to accept that if that's your first-hand testimony of what it does.
Yeah, well, it seems to. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you could extrapolate that out. So, gleaming from what you started with, your suggestion was that, well, it wouldn't be unexpected for that to continue to the point where it stayed above the horizon the whole time. And you go, well, okay,
much the
fair
same
enough.
way as you go north.
Yeah, you'd expect that, but that isn't the testimony that we've got thus far. Well, what we do have is lots of fudging of footage to make it look like it does that when it doesn't seem to do that.
Maybe it's because I'm a little bit of a conspiratard, but there is so many, I don't know, feast of nonsense breadcrumbs laid out about Antarctica that it makes me suspicious about all of it. Like all the talk of Captain Cook's diaries and just all that nonsense. It's just people were led down a primrose path to adhering to believing that they live on an AE map. And if all those people who have shallow flat earthers, perhaps we'll call them, it'll be disturbing for them if it's the case.
Yeah, I agree. We won't give a crap. We'll be like, so what? So you've proved that there's 24-hour sun down there. Fantastic. What caused the 24-hour sun? Well, because we're on a ball. Oh, so you automatically assume the thing you went down to prove, and because you've seen it, you say that your assumption stands. No. That's affirming the consequent fallacy. You're going to need to prove that antipodal assumption as a justification and explanation for the 24-hour sun that you've now observed, which was elusive until now, but well done, you've observed the phenomena. That's all you've done, observed the phenomena.
Wait, so if they find this 24-hour sun, I can't go, wee! I'm on the outside of a magical spinning water ball, wee!
You just say, I've seen a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh, man.
Okay,
I had to
let's just
navigate
try and
a
spin this
horizontal
message.
plane to get there.
Would we all agree? Is there any contention whatsoever that the sun can and does stay above the horizon in the north over a 24-hour period? Can I just confirm that everybody accepts that here? If you don't accept it, can you tell me that you don't accept there's a northern 24-hour sun in the summer in the north? Anybody not accept that?
I've not seen it for myself, but I accept it.
Fair enough. Why is that? Why do we have 24-hour sun in the north?
And stay high in summer.
Because we're at the top of a globe.
No, that's because we're on the top of a globe. Why? Why does that infer we're on the top of a globe?
Yeah, you guys are definitely on the bottom of the globe.
Why? How does the sun connect to this in any way, shape, or form? Being on the top of a globe, 24-hour sun in the north, why does that say I'm on the top of a globe? Okay, so the sun's above the horizon. I got that bit. Where's the globe bit come into that? It doesn't. That's the reality. The only reason they're using the south is because the majority are in the north. So they can visualise travelling to the bottom of a ball. That's it. That's the only reason it's been phrased this way. Otherwise, you just say, if we see 24-hour sun, we're on a ball. Then the non sequitur's really obvious. But if you can say, if we travel to the bottom of a ball and see a 24-hour sun, then we must be on the bottom of a ball.
Obviously is
Hard to
the
explain this to
anti-Canuck
people.
sun. I said obviously is the anti-Canuck sun.
Quite catch that.
The anti-Canuck sun.
Anti what?
The Canuck sun.
Canadian.
Oh, the Chinook sun. Oh, obviously, there's two suns. We just only see the one rotor blade at a particular point, because I can affirm the consequent too. If I travel across a flat plane and it has two suns, one being very elusive and only being confirmed if we see 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then we definitely have Chinook two suns. So if they go down and confirm a 24-hour sun, all we're doing is absolutely affirming the consequent that we've got a Chinook sun situation. So I can affirm the consequent too.
The only sensible way to talk about the position of the sun is in reference to a horizontal plane.
No, he said Canuck.
Did he say?
Whoever said that, yes. Yes.
Did he say Chinook or Canuck?
He said Canuck. but
Canuck.
I knew what he meant. I didn't actually. I had to ask him 3 times.
Oh, ask him again.
You mean Chinook?
Canuck or Canuck?
No, that's how I heard it. But yeah, I was referencing the thing that he said on the previous Ball Busters.
It's Adam.
Oh, so Chinook.
Chinook.
Not
Helicopter.
Canuck.
2 blades.
Suns.
Not Canada.
Obviously, if we see 24-hour in sun, we will confirm that. Or, I mean,
Do you have to spin
alternatively,
underneath this
coffee cup
helicopter?
caustic. Now I can formulate that. If coffee cup caustic sun, then 24-hour sun in Antarctica. 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore coffee cup caustic sun. Could go
I
on
mean,
all
how
day.
about we go for the own sun? Let's get 4 suns out there. Why not?
4 suns?
Put numbers on that.
That's outrageous.
Oh, it's outrageous.
2 suns,
I
that's
thought
fine.
I thought he said Canuck because I was watching the hockey playoffs and it was like 10 o'clock at night and the sun was very bright in Edmonton.
That's lovely. Glad you told us.
Those are the Oilers.
Considered Canucks.
Alrighty. it? Is everyone took it out?
We call them Canucks.
All
If you
more
didn't
hours.
know.
4 more hours. That, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to Politics Discord server for being such fantastic hosts. And of course, thank you to my G Plus panel for making today's live and after show possible. Of course, massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, checking out my channel, second channel if you want the free uncut and after show after the members get it, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Isn't Chinook, look, the helicopter, it's pronounced with the like a SH sound, right? Like Chinook. I thought Canuck was like a derogatory term that like New Englanders refer to Canadians as.
That's what I thought Adam
Like
was
I
saying.
remember. Yeah, I thought it was. I'm pretty sure they're Chinook helicopters. Because anytime I ever heard the word Canuck, it was someone making fun of somebody from Canada and Boston.
No, well, the Vancouver hockey team are the Canucks.
Oh, okay. That too. Yeah. That's right, because I'm like, wait, because I was thinking it was like a baseball team or a hockey team. Not baseball. Like Canadian football team. Yeah, no, it's a hockey team too.
Yeah, because they were calling that Chinook on the south, so I was calling the Canuck on the north. So,
Yeah, the Canucks of baseball are the Yankees.
Yeah.
That was a semi-hockey joke. Baseball joke.
Or are they both supposed to be like really decent or something? I don't follow baseball or hockey.
No, well, the Yankees
They
are
have
the
the same
Yankees.
sports channel anyway.
Yeah, my bad. No more Canuck talk.
No, but I thought Canuck. I forgot it was a sports team, but I thought it was just like a underhanded way of referring to a Canadian.
You mentioned that already.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do you see
That's
the
the whole
do you see the
why we
reference
started
now?
talking about sports.
Do you see the
Ooh, you're
reference now?
touching.
Like, Vac, do
He
you
must
see
be
the
Canadian. Huh?
do you see the reference now? What they're talking about
What do you mean?
with the two blades on the Chinook helicopter moving opposite directions?
Oh yeah. No. Like once they mentioned that like a week or two ago, I knew like because it's all referring to 24-hour sun. I get it.
It's making fun of the globe model because of where you're standing on the helicopter. The blades will either be moving left to right or right to left.
Yeah.
See, what they did was like this is what earlier when they say in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises in the right and sets in the left. In the southern hemisphere, it rises in the left and sets in the right. It's making fun of that. That's how I would call that the globalist isn't they can't think three-dimensionally or like dead reckoning. They only view the world from their observer dependency. All other observations are just as subjective.
Yeah.
So that's
No,
why
I got
when
the
they talk
joke.
about, oh, okay.
I just wasn't sure of the pronunciation of the word Chinook or Canuck because I thought maybe I was saying it wrong my whole life and didn't realize it.
Okay, I got you. I
It
thought
has
you were
counter-rotating blades though.
Wow, here we
Yeah.
go.
Well, no, I was going to say, well, to that point of the, like, and I'm pretty sure I've said this before. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if I have a camera taking time lapse of Polaris, so Polaris is in the center of my screen, and then I get another camera, have the two cameras touching, but have it facing south at just the arbitrary point south. And then if I have another camera touching that camera, so I got three cameras all touching each other in a row, and this one is just pointing straight up, I'm going to get clockwise, counterclockwise, and arching straight paths of star trails all from the same location in my backyard in the northern hemisphere. So
No,
it's
you
kind
won't.
of a yes, you will.
No, you got that wrong
No,
again.
you won't because I do that stuff and you won't get that.
Yes, you can get counterclockwise rotation just by facing
Post your
south.
pictures that you did with three cameras.
I've never done it, but it's just
And don't
it would
talk
work.
about it. I can say no because I've done it.
Oh, you've done it. So you get counterclockwise star trail rotations when you take a.
No, I don't.
No, really. So okay, isn't that proving my point? If I was to point a camera facing straight up, and the stars are moving east to west, are they going to make circles, or is it going to look like just straight arching lines going across?
We're gonna go from east to west.
Yeah, is it going to look like a circle going counterclockwise?
When I pointed at Polaris.
No, dummy. When you got the camera pointed zenith, like straight up, and you got your camera pointed at a 90-degree angle, and you take a time lapse, they're going to appear to be just going across. Like they're not going to be making circles. It's going to be going straight.
Really? Is that what you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go try it and let's see who's right.
Well, why wouldn't it?
You go from east to west.
Yeah, nobody's arguing that. Everything's going east to west. Yeah. Now I feel like if I was to have a camera pointed completely opposite of Polaris South, and I take a time lapse, it's going to be clockwise circles. If I have it pointing north, it's going to be counterclockwise circles. If I have a camera pointing straight, they're going to be arching paths across, not making any circles.
Your feelings override you actually going and get 3 cameras and doing this?
Well, no, that's not my feelings overriding that. I would get 3 cameras if I had the cash for it.
Go do it. Go get 3 GoPros.
Can you do time lapse with the GoPro?
Yes, you can.
So if you have a camera pointed completely straight up at 90 degrees and you do a 5-hour time lapse, what do you think the video would look like? It's just going to be making circles at your zenith?
Yeah, curving star trails.
Where on the surface are you?
Well, yeah, carving as in like making a circuit or appearing to go straight. Because when I watch Jupiter rise in the east,
your field of view is only so much, so you're just going to see a curved star trail. I've already done it.
Yeah, making an arch.
Unless you're on the equator.
Yippee!
Yeah, but it's replicating what a star trail from the equator would look like. But you can do that from your own backyard, and you can make all the different.
I don't live on the equator.
Huh?
I don't live on the equator.
I never said you did live on the equator.
You said it replicates what you see on the equator.
Yeah, would it not? I mean, if I see...
You don't live on the equator.
What you'll see will depend where on the surface you are.
You got... okay, look. Ooh, that was a loud
easier
one.
for you to just go buy the cameras and do it yourself. I bought all my cameras.
Okay, yeah, so when you have your camera pointing straight up 90, are you getting circles in your video? Does it look like concentric circles going around something, or does it just look like arching paths going straight?
I said your stars are going to be in a curve pattern that's going to arc where I'm at.
Yeah, arc. It's going to do arc east to west. It kind of looks like almost like the sun looks like it arcs over
We finally agree on the thing we agreed on before. We finally agree again on the thing we already agreed on.
Right, and when you have star trails from the equator, it kind of looks like they're just arcing across the sky. They're not making a circle over anything.
I haven't been to the equator shooting star trails. Have you?
No, but there's definitely footage of it. People do it all the time. Am I just supposed to say all those?
How I prove things, how I do it. This is me by myself. How I prove things, I go and do it myself.
Okay.
The next time I'm going to go to the equator, of course I'm taking all my cameras with me.
Have you been to the equator before?
2025, I'll be going again.
So did you take star trail footage at the equator? The first time you went? Because you're implying that you're going back.
I didn't have my cameras the first time I went.
Okay. Why?
There's some images in the side chat.
In the side chat?
So the image that Ego posted, the last one, that's what I see when I point kind of southish.
Dude, that one picture's proving my point of what I'm saying. You can get multiple different views
It
of the
depends
star
where on
trails
the
from the
surface
same
you are.
spot, just depending on what direction your camera's facing. That's clearly all the same little area of city, and you got counterclockwise, clockwise, and what appears to be just arching rainbow patterns going east to west. I don't understand why you're arguing with me. There's literally a picture showing exactly. I mean, maybe I didn't articulate it very well, but yeah, it's right there. You can do
Yeah,
that.
so
I
you
can do
just
that in
didn't
my yard.
articulate it very well. That's all. What I was saying all along is what Ego posted.
The only sensible way to describe the positions of all those things is in reference to a horizontal plane.
Well, yeah, obviously.
And I literally heard him say multiple times that the stars rises from the east and sets in the west. So yeah, it will do that curving pattern, that arcing pattern, like the sun does. So he did say that. He did explain it very well. So I think it was just a language barrier or something.
I don't know. The guy sounds like he speaks
Camera to the
English.
right. The left
Like I
camera
said,
angles to the right camera angles to the left, and the middle camera points straight up. I think you get something like that, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, clearly you did because that guy
Depending on
posted
where
a
you
video.
put
of
them.
that
Yeah,
happening.
yeah. You have to put them at a certain distance and then do that. Yeah.
I would just line them all up in a straight line, like just get like a board that's like 5 feet long. Make sure all the
But
cameras
not
are
in
level, have one
right.
point in it. Yeah, I don't understand why the guy freaked out and started telling me to go buy cameras to prove that will happen. When
Why
I
don't you
mean,
do that?
Because
I would love to do that, dude, but I'm not going to go spend like $500 on 3 cameras just to do something to make a point in a Discord server.
You'll prove it to
My
yourself.
telescope broke 3 months
No,
ago. I
you
haven't
wouldn't
even
need,
gotten that
you
fixed
wouldn't need
yet.
all that, bro. You wouldn't need it. If you just kind of aim your camera up and just record, you can use 3 shitball phones. I mean,
Yeah,
as long
The
as
I've
things
never
that
been able
everyone
to
has
find
access
it.
to, it's really hard to fake. So
yeah, you get 3 cheap cameras, just record that angle, and straight with 3 cheap cameras, and then the cameras. Just say, "I'll give your camera back tomorrow, bro. Can I borrow it?" You never know.
I mean, I could just buy 3 of them from Target and return them the next day. I mean,
Yeah, just something real cheap and goofy, dude. I mean, you ain't even got to be Target. I'm sure you can buy today. There's probably some cameras at the damn thrift store where they take and
right,
give shit
but
to people.
but the thing is, what I've described's already been done. There's plenty of people that have done that on the internet. So I mean, I guess
No,
I could
right,
do
but
it just to have it for myself. But he's trying
yours
to
might
losing
show
his mind.
something. Yours might show something different or exactly the same. And if yours shows
Yeah,
something a little different, then it wouldn't be exactly what you're thinking as the same. So that's why you would do it.
yeah.
Prove to
Or whatever.
yourself that's exactly what's going on without just watching another person's video thinking, man, I think they did this way, without actually doing it that way and then figuring it out. That's the thing. Now, if you watch this person and the person's your Uncle Tom or brother or Bill or neighbor, you watched actually, you got the cameras in his yard still and shit, then yeah, I can understand what you're saying. But if we haven't actually done it, then is that exactly what you would get if you set 3 cameras in your backyard and did that? Is it exactly what you would get?
I mean, I'm doing it with my finger now, right? Like I'm facing north right
Yes, sir.
now,
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm tracing where Ursa Major and Ursa Minor go. They go east to west, which is right to left, facing north. East to west, facing south is left to right. So I don't get why the guy started raging and say, "Oh, you gotta go buy 3 cameras right now," because what you're saying is stupid.
Dude, stop with the raging. I said just go do it yourself.
No, but you were kind of like making it seem like
Dude,
I just made something up
stop
that
with
made
the
no
raging.
sense when it makes
Just
perfect
go do it
sense.
yourself. I posted the one I did myself of Polaris at 34 after the hour. I've got other ones. I don't have them on this machine of straight up, of looking south, looking west. I've got all kinds of time lapses.
Who's talking?
you can just go fire up Stellarum.
I mean,
Well, see, the reason why it even dawned on me, on my dumbass, was because like 2 years ago, I was following Jupiter all night because it was like when I got my newer telescope, it was out like for the good chunk of the evening. So I was following it all night, and I'm like, wait a second, I got to go left to right because I got to face south to see Jupiter as it's rising east to west. And then when I was following shit facing north, I realized I had to turn it, but they're still moving east to west. It's all based on what direction you're facing, whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. That's the only point. And then when I'm following something, for instance, I can't remember the name. It's always right around Orion, Pleiades, Pleiades, whatever it's called. Yeah, it looks like a little. Yeah, it looks like a little like wine bottle kind of. Yeah, that when I follow that, I just stay like I have to like end up going like to almost a zenith position, and it's like a rainbow arc. So I mean, I just forget why the guy was raging so hard, just because I don't have time lapse cameras or
Pallades
cameras with time lapse.
Pallades is what?
I said it looks like a little wine bottle or a potion bottle from Skyrim, and it's always around Polaris. I mean, it's always around
looks like a
Orion.
wine bottle.
Yeah.
Holy shit! If I could put time in a bottle, that's crazy.
But I might be getting the name wrong. Hold on.
No, I'm just saying it's cool that it looks like a wine bottle. You know, in the retrospect, I thought it didn't look. I didn't know it looked like a wine.
Yeah, please.
Called it
Pleiades. Personally, that's my favorite thing to look at in the sky.
So which star or constellation barely ever comes ever at certain times, and you only see it at one time in certain places? Those are the ones you might need to look at too, though. Those are the ones that be weird, right? It's like you don't ever see it, don't ever see it, don't ever see it, and then you see it at this one time, and every other time you don't see it. That type of thing might indicate a cycle or something. I don't know.
I've never noticed anything that I only see, like anything that's in the sky, it's going to be in the sky at the same time at the same day forever. So, like, and that's one thing I started really keeping track
amount of time.
over the years.
The amount of time I'm talking. The amount of time. So, like, if that the amount of time. So if you can stare at Polaris, that's one thing, right? It's always going to be there or whatever. But if Polaris popped up every 5 moons or some shit, it would be different. You understand what I'm saying? So some stars do that very thing. It's not you don't see the cycle of them every time. They're not in that pattern enough to be in that cycle until a certain amount, and then you'll see them. Do you get it? So, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think there's something to it. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do or anything, but just, you know, maybe help
the only star that I get confused with when it comes to like predicting its pattern and stuff is Mars.
Really?
Yeah, well, Jupiter and Saturn and Venus, you can always see those in the summer in the morning. Mars always throws me off because, like, Mars, it seems like there's a longer period in between not being able to see Mars than it is Jupiter and Saturn and Venus. Because there's been times where, like, Mars always seems like the oddball where it doesn't start rising till like 8:30 in the morning, and then by the time it sets, it's already like it's still
closer or further. What do you? Well, I mean, what would that? I mean, I don't know. What would that mean?
Nothing. It's just that like I've had a telescope for like 4 years.
So what's it do different?
I only spent one season. Like I can't remember if it was the fall or winter, but there was only one part of the year once where Mars was out every night, and I remember being so disappointed because I was like, "Ooh, this is gonna be the first time I see Mars in my telescope." And every other little luminary that I look at, Venus, Mercury, Saturn, Jupiter, they all have like their own distinct flavor. But when I looked at Mars, it just looked exactly like the stars do, except it was orangey. I'm like, oh, so Mars was really underwhelming. I was expecting, because people claim they can see the polar caps and stuff, and nah. Mars just looked really.
Actually, people don't claim that with their telescopes. Only NASA.
Oh, they don't see. I mean, I thought that was a thing. Not unless they just made that up in the '90s, and only certain people are able to do it.
Yes, NASA people can see that.
Oh, okay. Because when I looked at Mars, it looked really washed out and blurry. I'm like, oh man, Mars doesn't. I thought Mars was going to be kind of interesting, because Venus goes through its little moon phases. Mercury is looks like a much tighter version of Mars, like more of a circle shape. Jupiter and Saturn are cool, and then Jupiter's got its four little moons.
Mars is a conspiracy theory.
No, I'm just saying Mars is not nearly as interesting to look at as the other ones. Mars is just very. It just looks like a bright orangey star. That's it. There's nothing cool
Mars
about
doesn't
it.
exist, bro.
Well, no, I
There's
mean,
actually-
what's claimed to be what people call Mars. I've looked at and I wasn't impressed.
There's a lot of like conflicting theories as to how Mars, like a smaller body, would even get into that point in orbit around the sun. It's neat to look at.
Orbit around the
I know,
sun.
right?
Again, the sun doesn't exist, bro.
I can see it.
He gave up.
My headphones.
Yeah, Hawk 2 on that thing.
Oh, that was gross.
I just had to pull over, but it's true. Like globe science can't prove like Mars' place in orbit right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Mars has just been the one that kind of. I always have trouble figuring out Mars's pattern. Or the other one, but then again, I mean, I've only been looking at this stuff for a couple of years. Who's to say in the next year or two, Jupiter and Saturn don't start doing that, and Mars starts being consistent for a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Cassiopeia, what is that? Constellation.
Constellation.
A group of stars. I don't know. Cassiopeia. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, but I couldn't tell you what it means. Like, I mean, I've heard of it. I've probably known the meaning of it before, but my brain can only hold on to so much info.
Yeah. Everybody's actually. My buddy back in the day, he used to like be really crazy, obsessed with like certain times of the year, and he'd break out a telescope. And I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" He's like, "Oh, I'm getting this thing, man. I'm looking at this telescope, man." So we started looking, and then my wife's dad had a bigger, better one that he had, and I was like, "Oh, okay." So I broke that one out, and he was like, "Oh shit, let's use that. That's better than mine." I was like, "All right," because he had like a good Walmart one that cost him like $100 something, but this other one I had was a badass one. I don't even know what that. It was just my wife's dad's. So anyway, we're looking at it, you know what I mean? He's looking at the stars and shit, but he just always said there was something different about certain things, like you were trying to say, like you couldn't figure out Mars, right? Yeah. He's just saying there's something cool about certain ones, and he'd always read these star books and this other shit. And this dude, he was into all kinds of weird conspiracies back in the day when we were young, from like books. You know, he'd be like, "Oh, I know what took out the dinosaurs." I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, "You believe in dinosaurs?" He said, "Man, just think about it. If there's a whole bunch of creatures here and people had to come here, we probably shot this planet with something and killed them all." I was like, "Well, I mean, I guess we could have raided them, hit them with some raid. I don't fucking know." I said, if they were real, I guess, I don't know, it would make sense. Get rid of the big animals, but I never thought they were real, you know.
I remember that meme. It was what if the asteroid was a spaceship and we're the aliens or some shit? I'm like, oh my god! I remember seeing that. It blew my mind back in like 2010.
Oh, dude, I mean, this is back in the 90s when dude was talking about this stuff with me. These dudes, they used to teach me to do like nerd games and stuff like Risk and whatever, and I'd beat them every time. It just weirdly enough, just luckily, I don't know, somehow, you know, I got good luck with dice and shit too, but I just beat them at the games, and it'd just be funny. So they were like cool with me. They'd tell me all this crazy shit, and I was like, I agree with this, don't agree with that, don't know about that, you know, and we discuss stuff. But I just thought it was weird.
It's funny. Your origin story starts off with you playing dice when you were a kid.
Well, just saying. Well, it's a board game called Risk. You know, the world domination.
Oh, dude,
World
that game's so damn
domination with
expensive.
dice,
That game's like
baby.
$45. I was
Hey,
looking
that's
at
a
that the
good
other
game,
day.
man.
I know, that's why I wanted to buy it. I haven't played that in years. But I ain't spending $45 on a board game. I might be able to find it at a thrift
I'll
store
tell
for
you
like
what, you
25.
get the little purple place at the end, you're gonna beat everybody. That's the I used to conquer
Ugh.
Indonesia, some shit like that.
Yeah, it's been so long since I played.
They couldn't attack me once I owned that spot. They could not attack me from that spot. Not from the back anyway. Like there was no, you didn't have to worry about nobody coming from a side, back. All you had to do was worry about the front. And you fortified the front, you won that game.
That's... Oh, and as far as like telescopes and all that, it's a huge myth that you have to spend a lot. Like you can spend under $200 and get one where you can see everything that everyone else with a $5,000 telescope can see.
Yeah.
The only
Yeah, no,
difference is the
100%.
$5,000 telescope's got it's got a computer on it where all you got to do is
No,
look through
I
the
didn't have that
eyepiece.
one. I had like
Yeah.
down from that. Yeah, I wouldn't want that one. I said I wouldn't want no electronic. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I would. That would be so convenient because then I would be able to like
because I
just
don't want them to add
keep
anything I don't
everything.
want.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I could definitely see like you can get a motor for and
Right,
stuff.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to have any images inputted into my shit. That way, I want to look at what I'm looking at only. I don't want magnified, limited, perfected. I don't want all that.
Oh no! It's essentially it's just a motor, and then you type in like what you want to see. The motor's gonna move your whole mount to where you
Yeah, I
want
know
to
about
stay
that one.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not
They
changing
got some other
anything.
ones too.
Yeah, I mean they got like if you have an iPhone, and anybody that has an iPhone, like a relatively new one, can try it. If you go outside at night and you take a picture of something, you're gonna get a NASA image onto your phone and then it's gonna try to trick you into thinking you just took that picture with your camera, but it's literally just a generic NASA image of Jupiter or the Milky Way or something. This one kid I was working with, he goes, "Hey man, look at this Milky Way picture I took yesterday." I'm like, dude, that's from Google. Like that's not what your phone saw through its lens, you dummy.
That's not iPhone. That's Androids.
No, I'm pretty sure it's iPhone because my buddy had his new iPhone and he took a.
Androids, when you take a picture of the moon, you can take a picture of a street light, and it'll give you a picture of the moon if you do it right.
Oh, so they probably do it too, but I thought it was just iPhones because I know for a fact it's an iPhone.
Androids. No, yeah, it all started from Android. The whole thing. You can
Dude,
Google
what?
it and look it all
Whatever,
up.
it's fine.
Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, like, well, okay, so my buddy, he had the iPhone, whatever, I don't know, 15, 21, whatever, like the newest one. This was 2 years ago, so the newest one at that point in time, 2 years ago. And he took a picture of Jupiter, and he goes, dude, I can zoom in really far with this. I said, oh, try to take a picture of Jupiter, see what it looks like. So he did, and it's like you could see all the planets, you could see the little red stripes, and I got really pissed, because I'm like, dude, and I'm like, how does that look better than my telescope? Like, I was so confused, and I was mad. Because I'm like, it's so much easier. Then I realized it's just an AI image.
Yeah, 50 minutes after the hour, there's the proof Samsung caught faking moon photos.
I'd be mad too, man. Why is all this needed? Why is all that shit needed when you want to see what you want to see?
I thought that was an organic photograph of the sky, and I was really jealous. Because I'm like, I'm over here with my big, stupid 55-pound telescope, and I'm like, and I was just, I was like, there's no way that your phone just got a better image of something than my glass and mirror telescope with magnification lenses. I was kind of baffled, and then I was looking into it. I'm like, oh, wait a second, that was just that was essentially like if you go on AI and type in picture of Jupiter, and it was something like that. I mean, it wasn't extreme looking. It was just a very clear, and it was small too. Like it looked like he took it from his phone. Like the scale was right for the picture and stuff, but it was just incredibly detailed. And I'm like, dude, I can't get anything that looks that crystal clear in my telescope. I'm just so mad. And I found out.
People stack multiple images together if you want to recreate that sort of effect. But
Yeah, but this was just a point and click. Like he literally just pointed at it, clicked it, then we looked at it. I'm like, dude, how'd you get that? All those details? How'd you get the little spot and stuff? Like it was baffling my mind. It's not like you stood there for 30 minutes and just kind of try to, make layers to the picture. It was just a one click, but just, it was a selfie. Essentially, just click. And then it was so gorgeous, and I was like, man, I'm gonna fucking throw away my telescope and just go get a fucking iPhone.
taking everything.
They
But
just
then,
got the finest technology, the latest technology known to man on that old iPhone. And what? Just kidding.
well, like I said, the thing is, all last summer, this kid I was working with, because this one dude I was working with started, he told me that he was a flat earther and stuff. Oh, cool, interesting. And then we started talking about it, obviously. And the other kid that was working on the line with us, he was getting annoyed. He goes, "Man, y'all are so fucking stupid, blah blah blah." And and he used to make a point. Hey, man, hey, come look at this picture I took of the Milky Way galaxy last night. Look at all that. I'm like, dude. And I'm like, I didn't feel like going into it about how like that's not an organic image taken from his phone, that it was placed in there. So I don't know. But yeah, I
Right,
ended up
everyone.
breaking my equatorial, well, not the mount, but I ended up breaking the tripod about a month or two ago. And I was looking up like it's cheaper just to buy a whole new telescope than it is just to get the damn tripod. The cheapest tripods I was seeing was like 280, and I'm like, well, dude, this whole telescope I bought was 180 on sale on Amazon. I'll probably just upgrade and just get save up, like spend double as much, get a 400. Oh no, the next one I want's like 6, but where I live, I can't use it anyway because I got a giant street light right in the middle of my property, in the middle of the fucking woods too. It's so silly. It has no purpose being there.
Sounds like the purpose is to provide light in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, but it's my own property. Why would I want my own property spotlight 24/7? And it's like 12. I want to say it's like $12 to $15 a month on my electric bill. Like I don't want. I mean, where I live in a very very rural area. I don't have any. I got like one neighbor within like yelling distance, maybe, but there's no sense of having a spotlight just right in the middle of my property that's not even on a road. I'm also too afraid to just climb up there and unscrew the light bulb too, because I get all the wires jetting out to it. I'm like, I'm gonna go up there and touch something and just fall off. Yeah, the one thing about the stars and stuff, it's weird how short amount of a time each constellation is like rising and setting throughout the entirety of the night, where you can get to see the whole thing. Like it feels like just yesterday, Ursa Major was just starting to rise. The Big Dipper was just starting to come up over the horizon at dusk, and now when it is dusk at 8:30, almost 9, where I'm at, it's almost pretty much set. You can't see it. I mean, I also live in a little valley and I got a bunch of trees, so I don't have as clear of a view. But pretty soon, all the winter constellations will start getting ready to come back. Well, no, that's Orion. That's still got a while.
I feel like I see Orion like every day, but I'm not good at constellations. Like every time I look up, I can see those like 3 stars, and then but it's like
Yeah.
close to the horizon for me.
Oh, okay.
I'm in
Well,
the
I mean,
central
are you
part
in
of, yeah, I'm in
are
the
you in
central
North
part of the
America?
state. Yeah,
Because usually you can't really see Orion's belt rising. Because it's always so cool when you see like the constellations rising from if you have a real clear view of the horizon. Because it's like, I don't know, like the Big Dipper. It always just looks like a massive ship coming out of the ocean to me, like just a big plow in the front of it. And
I mean, it might not be. Yeah,
I get constellations, dude. I can't remember what they're called and stuff. And then there's times where I spend so much time looking at the sky and stuff and just tracing random objects. And you got to remember, every single star is moving at the exact same rate to the other at all times. Like everything's moving uniformed.
I
So it's
notice
like
you say that. Notice that you
I'll
say
start
you
mixing.
stare at the sky all the time. Is there anything you're looking for though when you do this?
No, the one thing I will say is the amount of hours I've done it, I've never seen what I would consider to be a UFO. And I found that kind of strange.
no way. I've seen one.
No,
One.
no UFOs.
I've never.
I mean, I've seen what some folks would call it a UFO, but to me it was just a big blue light just like shooting all the way across the sky, and I was like, I don't know what that was, and I've looked it up. I mean, it could have been a meteor or a comet or an asteroid, but there was no like predictions like look up in the sky, big blue light, it's gonna shoot across. It was wild. But
See,
might have been nothing.
that's the thing with asteroids, or I don't know what they're called, like the shooting stars, essentially. Meteors, maybe. Yeah, I guess meteors. Whatever we can call them. That doesn't matter. If you live in a dark enough area where you're kind of far away from like the middle of a real big town or something, or if it's just a really dark night and you don't have a lot of light pollution, I tell people this all the time. If you just spend literally 15 minutes, get your eyes completely used to being in the dark and just start focusing on the sky for 15 straight minutes, just keeping your eyes up towards the sky. Don't look at your phone. Don't look at any lights. After about 15 minutes, you'll see 3 or 4 different weird little things, shooting stars or what they call satellites. You see all kinds of things. I've just never seen anything where I'm like, ooh, that's a vehicle with aliens in it. Like, the weirdest thing I saw was this little star, and I thought it was Venus, and it was in the middle. It was in the afternoon. It was at like 5:30, 6:30, so it was still plenty of light out. The sun was still visible on the horizon, and I'm like, well, that might be Venus because you can see Venus when the sun's still out. But then, and I'm like, it's pretty much completely due north, like right around where Polaris would be. So well, that doesn't make any sense. Venus has no business ever being over there. And my neighbor saw it, and it sat there for like almost an hour, and it was silvery looking. And all of a sudden, it started turning this orange color, and then it eclipsed itself. Like you could start seeing like where it was going through like the same phases as the moon, except that a lot faster. It was all doing it at one time. And it's over about 15 minutes and went from being a full, what the full moon is, and then it started just waning. And then it turned super bright orange and just dissolved like you would drop like a Tums in water, like it just kind of dissolved. And that's the closest thing I've ever seen to a UFO, but the whole time I was watching it, not once did I think that was a vehicle with humanoids or aliens or clones in it, Yeah. Yeah, that's the only strange thing I've ever seen.
Just
Really.
one special guy that lives in Mexico is able to film all kinds of weird stuff in the sky. He's special.
No, it might just be his location. I mean, he could live near a military base or some shit. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not craft that like our government could have that we don't know about. I mean, that would be kind of silly to
Chinese
say that.
lantern. Yeah, Chinese lanterns are a good one. How high are they when you see those?
How high is a Chinese lantern when I look at it in the sky?
How high is anything in how high is any light in the sky when you see it?
Hmm. See, that's hard to tell, and that's another interesting point, right? Because if you're looking at the moon, or if you're looking at Jupiter, or you're looking at Orion, or at the Orion Nebula, you don't have to change focus on anything. So it's almost as if everything's at the same distance. I mean, how many?
That's
Like, I can't
correct.
tell how many times
I
I've
have a
looked at the moon.
P900. Yeah, I have a P900, and as soon as I focus on one thing, all I have to do is move my camera.
Yeah, like there's been times where I'm looking at the moon, and then I'll see the silhouette of the airplane go in front of it, and it looks so crystal clear, and I'm like, my focus is the same for an airplane as it is Orion's Nebula. Like that doesn't make any sense.
See, none of the regulars came in today except for Manufactotum. He said a bunch of lies and got banned.
Well, there was that one
Yeah, they've been
KP
hard,
guy.
haven't they?
There was a one
I couldn't
KP
tell if
guy
he
who
was a
said
Glober or
there
was a
was this
flat earther
one.
in the chat or something. Sorry.
There was this one KP guy who came in and he said the most important thing that he needs to tell the world he has a master's. Not on what, whatever.
That guy's an idiot.
I have a master's in Magic the Gathering.
He's a master debater.
Masturbator.
Is he a master at asking permission to take a shit?
Hey, my crucible will be here today. I get to melt things now.
Like the channel, Crucible?
They melt things.
No, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah.
I don't want to go off topic for a second for too long, but like, does anyone know what kind of scope that shooter was using in Pennsylvania that took a shot at Trump? No, I can't figure it out anywhere, dude. And I'm wondering, like, I wonder if this guy was like shooting center mass, if he was aiming for his head, dude.
Did you try asking in a room that cares?
All right, I'll just.
You know, it's weird. I have literally spent maybe a total of 3 minutes looking at that event, and it's so strange.
Rip.
I don't know what to do with these guys. It's hard to stay on the room topic.
Yeah, so I want to bring in the topic when we were talking about orbits. I think I had a bunch of Globers were having their panties in a fit when I told them that the model, their supposed model, doesn't work because you're using elliptical orbits. So you have two foci, not a single foci, no center of gravity well or mass that you're purporting going around there. And someone that didn't even have a clue that that's actually part of the model.
That's too advanced for talking to them about stuff like that. First, you have to prove that you see shit orbiting shit in nature. Like I can go out into the woods behind my house and then see orbits happening, and then I can decide how that's happening.
It's interesting too because their whole proof of the ground is everything other than the ground, invoking orbits and stars and planets and moons and asteroids for which they know nothing about whatsoever. It's like, I mean, I hope that, not that I hope, but it's been a while. But there used to be people who come in pretty regular, like, hey, Flurfer, explain lunar phases. And they get it mixed up, and they think that the shadow on the moon is the Earth on the lunar phase. And they say that is a curved shadow, and you're like, show me what the fuck you're talking about. Like, look this stuff up. Some of them have never looked it up. It's just like it's like a foregone conclusion. And they want
heard it from somebody else. They're like, hey, yeah, tell those flat earthers to explain this because it's some fucking dude named Bill thinking he's funny and he has no clue what the fuck he's talking about. And then you got Professor Dave's and then all of that group, you know, and then you got the regular people who think they're going to say something crazy, you know, profound, like tell the flat earthers where's their edge. And then they'll tell you that a ball doesn't have an edge. So, I mean, you know, what the fuck?
A ball is one edge.
Exactly. That's what I explain to them every time. I even demonstrate it, and then they come back rethinking because it's like, yeah. And that's weird. Like the honest ones, it only takes a couple seconds. Have you ever noticed that? Like they're kind of honest. They actually, within a couple seconds, they're like, oh, okay, holy shit. Okay. They don't just fight you the whole way. They're like, oh, okay, that kind of, all right. I want to hear more about this. You know, they're not just like fighting you the whole way. They're actually trying to learn something.
The ones that fight you the whole way are still useful, like a useful idiot. Because you'll tell them something that they don't know that's actually a globe thing, and they'll argue against it.
Oh, I know. I think that's the funniest shit. They argue with each other. Like,
Peter and Bannock to argue against each other yesterday. I think they hate each other now.
Yeah, I had to boot Peter. He started talking about 2020 stuff. Even after telling him to stop. Off topic, Peter.
Oh, yeah, 2020 stuff, right.
Yeah.
So when I got him to admit nothing is pulled to the ground, and then Bannock said that gravity pulls air and creates a air shell around the Earth, I said no. Peter said no, and that was the end of it. They both spiraled into nowhere land.
all you gotta do is sit an aquarium on the ground, put some gas in it. If the Earth ain't pulling it down, then it ain't pulling it down.
Yeah, but Matthew Learns on this server said something that he said that the molecules, like gas molecules, loses energy when it bounces off the top of the container than when it bounces to the bottom. Then I asked him for citation, and he just bounced right out. So I was like, wait. And I had to go hunt it down to see what it is in the kinetic theory of gas.
Does he mean at the release? Or does he mean inside? Does he mean at the release of the container when you open it? Or does he mean just in the container at the top? That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah.
No, he said that. He said it's a theory, so right there we already know they just thought about it and made it up.
Yeah, but he said it so confidently that the gas energy loses energy when it bounces from the top than when it bounces from the bottom of it because they're trying to prove that there's some sort of pull to these guys. And I had to look that up, and it was just complete poppycock. It was just there's their elastic collisions. They said they overall doesn't lose any change in energy. Either and it said that the vector that bounces off is actually not even important. So I asked him for citation. He bounced.
Yeah, they're in crisis mode.
Well done, dude. Good for you, mate. But yeah, elastic collisions. It's they don't run out of energy. They just bounce indefinitely off the walls of the container or other molecules. So they're desperate for something, weight, losing energy, something. But yeah, they don't have anything.
Yep, and I found a citation from Howard University that says that the direction has no bearing on this interaction, whether it's up, down, left, or right.
Yep, just any direction.
Yeah, but anyways, getting back to the guy Peter, he pretty much concedes like all of the proofs, and then at the end of his statement, he will say he believes in the globe. That's a different type of anti-flat earther that I've seen.
Yeah, he's sort of full of tricks, isn't he? It's like more of an obstacle course of dumb global questions than real sort of back and forth debate. I mean, there's all these questions. What's this? What's that? And then when you answer a question, they'll pick something out in your answer and go, "Oh, what's that?" And before you know it, you're arguing with you're arguing about something that's way off the topic.
Well, yeah, because I always think that when people are asking questions, they're pretty much obfuscating from making a claim.
Yeah.
And and they're using your answer to be like, well, there you go. It's like to make it. They're not even making the claim, but then at the end, it's like they say, "I just proved it by your answers." My claim that I didn't make.
Yeah, they're full of little tricks. Cheeky little space monkeys. Talking about the shape of the Earth, and they'll point at the sky, they'll point at the stars and the moon and go, "Look, look, 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 look."
They really don't like it when you remind them that the globe is the claim.
Yeah, you got to try and bring them back to Earth. Pardon the pun, but
Well, I think all of them have abandoned the radius. Because now if they're using 7/6R radius, then the radius is now, what was it, like 4,816 or 18 miles in diameter. So it's no longer the radius that was previously measured. So you just can't measure it because that's the standard. Right. No, but now in principle it can't be measured. So, So taking it back to the stars, has anybody seen? And this is not a joke or anything, but Uranus in the sky, or is that like supposed to be beyond your normal local uh, eye resolution?
You want to talk to me about fucking flat Earth, motherfucker?
It's hilarious. Come back.
No.
Can people see Uranus without a telescope? Uranus, at its brightest, is about magnitude 5.8, just within naked eye visibility. So the answer is yes, but seeing conditions have to be excellent, and you have to know where to look. So you can see Uranus in the sky. How about that?
Let me try to locate it in Stellarium right now here.
Okay, so Stellarium is a website. It's basically a sky mapping celestial thing. This site is full of stuff.
Yeah, it's like the virtual planetarium.
Yeah.
It has a flat plane and where you can. That's what I keep telling everybody. They're like, Stellarium proves the globe. But it's not like, no, it's a flat plane and it's a dome of vision. So it's technically, if the sun wasn't out, we'll be able to see it right now on my location. It's right real close to where Mars is purported to be. The funny thing is, like, people don't realize about how they track the stars is that if you were on a globe, the inner planets wouldn't be visible to you ever. And I kept telling these people this, and they just refuse to listen. And it's like the angle doesn't match up. Every time you see a diagram telling you the angles of these planets, you're facing the sun. The angles are all facing the sun. It doesn't matter what diagram you pull up. All the angles that they use to measure where these phases of Venus and Mercury are supposed to be are all where the sun is at your 12 o'clock.
Down.
That's going to be very difficult to do, isn't it? If you've got the sun looking straight at you, trying to see freaking planets in the sky.
Earth is flat, bitches.
That's right.
But anyway, but orbital mechanics uses a flat planar reference to measure the elevation angles. So they got to use a flat Earth to get their orbital motions.
Yeah, someone
Horrible.
posted that. Someone posted that earlier. I see there's some chat skanking on the server right now.
Hey, the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. Cool claim there, bro. Can you prove it?
Are you stupid?
What the fuck, man?
Well, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. You burst in the door and made a claim. Can you prove this claim?
Burden of proof doesn't exist.
Cool story. Prove it.
It's no proof needed.
Well, that's all the proof I need for this. Anyway, you got proof of that claim you made, then?
Yeah.
Let's go to the side chats right there. Everybody's been waiting for you.
Who is everybody? I don't know him.
The whole world.
Do you get paid for being like this, or you really believe it?
Use any answer you need to get back to your idea that you think you live on the globe.
No, my idea is that I think some major economic powers are paying some people or some group of people to make the others be ignorant, or to make others believe this kind of
Yeah, he's actually
out of
right.
world.
He's actually right. They make people believe that the Earth is a globe. Pretty stupid.
I never said a globe. I said a sphere.
Or a sphere.
Okay. That's your opinion.
Yeah.
A fear ball. Sphere.
Since about 500 years, they made this happen. Made people believe that the Earth is a sphere, and they can't even prove it. Crazy.
They can't even articulate why they think that. That's how bad that. Like, with education comes articulation. You know this because as you go through the education process, you articulate the knowledge you learned back to the teacher, whoever taught you. But yet somehow along the way, they thought it's stupid if you think the Earth is not a globe, and it's smart that you can't articulate why you think it is.
They just say stuff like, "Look at the NASA. Look at Elon Musk with his car in the space." Yeah, I looked at it. It looks bullshit.
Everything that we know, everything that we have knew, and everything that we will
We
know, it's there on
we
that pale blue dot. I suggest you to open your mind.
we
Yeah, I suggest you open your mind that the Earth is fucking flat.
Hello.
Hello.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Do not ask me for proof. But I feel like Earth is flat. Is that wrong? Am I wrong?
Yo, God bless, God bless.
Okay, thank you.
What are you guys talking about?
Earth.
How about the Earth being a sphere?
Damn, that's a based opinion. Will not lie.
Based on what?
I mean,
That's the question. What is it based on?
You want me to say like 50? You want me to send like the 50,000 image that we have of Earth?
No, I want you to look up the actual historical aspects of it. Like, go through history and literally answer the question of what it's based off of. Like, that is specifically what I'm actually saying.
Okay,
The
I will ask you
CGI,
something. I will ask you
CGI
something.
pictures you have done.
Not science.
I hear
By the way,
German. I hear German. German alert.
Calm down. I'm not talking about science class. I'm talking about history
Okay,
class. It's right down the hall.
Okay, so guys, do you think that any planet is round or spheric?
That's a good question.
Spheric.
I have no issues with cosmic space bubbles over a giant puddle. Why the hell would there be an issue with that?
So why is Earth the only flat planet?
Why can you put balls on a pool table?
Because the humans created the table and the balls.
Okay, so what shapes do these two objects have? What do they present to you? Do you have something that is spherical above something that is planar? So because you can have spheres over a plane, my question then is, why wouldn't you be able to then? You tell me.
I think this question is why would we be the only pool table and every other thing would be a ball?
Yeah, like Mars.
Okay.
Mars is a rocky planet. Okay, it's a sphere. It's a sphere. Why Earth is a rocky planet also and it's flat according to you?
I have a question. Have you ever seen Mars? Like, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it with my eyes on night. I mean, on the
That's
night.
nice, man. Good for you.
Yeah, of course.
I always see just I
To
just see
answer
light.
all your questions at once, it's because what you're standing on is the ground, the floor of the universe, and everything that is moving above you is indeed moving above you.
What floor of the universe? There is no
Welcome to the ground. You can't fall off the ground. There's no edge to go fall off the ground. If you find one, let me know. I'll go visit it with you. But you're standing on the ground, and the things that you see moving above you are doing exactly what you see. They are moving above you.
Do you think they exist? Do you think stars exist?
Why?
What are
What
stars?
the fuck? I literally just said you see shit moving above you.
But like, are they stars? Are they like?
The guy who's
saying Mars.
Go ahead.
Yeah, get out more serious. No, this is the guy who's asking. He's never seen Mars. Get out more serious. Yeah, Dr. Baru or whatever your name is, Buenaventura. You're making the leap of logic that you're standing on this red dot that you see, something similar to that. You have this whole outer space mythology embedded in your psyche, and it's oozing out of your speech. I said you have this whole idea of this outer space mythology is that's the way it is. It's oozing out of your speech. You make leaps of logic and don't realize it.
There is this psychological thing that when you don't know someone, you start speaking about yourself, you know?
No, I'm talking about what you just said, the leap of logic you made.
What was this leap of logic? I didn't follow.
Well, he sees red dot in sky and thinks he's standing on dot.
Yeah, that's my question. Like, what is a dot for you guys? Like, I never understood. Like, what are stars for you?
A fusion nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
Let,
Okay,
let
that's
the,
valid. And what is it
let
for
the
you?
mythology ooze out of it. Let it ooze.
Okay,
What's mythology?
okay, Burn. What is it for you? Like, what do you think stars are? Like, I think that's a valid point. Like, he gave like his, like what he thinks stars are. What do you think stars are?
No, that was him.
No, but what do you think stars are? What do you think they are?
Well, they're definitely not the ground I'm standing upon.
Okay, what are they?
Do they have any? Okay, let's establish that. Do they have anything to do with the ground you stand upon?
No.
Should we sing the song?
Okay.
We should sing the song.
Stars are angels destroying Shealfleen.
How I wonder what you are. Nobody fucking knows, dude. Nobody knows what the stars are.
But you
We see
guys
light
don't
in the
know.
sky,
You guys don't know what stars are.
No, stars are angels. Stars are angels in the sky.
Hold on.
That are destroying the Shealfleen.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, comic book guy. But yeah, you guys think it's a lead pipe cinch, and here you are telling us that you're seeing things that are 500 light years away.
Yes. Like, I don't know. I don't know what stars
let
are.
that sink in. Let that sink in. I know you don't know, so let that sink in. That's the position from which you guys are tossing your little stones.
Wait, are you calling me a globe earther?
No, you're lost in the mythology. I'm calling you the guy who's not seen Mars.
Yeah, I've never seen Mars.
Yeah.
I'm gonna admit it.
Yeah.
I did.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. That's who you are, though.
Fair.
You're
the one who
losing your
don't know what stars
mythology.
are. Vern, I conjure the star denier, okay?
Yeah, I get it. But you asked about the leap of logic. I'll drop after this, but the leap of logic is that he sees things in sky and is convinced that he's standing upon one of these things. It's a leap of logic.
Man, is it a leap of logic when you see people with like brains inside of them, then you think you yourself have a brain even though you have never seen it?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Like,
what do you write for Ren and
I put a
Stimpy?
lot of work in it. Sorry? I didn't understand you.
I said, are you a Ren and Stimpy writer?
I don't know what that is. I'm not American.
Well, Ren and Stimpy are international. Anyways,
I don't know what that is.
yeah, so you get the leap of logic now.
Okay, finally. Let's go.
He's convinced. Well, he didn't do it himself, but he's immersed in this outer space mythology, and that's where he makes his arguments from. He can't see it any other way.
Damn.
What do you mean by outer space mythology? Like looking in the sky, it's outer space mythology.
Like you looking at red dot and assuming that's what you're standing on, something similar to that. Outer space mythology.
I know I don't live in Mars. I live in the Earth. But why would you be like observing many spheres like satellites, planets, stars, and you would say no, my planet is different. My planet
Well,
is.
you're not observing spheres. I'm not going to split hairs here.
I think at the end, it's an ego problem.
Why would you call it your planet?
Yeah, Freud is an idiot. Was an idiot. Is an idiot.
Bro, that's so mean. I mean, you're right though. Still.
Yeah, true.
That's fine, but it sounds like you have a lot of pride right now. It doesn't sound like you're even willing to acknowledge the leap of logic you're making, even though you seem to be, in other words, saying, yeah, I do live on Earth.
Can you explain what leap of faith he's making? You're always just coming back. Yeah, he's starting a leap of faith, but I think you never
why would I think
specified
my
which
planet
it
is different? When he says why do I think my planet is different, he's assuming it's a planet. That's the issue.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys are putting the cart before the horse.
So if it's not a planet, what it is? A satellite? What are we?
Oh, we're on Earth. We
It's
don't
on
know
Earth,
more than
yeah.
that.
Okay, wait. What is Earth for you? What is Earth
It's
for you? For
Earth.
him, he says it's a planet, but what do you think Earth is?
Oh, but the
Earth is
positive
Earth.
claim has a burden of proof. If he's saying it's a planet, he has to prove it's a planet. Has he ever
Yeah,
been
but
off
like
Earth
you
to show
say,
that
it's a
dot?
flat plane. You have to prove that it's a
Has he
flat
ever been
plane.
off Earth to show it's a dot?
I mean, people like us were there, right? So
No,
yeah,
they weren't.
some people proved it. What? I was never at America. Wait, I was
There
never
were
at
TV
America, but I
shows
still believe
produced.
America exists. Wait, guys, I was never in America, but I still believe you guys exist.
That's because America is independently
you're making
verifiable.
a
People
hey.
go to America privately and there's a huge mountain of all of the evidence. If you were to take all this data from people's, videos and photos and memorabilia and all
then we're on the same page. We're on the same page. Then we're on the same page. Like we believe the same thing. Yes,
It's not the same
there is
page, bro. You're from a different book because you can't analogize that with space.
Doch, there are people taking like memorabilias, right? The whole like Mars like sand and all this shit, right?
It's independently verifiable. I could go right now.
I mean, yeah, probably. If you have enough money, some billions, some billions, probably gonna go there.
I just want to say a last serious question for you guys. So,
stop the cap.
Why, in your opinion, why do you see different stars in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere? Why do you see different stars?
Stop the cap.
Bro, you're too base for this channel. You're too base for this. You need to go.
Yeah.
They don't
They
like
have no evidence then.
Because there's different celestial poles, bro.
Duruti, let me tell you something, okay? They don't believe you because they actually believe that they're on a flat plane.
Stop the cap.
Like they're so deep in there, man. Like you can't get them, and that's all right. You need to let them go. It's all right.
Wow.
Sometimes you need to let good things go.
Yeah, you need to let them go. They think
yes, like we with the globe Earth, right? Like for example, like that. Like we all need to let
Hey,
things go.
Buenaventura, say you were in a large warehouse and you look up. As you move around the warehouse, you're going to see different lights. You might see a Mylar balloon stuck up there. You might see a bird in some of the corners of the warehouse ceiling.
Okay. Why are you going there?
Well, you were asking about why you saw different lights in the sky. Just an analogy.
You mean stars?
Yes. Stars, lights, tings.
What?
Never mind. My lord, what is up with you guys?
No, that was a
I know, I get it. You guys are doing a great job doing multiple languages. I'll drop
No,
that.
Old Nas, what you said was dumb, actually. About the warehouse, that was kind of dumb.
What's dumb about it?
It's a false analogy, man. Because they see the celestial pole from different continents. So that's like saying from different...
Yeah, it's just a smaller version. It's a big warehouse.
No, it's not the same at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like X is Z. So it's like, no. It's like X is Z. So Y is Z. No.
There is no gotcha. And with that whole South Pole, there's no gotcha there. And you guys are going to find that out pretty effing soon. There's zero gotcha there.
Okay,
No.
let's take the example. Okay, let's give it a fair thing, a fair try, man. So you see in the corner, one corner there is a bird, one corner there is a light, in other corner there is a penguin, in other corner there is a corn, whatever.
Penguins are birds, bro.
Whatever. So if you're standing in a corner with the bird, you will see also the corn, the penguin, and the light. Right? In any corner you will see the three other things or the four things.
So what about the limits to your view? Like you have certain hardware limits.
But in Earth, if you go past the equator, you will start to see different stars in the sky. Also, if you go very north,
exactly,
you will see stars in the sky.
That's what you would expect.
But you will not see one star further than if you were like in the South Pole, and if you are in the North Pole, you will not see it. You will not even see it. In your example, you will see everything.
And that's exactly what you would expect on a flat Earth. Because your eyes can't see forever! Like, what part of that don't you get? It's fucking silly to actually let... This conversation's honestly over because you guys aren't willing to listen to anything anyway.
What the hell are you talking about?
You have limitations to your fucking field of vision. And as shit gets away, it gets smaller, right? Until you can no longer see it. So you tell me why the fuck you can't see something across a very, very, very large map. Come on, use common sense.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they're talking about.
It does make sense.
He's talking to Buenaventura percentage.
So
that's crazy. How you mute me?
Go higher up and you can see it, and further away from the yacht, and you can still see it.
No, I don't think that's
so.
His
That's
point,
why. Well, the further away you can see it. If you're
roboting, Jay Reese.
We need a Domo Arigato Mr. Roboto soundbite for this. You're bro, try logging out and coming back into Discord because you sound like you're talking through a tin can that keeps on skipping every other like half a second. We can't hear you, man.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I think it's exciting to be able to explore Earth and the space.
I agree with you 100%. Like, that's actually the most exciting thing to me, is that the age of exploration type thing, that interests me, that's cool. And I agree with you 100% on that point, specifically.
Yeah, and I hope you are someday on Starship and you say, "Oh, I was mistaken, I was wrong." But you have to be humble and say, "It doesn't matter."
Oh, wait, no, stop him there. Stop him
Anything
there. Stop him there.
specifically, you would have to know my entire worldview in order to make that claim. So, anything else is a straw man.
Yep. Have you been on a
Go ahead, Jenna.
starship, buddy? You're like, all you have to do is go on a starship, and that's how you'll know. Which
I hope
implies that
today.
you have been on a starship, and so therefore
No.
you know. No?
No.
Then don't make stupid comments like that.
No, this is a stupid comment. What you say? I only say that I hope for him to be in a Starship. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
What
you're
what
appealing
you're
I
to the
doing
hope
is
for you to be in a
future,
what
buddy.
you're
starship.
doing. It's ugly.
I hope for you to be in a starship.
He's right. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I hope you too.
I'm more interested in certain other locations on Earth at this time. I have no desire to go higher.
So you can't see an object because it's too far away from you and you're limited. But when you go higher up, you can see that object now, and yet you're further. So that doesn't make sense. And that's where your common sense is wrong.
No, but you have to understand that the whole planet is covering your field of view.
And you have Atmos in between things.
He's saying, like, look, you're at a thing. Something is 5 miles away and you can't see it because of atmospheric interference. But if you go higher up in elevation, now you can see that object.
You tell me why the F you wouldn't be able to.
Perspective.
You're
Bingo.
You're
rebutting again, man.
Triangle instead of just one of the legs, which goes for distance, and yet you can now see the object. So somehow you're seeing further.
Well, I know that I can see a bit further than anybody else around me if I were, like, a giant, way the F taller, and then you'd be a little shorty down there the size of my big toe. Of course I would see further than you, bro.
How far can you see?
You're saying there's a limit to your vision because of the distance. If you go higher up and you can see further, that's a contradiction.
That's actually proof that there's no physical curvature there. Do you understand that?
No, you're saying there's a limit to your vision, meaning no matter how high up you go, you wouldn't be able to see further. But the higher up you do go, the further you can see.
The shit that's tiny, that's outside of your ability to freaking understand what it is, because it's so small it's not even a pixel to your eyeballs. How would you see that? Do you have the eyes of the eagle? I think not.
Was that
Still not
wax again?
explaining how you can see further. Still not explaining that.
Okay, use that. He hasn't explained it. So now if you ask again, even you aren't convinced by your own blurt. Imagine thinking that. Like someone would come in here, ask a question, say your answer is not an answer, and then ask again. What? Just go focus on the Apollo program. They got all kinds of shit all over the news this week. 55 years later, no one's been to space. They got to tell you how great space is. There's articles on how far civilian space flight has gone. All kinds of shit you can do this week. Just go do that.
Is it Space History Month?
Sounds more like bring your own globe day today. I don't know if you're trying to talk, Jay Reezy, but you're flickering green, but there's no audio coming through.
I haven't been asked a question.
No, well, your icon was flickering green, and I was just making sure that you weren't trying to say something.
Oh.
Just looking out.
So you keep saying there's a limit to how far we can see. What's the limit?
The vanishing point.
You have a distance?
Do you know what a vanishing point is?
I don't know that represents a distance.
Well, what are we looking at? I mean, on a foggy day, you can barely see across the street. Depends on the conditions. Depends on what you're looking at.
What's the maximum limit of the distance that we can see?
Well, who knows? I mean, I've seen mountains upwards to 80 miles away in the distance traveling towards them.
Okay, so we should be able to see things that are 80 miles away.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. So, like, if something's higher, like, if something's at a higher elevation than me, I should be able to see it 80 miles away.
Depends on what it is. If it's a mountain on a clear day, if it's a radio antenna from 80 miles, do you think you're going to see it?
Okay, well,
even if it were high.
So you're saying I should be able to see a mountain from 80 miles away?
It depends on the day.
What?
Sometimes you can't see a mountain until you're upon it. Have you never watched a plane? Have you ever watched a plane fly? I mean, you can watch planes fly away from you. I mean that. What is it? You seem confused, hoping that you think you can see forever.
No, it's you. You made
the air is not The air is not transparent.
I'm asking you what the limit of our vision is. What's the maximum?
What depends on the conditions.
That we can see? Yeah, what's the maximum? Imagine you have the best conditions. What's the maximum distance you can see?
Well, they've had photographs that were 225 miles. These are all indicators of a flat surface, not one curving away, sir.
Well, a photograph would involve zoom technology, so that's not like how far we can see. So what's the maximum distance that the human eye can see?
You don't have to have a zoom angle to see.
You mentioned a photograph is 225 miles away. I'm just simply pointing out, well, that doesn't tell us how far a human can see. That's just how far a camera can see. So,
well, I gave you an example, right?
Of a photograph.
And these are all. It doesn't matter, and you can see things farther than. Listen, you can see things farther than the human eye. Without. Yeah.
So,
but not with it. You don't have to have extreme zoom.
Right. So I'm asking you what the maximum distance the human eye can see.
It depends on the conditions.
The human eye with the best conditions. You have the best possible conditions.
Well, like I said, I've seen mountains from 75, 80 miles out.
Okay.
Have you been out west?
Yes, I've been to Colorado and California.
Okay, well, go down. Yeah, go down through Utah. Arrive from Kansas. I mean, people see Mount Rainier. People see Mount Rainier from far. People see Mount Rainier from far away. Correct.
Okay.
Well, how far have you seen?
I've seen millions of miles away. I've seen millions of miles.
Okay, no, we're talking about across the surface. We're not asking you to confirm your fairy tale. You get that, right?
Well, it's your claim.
You're saying you're listen, we're not talking about your dude, hold on. If you're going to be honest about this, we're not talking about your La La Land seeing 500 light years away right now. We're talking about seeing over the surface of Earth. These long distances indicate no curvature. You get that, right?
Okay, you're sort of
By accepting our shared experiences, you're flat smacking yourself.
There is a claim that the human eye has a maximum distance that it can see. I want to know what that maximum distance is.
Well, it depends on what you're looking at.
Why? Why does it depend on what you're looking at?
Well, if I stood away from you a mile away holding a penny, or if I built a cathedral on the same spot, why would it make a difference?
Yeah, I get that.
You're not allowing, dude. You're seeing too many gotchas in your future. You're trying not to paint yourself into a corner, and you're.
So you're referring.
Yeah, wait. He's being dishonest. One moment.
So you're referring to a very small object, and what I'm asking you is, what's the
No, you're being dishonest. You're not. Listen, you twisted your question. I've been listening, and I heard you what you are doing. Yeah. My friend told you there's a limitation to how far you can see.
And I want to know what that
you are
limitation
asking
is.
the question. You are asking what's
What
the
that
maximum
limitation is.
distance that human eye can see. And my friend never told you that there is a maximum distance
Yes, the
to
limitation
how far the
is.
human eye can see. Don't
If there's
talk
a
over
limit-
me because I'm not finished. When I'm finished talking, I will give you the word.
If there's a limit, that means there's a maximum distance.
Did you fucking hear what I said?
Yes, if there's a limit to how far
Then
you can
shut
see,
up.
that means there's a maximum distance as to how far you can see. And I want to know what that maximum distance
No,
is.
I did not say that there is a
Did you
maximum
say that there
distance
was
to how far you can see. And
You
stop
didn't say that-
talking over me. Whenever I start speaking, you start blurting shit.
Well, yes, because you say the word limit, which
Shut the
means
fuck
there's
up.
What does it mean to have a limit to how of what you can
Yeah,
say?
the word limit, he told you there is a limitation to how far we can see.
Yes.
And that
So
is
what's that
dependent
limitation?
on the weather conditions and light propagation, the medium you are making your observation through. That limitation is dependent on many variables. Do
Okay,
you
so
understand how vision actually functions and works?
So if you had certain conditions, you can see a maximum.
I
Like
asked you a
infinite
question.
distance?
I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Answer the question. Stop blurting shit.
No, I'm sorry, but there's a limitation as to how far you can see. I want to know what that limitation is.
I just explained to you
Yes,
the
because of atmospheric
limitation is
conditions, that's what limits
dependent
how far
on
you can
many
see. And I'm
variables.
asking
Yeah.
you what the
It's
maximum.
if I may jump in very fast. So no one claimed here that we have the number or the measurement to the distance of that limit. But what I can tell you is that those distances to how far we can see is beyond the globe understanding or the globe model, if you want. So we don't have the specific number. I'm answering the question that you asked.
Yeah, but
so
he's
stop
not
talking over me.
asking this.
I'm not even
Yes, for the what is the limit of how much is the limit of our vision, or how much is the limit of how far the person can see. And he explained to him that it varied to many things: the thickness of atmosphere, the air around us, how much humidity in the air. There is many things, and no one claimed that we measured the distance. But what we can tell you is those the distances, every distance that you can verify. For example, seeing a mountain in 70 miles away. So that's farther from what the globe can allow you to see.
No,
Yeah,
so for example,
he's whistling past this
for
flat.
example,
Dude, you're whistling past yourself flat smack.
right? So
Right.
He's begging the question with us.
sorry about that. I was getting a phone call. Let me pose it a different way. If you had certain conditions, could you see 93 million miles away?
No.
Dude, you've lost a plot.
I never knew that your eyes. I never
What on
knew.
earth is 93 million miles away from you?
Listen, no light source, no light source can emanate light that can propagate 93 million miles.
Okay, so you're saying that.
Yeah, so if the sun, listen, the sun is assumed to be a 100 petawatts energy output. The sun is the brightest light source in the world.
Okay, so you said that it's impossible for any conditions where you could see 93 million miles away. So it seems that you do know of some limit of a distance that we can see. Now, is it 50
Yeah,
million?
anything that goes below the angular resolution, when you have a 0.02 degrees below that, human eye can no longer resolve.
Okay, that's not a distance. So
So
like
now
said,
you see. So now you see the transition into the fairy tale.
That is what dictates to how far you can see
okay, so
an
you said it's
object.
impossible to
So
see
when
93
it goes
million miles away.
beyond, listen, when it's far enough so that angular resolution will drop below 0.2 degrees, you no longer see that object.
Okay, so is it impossible to see something 1,000,000 miles away?
No, it can be even it can be 1 meter in front of your eyes, but if the angular resolution is below 0.2 degrees, you don't see it.
What do you, I can see below.
It
I can
means
look
that
down at the
object
objects
is
that are
so
less than a meter.
small that your eyes cannot see it from 1 meter distance.
Yeah, that's just false.
What?
Yeah, I can use my peripheral vision to see things below my line of sight. That are a
No,
meter
I'm
away.
saying that if you have a nanoparticle in the air, you don't fucking see it, no matter how far or close you are to it.
Oh, you're saying that the angular size I can't see. So
Yeah,
and
the object is too
what's the limit?
small for your human eye to resolve it.
What's that limit?
0.2 degrees.
0.2 degrees.
Anything that goes below that angle, human eye can no longer resolve.
Okay. Now, what about distance-wise? Because that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, the further an object is in the distance, yeah, the lower the angular resolution drops.
Right. So if you had an extremely large object, it can go extremely far away from you, and it still wouldn't be below
It
that
becomes
angular size.
small, and at a certain distance, beyond a certain distance, human eye can no longer see it. And I just told you that's 0.2 degrees.
So if something was 93 million miles away, how big would it have to be for it to be, say, a couple degrees?
You are assuming that. Listen, you are assuming that this distance of 93 million miles distance is actually a real distance. No man has fucking walked such a distance. No man has ever measured such a distance. There is no instrument, no physical instrument in this world capable of measuring such a distance.
So you're saying it's impossible for an object to be that size? We're 93 million miles away.
Well, you are making the positive claim. Listen, you are making the positive claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. So please show me the method you used or those people used to measure the distance to the sun.
No, I'd rather not get into that. I want to talk about the
We
limits
have to
of how
get
far
into
we
that.
can
We
see.
have to get into that because
This is about
the
the limits.
positive claim carries the burden of proof.
Right. So you said there's a limit to
Yeah,
how
if
far
you
we
make
can
an
see.
extraordinary
That's
claim,
the
then you
positive
have to
claim.
bring
That's the
extraordinary
positive claim,
evidence.
is that there's a limit to how far we can see. That's the positive claim that's put on the table, which is what I'm arguing. There's a limit to how far you can see. That's the positive claim. Now you said it's impossible.
Listen.
We mainly talk. We
I
mainly
did not
talk.
tell you how big the sun is, and I did not tell you how far the sun is.
When you
I know
change,
the
wait,
sun.
wait.
Shut up. The sun
He
is
changed.
in the sky, where you and every other man in this world observes the sun to be in the sky, very high, beyond the human reach. There is no man that spread his hand high and touched the sun. Nobody did that.
Yeah,
and
I'm not defending that.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you're
Bigot,
claiming
he
there's a limit
flipped.
to how far you can see, and you seem to be unable to answer that question.
No, Bigot, he just flipped from the main topic, which was seeing horizontally, seeing things on the surface. And when he knew that that thing is just debunking his globe, he flipped from that. I didn't want you to follow him. He flipped from that, from a horizontal view to a vertical view to watch the stars and the sun in the sky.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope,
thank
I
you for
didn't flip.
highlighting that.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't
you're
flip.
trying.
I didn't flip. Nope.
Well, you
The
do
claim
realize,
was that there's a
Jay
limit.
Reese.
The
Hold
claim,
on, Jay Reese.
the claim
Time out.
was
Time out.
that there's a
Jay
limit
Reese.
to how far you can see, and I want to know what the limit is.
No one were talking about the limits vertically to what you see in the sky, because no one here claim distances to those things in the sky.
Yeah, you're doing a bait and switch now, Jay Reese.
No, I'm not. Nope.
Yeah.
No,
Nope.
you switched
Yeah.
from the topic that debunks
looking at hold on, guys. Looking out over the land is not is apples and oranges to looking up. You're looking through the densest layer. Yes.
No, the claim
But
was
anyways,
there's a limit
go
to how
ahead.
far you
See,
can see.
you're
There's a
still
limit.
not going to get anywhere, but go ahead.
The claim was there's a limit to how far you can see.
When
That was the
my
claim.
friend told you that there is a limit to how far you can see, I just answer you to that question.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you said there's
Yes, I did.
a certain angular size that you can't see. You didn't say that the distance.
Yeah, there is a limit.
No, you
And
you didn't say the
that
distance. You
limit
just said
is
there's a certain angular
dependent.
size.
Listen, I told you that limit, the limitation of how far we can see, is influenced by many factors, many variables. Yeah, angular resolution, weather conditions. There are many factors that affect to how far we can see every day.
That's correct, and we told you that many times. Just for example, if I put you a few meters underwater, you won't be able to see those stars and that fucking sun anymore, because the thickness of the materials of the matter around you in the environment around you were just thicker than in the atmosphere above you. And when I put you in a cloudy weather, you won't be able to see things around you, and you will be able to see just light coming from the sun, and you won't be able to see even the circle of the sun, but just light coming from the sun. And if I remove that, you will be able to see farther. and so
You're
on.
still getting away
So
from
they
the
explained that to you.
that there's a limit to
No,
how far you can see.
the guy is the
The
guy
Let
claim
him,
is
is.
there's a
let him,
limit.
hold on, guys. Let him
Oh,
complete his
okay.
parlor trick. Let him complete his parlor trick because he's dying to.
The claim was there's a limit to how far you can see, which means there's a maximum distance.
Yes,
Limitation.
eyes
There's
have
a
limitations.
maximum distance to how far you can see. What is the maximum distance to how far we can see?
Yeah,
No
nobody's
one measured
claimed
it.
that there is a maximum
4.8
distance.
kilometers.
You are the only
4.8
person
kilometers.
here. You
So
are
No
the only
one.
person in here
4.8
who
kilometers.
invoked a maximum
No,
distance.
whoever's
No
saying
flat
4 point.
earther told you that.
Yeah,
And
so
maybe I
I
will
look into
agree
the
with
distance.
him. Maybe I will agree with him that if he said that there is a maximum distance to the limit
No,
of what we
nobody
see.
said
No,
that there is a
it
maximum
doesn't
distance.
matter. But it doesn't matter for me because no one went to measure that maximum distance that you are searching for. So if you can go and measure it for yourself and give the number for us, that will be good, and we will thank you for that. For the moment, we are
I'm not
already
putting the claim on the
satisfied.
table.
No. We are already satisfied by those average numbers that we got from the observation that we have done, looking at the mountain in distance, looking at Chicago from the other side of the lake, and we are talking. I'm talking now without using any camera and any shit. Looking seeing Spain from Morocco, from another city, and those things that are just showing us that we can see farther than what the globe model is just predicting.
No,
Yeah,
no.
that's not. Yeah, that's not.
No, so the claim is there's a limit to how far you can see, which is based on a certain distance. However, when you go higher up in
No, it's not.
elevation,
Nobody said it's based
see a
on a
further
certain distance.
distance,
Nobody said
you can
that.
see a
Shut the
further
fuck
distance,
up. You are
even though the
putting words
object is
into our
now
mouth. Shut the
even
fuck up.
further
That's
away from
very
you.
dishonest
You're at
from
the
you.
same elevation of it, which does
Uh,
not make any sense.
That makes you a clown.
I explained it to you, and I told you that we say no. I said it, and I told you that we said to you that no one measured the maximum distance that you are searching for, and I told you that many times. So now you are having problem to process that information that no one measured the maximum distance. We did observations and we found that we can see sometimes less, sometimes more, and those things sometimes less than what the globe predict and what sometimes more than what the globe predict.
And another fact, we have seen that we don't see infinite distance far away.
Yeah,
that never happens. And also light itself does not travel infinite distances.
What's the maximum distance?
It is
Yeah, tell
given
me.
by the light intensity, by the light
Yeah,
source.
tell me what's the maximum distance.
Every light source has a power output, light intensity output. And according to that output, you have a certain distance that light source can illuminate.
Right.
Yeah, you apply the light inverse square law.
Okay. I'm still not getting the maximum
Okay,
distance.
what?
I'm still not getting the maximum.
Nobody told you about the maximum distance.
Yeah, so
I have a question.
You are the only one. You are the only one here who invoked maximum distance.
I'm not the one that did it. Someone else
Listen, maximum distance is your hallucination in your head.
How far you can see, that means there's a maximum distance as to how far
I'm
you
sorry.
can see. Now you're talking
a
about
limitation to how far you can see.
lumens and the inverse square law.
Listen,
Which means that if you had
shut
an
up.
infinitely if you had an infinitely bright light source, you can see it infinitely
No,
far away.
infinite bright light sources don't fucking exist in
Right.
reality.
Because the
Yeah,
point
so
is
you're
that
We
you
are
going to
talking
constantly
about
fairytale
real
land.
things.
be able to see it from millions of miles away if you had a bright enough light source.
So you don't
Now,
have
how
any
does the
bright
inverse
enough
square
light
law?
source at the edge of space? Any
How
bright
does it?
enough galaxy at the edge of space that you can see with your naked eyes? Because what I heard, that you don't even see the quarter of the stars that are in the sky,
Yeah,
even
because they're
those
not
that
bright
are
enough.
close. Oh, you do see the galaxies in the sky? They are bright enough. They are so much bright.
Depends how far away they are. So you have the inverse square law. But now we're getting
You
back to
said you
so how
said
does
that if the, you said that you can see indefinitely if the light is bright enough.
what
You
does the
said that
inverse
you
square law
can see indefinitely.
possible 3
You
million miles
said that
away?
Jay
you can see
Reese.
indefinitely.
Well, I mean, you would need an
Have
infinitely
you
bright
ever
light source.
seen a
I'm not saying that's what
supernova in
it
the
is.
sky? Have you
I'm
ever
saying
seen a supernova in the sky?
theoretically, if you had the bright,
No. Because you said that you see indefinitely if the light is bright
Yeah.
enough. So you never seen a supernova in the sky, an explosion, a star that hit it, collided with the other star in the sky. So you see all those things with your fucking eyes, the
Show us,
Superman
show
eyes.
us, show us the fucking
can
edge
you
of
show
the
us the
universe.
manifest that you
Listen,
see that?
show
Or you
us
don't,
the
or maybe
edge
you don't
of the
see any
universe.
shit. Or you
Yeah.
don't,
Show
or
us.
you don't see any shit like us. You don't see anything, but you think. You imagine.
Yeah, Jay Reese, it's you who's left holding the bag of these absurd distances.
I mean, what physical loss makes it impossible to see something 93 million miles away?
Well,
Light
what the hell is it?
inverse law and angular resolution.
Nope. If you had a big enough object, it
Yeah.
wouldn't be that small. It wouldn't be that
No,
angular.
no. Objects bigger
No.
than the Earth don't exist.
Oh, okay. Objects
Yeah.
bigger than the Earth don't exist. Now
Yeah, listen,
that's
the
another
Earth
claim.
is
That's a
the
claim.
Earth. Listen, shut up. I'm not a native English. The Earth is the biggest thing that exists in the world. This is a fact that we can verify.
How do you verify that?
Yeah, the things you see in the sky, they are not bigger than the Earth. You see them to be much smaller than the ground itself.
How do you verify that? Because you just said as
You
an
are
object goes further away
you
from
are
you, it appears
closer,
smaller.
listen, you are closer to the Earth because you live on the Earth's surface, yeah?
Which is why it appears
Therefore,
bigger.
you see it, it appears the biggest, yeah. And that's
Yeah.
how you perceive it.
Okay,
Now,
that doesn't mean that the things that we see in the sky are not
shut
bigger.
up. You have not been on the moon, you have not been on the sun to measure how big the sun is and how far it is. You have not done that.
Okay.
Yeah, you see every time, every day, you see the sunsets that
Sky
are.
are smaller than the Earth. How did you verify that? You said you verified it.
You
How
know,
did you verify it?
you know that
I don't
every
care.
day.
You don't ask me how do you verify that. You want to know,
No,
you
you're the
go
one that said
along,
you verified
you
that the
go
objects in
ahead
the
and
sky are smaller
verify
than the
it.
Earth, that the Earth is the biggest
But
object. How did you verify that?
listen, when you verify it, yeah, I'll be happy to tell me.
Just one thing.
Yeah, tell me.
Every day you watch the sunset and you see the sun red shifting. So the light coming from the sun turning from the full spectrum to the lowest frequency spectrum, which is the red one. You see every day the sun red shifting, and it never clicked in your head. That thing happens only if that object that is emitting the light is getting farther from you. The claim in the globe excuses. Go ahead. I will let you tell me the excuse, because I already know the excuse. Why the sun is redshifting every
The
time?
Doppler effect is not actually real. It's the tooth fairy. Yeah.
Can you explain to me why the sun is redshifting every time during
Well,
the
the
sunset?
sun is red
No, I'm not
also at
talking to you, Bigot.
sunrise.
I'm talking to the glober, to the other glober.
Yeah, I know, but it's not a good argument because the sun appears red also at sunrise.
How come it's
Yeah,
red?
because
And
it
at
is
sunrise, the sun is coming towards you.
exactly it is
Yeah.
two times in the day, because it is during the sunrise and it's during the sunset, and it is because the sun is farther from you. The sun is really farther from you. The globe excuse is that the sun is because it's at an angle dependent to that sphere of the earth, so the sunlight had to travel much more distance of atmospheric layer.
No, that's not their argument. Their argument about the Doppler effect is that when the sun is moving away from you, yeah,
Moving
it
away,
affects.
because what
Yeah,
I heard in the globe is
when
that the sun is never moving.
goes into the sunset, the sun is moving away from you.
In reality, that's in
sunset.
reality, but in the globe, the sun never moves
I'm
away
not
from you.
talking about this argument is valid in the heliocentric and the flat Earth.
No, explain it to me in heliocentric understanding, please.
I'm explaining to you the Doppler effect, the way they explain it to be.
Okay, go ahead, but don't tell me that they say that the sun is getting farther.
I'm not saying this is real
the
fact.
sun is not getting farther in a globe. The sun is not getting farther in a globe. It's always
does.
93 million miles during the sunrise and during the noon and also during the sunset. It doesn't change the distance. That's the problem with the globe.
Do you
So
know
the
how
sun is not getting
powerful
farther.
the sun is? Do you know how powerful the sun
Yeah,
is?
that's the problem. That's the problem, because the sun in the globe model is so powerful, so big, so giant and distant star. It doesn't have to redshift like that way.
You're making fallacious claims here, and
Yeah, just for the record, that's DCI picking up the baton for Jay Reezy after he bounced.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay.
No, we heard you.
I didn't do anything.
You said no, you didn't do anything, but you said, "Hey, don't you know how powerful the sun is?"
Yeah, it's just powerful. I was just saying how powerful the sun is. That's it.
Yeah, it's
Can I
really,
not
hey,
say that?
DCI. It really has that 93 million mile away distant star feeling when you're under it during the summer, doesn't it?
No, I was just saying,
No, I'm just saying.
it's just powerful.
I know,
it's
I'm
like
just
Super
saying.
Saiyan powerful.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm
Goku
sitting
powerful.
right under it. I'm sitting under it right now.
Yeah, it's like Goku powerful.
Yeah, it's got that 93 million mile distant star feeling, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you did say something. So you have picked
No,
up the
I didn't
baton.
say anything.
Carry on.
No, I didn't say anything. You
stumbled over the hurdle.
No, you said something. You're just putting
That's
words in
what
my
you
mouth. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
You're just
I
putting words
wasn't
in my mouth.
arguing with the new guy. I was arguing
I'm not
with
new.
Flat Earther who wasn't understanding the Doppler effect. He
Just
fallaciously
don't say
exposed.
just don't say that. Just don't say that. No, don't talk to me like that, because I know how it works, and yeah, I can explain it to you, because even
No, I didn't
if you
ask
take
you
that,
to
if you
explain it to
consider.
me. Stop talking over me. What you said was
You talked
that
over me, and you stopped me from explaining the shit of the thing to just tell me that explainable on the globe.
Go ahead,
So
do
just
your
explain
monologue.
explain how it worked on a globe. It works on a globe, and don't tell me that the sun is getting farther, because it's not what happens in the globe. Just remove that sentence because it doesn't
Yeah,
work on
on
the
the
globe. The
globe.
sun is not
Shut
going
up.
farther.
Listen, you said the sun, the distance does not increase when you are on the globe, but it does. It's 93 million plus and minus. Yeah, when you are in daytime, that will be when the sun is the zenith, 90 degrees above your head. Yeah, at 12 o'clock. That's when you are the closest to the sun. When you are moving towards the sunset to the west, yeah, the earth, the globe being round, yeah, there is a distance which is approximately the radius of the earth, almost 3,900 miles.
Not even. It's just the top
It's
of the
90.
just the
Listen,
top of the
at the
curve.
sunset at 12 o'clock, you have 93 million miles distance from the globe to the sun. And at sunset, you have a distance of 93 million miles plus 3,959 miles.
Do that when
So
you
the
go
distance
dive in
is increasing. And
the
you said that
the distance
in the
dependent.
heliocentric model, listen, you
It
said that
didn't. So
in
you
the
did it. It didn't
heliocentric
click.
model, the distance to the sun is
So it
constant,
didn't click in your
which is
head
not.
what the
That is not
globers.
true.
What the fuck?
I'm correcting you because
In
you
the
don't know
globe
the
model, the
heliocentric
sun
model.
and the in the globe. Shut up. So now it's my turn.
Don't
Now
tell
shut
me
up.
to
In the
shut
globe
up.
model, during the winter and during the summer, the sun and the earth are closer to each other with fucking millions miles. It's
That's not
closer
the
and
argument.
it's
That's not the
closer. It's
argument
closer.
here.
Shut up. Just shut up. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm
So
not letting you finish
during the
because you are
seasons,
talking bullshit here.
during
You
the
are
different
talking bullshit,
seasons.
man.
So just shut up. So just shut up.
Someone
During
mute
the
this
different
guy, please.
seasons, there is a difference in the distance between the Earth and the Sun, which is more than 3 million miles. It's not just just the
Okay,
radius.
I don't
No,
know
it's
who
more
gave
than
you a
3
fucking
million.
role, but
Just let me finish what I'm
we're gonna
saying.
take
And
measures on that.
it doesn't do any red shift. And if you say that the light have to travel more distance in through the atmosphere, no, it's not, because we can dive through the water miles and miles deeper in
Bullshit.
the water, and the light coming from the sun never redshifts. It never changed to the red because it's the only reason, because it's only in the flat earth that the sun is getting farther in reality. The only moment where the sun is getting farther from you, so the light coming from the sun is just losing so much potential, so you receive just the lowest frequency from that light, is on a flat earth. On a globe model, you have the seasons where you have that much variance of the distances, and you never see a red shifting. You think
You
that
have
during
no
the summer we
clue.
will see a red sky,
You have
during
no
the winter we
clue
will
what
see
you're
a blue
talking about,
sky?
man. I'm sorry, but you have no shit clue what you are talking about.
I have so much shit clue
No,
about that, because telling
you are
me
talking to
that
yourself. You are
the
not talking
difference
to me.
during the whole
You
year,
you
during
are
the whole year.
arguing with yourself, not with me.
No, I'm not arguing with myself.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, yes, you
Because
are.
I know what
Because
I'm talking
you
about.
didn't
I'm
ask
not
me.
saying that the
You
distance
didn't
three
ask
mile,
me if I
4 mile.
understand what you're saying.
I'm not the one who's saying 4 miles of distance makes the sun turns red, and 3 million miles of distance doesn't change any fucking thing. No, it's not me the one who's defending the fucking globe and telling people that, hey, that can't be explainable on the globe,
You are
because I want
mocking
to
the
talk.
flat Earth.
No, it's
That's
not
what
me,
you are
the one
doing.
who just
Yeah,
want to talk and want to
by
disagree. Born to
by
disagree.
listen, by telling that guy JC a fallacious Doppler effect phenomena which doesn't take place the way you expose it. It doesn't do the things you said. You are mocking us.
I'm not mocking you. You're mocking
Yeah.
us by saying that it can be explainable on the globe because the sun change it's getting farther by 4,000 miles away during the day, and it turns red. It loses its potential. But when the Earth is getting farther from the sun during the difference of different seasons, and it's getting farther more than 3 million miles away, it doesn't change anything. So that's what schizophrenia. Two people talking, two people holding different idea. One saying that it changes with with the distance. The other says that it doesn't change with the distance. And I hate arguing with flat earthers.
You enjoy doing it. Funny how these people think they're experts in these things, in pseudoscience, giving us lessons to what Doppler effect is. He just heard about flat Earth yesterday. He got the role of a flat earther. And now he's giving us lessons on Doppler.
Oh no, just believe me, I'm older than you on this shit. I just learned English recently and just started schooling the people who talk English.
You are older what?
Older than you in flat earth topic. I'm not just new here. No, they just forgot me because I maybe I changed my profile photo. So I know it was that. It was the reason. Because you were thinking that I'm new. You tried. Yeah,
Tried
it was
what?
a try. You tried to defend the globe that didn't say, then create a conversation.
You are hallucinating. You are hallucinating.
Create
I
a
said
conversation from nothing, saying that because the sun is getting farther from you.
Can you stop? I said that you made a fallacious claims about the Doppler shift.
It's just red shifting. You call it whatever you want. It's just a red shifting. Light getting away from you and
pose
losing its
us
potential.
in a bad light.
No. No, you can say to anyone like I do that you're not following someone.
I was only trying to correct you, but
I don't
you
think
are
that
a person that doesn't accept to stand corrected.
I accept that when the correction is
you don't,
correct. But when
because
someone
that's
is
what I
telling
tried
you,
to do.
but when someone is just begging you to accept what he said, that the sun is getting farther from you 4,000 miles, so it's red shifting. But when it's getting farther from you more than 3 million miles, it's not red shifting. That's an excuse that you are begging me to accept. I can accept it for you, just between me and you. If
You
it
didn't even
will
hear and
reconcile you.
listen my argument. I didn't fucking say that.
What the fuck will you create? Is it the unicorn just taking the light from its horn and spotting it as red? What will you say? Just the same bullshit that the Globers say. It's just getting farther by 4,000 kilometers. It's at an angle dependent to that surface from where you are watching the sunset. And it's just having to travel more distance in the thick layer of the atmosphere. Three fucking shit that you can't add something else. Is it just the unicorn that you would make up and turning light from full spectrum to red spectrum?
Someone mute him, please.
So what's the fourth thing that I didn't know about? The sun is getting farther by 4,000 kilometers. Okay.
You were saying things about the Doppler shift which were not true.
Remember what that funny Glober said? You don't know how much the sun is powerful. Yeah, that's what they think. The sun is so big. I
don't care what they think.
It doesn't make a shit when it changed just 3 million miles.
My problem is with you telling shit to a Glober.
My problem is with you. Just don't say anything and want me to accept that when the sun is getting farther from you by 4,000 kilometers, it's red shifting. But when it's getting farther from you by 3 million miles,
my argument with you.
Yeah, but that's your argument.
Which words are you not fucking understand that you have not understood my argument with you?
That was your argument. Wasn't it you, the one who I was talking to the entire time? It was just you. It was just
you alone talking this entire time.
No, it was just you, the one who said that because let me make you remember this thing. You said that because when the sun is setting, it's getting farther from us by 4,000 kilometers or miles. So the light is losing its potential. So it's redshifting. The light that we get from the sun is
Why did I
turning
say
red.
that? Why did I say that?
To explain what happens on the globe.
No.
Because I asked you to explain
that's
what
not
can
why I said that.
Okay.
You said that in the heliocentric model, the distance from the sun to the ground is equal, doesn't change. And
No,
I
I didn't
contradicted
say
you, and
doesn't.
I told. That's why I
didn't
brought
say
that up.
doesn't
I
change.
told you that the distance from your location to the
I
sun
didn't say that
changes.
doesn't change. I did say that even if it will change by those numbers, it won't make any difference because, like that Glober say, and they
I
all
don't
say,
fucking care how you hallucinate that you think you understand the Doppler shift effect.
that's what
Phenomenon.
they think.
I don't
That's what
care
they
your
think.
explanations.
They think
You
that the
made the
sun is so
fallacious.
powerful.
Listen, you made the fallacious
No,
claim
just
to that guy, and I was correcting you.
no. I'm not, I didn't make
But
a fallacious
you seem
claim
to be
or
pissed
anything.
on me that I'm
I
trying
didn't
to
make any
bring
fallacious
you up
claim
and
or anything.
discredit.
Like the guy told you,
Yeah.
the sun is so powerful. So it means
I
in
don't
their
fucking
paradigm,
care how powerful is
when
the
it
sun or
change,
not. And you fucking
when it
interrupted my argument with that guy because you came up with your bullshit.
he didn't have any argument. So it was just a waste of time.
You were the waste of time.
You guys should argue in your native language.
Yeah. I don't speak moronic.
So again, what I was saying,
Not
it's
again.
only a
Shut up.
simple
I'm
thing.
not talking
No,
to
I'm
you
not talking to
anymore.
you at all. No, I'm not talking to you
Yeah,
because
we don't care. We don't care.
I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck about what you think. So
No,
make
I
a
care,
vote
bro.
if
Don't
you,
listen to
if you
him. I care a lot.
Here is another guy who says that he cares. So my point is that the sun in the globe model, the distance that the sun will just parkour to set, it's nothing dependent to the size of that thing and the light coming from that thing. It won't make any difference. It won't make the light coming from the sun loses its potential and turn to red because it's just had to travel. It's not even the radius of the Earth. It's just you on the top of that hill, and the sun had to travel to you on the top of that hill because the sun is setting. So, and it turns red. The distance parcoured by the sun is not that big, like they claim in the different seasons. The sun is the difference between the distance between the Earth and the sun is more than 3 million miles. Because it's getting closer than to the sun in a season and farther from the sun.
When
The
you
other
tried to
season.
explain this bullshit, I interrupted you and told you that you made a fallacious claim.
You're doing it again.
And
It's
I
not
was
a fallacious
explaining
claim.
you what
It's
the
just
Doppler shift is.
It's not a fallacious claim. It's just the globe claim. It's not a fallacious at all.
It is
It's
a
not a
fallacious
fallacious claim.
explanation. I
No,
barely
it's not
couldn't
a fallacious
understand anything of what you
explanation.
were saying.
That's the globe explanation. I didn't explain anything. I just till now I repeated what's happening in the globe, and I didn't explain any shit. You just understand that I am explaining. That's that the translation of the English word that I'm using to make another text which is explanation of something. I'm not explaining anything. I'm not talking even about what's happening on the flat earth now.
Yeah, you weren't relating even what my argument with you was.
Your argument was that you can explain that on a globe, and you explained
Listen,
it
I had
by
a problem
saying
with you because
that
you made a fallacious claim, and I told you what
still
was
repeat
wrong that
that.
you said.
No,
Did
you
you
still
hear?
repeat.
Listen, did you hear what was wrong that you said?
I did hear what you misunderstood from what I said,
No, I'm not asking
and I
you.
explained
Listen,
it,
I'm not asking you what you think
and
I
I explained
misunderstood.
it to you many
At
times,
that
and now
time, shut
I
up.
was
At that
repeating.
time, I was asking you to explain something because you said something wrong, and I told you what you said wrong.
No, you
Do you
didn't.
remember what was that thing that I
No,
told you?
you didn't tell me that I said something wrong. You
Yeah,
just
I told
said
you that
that
you said
you
something
just said,
fallacious.
you just said that you can explain it on the globe also.
That's bullshit. I haven't said that.
Yeah, trust me, you can go to.
No,
I
you are
don't
putting
know if
words
they.
into my mouth, and be careful. I'm
Yeah,
just
go
warning
ahead.
you. Be careful.
Go ahead. If you want,
Yeah.
I can. If they are doing the live stream on YouTube,
Don't. Yeah. Please,
I
please
can go
don't
and play
make
that
me.
for you.
Please don't make me to pull out the live stream and
Go ahead,
get
please.
the whole conversation and present it to the admins and the moderators.
Oh, there is
Don't
no
make
problem.
me do that. Yeah.
Trust me, there is no problem for me.
System long enough. I'm kind of putting an end to this. It's been.
Yeah. I try to tell him to end this because I'm sick of
Let's
it.
turn to the stack of users and ask if anybody's interested in having a conversation. Scott Mackey, thank God you're here. Scotty too hotty, where are you? Haven't seen you before. Welcome to the channel. All right. Come on. 3 Aspirant, you were very active in text chat earlier. Why don't you grab your mic and start chatting?
I was in the kitchen. Was that against me? Sorry.
Just introducing folks that I see here that's logged in and might be interested in having a chat. We listened to some banter earlier. A couple of our guys were bickering a little bit with each other over some very fine points. And I think it's more productive if we turn our attention towards people that are interested in talking about the server topic, or I should say the channel topic.
Fully agree. That's why I'm here.
I got a question. I got a question for the flat earthers in here. What got you guys into flat Earth? Did you guys just join the politics Discord, or was like your dad's like a NASA moon believer?
For a lot of us, it was the Nikon P900. The Nikon P900 came out, and people started taking super zoom long range photos, and were seeing things that were beyond curvature, and started asking themselves, "What the hell? Why can we see this far? This should be impossible."
Yeah. And this started happening around 2010.
And then a second wave came in from the lockdowns. Guess what happens when you have a lot of bored nerds on the internet with nothing else to do, and you're worried about the world, and you start Googling stuff? Well, yeah, flat Earth was a.
Do you think that's
I did plenty good research just for the first time in my life.
I just looked at the water. That's all I had to do, dude. In my backyard, I have beavers, and every time there's a little bit of a fucking leak in their dam, they get up there and they plug that shit right up, right? And holds the water nice and flat right across the whole fucking pond.
Nice.
So I think that's interesting. You mentioned that lockdown brought out a lot of the flat earthers. Do you think that's also in part, due to a lack of distrust in the government?
No, it's
For some people it is, but that's the wrong reason. That is the wrong reason to come to this table. And for a lot of people, it was the reason. And we have to educate them that, no, we're not into conspiracy talk. We are empiricists.
Yeah.
So we like to talk about observable and testable reality.
Yeah, I want to answer the guy question also.
Yeah, go ahead, Get. I have to.
Thank you. Yeah, so the distrust in regards to the distrust towards the government, I started developing it before the 2001 9/11 event.
So are you in America?
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
in Romania.
Okay, because I seem to see that flat Earth is very popular in America, but I think that's interesting you're from Romania because not a lot of places outside of the United States even entertain this topic.
Well,
per
that's what
capita,
you
Brazil
think,
has
but-
more.
We
Yeah,
got
there
so
are
many flat
there
earthers
are
in.
countries where flat Earth knowledge is being taught in schools. I'm not
We
sure
have many
Chile
flat
or
earthers in
Peru.
the Arabic world. Also, I'm coming from Morocco, so I can tell you that from Arabic world, in the entire Arabic world, there is so many flat earthers, YouTubers and followers, and people who are just doing some experiments and sharing with the people with others and anonymously.
Yeah.
They're saying they taught you guys in Romanian schools that the Earth is flat.
No, I didn't say that. I said that flat Earth is being taught in schools in Chile or Peru officially. So
So back to my beaver story, dude. So you know what happens when there's a leak? You know what the water does? It flows. And then as soon as the beaver plugs up that hole, the water's still on the top. It doesn't move anymore. Fucking weird shit, eh? That water flows or it doesn't.
And that got you to believe that the entire planet is flat?
Well, if the water's curved, should it not be flowing?
Well, I don't think you would be able to measure curvature in your backyard with
I'm not
beavers.
saying that you should measure curvature in your backyard, but the water is shaped to the contour of the earth, right? Like it wraps around a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So like if we're sitting on a shore of it, let's say a 10-mile lake, and from shore to shore, the water should be curving, right?
I don't know if 10 miles out of,
I'm going to tell you right now, in 10 miles,
36,000 kilometers.
listen to me, bro. If you use an Earth curve calculator, which is a globe tool, you can go online and click this shit in. For 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop over distance there.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Well, are you accounting for what's under the lake too?
Dude, don't get
Like, you
stupid
don't
on
know
me
what
right now,
the-
okay? Are you really going to get stupid on me?
I'm just, you don't know what's underneath the pond. There could be
Are
a
you being
hill
fucking
underneath the
serious right
pond.
now?
We are talking about the surface of the pond, not the bottom of it.
Are you really being serious, man? That you're telling me that the underneath of the water fucking dictates what the surface of the water should look like?
If you have currents underneath the water, it could definitely displace it and produce variables that you're not accounting for.
Have you ever been to a lake before?
My God.
Yes, dude, I've been to a lake before.
Have you ever been there on a calm day and seen how the water is still and you can look at the reflections in the water? There's not a ripple in them. They look perfect.
Mirror.
Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
So let's say we measured that water right there, okay? It's still imperfect. From one shore to the other, 10 miles across. There should be a hill of water in there, shouldn't there?
Okay,
like
so
curved water, right?
and you've gone out there and got a
I'm just asking you
survey
a simple
tool.
question here, dude. I'm not. We don't have to get into a whole bunch of shit. My point is that when water goes from high to low, or fucking whenever there's a difference in elevation, water flows, right? Just like when the Beaver has a leak in his dam, the water flows out of it, right? So how do we have still water if it's curved?
Yeah, but I'm also saying if I was 10 miles away from you,
He asked
could you
you a
tell if I
question.
was
Can
5
you
feet
answer the
taller or 5 feet
question?
shorter?
Pardon me?
The guy, listen, the guy asked you a question. You came here, you asked the guy a question, he gave you an answer, then he asks you a question, and you are not answering his question. That's very dishonest.
Sorry, what was your question about the beavers?
No, it was about the still water that we see, right?
Yeah, I said I saw still water before. Absolutely.
Do you think you maybe saw 10 miles of still water?
No, I don't think I can recall a time I saw 10 miles of still water and also measured it. I never got down and pulled out my survey tool and measured the
You think you
from
need a
one side to
survey
the
tool
other.
to measure like 10 miles?
If you wanted accurate measurements, yes.
So
I've seen
you
people use
understand
survey
what I
tools
said
for
to you
15
previously,
feet.
right, bro? About there being 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Do you think you could be able to tell 66 feet of drop over 10 miles with your eye?
Well, you shouldn't be able to see the other shoreline in the first place, right? If there's 66 feet of drop.
Oh, that depends. Are you standing on flat land and they're standing on flat land, or are you on a hill?
Brother, we're all on flat land, man.
So pedantic. It's wild.
Yeah.
Like he just
If you
can't
are on flat land,
he can't operate in good faith here in honesty, right? Like he needs to his brain's doing contortions, that's why, right?
yeah.
Common sense
If you
shit
are,
fucking slapping him in the face there a couple of times and he's having a
Yeah.
hard time. I get it.
You know, I've been in this Discord for
I don't
about
care how long you've
2
been in
years
here,
now.
and I don't care about your feelings, and I don't care fucking about your opinion, man.
And
We
my
just want to
favorite,
relax, brother.
my favorite argument y'all use is the air pressure must be contained.
So we're off the water, are we? Okay.
A
We
lot,
get it.
yeah, that's my
You
favorite
concede, I know.
tactic you guys have. Like there can't be space because vacuum cannot exist next to air.
no.
Thanks for
That's
letting
my
us know,
favorite one.
Alibaba. Can we go
The
back
guy
on
ran
topic
like
and
a
can
little
you answer this
bitch,
question?
man. Ran away.
Yeah, but he's trying
Well,
to
I'm not really a
change
flat
topic.
Earth
Going back
expert
to the same
here. You
topic.
know, you
You're not
guys
a
seem to be
globe
flat
expert
Earth
either, are
experts.
you?
I work a job 9 to 5.
I get it, man. So you have blind faith in the globe. We understand.
Yeah, just like y'all got blind faith in the dome.
Dude, if you even had any inkling of what I just said to you, you'd understand I don't have blind faith, man.
Oh, I got a monkey wrench
Okay.
for you. I never claimed a dome, and I won't. So now what you got?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So
Who
there's no
claimed the
dome?
dome? Who claimed the dome in the first place here, bro?
Yeah, he just put the claim of the dome on you, like.
I think you did, right?
Wait, so there's no dome, so that there's no
I've
barrier
never seen
between
a
us and
fucking dome.
space.
Have you seen a dome, dude? I've never seen one. When I look up, I don't see a fucking dome. Do you?
Obviously, okay. So can air be contained without a container?
I'm
Can
telling
air
you,
pressure
I
exist
don't
without a
answer for
container?
anybody
Can you
else.
show me that?
Sorry, so
Can I show you that? Yeah, there's a guy in the chat who sent me a bunch of funny gifts about that.
About what?
About how air must be contained to have air pressure. We cannot have a vacuum outside the air, right?
Well, you got a little backwards, but like that you need a container to have gas pressure? Yeah, I believe that. Can you show me without a gas pressure, container without, or I mean, gas pressure without a container?
No, I can't. So I really like that opinion, but here's my spin on that is so there must be a dome. Therefore, what the fuck's that dome made out of? That's so abundant. And
The reason-
How do you
encompassing the
get
whole
to
earth.
that, dude? How do you get there must be a dome from gas pressure needs containment?
Well, some's
Yeah,
got to
it
be
could
keeping all the air
it
in,
could
right?
be like a Coca-Cola bottle, or it could be a cube.
Bro, I've never been up into
container,
space,
yeah.
right? Have you?
Exactly. Who's been
If
to
I
the edge
told
of the
you I
universe?
had, you wouldn't believe me.
Who's been to the end of the universe, the far edge? Who's been there?
Raise your hand if you did.
Because I call nodded on that one.
I haven't been.
So I can't tell you what the shape of some kind of dome or otherwise, whatever the hell it would be. I don't
Like
know.
spitting off that you
And
see a
neither does
dome
anybody else.
up there, dude. Sounds a little fucked up to me, right? Like,
So
fucking,
just so we got this straight, then, so flat earthers do not believe there is a dome encompassing the earth.
You need to stop generalizing flat earthers, my guy.
Bingo.
I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. I shouldn't listen to the 15
Become
people in
a
the chat
critical
that'll have the
thinker and
mod
stick to
tag.
the subject. That's more at hand, because you're literally just stepping to the side trying to come at my guy with something random that he never claimed. And then all you do is end up looking like a fool because, again, you need to stick to the subject. You can gish gallop all you want, but not gonna work.
hey, let me ask you another question, brother.
There's no dome.
Let me ask
I
you
want
another
to tell the
question,
guy-
brother. Do you have a picture in your mind of what the flat Earth looks like? Like, is it a disc floating in space with a dome over it?
That's what you guys have in your Discord is a picture of the place, yes. Flat Earth 2.0?
Yeah, no, I don't believe in that, man.
Okay,
I
so
don't think
you
we're
guys
floating
don't
in
all
space,
agree
dude.
on one thing.
Well, I think
Yeah,
most of us
that
are on the same
picture-
page, but there may be a few outliers. But yeah, I don't think
Okay.
any of us believe in a disc floating in space,
Yeah,
man.
nobody believes that. That picture is used actually to depict what is known in the mainstream media as being the flat Earth. So that's why we use that picture. But we don't believe that. No man has ever seen the world to be like that.
I mean, besides the astronauts.
Yeah, well, I can show you fucking space pictures all day, dude. Like, fuck, man. You know, you can tell me that my pictures are no good and yours are?
Yeah, we
you know, I
didn't
think the
make-
reverse of that
we
works
didn't
too.
make that
Well,
picture.
why does it
That
work,
picture-
dude?
Okay, because I could
Like,
show
we
you a
watch-
live feed from the
So-
ISS, but
Dude,
you
I
guys
could
would
show
just
you
say that's
fucking-
fake.
I could show you the movie Gravity on TV and fucking you wouldn't know the fucking difference. Because you've never been there. None of us have, man. I'm serious, man.
shit.
Like, have you seen that shit? Sandra Bullock floating around all up in the fucking space station up there and everything else?
Wait, I have a question for you,
It's
Subdued.
better.
Have you
It's
ever seen-
better than the ISS Live.
My guy, have you ever seen a great white shark in nature?
Yeah, see, this is not the same, dude. You can't
Oh,
make
it
an
is the same.
analogy to something that we know and
Yeah.
that we fucking experienced,
Yeah, but-
right?
but-
To
but-
something
but-
mystical up in the fucking, what, 250,000 miles away, dude? Like, whatever.
No, but dude, that's the point. Like,
No,
our
it's not the
understanding
point.
of
You're
how
making a
things work-
non-point,
What-
dude, and you're trying to make a non-point.
Yep.
You're trying to
Because
derail.
you're comparing space to a great white shark, dude.
Yes, that's what you do not understand.
Your
Most of the
non-point
things-
is non sequitur. And you're going to keep non sequituring yourself into oblivion if you don't stop right now. You're just going to keep on going the wrong direction.
Spiral.
Okay. Wait. Explain
Like,
how
I
it's.
get it, man. Would you believe the doctor and would you believe this? Dude, fuck, come on now. We're talking about space. We're not talking about fucking reality here, are we?
Analogous. You can explain. You cannot explain how it's disanalogous. You're just going on saying, "Oh, it is."
I'm
not
okay.
totally
interested in
explaining how it is, man.
Well, hold on. Explanations that are bereft of evidence are just stories, right? They're just useless. And if your standard of evidence is a good story, then that's not science.
Yeah, that's besides the point. But okay.
Besides the point,
Yeah.
you're screaming for explanations, which are stories. We're asking for evidence.
No, I'm asking how it's disanalogous. You cannot just dismiss.
Because you're
an
giving me a
argument.
fucking story
no,
about space and then you're comparing it to real life, dude.
Yeah, why don't you back up and prove space first?
But what's wrong
Check
with
your
premise?
premise, logical
Space
hero.
isn't real life, dude. Fucking none of us fucking been up there. None of us experienced that
it's-
shit. You
it's
want to fucking
impossible
start
for you to
talking
do
that
that
we
anyway,
did and that we
logical.
in quotation marks we been there, right? Like fuck off.
Yeah, we're not letting you whistle past the graveyard. You got to check your premises. Care to start over?
Out in fucking
Well-
fairy tale land, and you want to talk about a fucking great white shark here in our ocean that everybody fucking knows exists and seen, and like whatever, dude.
But he said
Yeah.
you haven't experienced it though, right?
And guess what? Everyone knows the Earth is a globe too. I bet there's some great white
Knows?
shark.
How do you know? What's your knowledge claim?
That's what's funny.
What's your knowledge? Hey, you said everyone knows. What's the knowledge claim?
Oh, okay. So listen, my point is,
Bro, can you
guys
go
all
and see a great white shark?
feel it and see it with your own eyes in order to believe something.
Yeah,
So
but
by
can
your
you go
logic,
and see one?
we shouldn't be able to believe in great white sharks unless we see them with our own eyes.
No.
Fine,
Hey,
let's go see
stop.
them then.
No,
The
just
fact
stop.
is
Listen,
that
great white
you
sharks
can
are
see them.
not an extraordinary claim, but claiming something that violates the laws of physics is, which is what
That's
outer
your claim.
space is.
That's your-
So
I would
outer
agree with
space
that.
claims to violate the second law of thermodynamics, which it says gravity prevents the dispersion of gas through a medium from high pressure to low pressure. So you're going to have to provide evidence of that claim existing, perhaps by way of demonstration and observation.
No, we were just talking about the
Either
NASA
use
pictures,
as your,
not just talking like scientific background behind it. Like you're beside the point once again, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not listening what they're being told. They come here to hear or to know
Or to complain about what they're hearing.
what we are about. And when we start explaining to them that, hey, we like to stick and resume with reality, to our and our experience, to how our limited human senses, yeah, that's what we limit to. Now we have instruments, measuring instruments. We take them out and take measurements of the ground, and when we tell them about this, the results that we have, they don't like to hear that. They jump to stars, to mythological creatures, to depths of the ocean where no man has ever dived before, or whatever. Any place where a man cannot go to, that's where they will go. You know, so they are not honestly willing to know what is flat Earth or what are flat earthers about.
Yeah, it feels more like an arena than an actual honest dialogue.
Yeah, you don't got to see nothing or touch nothing to believe it.
They ask questions and you answer them the question, and then you ask them a question in return so that you can carry on a conversation back and forth. And they refuse to answer. They start shooting questions at you. And then if you try to point them out that, hey, you have not given me an answer when I asked you a question, so this conversation is becoming toxic, they start ad hominem and critique you and call us names for that, you know.
Yeah, lots of tactics. Very few, presentations of any evidence. They're coping. They've had a rough couple weeks, so they've come here to muddy the water after the scoreboard says what it does.
But the funny thing is, they don't even have the balls to come in here and say, hey, from the beginning of the discussion, hey, I'm a glober. I don't believe in flat earth. I've looked at these arguments and this. I want to discuss with you about these arguments and try to have a decent argument back and forth with them, but they don't do that. They come cowardly, as if this is the first time they heard about flat earth, or it was by some coincidence, and they just landed here in the server and they ask these questions, which I think they are asking ChatGPT what question to ask the flat earthers, or Google, because it's the same questions over and over again.
Supposed to be two separate things. Like the idea of not being able to touch or like see or do anything, that's like the religion aspect of something. So we're trying to like take that out of it with the idea of testing and verifying stuff that's not a religion, which would be science. So yeah.
Oh, I was earlier today when Nathan was on. I'm glad I got to tell him that I understand now why these people actually need to be chipped, because back in the days you heard these Christians saying that, hey, you get that chip implanted in your body, that's the mark of the beast and stuff like that, and everybody was paranoid, and it's people still are, and that's just some religious talk and prophecy and stuff, but the idea and concept about it, like, I'm okay with it, but because it's very effective and efficient when we chip animals and pets, and the level of retardedness and stuff, these people really need to be chipped because they are not safe to go outside the doors of their own homes. They are not safe. That's how retarded they are.
All right, so Alibaba, get on the mic, and your friend Prophet, get on the mic, start proving your shit instead of chat skanking.
What are they saying in the chat?
All right, I'm on the mic, guys. Here I am.
Oh, welcome.
Hey,
So
all
what
right.
were you saying?
What's your voice of reason?
I had. Look, I'm just gonna put it on the table for you guys. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an educator. I'm just a dude who lives in Florida that owns a dispensary for a living. Okay.
That's
Big
cool.
deal. Nobody cares about that.
Right on.
Okay. So
So,
anything I fucking say don't mean nothing, and it's not a representative of nothing. But what
Okay,
I
we
can
won't hold
say
you account.
but what?
is if there is a dome over the earth keeping all the air in, it must be made of the most insane material humans have never discovered. It's got to be stronger than diamond, clearer than glass. It's got to be so abundant that it encompasses the entire flat earth. And I just can't believe there's a material out there like that.
When have you gone to look?
That's fine, but it really is a non sequitur to the Earth being flat, and the fact that you told me that the pictures of flat, fucking mirror flat water that I posted are fake. Come on,
Well,
bro.
see, here's the
Are
thing.
you
If I were to post
struggling?
anything, you guys would say it's fake. You know what I mean? It's a back and forth here. So anything you guys post, I'm going to say it's
See,
fake.
here's the difference, though, buddy. We have spent thousands upon thousands of hours running these things through, finding the anomalies, finding what is, what isn't, what's fake, what's not. Thousands of hours, sleepless nights doing this, and that's how we know that your ball, right? These images of a ball Earth are complete bullshit.
Okay, and you think the live stream from the ISS is fake too?
Yeah.
Okay, then I think your image of a river on a mountain is fake too.
Not live.
Everything's
Let
fake
me
at that
clarify.
point.
It's not
Let me clarify.
live.
Can I clarify? May I clarify something? I don't even think that the ISS is quote unquote in space, right? The place that fucking defies physics. The ISS is not up in the place that defies physics, okay?
Yes. I want to touch this question also, please. This year they released the movie ISS. It's a science fiction movie, and we have actors up there on the ISS floating just like the astronauts, and also these actors, they have been filmed being inside the cupola on the ISS, looking at the globe Earth through those windows of the cupola. The cupola in the movie, in the science fiction movie, looks identical with the ISS cupola which we see in NASA's so-called live streams from the ISS when they present the whole world the famous cupola on the ISS. How do you explain that? Are you trying to say that the Hollywood actors went up there on the ISS in space and they shot a movie?
I think your argument here is what was that guy calling it? Non sequitur. I don't know anything about this movie you're talking about.
Yeah, well, Copycat, you're trying to come down
I
with
don't know
some new
anything about that
Yeah,
movie.
thank you. He thinks
nobody
this is
listens
a
to.
non sequitur. Yeah.
Look in the chat, Alibaba. Look in the chat. Let's do some lessons on things like angular resolution, size, dimensions,
Well,
and
here,
things like that.
before we get into that, let me preface this. Okay, I'm a regular guy working a regular job in my regular life, and so I come in here very often. You guys have seen me in here. If y'all really have been in here, y'all have seen me in here for about a year, and I hear you guys out all the time. I'm not just kicking y'all to the curb and saying y'all are stupid. I genuinely want to hear your guys' side of the story, and I want to, I'm not just saying you guys are a bunch of fucking crazy idiots and
All right. Well,
moving on with my life.
that would be more productive if you wouldn't sit there and be like, "That's fake. That's fake. Everything Flat Earthers post is fake." See,
Yeah, but you got to
you're
understand, I've been in here long
things.
enough to see y'all do that to other people.
That's.
So what did you come here to do?
Because
Nuh-uh,
the shit
whatever's
they post is fake.
Here, let me finish this. This is gonna be my last statement. Look, for me as a normal person to believe,
we get it. You're a normie. Thank you for yeah, for a minute, because he was going to repeat himself. I'm a normal person. I go to work. I eat 3 meals a day. I toss and turn at night. We get it, dude.
okay, that wasn't all I was gonna say, but I didn't realize you guys could predict the future as well.
Wow! Thanks for carving out your valuable time. But if you're just here to nuh-uh.
We can predict what Globers are going to say, yes. We're very good at it.
Yeah. But you understand that I would have to distrust my government I'd have to
Oh my
distrust
god, dude.
every scientist on the planet and think that
Bro, I can't
everybody
believe
is
you even
lying to
trust the
me.
government in the first place.
You know what I
Why do
mean?
you
Like I
trust
would
the
have to
government in
go
the
through
first
so
place?
many
I
hoops
have a
and
question.
obstacles, and
So
I'd have
one
to
moment,
I
like
don't care
believe
about
all
your
this
say
babble
crazy
because
something
now
I
stuff.
you're
like.
waffling. Waffle, waffle, waffle. Why do you
Alibaba.
trust the government? I got a question for him. Why do you trust the government in the first damn place, dude? You're sitting
I
here
think this is
pointing at us
more
like
of
you got. I wasn't done talking. I will finish eventually, as Gregory says. I like the way he says that, by the way. So, if how is it that you're trusting the government? Right? You're sitting here pointing at us like we're fucking crazy for not trusting them.
because
Please
you get
explain the
it's
logic.
one thing. Okay, here's my logic. Because it'd be one thing to distrust the United States government. They do a lot of fucked up shit. They almost killed Trump. But it's another thing to believe every government on the planet is all in cahoots.
Yeah, well,
Zimbabwe, South
maybe.
Africa, Australia, Germany, motherfuckers that hate us like in Iran, like
Okay,
all of them are in
your
cahoots.
appeal to your disbelief is noted, dude.
Like, you understand how crazy you'd have to be to believe that?
Alibaba, let me ask you a question. How long did it take you to flip the switch?
You can tell you're a normal fucking guy.
Hey, Alibaba.
What's up, man?
How long did it take you to flip the switch from believing in Santa Claus to understanding the whole charade?
Oh man, dude, I believed in the Tooth Fairy till I was 27.
No, I said how long when the moment that it switched, when you lost your last tooth at 27 and you finally realized that there wasn't a little pixie putting cash under your pillow, how long did that transition take?
It'd be instantaneous.
Okay, there you go. So no need for belly aching about, oh, so you guys are telling me if the surface of water isn't actually a water bubble, I'm going to have to study this for years?
Hey, old Huss, 2026 must have been when his other bowl
You
dropped.
don't need to make that
Real
voice to sound
quick,
retarded, by the
real
way.
quick.
You already do.
This dude has never seen water. You guys have to realize that.
And hold on a second. Now I see that it's more difficult for you to give up on the globe than Santa Claus, because you are showing us some gifts that they told you that it was from Santa, and you believed that. And when we told you that no, it's not from Santa, that's bullshit. It's just your parents who put that under the tree, and you said no. So now I won't believe anything from what you will say, even if it's true.
Sure.
Alibaba.
What's up, buddy?
Hello and welcome to the server. It's a pleasure to have you here. I want to ask you a question, please. So, at one point you said that you will need to distrust the government and all the scientists. So my
All
question
governments and
is,
all scientists.
yeah. So my question is to name one scientist that you know, or one of the last scientists that made the last discovery for mankind, like the most recent scientist.
The most recent scientists that I know, well, I don't really come across too many scientists in my day to day, so that's a
No,
tough
not
question.
scientists, not scientists. A scientist that you trust. You said you will have to distrust all the scientists. So I want you to name one scientist that you trust.
I think I would really trust, as many people do, Albert Einstein. I mean, he invented the bomb that won the
Einstein wasn't
war,
a
Did
scientist.
not
and he
invent a
created
bomb,
general
you
relativity.
retard. He did not invent a bomb, you idiot.
Why interrupting, you idiot?
That was Niels Bohr.
Shut up, Vanek.
Einstein invented a
And
bomb. You're an idiot,
yeah.
dude.
And Einstein was not a scientist.
Really?
No, he
Yeah,
was a clerk in a patent office.
Yeah.
What are you laughing about? Right.
But you guys are the real scientists, right? Like the losers on
Well,
Discord who think you're this
a
flat. You guys are the
scientist,
right?
The 30 dudes in the politics Discord, they're the real scientists.
Yeah.
a scientist is a person who conducts experiments.
I think there's a whole bunch of scientists who disagree with you.
Yeah, of course, Scott, man, you're gonna say that scientists don't do experiments, right?
Not all of them, and not all the
They're not
time.
scientists.
Well, there's a
You
whole
just
bunch
say
of
science doesn't prove
universities
things.
who would disagree with you.
Scott still believes the Trident commercials.
Scott made sure he stayed out of here when Nathan was on today.
So, Alibaba, are you still here?
Pussy.
That Nathan guy, I listened to him a couple times in here. He just gets really mad and argues with people. He's like the Darth Dawkins of Flat Earth.
I mean, after nearly 10 years of dealing with this fucking brick level of stupidity, it's pretty frustrating, man.
Yeah, I can imagine how you'd see that way. When people refuse to glom onto your delusions,
very good.
Hey, I'm not the one denying the science of water here.
you're making up the science of water because the science of water doesn't exist. That's something you guys made up from nothing.
Hydrology?
Science of water.
Hydrology doesn't
What is the science
what?
of water?
What?
What is the science of water?
I just said it.
I must have missed that class in college. The science of water.
Hydrology.
Hydrology?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
And what do they study in hydrology?
Hydrophysics. Water. You know what they learned? Through physics. Okay, this is in physics hyper textbooks. This is in encyclopedias. This comes from multiple physicists. This comes from environmental engineering. This comes from the National Air and Space Museum. That bodies of water are going to rest flat, level.
No, it doesn't.
On their
You
surface.
won't find that anywhere, ever.
You're lying now because
You
I
won't
have it
find
right
that
here.
anywhere that they
Yeah,
rest
he's
flat.
utterly denying
You are in a deep pit of denialism, Scott, and I have it
No.
right in front of me.
I don't need to be in denialism because
As
the
a
world agrees with me.
as a dishonest person, you can deny Jenna all you want, but it doesn't make you right, Scott.
See, here's the thing, Scott. is
what
that-
makes me
is
right is that my beliefs correspond with reality.
Listen,
That's what makes me right.
righteousness is a thing that you are given. It's not a thing that you say about yourself.
The thing that I'm given by who?
By people.
What?
People with discernment and ability to judge.
And
Why
how
don't I
do we
read this
determine who has discernment and ability to
I'm gonna-
judge?
Real quick, okay, I don't care. Let's not talk about the people, okay? I don't care.
Yeah, but
I don't care.
Okay,
I don't
you
care
guys
to
gotta
talk
figure out
about
who
the
wants
people. I
to
want to
fight.
talk about the topic. I don't care to talk
You guys
about
are
the
talking
people.
over each
So,
other.
I want to finish what I was saying real quick, okay? So, water, right here in front of you, okay? Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life, the physics hyper textbook.
Level's not
This
flat.
effect is, excuse me?
Level is not flat.
Will you shut up for 5 fucking seconds and let me finish a
No,
sentence?
that's not the point. The point was that you were ignorant about the water and science of water. So now I'm just waiting for you to concede that you are an ignorance, and you were arguing from ignorance. After
So
that,
let me read this.
we
Don't
can
hold
talk
your
about
breath,
something
man.
else. So read it for
Don't hold your
him,
breath.
just to explain, to school him about science of water, please.
Thank you.
There's no science of water.
You might have to mute him because Scott, when it gets heated, when it gets heavy,
He
too
cries
heavy
a
for him,
lot.
he likes to talk through people. So
Yeah, he
here,
cries a lot.
all right, all points at the same horizontal level surface within a body of liquid are at the same pressure as long as the liquid is at rest. In fact, this statement is often taken as the definition of a level surface. All right, this is Semmett, Henry and Katz, Robert Physics. Let's see, Semmett, Henry and Katz, Robert Physics, Chapter 8, Hydrostatics, Fluid at Rest, 1958. Robert Katz.
Where does it say flat?
Right here. The science of water. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force, such as wind. This comes from the National Air and Space Museum. Also comes from Science and Pre-K, something that Globers seem to have flunked.
Do you think the people who wrote those words think the world's flat?
I bet they know it is, right?
Oh, okay.
But they would probably be silenced. But that's not the point, right? Here we have the science of water. Flat and level don't fucking curve, Scott. Wherever in history of history, has level and flat ever meant curved? Find it. Find me an old... No, shut up, bitch. Find me an old definition. Find me the oldest definitions you can from multiple dictionaries. Find where it says that level and flat curve. Find me that.
Level is
well
not
done,
flat.
Jenna. You obliterated
conflating
them.
Find me that, Scott.
Until you guys stop
Find it for me or
conflating
shut
the
up.
two terms, you're not going to be able to get anywhere.
Find it for me or get muted.
I guess I'll get muted then if they're going to mute me.
Get muted. Yep, get muted. Get muted because all you're doing is denying. Okay, I've got several pictures from old dictionaries, right? All the way up until about 2014 when Merriam-Webster pulled their bullshit. Okay, and all of them, I mean, none of these dictionaries have curve, right? They don't say that level is curve, flat is curve. They don't say that shit, right? So what are you doing, Scott?
To. It's understood.
What are you
29
doing?
minutes after the hour, there's a
So what are you
definition
doing,
of
Scott?
level in the chat. 29 minutes after the hour from, I think it was 1983 or something like that.
Yeah, I
Somebody's got
take
it.
issue with that, Scott. You take issue with that too?
Take issue
And
with what?
Scott still didn't concede that you were ignorant about the science of water. Just concede about your ignorance first, and we will let you cry about level and horizontal. You can cry about level and horizontal after conceding that you were first ignorant about the science of water. Please.
Oh my God,
Start with that. Be humble.
You're praying out loud again, Scott.
The level of delusion in this room.
So here you have the only definition in history. The only definition in history comes from the updated 2014 Merriam-Webster dictionary, right? So 2014 was about the time when flat Earth was on the rise. Okay, really coincidental, right? That Merriam-Webster, the only fucking dictionary of all fucking dictionaries, would have level having no point higher than another, conforming to the curved parts of Earth's surface. That's so damn contradictory on its face. It's the only contradictory. No, it is the only contradictory definition that exists. Find me another contradictory definition.
That's not a contradictory definition, so I don't need to find you another one.
Well, I mean, damn. Anyway.
So if somebody writes a new definition,
understands this
so
stuff.
if somebody writes a new definition tomorrow, you're going to start using that one?
No, I'm going to stick with the one I already have. I don't need another one. It works
Which one?
fine.
Which one, Scotty boy? Which one? What's your definition for level? What is it? Is it contradictory? Is it the only contradictory definition in all of fucking history?
It's not a contradictory definition, so it's not
Yeah,
the
go
only
back
one.
to when you were living fast times at Ridgemont High, Scott.
Help you.
God, you're so angry.
No, dude, go back to when you were living fast times at Ridgemont High and when you had to take your tests. I mean, was level as curved on one of your flashcards? No.
Yeah, level never meant curved.
Level has always meant curved. When talking about the Earth, it always
sound
meant curved.
fucking stupid saying level has always meant curved.
When talking about the Earth, it has.
If you were on a job site, a carpenter would smack you across the face with a 4-foot level.
I've said that. I think I was the first person to say that.
It has always meant curved.
No, okay. Oh, if that is true, Scott, I want you to find me in any old dictionary where level translates to curve. I want you to find where flat translates to curve in old dictionaries. If it has always meant that, you need to prove that. This is your claim. It's
Why would it
time
matter?
to nut up or shut up.
You already found me a definition that I'm okay with.
Nut
I
up
don't need
or
to see
shut
another
up. If
one.
it is all, listen, use your 2
This is
ears.
just absurd.
If it
Yeah,
if it has
you told me to
always
find
meant,
it or shut up. Use my 2 ears. I heard you the first 9 times you said it.
Scott, you
Now
said
I'm going to
if
hear you
it
the
is
10th time you
always,
said it, right?
you said it's always meant level. You said that curve and flat, or that level and flat have always meant curve. I want you to find definitions from old dictionaries that prove that it's always meant that. Go.
What the fuck
Go.
is this retarded argument?
You are a liar. Huh, Scott?
Hmm?
You're a liar.
Yeah, I'm not your monkey. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
you're a
dance.
liar. No, you're a liar.
I'm a liar?
No,
Yeah, you're lying. You're
you're a
saying
human
that
liar.
level and flat, you're saying that level and flat have always meant curve, but you're not going to put
No,
up
I
the proof
didn't.
of that. You're
Once
not. You
again,
said that.
you
You
can't
said that.
listen. I never said level and flat always meant curved. What did I say?
You said that level, right? You said the level has always meant curved, right? Go find
When
that.
talking about something the size of the earth, yes.
Nope.
And talking about the earth,
Nope.
yes.
Go
Level
find
is
it.
curved on the earth.
Go
What else
find
did I say
it
about the
in
relation
an
between level
old
and flat?
dictionary. Go.
How about if I go to a dictionary that has a description or a definition of earth?
How about you give me the definition of level from 1990 dictionary?
How about I bring up the definition of earth from every
How
dictionary
about
going back
you
500
prove to
years?
me that level has always meant curved? Find me a dictionary definition of level from 1990 to prove to me that it is always, that level is
How am I
always
supposed to
meant
do that?
curved, right? Do it.
How am I supposed
No,
to do
you
that?
can't, because you're a liar, you're a shit talker, you're an anti-flat earther, you're an anti-truth, you hate the truth, you're a hater of truth.
I'm a hater of truth. And you guys think you have the truth.
You said it.
Yeah, the truth is that level is, we use water, for instance, to determine level, because that shit don't curve, mate.
It's
They
weird
always
how
repeat it when they
we're
strike a
stuck in
chord.
this perpetual loop, right? I tell you level's not
Right.
flat,
You're the
and you
one who
guys keep
keeps us
going back,
here, Scott.
and
You're the
you
one
keep
who
going
keeps
back
us
to
in the
level.
perpetual loop. Why should I even let you
It's,
speak? Why even let liars speak? You should just stay muted. We should just ignore you until you go away.
well, if you're afraid of facts, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so afraid of facts. I'm quivering in my fucking shoes, dude. You still have not shown or proved that level has always meant curved. You still have not provided any citation from any dictionary in the past where it says that level conforms to the curvature of Earth's surface. Okay? You haven't found that. As a matter of fact, you're only proving my point that there is one and only contradictory definition in all of dictionary history, which is that Merriam-Webster one, right? I even made some memes just for you about it, Scott. Look at this. Level having no part higher than another. A curved surface. Do we see the problem here? Do you see it or no? Or you just
No,
don't want to admit it?
no, because it's not
I
a
think your
problem.
problem is that you can't, you just absolutely have so much pride and ego that you can't even bring yourself to admit that you were fooled just like the rest of us.
No, I was never just like you. I have never been just like you.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. My bad. You've always been better than us, right? Go fuck yourself.
Better than
No,
you.
I'm so sorry. Let me correct you. It didn't took me that time to understand, but the difference is still don't understand anything. So no, he's not like us, or like me. I'm not talking about the others. No, he's a slow
That's a fair
thinker,
assessment.
and he have to lie. So he's not like us, and not better even. So he have
That's
to
a fair
lie.
assessment. He's not like, because we at least can be honest with ourselves, right? And admit where we were wrong. We can admit that we were fooled. We can admit that something's wrong here, right? Scott can't do that. Scott can't look at flat water and say, yeah, it's flat.
Because it's not. Why would I? There's somebody talking that I can't hear.
Oh,
That was a great point.
Jenna,
Scott has
I have a
nothing to say.
question. At what point does something count as flat? And when is it just approximately flat and not actually flat?
There's just no elevation change. That's all. Flat is just you set a you can set a datum, you can set a reference. From that reference, if there's nothing up or down, higher or lower than that reference, then it's flat.
Does that exist in reality? If you think about the structure of atoms and molecules, there is no perfect line. It always goes up and down. So is there really
So
true
then,
flat?
right. So then, if you can't establish something like a reference, if you're saying it's impossible to establish a reference or an angle then it's impossible to have ever measured the Earth to be curved or dropping from the established reference point. So if you're saying
I'm not talking about that.
of this situation that there's no way that the Earth's a globe, you can't possibly, measure a reference, then that would be the conclusion that you're left with, that you just can't know. Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's atoms and material and water, which separates them. So we can't have a established reference. Is that the conclusion? The Earth can't be a globe because we can't.
That's not the point I was trying to make. I was going to say
that would be the consequence.
If we agree that perfectly flat doesn't exist anyways, why would you ever call anything flat, right? And if we agree that flat is always just like an approximation, like we just say something seems to be like it's straight, like it's flat, like it's horizontal and straight.
Approximation
then we say
based
it's flat.
on what though?
Now,
What would the approximation be based on?
It is very easily
why are you
imaginable that
scattergunning
the
like a
horizon.
bunch of conclusions? What's going on?
Can I finish my point?
I mean, just even. I mean, you had a bunch. That's why I'm asking.
Your mic is cutting out, my friend.
Flat is not philosophical. My gosh.
Flat is a concept, right? Flat is a concept. It doesn't truly exist. Like, there's no true flat.
Right. So if
you just call things flat, that
so we have math.
approximates to be
Math is a
horizontal
concept.
and
Language
even.
is a concept. Geometry is a concept. Can we? Yeah. Am I lagging?
Yes, you are lagging.
What?
So it is clear that the horizon seems to be flat. Even globe earthers say, look, the horizon looks flat. Because it does approximate to be a horizontal line, even line, right?
Yeah,
but it is very slightly curved, and you can actually prove that it's curved by taking a picture and then, like how do you say, compressing it sideways, and then you see the curve, right?
The table I'm sitting at, is flat. Is that just a concept?
If you take a magnifying glass, it's not flat. You look at it from the side, there's like bumps. If it's from wood, right? Wood is always bumpy on like the molecular level anyways.
Right.
Like,
but it's still flat. It's horizontal. It's flat. Pretty level.
Am I misunderstanding English in my last years? Because I feel that there is a confusion here between. I feel that there is a confusion here between even and flat. Because in my understanding, flat is the absence of curvature. Even is the absence of change of elevation on a surface.
The catch-22 Necros is in order for him to know that there's undulations in that table, like up and down, he needs to first know what flat is. Like he knows flat exists because he knows undulations exist. He can measure is tiny little crumbs or indentations on the table. So he knows what flat is, but he's saying he can't have that because he measured undulations in the vertical change from the horizontal baseline. It's very ironic.
Yeah,
I made
exactly.
my point. I don't think there's anywhere we can go from here. Right?
What I
You call your table
understand,
flat, even though it's not truly flat. So
what I understand from what he said by saying that it's conceptual, like he want to say that it's dependent to your perspective. So, for example, if you are a person looking at the mirror naked eyes, you will definitely say that the mirror is flat. And it will be completely wrong if you say otherwise. But if you are someone who is using a telescope and you can see those topography and the changes of elevation in the surface of that mirror, that moment you can't say that the mirror is even, the surface of the mirror is completely or 100% even or flat. There is no difference in elevation. That will be just explaining your view in wrong way. Yeah, I may understand what he wanted to say. No, but we are talking about being flat. So it means the surface that we are standing on, it's not curving down to make a sphere, and it's not curving up to make a concave Earth, like we are in the inside, and the Earth is just curving around us. No, we are saying that the Earth is flat, so it means that the surface is there is zero curvature. But we know that there is topography.
In order to measure whether you have something concave or convex, you're going to have to measure that as either a drop or a rise from a reference, a flat reference. So the gentleman who's saying that we don't know the Earth is a globe because we can't establish a flat reference, he just is going to have to remain in a state of not knowing. But he knows he doesn't know. I guess somehow he knows that.
And like those guys, like if they are coming from Bevi school altogether, they don't understand the difference between flat and even. We are not saying the flat ground. We are not calling this thing under our feet flat ground. We are saying flat earth. It means by all of the shit that it contains, most of it, it's 71% or 72 or 73% water. Flat. Flat.
All I ever really taken as flat Earth. I mean, it's got a lot of different like parts, different moving parts, like sky, forces, etc. But it's just is which everybody knows it is level, the shortest distance between 2 points, horizontal, flat.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it is. Yeah, now, if level is not horizontal, if level is curved, and you measured, drop
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo.
Hey, no thanks. You cracked up there really badly. It might be a good idea to maybe just disconnect and reconnect again. I'm not sure if your connection's gone weird there.
No, you're still drowning.
Just a robot.
Still a robot. So yeah, if you look at the definitions under the words flat and level, you get horizontal. And when you look up horizontal, you get level. You get 90 degrees, right? That's good stuff.
Well, you can't have 90 degrees to a curved level. Sorry.
Bingo. Yeah. I'm like, show me how you get 90 degrees on the surface of a ball, right? And then they're like, then they want to show us how they're pulling it from the center of their ball. And I'm like, do you think that architects do that? Carpenters, construction workers, you think that they're pulling their 90, considering it from the center of a sphere, or are they just pulling their 90 straight from the surface of Earth?
And Jenna, think about this. Even for the other uses for the word level, we use it as something that describe a flat or horizontal platform or thing. Like you are in another level. So you are like, I'm in the floor and you are in another floor. We don't talk about curvature, you are in another side of the same curvature as me. We talk about levels. Even in the games, you have levels, different levels. Level 1, level 2, those are stages, those are different platforms, those are different horizontal plane of ideas. Not even plane of reference, physical reference, just ideas, level. Different horizontal plane.
Yep. Yeah.
In all the uses, we never use level as being something curved.
Right. And maybe we should clarify that when we say level, right, it's with consideration to, it's in a horizontal position with consideration to points above and below, right, in position to horizontal. So mountains, peaks, valleys, canyons, mesas, plateaus, high plains, low plains, salt flats, all of it, all the way to the water, land to land, horizontal, not curving. And that's the whole point.
And how do you know that?
How do you know that? Maybe because I've built a few things in my life, decks, rooms, put some roofs on. I have to know these things in order to successfully and properly construct buildings.
So you have to understand topography in order to construct a building? Wow, that's interesting.
I'm pretty sure she was talking about
Yeah,
water.
do you think that engineering surveyors, they've got to take stuff like topography into consideration, right?
And they also take the curve of the earth into consideration. So there's that.
No, they don't. Show me.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, there's not a single surveyor that shoots for grade across bodies of water. You're done. You're done. You want to know why they don't do it? They don't do it
Why?
because there's no curve over water. It seems like that would be like the most logical thing to test for curvature over is fucking water, considering that we use water, liquid, to determine level, horizontal, right?
Why would anybody survey water?
Oh, you're so special. See, that's the whole point, right? Like water.
So you don't know, huh? All right.
Why
That's
aren't
good to
they?
know.
See, I want to know why aren't they, right? Why are they only surveying levels upon levels of land, right? This level up, this level down, and it's all different levels from horizontal, from the water.
Because they know there's no elevation change in water. Duh.
So it doesn't curve.
No, there's no elevation change, which means it does curve.
There's no curve.
No, there is.
Show me the curving water.
Jenna, check chat. Side chat, Jenna. Side chat. What do you think about these images?
Yeah, I've seen that crap before.
Well, it looks like a curve, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was it has to do with the compression of the image, right?
I have the where you can cable where those things are put it on. The cable is good. It was squishing it.
You're roboting. Yeah, that's the whole point I was trying to make. Super Monkey Ball. No elevation means curve? What the hell? That's my whole point. If you don't have an elevation change, right, at all, then it's not curving. No elevation change at all. Level, flat, horizontal, not curving. Oh no. Can't defeat you, Scott. Your stupidity is invincible. Invincible stupidity.
It is funny hearing someone say that curving means no elevation change. I mean, that's just.
It could.
You know how ridiculous that is? That's the whole point of something being a curve, meaning it's not completely level from one point to the other point.
No, it works both ways, guys. What are you talking about, man? My basketball doesn't have elevation changes. Well, I mean, it does the really small micro divots, but, let's say it was absolutely smooth. It wouldn't have any elevation change.
Yeah, put a little Lego guy on top of a basketball and put a little Lego guy on the side of a basketball. There's going to be an elevation change in between those two little Lego men. What are you talking about?
Yeah, then you're taking it out of its context.
Well, percentage, you're talking out of your ass.
I'm really not.
Yeah, well, then you're denying the Lego men on the basketball then.
What?
Go get your glue gun and dig up your Lego men and get your basketball.
I drew it out.
A Lego gun is probably too big for the basketball. If we're talking about basketball, you probably need
you're a goofball, dude.
A spec.
Hey,
or something
look,
like that.
check it out. Check it out, right? I super simple. I drew it out, guys.
Whoa. If he shrinks the Lego men down to microscopic specs, the Lego man sitting on the very top of the ball and a Lego man stuck on the side is not going to have an elevation change because they're microscopic?
Yeah, it's contextual. That's the point.
Yeah, the point is you're full of shit.
As humans, obviously this is just a ball, and it's
so biggie it's flatty
thing,
then.
Right?
So biggie it's flatty is what you're saying. So biggie it's flatty.
Basically, yeah.
It's so big it's flat, but then
that's not the point.
Oh boy.
What is the elevation on a basketball? How do we find it?
You would have to have two different points on the basketball and measure the elevation difference between the 2 points. Like one person standing on top of the basketball, another guy on the side of the basketball. One's going to be higher than the other.
Okay, what is the elevation on a basketball? Define it for me.
Like I just said, it's all relative to the little object on the ball itself.
Right. So
what does that mean, though? Come on, guys.
Check it out in the chat, right? So a curved surface, right? If I put somebody standing at the summit of the water curve, at the top of the water hill, right? And then I put two other people, right, on the opposite ends of that person, they are going to be at different elevations as you're looking at it. So there would be elevation change.
How are you defining elevation?
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
How are you defining elevation?
Because the person on top of the ball will be higher than the person on the side of the ball. The person on top of the ball will have a higher elevation than the person on the side of the ball because they will be above the person on the side of the ball, meaning their elevation is higher than the person on the side. Okay, you're just pretending not to understand it because you don't want to.
No, in your image, how are you defining higher? How are you defining higher?
Being above the other object. Being higher on the ball than the other object. Yes.
Higher in relation to what?
The object on the side of the ball.
What makes the object on the side of the side?
Because it's on a curving surface.
Okay, let's put this. What if I just rotated the ball 45 degrees or 90 degrees? Is there a new higher?
Then there would be an elevation. Yeah, there'd be an elevation change again between the 2 points because one point would be closer to the top of the ball, the other point would be on the side of the ball.
And so what you're clearly doing is you're defining higher from your reference, the way you're looking at the image, right?
It's the way anybody would look at the image.
Well, what happens if one person looked at the image upside down and you looked at it right side up?
There would be an then there would be an elevation change between the person upside down looking at the object that's upside down now.
No. I'm looking at the image upside down. You're looking at it right side up.
You're doing a lot of mental gymnastics to not understand what anyone is saying. Like you're trying really hard to just not get it. That's on you, buddy.
I'm trying really hard to get you to understand what you're saying.
What? How? If something's on top of a basketball and something's super glued to the side of a basketball, the object on top of a basketball is a higher elevation than the thing on the side of the basketball because it's higher up on the sphere. You're the one that's just pretending not to understand that.
This is a stupid argument, though, because it's in relation to what?
Turn the basketball 90 degrees. Is there a new higher?
You can't get 90 degrees off of a ball.
You can rotate it 90 degrees, right? We all agree with that, right? We can rotate.
You can have a 90-degree angle on the surface of a sphere.
No. Can we rotate a ball 90 degrees? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can rotate anything 90 degrees. It doesn't mean that I can have 90 degrees on the object itself. I'm moving the object 90 degrees.
You might not be able to
Which is in relation to horizontal, which I'm standing on. To have, I have an up and down to be able to rotate.
Scott forgets that we're talking about in between the Lego men. If you're not playing stupid at this point, Scott, you got to check yourself, bro.
I'm okay though, old Hops. I'm good.
So you're not
just
playing
being
stupid?
retarded on purpose.
Yeah.
Thanks
What is it? You're good at playing stupid, or you're good because you are stupid? We're talking about in between the Lego men, Scott.
I'll go with neither of the above.
Yeah, your bullshit artistry isn't as impressive as you think.
Well, good thing it's not bullshit argument. Well, it's a good thing it's not bullshit artistry then, right?
Oh, it absolutely is. You're blatantly trying to not understand.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Then shut up and stop asking stupid questions like you don't understand.
And I understand that you are misunderstanding the world in which we live. And
No,
I'm
you're
trying to
a
help you
dope
guys.
artist, is what you are.
I'm trying to help you guys. Elevation cannot exist on a basketball.
Exactly. Elevation can't exist on any ball. Do you know why elevation can't exist? Because for elevation to exist, you need to have an up or down. You need to have a horizontal. You need to have an up or down based off the horizontal. Yeah, something you can't get on a basketball and something you can't get on a plate spheroid in an endless sky vacuum. Scott, you fucking dummy.
This is where your understanding of the world falters. You guys
Scott
think
just said you can't have elevation on a basketball. Exactly. That's the whole point. Welcome to Flat Earth, Scott.
You guys think there's an absolute up and down in this universe, in this world, in this realm. There
That's not what we're talking about, bro.
Well, so now Scott doesn't think up or down exist. Yeah, that's par for the course. He sounds like an idiot.
But this is the thing you guys can't wrap your minds around. There is no universal up or down. You guys really can't grasp that, can you? There
literally is. To say there isn't is a basis assertion because Earth has to be a ball for you to say that.
No, you're thinking like a child. I'm sorry, man. You just are.
Okay, it's just the guy who says up and down isn't real.
Children think there's universal.
You're thinking like an autistic.
Children think there's universal up and down.
Okay, Scott. So the two Lego men glued to the basketball, they're on the same level? So
There's
the
no
two
level of
Lego men
basketball.
glued to the basketball, they're on the same level?
If you define level
Spit
as
it
the
out.
distance from the, if you
Spit
define
it
level
out,
as the
Scott.
distance from the center,
do they have the ability to look eye to eye?
oh, you need some medication, man. You got an issue.
Projection noted, bro.
All right.
I haven't seen a doctor since '96. I'm just
know.
fine.
That's
Thanks
clear.
for your
That's
unsolicited medical advice, you moron.
But anyways, the only way elevation can be defined on a sphere is distance from the center.
And
Period.
Scott,
That's
you
it.
have to understand the thing that universal up and down is the true thing till the moment then where you can show us where two falling things can meet in the middle. where you
Well,
can
see, that-
where you can drop a thing on a free fall, and another thing in the other side on a free fall, and we will see them meet in the middle. Then we will understand that you are talking about being away from the center, which is not the height, which is not elevation, just distance from center. Or if you take the surface as being the reference frame, it will be just the distance from the surface, not the height. Because you don't agree with a three-dimensional reality which contains three axes, which is the height, the width, and the length. You don't agree with that, so you have just to use distance from center or distance from surface, not the height, because that shit is just something that can be used for a flat plane or flat reference frame.
You probably heard of this many times before, but there's this one thing called the Cavendish experiment, and it does exactly that. You have two things, they fall towards each other.
Here we go.
Cool story, bro. We've heard this one 1,000 times.
Yeah, I know you heard it.
The problem here,
fancy lad in a shed. Wonderful.
But the problem here is not Cavendish. Nothing.
Welcome to the weekend.
These guys can't conceive of the idea of no universal up or down. They need a universal up or down.
Oh,
in their
so
mind.
now the helium balloon is
Scott, it's,
now the
it's
helium
very
balloon is
unintuitive, right? You and me think that there is no universal down because we were taught this. We were educated on this very early on, but it's very unintuitive to think that there's no universal down, right?
Well, I agree.
So
I agree. It is unintuitive.
Stupid to say that. Raise your hand, Scott. Put your hand up in the air. That's up.
This isn't space camp, guys.
For Glober, who just is in another country, he will tell you that why did you put your hand sideways? Because you are living in America and he is in the top.
And that's literally just a baseless assertion based off something he was taught in kindergarten.
No.
Yes, quite literally.
It's something I came to understand as I grew up and my mind developed.
You grew up, so now you just assume people are antipodal and sideways relative to your position at the moment, and that there is no up or down. That's what you come to realize, and it's all just a baseless assertion based off what you were told in school.
No.
And the only reason why you have that baseless assertion because you have a belief because you have literally just a belief that we live on a ball, and we do not.
I mean,
no, it's not just a belief.
Vex walks.
Quite literally, it's just a belief. Yes.
I would have to ask you a question. How do you determine down, right? In everyday life, how do you determine where down is?
By looking down to the ground. How do you determine it? Do you have to do a calculation to figure out where down is for yourself?
It's where things fall, right? It's where I fall. It's where the apple falls when I throw it. It's where it's where I'm being pulled towards, right? It's down.
What do you mean it's where things
down.
fall? It's the surface you're standing on is down. Opposite of up.
You can only stand on a surface when you're being pulled towards that surface, right?
What the
Otherwise
fuck are you
you'd be
talking
floating
about?
around.
Ain't nothing being pulled to the surface anywhere.
If you weren't pulled to the surface, you would be floating around.
You're just basically asserting that there's a force called gravity holding things to the ground?
I didn't call it anything, but there is a force, I would say. Yeah.
No, there's no force.
I mean, we talked about this before. It's kind of obvious,
Well,
right?
I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. Where's the force of gravity pulling the balloon down to the ground?
Hey, this is 2 Globers in 2 days now that have given up on gravity. They won't call it gravity anymore. Congratulations.
I mean, you are a little allergic to the word, right? So.
Yeah. Have you ever looked at a cloud before?
Yeah, I'm not getting into that.
Yeah. Did they come crashing down at 9 meters per second? Oh, no, they don't. They just kind of hang around. And they move in every which direction, too.
But they're not floating. They're not floating in a vacuum, are they?
Whoever said anything about a vacuum? They are floating up in the sky. You're the one that thinks the sky is a vacuum, dude. You're the one that thinks the sky is a vacuum.
Why would something like a cloud crash through different material? Why would it crash towards the ground when there's material in between? It's clearly sitting on top of the air, isn't it?
Where'd the air come from?
I say it's
I don't
sitting
know,
on the
man.
bottom of.
That's a
I
very
say it's
deep
sitting on
question.
the bottom of some air too.
You don't know where the air comes from?
No force. There's no force coming to bring them down then, right?
But we have derailed a bit. I wanted to make a different point. I wanted to make the point that if you determine down to be wherever stuff falls, wherever you are being pulled towards, if you look at a magnetic field and you place metal around this magnetic field, the metal is being pulled towards the center. So from the position of the little metal things, down would be different, right? Because they're being pulled towards a different point. And that is exactly what is happening to us, right? What at least the globe theory would suggest happens, right? Just so you can grasp maybe the idea behind it.
You think you're being pulled down like a magnet?
I'm not
That's interesting that he says that, right? Does anybody have that video of that professor who was talking about how gravity really isn't anything at all? It's electricity that's holding our world together. Does anybody have that? I haven't been able to find it. I know it exists though.
Yeah, I know that guy.
No, it's not. This guy.
That guy from the MIT, Walter Lewis.
Yes, yeah. Necros, you know what I'm talking about? The MIT guy.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about when he said that in the molecular perspective, thousands of kilometers is just electricity who hold our world together. When you start talking about stars and planets orbiting a sun and those things, then you can talk about the gravity. When the gravity can surpass the electric power, attractive power. So
if you have that video, would you mind posting it in the chat, please?
Yeah, I can find it for you.
Thank you. So there's where the contention lies, right? Is actually, if you look at the Cavendish papers, it says that it is a weak gravitational interaction. I can highlight it for you if you need it. So a weak gravitational interaction, whatever that means. So it's weak, right? Scientists are actually calling it the weakest force that they know of, right? So,
and Einstein came around and said it wasn't a force at all, but the warping and bending of space and time.
Yeah.
Space-time. But with Cavendish, what was this naturally observed phenomenon?
Jenna, in the video I just shared in the side chat, it starts in the 14th second. The 50 seconds.
Awesome.
From the first minute, you will have Walter Lewis saying that thing about the electricity attracting things in our reality. The molecular size till
I've been
thousands
saying that
of kilometers.
forever. Yeah, they don't call ground where they dig a copper rod and shove it into the ground next to your house. They don't call that an electricity ground for nothing.
Yeah, the ground.
Yes, it's
But see,
actual
my thing is-
ground. It's the actual Earth. It's called Earth ground.
Yeah.
But that just turns out to be a gravity replacer when there's nothing. I mean, gravity doesn't have any effect on squillions of things. I mean, gas isn't affected by gravity. Gas has no
Sure it
directional
is.
bias.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. There's no directional
it
bias
is.
with gas.
Of course there is.
Yeah,
No, gas moves freely in all that. Gas moves freely in all directions.
But it doesn't.
Gas doesn't have a preferred direction. Yes.
No,
Really?
it doesn't.
So the only way for Scott.
wrong.
The only way for Scott. So the only way for Scott to smell a fart is because his nose is on his ass, right?
No, Scott, that was a lie. I'm so sorry for that, but you just lied because there is no instance where you create a low pressure environment. So it means you create a vacuum, and you will have just few molecules of gas, there is no instance where those molecules of gas will just fall to the floor of that vacuum, leaving you with the perfect vacuum in the rest of the volume of that vacuum chamber. Whatever the size of that fucking vacuum chamber, the gas molecules will hit the gas that you will put in the top of that vacuum chamber. Whatever the size of that vacuum chamber, you will have gas molecules hitting the gas of that that you put and giving you gas pressure measurement where you find that it's not zero.
That's incorrect.
Yes, it is correct.
How do you know
take
that?
a balloon,
Because you
fill a
can
balloon
never
up with
show me a perfect vacuum where the gas
do you
molecules
know
just
that's
sitting in the floor of the vacuum.
Yeah, you just made that up.
The gas that you put in the vacuum chamber, it's just it works by the gas force, the force exerted by the gas molecules on the gas on the gas. So it means that if the gas is attracted to the floor, no gas molecule will go up to the top of that vacuum chamber and hit that gas and give you measurement of gas pressure.
Yeah, you can't reason with Scott. So he's an anti-flat
I mean,
earther. He's only here to disagree with you as soon as you make your point. There's no reasoning with Scott Mackey. If you guys are brand new to the forum, he's an anti-flat earther. There's no reasoning with Scott. He's just gonna deny everything you say just for the sake of denying it. That's who he is, that's what he does, and that's the only reason he's here. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you can't reason with him.
But I mean, if you have a balloon inside a vacuum chamber, right? It could be filled with helium, it could be filled with air, it could be filled with carbon monoxide. Who cares? When you evacuate all the air out of the chamber, the balloon starts expanding and expanding until the walls of the balloon give way and all the gas rushes out. That vacuum chamber is no longer a vacuum chamber. The gas doesn't immediately rush to the floor because it has a preferred bias, directional bias. As soon as the gas leaves the walls of that balloon, it goes wherever it feels like going until it collides with something and bounces back. Gas has no directional bias. It moves freely in all directions. Scott, you're a liar.
Then how do you have gradients in like helium tanks and stuff like that?
What do you mean? How do you have? Yeah, I heard someone else talking about this too, but nobody can seem to tell me because they claim that there's a gradient in the tank. Which I mean, okay, so that's just an example of a gradient inside a container. The only reason why that gradient exists because there's pressure and containment in the first place. But
absolutely. No one's denying pressure and containment. But there's a gradient.
You need to have,
it's equal in every direction.
So they say. Well, see, that's the thing, right? I haven't been able to find a single source that will even pretend to give a number. Is it 0.0000 psi gradient difference? Is it a 1 psi gradient
It's
difference?
actually considerable. Like at the top it'll be gas, and at the bottom it'll be like liquid. It'll be like liquefied gas. You know.
Well, that's not a gas.
That's not
pressure differential then.
Yeah, I have my propane tank has about 3 inches of liquid in the bottom because I've been using it all summer. There's still gas floating at the top of that.
But do you guys think it's just like water? Like there's just a surface, like it's liquid, and then there's just a surface, and then gas, and it's a cleared barrier? I don't think so. I think it's it's a blurred line between.
Yeah, but doesn't liquid gas has to be man-made, doesn't it? I mean, we can't just find puddles of liquid oxygen in the ocean, right? I mean, anywhere.
I mean, I don't know about that. I'm not making any claims of this is only found in nature or what have you. I'm just saying that it's possible to have, a container of gas wherein there's a pressure gradient. So how is that explained with this notion that gas moves everywhere in equally?
I can't seem to find any sources people can baselessly assert that there's a pressure gradient inside a canister of pure helium. But like I said, I can't find anything that even pretends to have a gas. It might be just that it has to be because gravity's pulling on gas. That's what it comes down to, is it has to be a gradient, because if not, then we wouldn't exist in outer space on this ball.
That's
pretty much
not
what
what
it
he.
comes down to.
No,
No,
that's not.
It applies with propane and bend, like whenever you're just like, you know,
Hold on.
like they'll
Propane's a
purposely
liquid
flip
inside
the
a
tank
container.
to get the
I have
liquid
to
out.
Propane,
pause everybody in here.
yeah, propane's a liquid inside a tank.
All right.
how can
So he's talking about a gas pressure with inside of a containment. So he's saying that how do we know that it's gas pressure is exerting force against the walls of its containment? Well, that's just the definition for gas pressure. So if you're going to redefine gas pressure, I need your definition of redefining it right now. So if you're contesting whether or not it's exerting force against the walls of its containment,
No,
whoever contests it needs to provide the evidence that they're going to describe it in a definition other than the way we know it described. It's force per unit area against the walls of its container.
it
So
fills balloons?
who in this forum right now is contesting? That's the definition for gas pressure.
I don't know if anyone is, man.
So I don't know.
never
Like,
watch it.
why is there like people arguing about this? Because it's just known that's a gas law. So gas laws. If you're gonna deny gas laws, then you're gonna have to redefine gas laws. So is anybody contesting that? Because that's just the way it is.
No, the contention that happened, I guess, before you got here, Alpha, was that Scott was saying that, you know, gas doesn't move in all directions equally, and someone was saying that they do. And
Yeah,
that doesn't have a
no.
gradient if it does.
But I've already said Scott Mackey is only to deny everything he's saying.
Nobody.
He's he's just a straight up denier of everything we say in this forum. He's not here for reasonable conversations or rational conversations. He's just here to deny things we say. That's just who he is and what he does. He won't just be in here.
I'm not sure if it's me or...
No, he's roboting, but
Okay.
I get what he's. I mean, he's kind of.
I got what he's saying too, and we could forget Scott.
And lie about everything he says. He'll invert your story. He'll say this thing's doing this, we think, and this is doing this, and water's sticking to balls, and this pressure is going to do this on this container this way, and he's just going to fucking avert from what you're doing to make you try to think that it's some other explanation you can go to, other than, you know, what we have so far. That's fucking reality.
We can forget Scott. Like, if Scott is just like, you know, but I will take up what he's saying. I definitely believe that air has weight. You know, that it's not going equally in every direction. There's if it is, it's being limited by some point, because air definitely has weight. It's called air mass. It's, you know, this is what blocks light a lot.
How do you weigh air? What do you got to do to weigh air? You have to put it inside a container and then weigh the container.
Of course, container is necessary, but that's not the point.
And
here.
how
The
much
point
of
is
air
that
are you
it goes
weighing?
in every direction equally.
Yeah, so how much
That's
of
the
air are
contention.
you weighing? How much of air can you weigh? Just the amount you want to weigh at a time in the container given? Like, what is that even like?
Whatever, like, I mean, there's different ways to do it, right? There's the
Well, that's what
barometric
I'm
pressure,
saying.
which it weighs the air that's just right above, depending on the
So how do
plate.
you know you got it? How do you know you're going to go get a pound of air versus 2 pounds of air? How do you know you're just going to go grab that and like look at it and like see what you're doing with it? Like, how do you even know
Can you
the
guys hear
amount?
me now? Is that
Yes.
Better now.
All right, so whoever's contesting that gas pressure is not exerting force upon the walls of its container is going to have to redefine gas pressure. Once again, you said there was nobody contesting it, and I hear a percentage contesting it.
I'm not contesting that.
Yes, you are. You're taking up Scott Mackey's mantle right now.
He didn't say that.
His position is contrary to what that definition states. It's a gas law. And if you're saying that's not how it operates, I need you to redefine gas pressure and to follow up, bring in a demonstration of it doing so.
That's not what I'm saying, and that's not what he was saying at the time.
What are
either.
you saying?
I'm saying that air has weight. It's like if it is going in every direction equally, there's something causing
How
it
do you
to
how do you weigh
bend
gas?
later,
How do you weigh
consolidate
gas?
towards water.
How do you weigh gas? How do you weigh it?
There's different ways.
Well, I want to know the way that you weigh gas. How
I
are you
personally
weighing?
don't weigh gas
Well, then how do you say gas has weight if you're not weighing gas?
because there's different gases have different. They're like
What?
consistencies. They're different.
So
different
what?
material.
No, wait.
Some gases are heavier than others.
Yeah, okay. So tell me how you weigh gas. I want to know how that happens.
Okay, qualitatively, I can see that some gases are heavier than others.
How do you weigh gas?
For instance, I mean, you have to give me a chance to answer, okay?
No,
So
I need
there's
you to
there's
answer the
qualitative
specific question.
measurements and
Not, I need you
quantitative
to answer
measurements.
the specific question. I don't care about qualitative. I want to know how you weigh gas.
Qualitative measurement is a way of weighing it. So, for
Qualitative
instance, if someone,
measurements. How do you weigh gas?
so if someone releases sodium hexafluoride and I
How
see it
do you
staying,
weigh gas?
I'm telling you right now.
No, you're not. I need you
No,
to
you're not.
specifically
You're
tell me how to
saying,
weigh gas.
yeah, you're just saying that this goes below the other gas. You're not
That's
weighing it.
yeah, that's weight. No, that's qualitative
No, weight
How do
measurement.
you
has
weigh
a
gas?
value.
Give
Weight
me
has a
the weight.
value.
Give me the weight for gas. Any gas.
If
then
I
then
see,
tell me how you weigh it.
all right, so if I have a ball that's more dense than
No, that's not
That's
the
not
answer.
gas.
No, that's not the answer. Once again, how do you weigh gas? And then I want to see a demonstration of how you did it.
you guys just like you're
No, you guys, nothing. I need the answer to the question. How do you weigh gas? And show me the demonstration of how you weighed it.
You said there's many ways.
No, you're gonna keep repeating the same shit. Is not gonna get you anywhere in this forum. You need to answer specifically the question that I'm asking you, and then follow it up by a demonstration so that we can all understand. You understand what I'm saying. How do you weigh gas? And then show me the demonstration of how you've done it.
I didn't say the same word. You misheard me. I said quantitatively.
No,
this
I'm not. I don't give a shit about your quantitative, qualitative. I wanted you to tell me the
You're
method
asking
by
for a
which
quantitative
you,
way.
No, I want you to tell me how you're weighing gas right now.
Okay,
You want to
quantitative.
persist? No, stop saying that. Show me the demonstration of how you're weighing it right now. This is the last chance.
Alpha
Otherwise, I'm
Veritas,
just gonna.
please keep it
I'm
fair.
just gonna shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kick you from this forum if you don't answer my question one last time. Don't fucking skirt what I'm asking you. I'm being very direct. I want a direct answer and a demonstration to follow. How do
You're
you weigh
being
gas?
unreasonable right
Shut
now. You're
the
being
Shut the fuck
unreasonable.
up, you moron. It's not your conversation.
You're next,
You're not
dude.
debating.
You're next. All right. So one last chance. Percentage. How do you weigh gas? And I want to see a demonstration of how you weigh it.
Okay, actually allow me to answer, please. I am answering
I
your
will.
question.
Just
I
answer
am.
it directly.
I'm absolutely answering your question. What you want is a
Okay.
numeric measurement, right?
Yeah.
That's a quantitative measurement. I'm telling you how, but you mute me whenever I say it, just because you don't like the word quantitative for some reason. So again, a quantitative measurement would require you to have a scale of some sort with it being contained.
That's it. Thank you. So gas pressure
Beautiful answer.
needs containment. Therefore, if you want to weigh it, it has to be within the confines of a container, which of course gas pressure would follow the laws of gas pressure within inside that container. So you can't weigh gas just by itself. You can't take a scale or some sort of way to measure it outside. If you just say, well, let's weigh gas outside, you can't do it. You got to contain it, right? And so
you got to
therefore,
pressure, and then you have to pressurize it as
And
well.
you-
most times,
yeah.
most times when you pressurize it, changes state into liquid.
changes states into liquid. That's correct. So that's why we always talk about it in here. So therefore, your argument is bunk, and you can't redefine how you gas pressure or how you weigh it because it has to be contained. So let's move on to the next person. Rue.
Me.
Yeah,
Hello.
you're next. So how do you weigh?
Hello,
How do you
Alpha
weigh gas?
Veritas.
How do you weigh gas?
I mean, he did just answer the question, right?
No, I want you to answer it. It's your words, your own, how you present it.
I would be happy to talk to you, but you would have to be a bit, like fair, right? You would have to be reasonable.
Fair. There's nothing fair about somebody who's lying. How do you weigh gas?
He told you, contain it.
No, what? Yeah, so it's contained, right? So you agree with gas laws, right?
Yeah, like a spring, right?
Oh, that's
Gas
great.
is like a spring, I guess.
So
if it's like
do you live in an open system where gas is free to move outside of the Earth?
yeah,
You do.
How do
So
you do that?
gas is not contained.
it's not contained. No,
Okay, so how do you have gas pressure without containment?
So you disagree with the gas laws then?
Yeah. How do you have gas pressure without containment? And then once you make your answer, I want you to go ahead and give us a demonstration of how you can have gas pressure without containment. Because you got to define it differently now.
Yeah.
Go
it's
ahead.
due to gas.
Side point
right?
incoming.
gas being loose molecules that are not attached to each other, right? They're like a fluid, but even more fluid in a sense, right?
Yeah,
So
Like a fluid,
in a
but more
system,
fluid.
So
in a
go ahead.
system, in a system where any material is being pulled downwards, as we can observe, with anything on
Not clouds, buddy. Not gas. Not smoke.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What are you
So
talking
we did
about?
just talk about
I mean,
how you
hold
weigh
on,
gas, right?
Vax.
So weighing gas
Ruhan,
implies
no, we're not
that
gonna keep.
gas.
You're not gonna persist. Okay, stop persisting. You're saying that gas is being
I'm
pulled
looking at
down.
clouds.
Hold on, Vax. Just relax. Ru, you're saying gas is being pulled down, right?
Yeah, otherwise you couldn't measure its weight.
What do you mean? Oh, so you measure
You can't
weight of
weigh
gas
it in the
by?
atmosphere, dude.
So tell me how
Wait
you
a
weigh gas
second.
outside. What? Say again?
When you have gas in a steel container, it's not.
Yeah, hold on, Vax. I said relax, dude.
Sorry.
I got this.
Sorry.
Dude, just calm
Ruhan,
My bad.
down.
Ruhan, how did you weigh gas outside?
Can you repeat?
How did you weigh gas outside? You say gas is being pulled down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How did you weigh it outside?
No, you look.
No,
do you know
what? No,
you put
what?
it inside a container, and then you can measure its
okay.
weight.
So right. So gases must be
Not
contained,
unless you pressurize it.
right?
Now I see the argument that the container.
No, you don't see the argument. So gases must be contained. Define gas pressure. Right now.
Why is this
Define gas pressure. Once again.
random questions or?
No, it's not random. This is to the point, numbnuts. Define gas
the
pressure.
problem you're having, dude, is you're saying that gas is coming down. Now, no one's experienced gas coming down. So where is the gas coming down with a direction?
Yeah, define gas pressure, Ruhan.
You weigh gas?
Don't skirt my question. Define gas pressure. Don't skirt my question. Define it.
Define gas pressure.
Yes.
Let me think.
Everything.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
It's the force of the particles colliding with their exterior.
What?
Of
the
a
exterior
container?
of what? Of what? The exterior of what?
Won't say it.
The container, yeah, clearly.
Clearly. Okay, so what are the gas particles colliding against when it concerns to the Earth that you think you live on, being a globe? What are they colliding against?
Well, they would be colliding against me, right? Against the floor,
Yeah.
the walls.
How about the sky? What are they colliding against up there?
Nothing, right?
Well, really? So if they're not being contained, where do they go?
They don't go anywhere. They're being pulled
Really,
down.
they don't go anywhere. So how you're mixing up the idea that they either. So if you have an open container and you have a closed container, which one do you think defines gas pressure?
If you want to, probably a closed one, I guess.
Okay, so you need to define it by having a closed container, right? So how can you have a closed container that defines gas pressure, yet you have gas pressure and you have an open container? You know, the Earth you live on.
Well, am I allowed to make a metaphor?
Metaphor? No, I need you to answer the question.
But
How can you have gas pressure?
I've been answering your question.
No, you're not. So how can you have gas pressure in an open container and you defined it by being in a closed container? That's weird, right? So it's an open system. The Earth being a globe, you know, rockets can leave and shit. Matter can leave. Energy can enter. Matter can also. So if matter is gas, and gas is needs to be, you know, have force exerted on the walls of its containment, and you have an open system, then what is it exerting pressure against?
I can explain this phenomenon.
You're not answering my question. What is exerting that force against?
I can explain to you how.
Why don't you just answer my question? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'll answer your question.
What is it exerting pressure against if there is no walls to contain it?
I will explain.
Why don't you just answer? It'll be easier. Just answer.
Explain, but you must trust me, okay?
I'm not gonna trust you. I want you to answer the question.
Well, okay. I'll go ahead with it if you
Yeah,
mute me.
go ahead with it. What? Go ahead with it. I need you to answer the question, Rue.
I do respect you. So,
But that's fine. Just answer the question.
mhm. If you have a metal spring and you place a metal spring,
No metal springs. We're only talking about the gas pressure in an open system. What is containing it?
mhm, if you
Go
place
ahead.
a metal spring,
No, we're not talking about metal springs. Focus on what I'm saying. Listen to the
What has a
words that I'm
metal
telling you.
spring got to do with the atmosphere?
Go
is
ahead.
it going to be compressed or not?
No, we're not talking about metal springs.
What,
If
metal
anybody
spring
engage,
gets
it,
compressed in
don't.
air?
Yeah, we don't.
That's fucking
Let's
weird.
not engage him. Rue. So once again, open system, gas pressure. What is containing the gas in the Earth being a globe?
The downward force.
Downward force. What downward
We just
force
went
are you
over that,
talking about?
buddy.
What downward force?
Yes.
The force that is keeping me on my bed right now.
Okay, so what is that downward force? Can you tell me?
Well, it's an observable force, I guess. I don't know.
What is it?
What do you mean? What is it? A force?
Well, you
It's a
define
force.
it.
I don't know.
What's keeping the gas here? You're telling me
The
what.
force is with you, my
So
son.
go ahead and tell me. What is the containment for the gas pressure? It's a downward force. What is that downward force that's keeping gas here?
Whatever phenomenon is causing.
No, I need you to tell me. What do you mean, whatever? It's not whatever. It's not scientifically proven. Is that what you're saying? You're just saying, well, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't understand what you want from me. Honestly,
I want
Yes,
you
you
to
do.
define. Yeah, you do. You're not telling me because you're being weasel. That's all you're doing. You're just being a weasel. So if there's a downward force that's containing gas, I want you to define what it is and how it operates. Go on.
Yeah, which force?
What is it?
Why must I do that?
Because it's your claim. You think that there's a downward force, and I'm telling you, gas pressure is exerting a pressure against the walls of its container. You need a closed system. You can't have an open system, but you are declaring there's some magical force that's holding gas pressure here. I want to know what that force is exerting on the gas if it's not a container, a closed system.
I don't think there's a downward force. I don't think.
Well, now you're
said there
saying
was.
you just
Wait.
didn't he just say there was? What's going on here?
Yeah, he said there is a downward force, so he believed there is a downward force.
Are you backpedaling, Rue? Is that what you're doing?
I don't think there's a downward force because.
I know you've already said that. We've covered that.
He just said there was a
Now-
downward force keeping him in his bed.
Now
He
there's
just
not.
said that like 30 seconds ago.
He's trying to say he doesn't think it because he knows it.
No.
Shut the fuck up,
Let's
percentage.
see.
Yes, I can observe it.
Are you divining his thoughts?
I can tell by the way
He's
he
right.
emphasized the
He's
word
right.
think.
All
He's
right,
correct,
somebody-
though. I can
I
observe it.
muted
I can
percentage for a
factually
reason.
observe it.
Leave that fucking guy muted. Don't unmute that guy. It's all he's here to do is obfuscate. He's like Scott Mackey. They're not here to contribute. So Ruhan, so what is the downward force?
Ruhan, I like that.
I don't know what the hell your name is. What's the downward force?
Getting your
You were
name
asking
wrong
me if
doesn't
I think
change
there's a
that you
downward
claim
force,
there
right?
was a downward force and then did claim there wasn't a downward force. So,
No. I said I can observe it. I don't think it. I can observe it.
What are you observing?
So what's the
Okay, so
name?
do you see gas pressure being contained by this force that you are claiming?
Well, I can see all masses
Answer
being
the
attracted.
question. No, I need you to answer that question I just asked. Do you see
Wow.
gases
Wow.
being contained by the downward force that you mentioned?
I cannot see air.
Okay. So then how are you seeing gas pressure being contained by this downward force that you mentioned? Answer.
You can see chlorid gas, for example, go.
Nah,
said you
I
couldn't
didn't.
see it.
You just said you couldn't see it. Now you're naming a specific gas that you can see. Isn't that weird? So can you see gas
So-
pressure being held down
Yeah,
by the
I can.
force?
You were asking me if I can see air. I cannot see air, but I
So
can
how
see
can you tell
different
me that?
gases.
All right. So then how can you tell me that air is being contained? How?
Well, air is a gas.
How are you seeing the air that you and I breathe
Fucking
being
weirdo.
contained by the downward force that you're mentioning?
I see that gases go down.
That's not the question. I see gases go down.
But you
The
just
air
said
that-
you don't see gases, though.
One more
What the
time.
fuck's going on, man?
The air that you and I breathe. How are you seeing that being contained by a downward force?
I still cannot see air. I answered that question.
I know. But if you're saying that it's being contained in the earth, then how do you know the downward force is containing the air?
Is air a gas?
No, that's not the
Oh my
question.
God.
I'm asking.
You know what?
I'm,
You know what these
I'm asking
people
you
are
a specific
like?
question. Yeah.
It's like you know the weirdo in the street that hangs out in the corner and talks to himself, and doesn't actually say anything. That's
Yeah.
what this guy is.
All right, whatever your name is.
I mean, we just went over, the definition of gas pressure. We made everyone define it. Gas moves freely in all directions. We went over that. He agreed. Now he's saying gas has a directional bias. Again, due to a force. He's full of crap.
Yeah, an unnamed force he hasn't named yet. Well, so we don't know
Yeah.
what force.
Well,
They're basically you're making shit up, dude.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's
you're doing.
telling. Yeah, like his whole worldview. If he actually answers the question straight, his worldview gets taken into question, so they never answer a straight question. Listen to the way he answers questions.
Yeah, he never does. He never answers it straight. So one last chance, dude. I guess if you're gonna answer the question, if not, then you just can't name what force it is, because there's so many forces that we know of. What force is holding the gas in on the Earth being a globe?
Wait, what forces do we know of?
Just answer the question.
See
how you don't do that?
Again.
Okay, sorry, rephrase the question.
What force is holding the gas on the Earth being a globe? What's the force?
The same one that's holding me down, presumably.
Well, what's the name of it? Give it a name. It doesn't have a name. It's just a force. What is it? Electric force? What type of force is it?
Is it a magnet?
What is it?
Oh no, it's not magnetic.
Yeah. Well, what is it? I want you to tell me specifically what type of force it is.
So it has a name, yeah, sure. Oh, that's what
Give
you're
me
asking
the
of
name.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
That's what
asking
you're
of you.
asking of me.
Which
Does it
force
change
holds
anything if I
the
give you the
ground?
name?
I want to know. I want to know what force you're talking about, because I don't know what you're saying. What's the force that's
Miggy.
acting upon gas right now?
He
Gravity.
said it's the same force
Alright.
that acts. Yeah, he said
He
it.
said it.
Okay.
So gravity. So go ahead and define
Why
gravity
was
for me,
that so
please.
difficult to say?
Oh, did he say gravity?
Yeah, he said.
Go ahead and define
Wow.
gravity.
Bro, I'm not a physicist.
Bro, I'm not a physicist. Well, you're in here defending a claim. So you mean to tell me that this whole time, bro, I'm not a physicist is your answer to your bullshit that Percentage was defending you on? So you and him are both idiots? Is that what I take it as? Because I'll let that stand as you both being idiots.
At
I mean, if you
41
want to,
minutes
if you
after
want to do
the
that.
hour, I posted a physicist for you. See what he said.
Man, the word for
that
gravity
it?
in German is weird.
So he's not. But he listen, guys, bro. I'm not a physicist. Was his answer, bro? I'm not a physicist,
I gave him
But
one though.
isn't gravity?
bro. I'm not a
Clearly,
physicist.
he's not a physicist.
So
He thinks gas has a directional bias.
So it's weird because you and Percentage are both in the same mind state, yet you are gonna both say, "Bro, I'm not a physicist," as your answer, defending a point for God knows how long you were in here. Because when I jumped in, you were talking a bunch of shit. You and Percentage and Scott Mackey. That. What else you got?
That is so religious. That is so religious.
You know that you just deferred your whole argument, your whole stance for being in here defending your point. You just gave it away. Well, bro, I'm not a physicist. You just deferred. That means that you lost all credibility to have any argument in this room because you just deferred. Now everything is we're gonna be looking at you like, bro, I'm not a physicist.
That's not how it works.
Well, that's how it works in here. Yeah, that's how it works. You deferred. You gave up the ghost, which was easy. because I know that I'm gonna make you all give up the ghost. Every single one of you who come in here and say, "Man, I know what this is," and then once I get you to prove the point, and then you defer, bro, I'm not a physicist. Well, okay, then you're done. What else do you got? You're not a physicist, so
Yeah, I have
got nothing
something
else to
for you.
say.
I
You
have
got nothing
something
else
for
to
you.
say. No, you got nothing for me because you just deferred to somebody that's not you. Yeah. See, that was easy, bro. I'm not a physicist.
I like this guy.
Look
He
inside,
said,
chat.
Miggy,
Look
he
inside, chat,
said
my friend.
that gas molecules, when you ask him in the sky, what's holding the gas molecules? And he said the gas molecules are colliding with against nothing.
Yeah.
So imagine driving a car on a highway, getting hit by nothing, and taking the money from the insurance company.
Yeah, but you know what? His real answer. His real answer is, bro, I'm not a physicist. That's his real answer. After all
Yeah.
the line of
That's what it
after all the
boiled
line
down
of
to.
questions, all the line of questions that we got to talk about, it's always going to end up, bro, I'm not a physicist. So then, why the fuck are you in here arguing a point? That's what
Yeah,
I
and it's
don't
not
get.
even, and
I
it's not
posted
even.
something for you
I don't
in
give
the
a
side
shit.
chat.
Dude, it's not even.
You lost
It's
all
not even your
credibility.
point either. Like you guys argue with it like it's actually your point. You just get told something by someone else and then argue it like passionately, like your life depends on it, when it's
Yep.
not even your argument.
Yep.
I didn't need someone else to tell me that I'm falling down. Right? I know this
Yeah.
myself. That
Yeah. No, you don't know shit, dude. You deferred.
And we're not
So
talking about solids. We're talking about gases anyway, dude.
see, how do you want to like? How do you imagine this happening that you persist in this argument? You've already lost everything, dude. You gave it all up. You said, "Bro, I'm not a physicist." So you deferred. So your argument is deferred now. It's basically like, okay, my argument, if I say, "Bro, I'm not a scientist," I gave up every like position that I had for the argument because I'm not the guy who could tell you because I don't work in those fields. But yet that's your position. You just did that. Bro, I'm not a physicist. Meaning, what else can we talk to you about? Because you can't describe it any farther than what you just said in this chat. Meaning, you're only having a point religiously, but you don't know any way to articulate it in the way that they would. So, what else? What else you got?
Yeah.
What else you got?
I knew about gravity before I went to school. I knew about gravity from kindergarten.
That's gonna follow you
Yeah.
everywhere you go, dude. Bro, I'm not a physicist. So, yeah,
He
that's
just
it.
posted a video about gases going down, but it's the thing is, oh my god, like, so heavy gases go down and then they mix in with the rest, right?
They dissipate.
So they dissipate.
All gases dissipate.
They don't stay in those positions in the natural environment. So the
Concentration.
argument is that there's gas pressure on Earth without a container. So
Yep, that's the argument. It's not even what he was posting. So, yeah, really, it's just his religious. What do you want to call it? Like he's a religious fanatic. So yeah, it's high concentrations.
Fanatic.
Yeah, you are a fanatic.
Yeah,
that's all you are. There's nothing
it's
more.
the same, right? You can get carbon dioxide and pour it into a fish tank, but eventually, like even after a couple of minutes, that carbon dioxide is going to be dissipated into the atmosphere, and it's not going to be at the bottom of the fish tank anymore.
Yep.
So that's not what we're talking about. You can't have heavier gases separated without containment. You can't have gas pressure without containment. Never been shown to happen. So you have an open system next to the vacuum of space. Things equalize violently to equalize pressure.
But you can still place a spring
No,
on
you
a
can't
magnet.
still. How do you know that?
You can't
No,
place
you
a
can't.
spring on anything.
You can't. Why are you even talking about something? You give up all your position. Why are you speaking still? You just deferred to a physicist. You're not one, right? So why are you speaking?
You've said it about 50 times now.
Go bring a physicist in here. Maybe the 51st time you're going to be able to give up and be like, well, you know what? Let me just bring a physicist in here. That'd be better.
Yeah.
Why are we talking to you?
So
if I gave you the definition of gravity, right?
Nah,
wait, just hang on.
I don't
It's
want that.
gas pressure. It's gas pressure on Earth without a container, right? So Can you show at the gas pressure of Earth gas going down?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, you said you couldn't do that. I asked you. You told me you couldn't do it. Where do you see
Wait,
air
what?
going down?
He didn't ask
Where
me
do you,
about air.
Yeah, where do you see air going down? Where?
He
Where's
was
it going
asking me
down?
about gas.
Yeah, where do you see air going down? I'm not gonna
I
let
still
go, dude.
cannot
I'm
see
gonna.
air. He was
You want to
asking me about
persist?
gas.
Yeah, air. Where do you see
Yeah,
it
well,
going down?
there was some special words I used in there, right? So the
Where do you
Earth's pressure. So you're going to have to use the composition of Earth's oxygen gas, right? So you're going to have to use all of those at Earth's pressure and show that gas is moving in a downward bias.
How would I do that?
Yeah, how would I do that? Indeed. How would I do that? Fucking indeed. You can't do
I can
it,
tell you.
dumbass.
I can
That's the
tell you.
claim. Yeah.
You wait.
Let's not feed
Oh.
the trolls here, GBG. Let's fucking. I know you
Yeah.
can. We're gonna give him some nice answer, but this guy doesn't deserve that. He fucking deserves to be just put out and exposed over and over and over again. That's it. That's all we can
That's
do
the
with
claim. The gas on Earth is being held to the ball, but everyone forgets where that gas is converted. Converted at ground layer, and then it goes up.
Yeah, I mean, I would have similar issues. I couldn't show you water go
Similar
down
issues.
inside of water, right?
Yeah. Well, then you have a big fucking problem. You can't.
But you can see water sitting on the bottom of whatever it's sitting on.
No,
right?
but he's got a big fucking
So that's
problem.
fucking stupid.
So how is he going to tell us that air is being held down if he can't show us air being held down? What a fucking moron,
Exactly.
this guy. No shit.
Well, I would have to get rid of the water. So
I would have to get rid of the. We're not talking about water. Focus
Yeah,
on
water's
the
a
air.
solid. Water's a
Focus on the air.
water's a liquid, but it goes down.
Focus on the air.
Yeah.
You
so
can't
if I put
show it.
air in a bed,
Nah, you're every single point that you say, you're denying that you could do the very thing that we need was a demonstration. Well, I can't do it. No shit, Sherlock. That's what we're telling you. Now what? What else you got?
Have you ever been outside in winter time and when you breathe you can see the air coming out of your mouth? Have you seen it, that air going down?
no,
Mm-hmm.
no, I haven't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would it go down? It's within air, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the same.
So where do you see
Go
air?
down, yeah.
Where do you see air going down? Huh?
I
Where?
still cannot see air. I didn't.
Ah, well, that's the claim then. So the claim was that, well, air is being held down with a downward bias, with gravity. We don't see that shit, do we?
Yeah.
That was your
Yeah,
claim.
you said before it's being pulled to the center of
your
the
claim.
Earth. We haven't even got to the ball part yet.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't even
We
need to.
see. We see gas go down.
We see gas. To where do we see air? Once again, look at this moron. He just walks right into the trap once again. All right, we see gas go down. Where do we see air go down?
Is air a gas?
You better fucking believe it is.
Is there a gas?
What the fuck is this guy? Is he smoking some shit, dude? Like, what is this guy?
He's smoking poison.
You're not even on. You're not in the right state of mind, are you, sir? To have
It's
a
pretty
conversation.
simple logic.
No, it's not pretty logic.
It's not logical at all, mate.
It's pretty simple logic. You just,
You just be
ask,
illogical,
dude.
and then
Air,
it's
air is gas. Just ask that.
Gas goes down. Air.
Yeah, really. So, where do you see air go down? Go on, tell me.
Oh yeah, I just developed the skill. I can see.
Yeah, well, you did. Where did you
It's
see
everywhere,
it go
bro. I can't see anything.
no
It's
proof
just
for your
air.
claim. Then. Yeah, no proof for your claim. So, and I'm
My
not.
goodness,
I'm not
man.
a physicist.
Bro, I'm not a physicist. That was you.
I hope you sample that. I hope you use it for like.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm gonna make a fucking techno tune out of it,
Yeah.
bro.
Bro.
I'm not a physicist. I'm not a physicist. Dun, 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 dun.
We should play it. That should be your entry into this forum every time you come in here. Oh, here he is. Bro, I'm not a physicist. Yep, that should be your opening statement. Fucking moron. Yeah, so you can see
The
gas
thing is,
go
you
down
don't
by
have
your
to be a
downward
physicist
bias.
either. Yeah.
So your downward
well, they
bias,
say.
your downward bias, you can't see gas go down. So what else you got?
I can see gas go down. I
You
did.
can really. Where do you see air go down? Oh, go on, tell me. Where do I have to go geographically? Do I have to? It's in
Is gas
Mexico,
air? That's what he's
in
gonna say.
America. Where do I see it go down?
You messed up, my friend. You messed up.
Yeah, I did. Really, tell me where I see gas go down. Where the air that we breathe go down.
And you messed up again. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where
do you see it
gas go down?
I tell you what, Miguel, I like this guy because he's very polite, you know, and he's not
Polite?
swearing.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah,
passive
he's not
aggressive. I
swearing
hate
and
those
he's
cunts.
being polite.
Yeah.
Passive
I'm not
aggressive
polite.
people are
I just
even more
allowed Alpha
annoying.
Veritas to hang his sack in my face for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, see,
What?
GBG, he just said he's not polite. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Alpha Veritas is not respectful. Like, he really just mutes me every time.
Aw.
Because you're not saying anything.
You need a shoulder to cry on. GBG will hold you. He said you're a nice guy.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not here for your fucking feelings, dude. I'm here for pretender to expose pretender clowns like you. That's what I'm here
We
for.
are here for real hard facts.
Real hard facts. Where do we see air
Yes.
go down on Earth? Where do we see it?
Can you see air?
I don't know. You
Well,
tell me, numbnuts. You're the one that says that
if
it has
you're-
a downward bias. So the downward bias doesn't exist for air?
Well, I would
Alpha.
assume it does.
What?
George,
Ask
you
him
need
what
to
an
concede, dude.
ask
I'm
him what an
going to read
updraft
myself.
is.
No, I
I've
want
had
him
a
to.
lot of.
What? What did you have a lot of?
We've had an
of
interesting discussion,
marijuana,
right?
sounds
I was just going to leave, but if you want to ask me something, feel free
No,
to.
no. Interesting
Yeah,
is not. It's not the way I see it. It's basically a moron trying to explain the point and then defers to, bro. I'm not a physicist. That's what we
That's
got.
me.
Yeah,
So you
fucking
said-
moron. Yeah.
You were talking about just before you leave. You were talking about cold hard facts. Can you give us a cold hard fact?
You wanted to ask me a question.
Yeah, that was the question.
Something about updraft.
No,
No, don't worry
no,
about that one.
no. Don't worry about that. Just answer Timbo.
That's got to do with air. So
Okay.
if you can't work out that one, then you don't need to be here.
You're fucking toast.
Yeah. So you said you want to learn about cold hard facts. So can you give us a cold hard fact?
Damn, dude, that blew me away. Did you hear that fact, Timbo? That fact is the one that you would bank on right there. That one right there, that dead silence. You know, that one. Fuck, dude. That's cold
I'm
hard
not a
fact of the Globers. They come in here. Look, and that's all we get. Radio silence.
Yeah, a cold hard fact is that he's not a physicist. Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah. That is true. We all good here? All right, man. Get the fuck out of here. We're done.
Colliding with nothing.
Gas pressure colliding with nothing.
Yeah. Imagine smashing your car and then tell the insurance company, well, I hit nothing, so therefore the whole car is damaged.
I hit a
100%
gravity well.
damage.
Gravity. Fucking
Say
percentage,
that
dude.
to those inspectors, you know.
I don't know why you fall in line with these fucking idiots, dude, but you tend to like their arguments for some fucking reason.
Percentage.
Yeah.
I think he just likes to argue.
I don't like their reason, but this guy wasn't like spiraling and swearing and calling names like the others, you know. So yeah,
Doesn't
I
matter,
gave him
dude. They're
that.
fucking weasels.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck if they're polite? They're
He
fucking
was a
weasels, dude.
weasel.
He's
Yeah.
a weasel. He doesn't
He
want to
tried.
answer questions. Most of them, whether they're polite or not, they're still gonna be. There's the same type of rigmarole, dude. They're gonna never
Yeah.
answer the thing that you're asking for directly. They always want to skirt that and talk about something else. And if somebody else in this chat gives them a branch to swing off of, they're fucking swinging off of it fast. So if you are listening to me shellac somebody and you're like, hey, but what about this point? And they go fucking swing off into that point. That's the problem. You can't let them swing off to another point, guys. You gotta fucking.
Yo, if you're talking about me, man, watch your mouth, Alpha.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You better keep me on mute instead of just, talking trash.
Dude, you want to be
Why? What do
fucking
you-
removed
what do you-
from
are
this
you
fucking
gonna-
forum? What are you threatening me now?
Are you gonna?
No, just like, have some respect yourself, man.
You're gonna
Yeah,
spit
for
some
what?
facts now, are you, percentage or
You're
what?
calling someone else a weasel, that's fine, but don't call me a weasel. I don't know who you're talking about.
You are though.
I'm not.
You are.
Okay, that's your
No,
opinion.
you are.
By default,
No, you.
you are.
No, you.
Talk to me nice.
My God, dude, get the fuck out of here. Talk to me nice. You some kind of snowflake? Fuck's wrong with you?
No, but I care about my reputation, don't you?
Reputation.
What reputation?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
You're a fucking
You
troll,
called me
mate.
a weasel when I was like doing something.
What?
I had this in the background. I'm pretty sure
You
you called
got
me
an
a weasel.
untenable position. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nothing that I said was untenable. You strawman me and then you went
no,
and ran with it.
bullshit. All right, so what was the argument about?
Bro, I don't have time to get into it again.
Bro. Well, then why the fuck are you here talking then?
I only said something because you called me a weasel. And I
Yeah,
spoke up.
because you are a fucking weasel, dude.
No, you're a weasel, bro.
No, you.
No, you.
My ego. My ego.
The way you like interact with people here,
What?
the muting and monologuing is weaselish.
Well, start
Oh,
your
no.
own channel then, you fucking idiot.
I gotta go, man. Go back to being yourself.
Good. Fuck off.
Be
Once
well
you get-
done.
Once you get there, fuck off some more.
How
do you say your
stand
name?
that guy? Can't stand him.
Yeah, he talk to me nicely, oh. Well, don't be a fucking cunt, dude. That's all.
I don't take
If you
this
stop
for
being a
real.
douchebag, then yeah, of course.
He used to be exactly the same in 24/7 as well.
Yeah, same shit.
Cool.
Hey, we
Are you
get-
trying to say something or are you just hot micing away?
Hey, Kiko, you were hot micing.
I had my window down. The wind's going.
Kiko, do you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What the fuck? Who? Oh, the other guy that was in here. We got any more Globers? Is that it? Yeah, listen to this moron fucking talking some bullshit.
Me, I'm a Glover. Oh.
Was that Neil? Fucking Neil. Talk to me nice. I gotta protect my reputation. You know, my reputation.
Reputation. You're on fucking Discord, mate.
Discord career, imagine.
Dude, come on, man. Gotta get my rep up. Gotta get my street cred.
What do you get, points or something?
You can't even say the guy's name. How are you supposed to have a reputation when you don't even have a name?
Yeah, he's the guy. I don't know. Sometimes he's all over the place. Sometimes he's for FE. He's against FE. He's for FE. It's like he's teeter tottering back and forth. He argues with some of the Globers and he doesn't sometimes. And like fucking hell, make up
Then he
your
argues
mind.
with flat earthers, and then he
Well,
just makes stupid comments.
I wonder if he has a Barbie doll wearing a spacesuit.
Now he dresses Barbie up as Ken.
Fucking hell, dude.
All Globers should have a Barbie doll.
I don't. Okay.
Why?
Oh, Kiko,
Because-
don't ask that question.
About
I didn't want to
2
ask
weeks
it.
ago, there was the Barbie doll anniversary, and they took about 10 Barbie dolls on the ISS on its anniversary. So
Hey, we got.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say we got lost in geometry, but that's Sasha. Never mind.
Oh,
I thought it was somebody else. Go on, Sasha. I didn't know it was you.
Oh, is Sasha here?
Yeah, he's lost in geometry.
Uh-huh.
His fucking name, dude.
Wow. I haven't heard him in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's busy like lately. They had Nathan Oakley was in here earlier, wasn't he?
How did
Yes, I
that go?
was here. Yeah.
I wasn't here. Who did he talk to?
Oh my God, it was quite a show.
Awesome.
Yeah. Huey also.
Oh, Huey
Yeah,
was
did he
here.
sneak in? Did he on Nathan's microphone?
He's
He's not
often
allowed
does
in.
it. Yeah, he. Yeah, once he gets these Globers around here, dude, he fucking just goes. He goes bananas. He starts whacking them like whack-a-mole. It's like.
Yeah.
They record it over here and put it on FED, or is it recorded on ours? I know it's
Yeah, it
recorded on
was
ours.
also on
I think we
FED.
got it on
Yeah.
ours, no? The YouTube channel.
Yeah. YouTube or Rumble. I don't know which one was in here, but
Yeah, he wasn't QE. He was just John in here. So maybe it was a soccer count. I don't know.
Bro, I'm not a
I
physicist.
know QE when I hear it.
It's like, dude, you argue with the fucking idiot for like what 30 minutes to an hour, and then at the very end, bro, I'm not a physicist. Like, what the fuck am I talking to you for then?
don't worry about all
Shit.
those arguments I just came up
Yeah,
with.
I said a bunch of shit, but don't worry about it because I'm not a physicist, so I can say whatever I like, and you can't hold me to it. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Because that's what it's like, dude. He's just doing that. It's like, you can't touch me. I'm not a physicist. It's like, well, then good. We're not fucking talking to you then. Let's bring the physicist in here that you're appealing to.
And you don't even need to be a physicist. Like, all you need to say is, well, the claim is that and then you talk about it. You know?
Yeah.
You don't need to stand firm on this claim that you know nothing about or not your claim. Like,
Or just
don't treat it personally, you know? Like, it's fucking someone else's claim that they came up with and you're defending it.
or just use Scott Mackey's approach.
I don't know.
No, he's like, you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
Yeah, we know
You're just
this.
wrong.
We all know.
That's all. You're just wrong. Hey, like,
I think,
how am I
Curvature.
wrong? No, you're just saying gibberish. You're just wrong. Like, that's all he
Yeah.
does, dude. He never
That's
tells
him.
you. He never tells you the point of how you're wrong. He just why are you saying gibberish? You're just wrong.
My favorite is you just don't understand.
Yeah,
You're just a flirter. Perspective. Remember that?
Scott's an armchair warrior. He's just sitting back in his comfortable lazy boy with his iced tea. Climate controlled room.
I have a vivid imagination. You got to stop it.
On his iPad, he's just thumbing through, while he's got his like reading glasses on. So every time he's doing his crossword puzzle, he looks down at his crossword puzzle, and then he sees activity in the chat, so he's like unmutes, then talks to us.
Fuzzy socks with the rubber soles.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, they look like booties.
You got the noise canceling earbuds, and then Over's off the noise canceling headphones.
You fucking portray the same thing. See, I gave you a starter. Now everybody can like add their own contribution to it, because that's why I imagine him. He's all like cozy and comfy. He's got like his old man blanket on him. The really soft one that you feel at the store that you're like, dude, this is fucking soft. I want to have one of these. He's got one of them.
Fresh cup of tea next to him.
Yep. And you can still see the steam on it because he just made it, because he sat down and he's gonna go in for like a long haul conversation with us.
He has a hot plate for his cup of tea, so it never goes cold.
Oh, that's cool, man. He might have. That way he doesn't have to get up. Yeah, you're right. He just doesn't have to get up and warm it up again.
Before you stepped in, Miggy.
Yeah.
Before you stepped in, I heard a few guys asking about gas pressure gradient in a container. which I spoke a lot about it in the last years. And now I actually hear guys that they heard of this thing and they are searching to find anything. And the guy was saying, like, I looked up the whole internet searching for material on this, and he never found anything.
Yeah, they're not
It's
doing
so
that.
cool. Yeah, no, but this is, I mean, I have some books from university library, you know, and yeah, they
Mm.
are physics, magnetism, chemistry books, and I read stuff in these books which I don't find it on internet, you know.
That's all right.
I'm
They don't know
I'm
what they're
not
talking
saying
about.
it's not out there on the internet. It definitely is, but with Google's messed up searching algorithms now, it's very hard to find material. You know. Yeah.
It was just regular people in here, usual suspects. What are you up to, Timbo? You're just hanging out, working and listening.
I am early here. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, but I'm going down the coast. My son's got a footy game,
Oh, cool.
so early start.
Are you
Footy
a
as in
Before,
physicist?
no, he's.
AFL, like Aussie rules. Yeah.
Oh, well, good luck on your son's game, man. Hopefully he wins.
Yeah, yeah. Looking pretty good at the moment. So
Yeah, me, on the other
go
hand,
for
I got a reputation to maintain, like percentage. Dude, bro, I got a reputation, bro. Really? What's your reputation?
yeah.
Professional douchebag? Like, what the fuck? I don't know these guys, bro. It's crazy.
It's all good as long they are harmless. You know.
I think he uses
I'm.
people on Discord as his references on his resume.
You have
I'm a
to,
big
man, because like, how can you?
Ring Alpha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reputation: scholar, not physicist.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
look, my pronouns on Discord are politics scholar.
imagine him taking it to like an actual job. You know, it's all there in black and white. You know, they're like, what the fuck is this?
Imagine even that last guy, like trying to get an answer out of that last guy at work.
Imagine giving this
He's like,
guy a rifle.
seriously, I've debated like no less than like 200 people. I'm telling you, and it's serious
I'd
debates
say
too,
more than
mind you.
that, man. More than that.
And you know, I'm able to navigate conversations, and you know, he's just like going on about his fucking reputation. Like, really, it's crazy. I didn't know that.
I've never heard anyone say that before.
It is kind of weird though, right? That he said that. I felt some kind of way about it. Like, dude, why are you weird? First of all,
Reputation, like, what?
like who's actually like who's following him? Like, does he have followers? Like, is that what's going on? Is he live streaming this or what?
Wait,
That's the
in
only
the
thing.
end, like, think about it. We're just all on Discord. We're just all avatars. There's no reputation.
Well, except for his.
Well, I could say, listen. You know, Witsit and Nathan Oakley just got mentioned by Eric Dubay, who also has a reputation. These guys are just
A percentage. He must be. Is he not in the
So,
same circles that we are? Like, what circles is he in?
things are happening.
You
He must be.
I think I've heard Eric Dubay mention something about percentages, but I don't know if he's talking about him.
Nah, I don't think so. I think people forget about percentage the moment he leaves the chat. except for us talking about him. But like, he's not like a memorable.
He's on my radar every time he comes in.
The only thing we know him for in here is, someone who argues on both sides. He doesn't make up his mind. I hate those guys that do that. Like, one moment they're arguing with you, and the next moment they're against you. Like, fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean.
Traitors. That's how
That's why you're
Napoleon
so
called them.
retarded. I'm just kidding. That was like me agreeing and then going against it. That was the same thing.
Well, it's like, how are you going to agree with everything that we're saying here, and then on the other hand, agree with the Glober in any way? Like, what from the globe makes sense to you? Because every point that I was talking to that Rue, whatever fucking his name was, like, he didn't have any way to substantiate his claims. No way. So he was just in here, just waffling on, just continuing to just say things without any demonstration, no citations, nothing was being brought up. He didn't even know the name of the force until I had to like pull it out of him. And once he said it, he didn't even know how to state what that was. So he's bankrupt. Like most of these guys are.
I think he was intentionally avoiding to call it gravity.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, this is the reason why we like corner them so they don't. Can you imagine this was one of those moderated debates, like those fucking?
They got to the
debate
point.
forums?
They got to the point where they are afraid to say the word gravity. It's
Yeah.
good. It's not bad.
How
It's
you
just
want
the
them to
name
be
of their
afraid of saying?
God.
You want them
Yeah.
to be afraid. Yeah. Once you name it, because it's for me, it
What
was like
is gravity?
we got Atlas just joined in. Is Atlas a Glober? Inquiring minds want to know.
Hello, gents. I'm just here to listen and learn.
Listen, nah, there's no parking on the dance floor, my friend. Do you think the Earth's a globe, Atlas?
Ah, fuck yeah, I do.
Fuck yeah.
And whoa. What's this Atlas guy holding up then? What's he? I see him in your picture.
Be holding up the sky.
He's holding up the fucking planet Earth, dude.
Planet Earth.
What's he standing on if he's holding up the planet Earth?
Probably.
Need a firm.
He's done.
But
Need a firm
the problem
foundation
is,
to stand on, which would be Earth, up the sky.
the problem is that the original Atlas was holding up the heavens, not the globe.
Yeah.
Except for this one, which is he's standing on I don't know what, but he's holding up the globe. All right, so
Maybe
how
you
is,
should do research on Atlas.
Atlas, how is the Earth a globe?
But that is kind of funny. I think it was Mercator who coined the term Atlas to kind of tribute his understanding that the Earth is not a globe, and stuck it in there for the remnants of history to reference.
All right, let's get to asking Atlas how he knows the Earth's a globe. Atlas.
Jeez, you guys are putting me on a spotlight here. I didn't want to have to talk.
Huh?
So I mean, I have basic education, right? And I've listened to some physicists and so on. Try to understand a little bit of Einstein's theory of relativity, some gravity.
Understand gibberish.
Yeah,
you know, a little bit more than the Bible. I try to expand my knowledge further than what God says and Jesus said in some theological book.
Yeah, dude, that's all good and well, but just I mean, that was a non-answer to my question. I asked you,
Okay.
how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Like I said, basic education. Yeah.
No, I mean, I know that the means by which you think it's a globe. I wanted you to tell me how you know it's a globe. Like, in what way is it a globe?
Yeah, because you answered, "Fuck yeah."
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That sounded very
You
assured.
had a revelation.
It is.
Confident. Very confident.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, fairly confident. I mean, I've flown flown in planes.
You flown in planes? Oh, that's great.
Yeah, different time zones.
Time
you know
zones?
about those? Yeah, different time zones. and-
okay,
yeah.
right. Yeah, you're I don't know where you're
North Pole, South Pole.
North Pole.
You don't know about that. I live in South Africa, which is close to the Antarctic.
So you're
Yeah.
just telling me you're telling me a bunch of geographic locations and you traveling to the geographic locations. That's all good
Yep.
and well. I want you to tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. You know, a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid. How is it
Yes.
that? Yes.
Well, because I've seen people make predictions about seasons where the sun, seasons. You know what seasons are?
Yeah, but
where
you're not, that's not answering.
talk over me, okay?
Yeah, no, I know. You're not giving me the geometry, the
I
geometric
think
shape
the
of
answer
the
to
Earth.
the question would be that's how gravity works.
No, I know what this guy wants. He wants me to fucking tell him that I took a telescope
There
and
you
I
go.
pointed it 6 feet above the fucking
that's a
sea
good
level and making some observation or something like that.
Yeah, what did you? How do you know the
You're
Earth's a globe?
ignoring
Yeah.
every other piece of evidence.
I don't care about that shit because it's not giving us geometry, bro.
Yeah,
So
I went on I went for a beach for a walk on the beach today, and I looked.
good for you.
It looked flat to me. And then at some point, you know, I can't see further. At some point, you know, I can't see China on the fucking other side
China.
of the ocean.
Why would you see China though? Why would you want to see China?
Why would I not see China on a flat Earth?
Because that's dumb. Because first of all, you got
Because it's dumb. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, like if you allow me to, so first of all, it looks pretty flat. That's observation from a first-hand perspective, right? So you're saying your primary experience of the Earth, well, it looks pretty fucking flat. You went to the beach. You just told us all that, right? Good for you. Observation, check. Now measurement. Let's see if it checks out as a globe. How do you measure it as a globe? We're going to go through the steps. So there's 3. Either observation, measurement, and practical use. So you've checked the box for observation. Looks like flat. Okay, now let's go to check to see if it measures globe. All right, so how does it measure like a globe? Go on, Atlas.
My man, how do you think GPS works? Tell me.
No,
what do you?
ask me the question, bro.
Focus. Just no. I'm asking you a question. Are you asking me questions? So GPS, how does it work? Satellites, bro. So how does a satellite work in GPS?
Why are you asking me questions when the question to you, sir? The question to you was, how does it? Yeah, he's but just
He's
hold
gonna
on a
keep
minute.
dodging
Just-
your questions. Don't worry.
So here's the most important piece, right? We got 3 things, right? Observation, measurement, and practical use. The first one was observation. You check the box for flat Earth. It looks like flat. So let's go to the second one, which is measurement. So how does it?
No,
measure
it doesn't look
as a
flat
globe?
because I can't see China on the other side of the ocean, bro.
We're not going to worry about that at the moment. It looks that way to you from the beach. So we got that part down. So let's go to measurement. Does it measure?
What do
like
you
a
mean
globe?
measurement?
Sir, who's interrupting me right now? What the fuck is this going on? Yeah, who are you? Now I'm paying attention to the chat. Who are you? Is it Rila Kuma? Is that who's
What's up?
talking? Is that were you just asking me some questions right now? Come on, man, speak up. I ain't got all the time.
Figure it out the hard way.
Yep, is that
Admit
him?
it.
All right, just keep an eye on him. If he's, I don't know if it was him or not. All right, so Atlas, how does it measure as a globe?
I have no idea what you mean. How does it measure as a globe?
Yeah,
Explain
so
to me, please.
So the Earth as a globe has some metrics that are, according to what we know, measurements of an oblate spheroid. Yes.
I have no idea what you fucking talking about.
Okay, the Earth that you stand on, the Earth that you stand on has a radius, diameter, and circumference, right?
Yes.
Okay, how the fuck did they get that?
My man, do you have basic education?
What? That's not an answer to my question. Yeah, back to the question. How did he get that?
Okay, there are so many people way smarter than myself and you,
What?
sir.
He has no
Nah.
answer.
No, just say you don't have an answer, Atlas. That's easy. I don't know.
This is 24/7
Big
flat
ego.
Earth. The question on the table is it flat or is it a globe? So we just want to know why your position is obviously that it's a globe. How did you come to that conclusion? Like the most obvious thing would be to like fucking somehow measure it or look at it, you know? So how did you get that? How did they get any of these measurements?
Yeah, how did they measure it, Alice?
Look, you say the most obvious thing is to go and observe,
that's not what I'm
right?
saying, bro.
So I can stand on an open plane, or I can go.
I stop. We've already covered observation. You just said it looks flat. Yeah, good. That checks the box for flat. Now we're going to measurement. Does it check the box for measurement too? We don't know. We want you to answer. How does it measure an oblate spheroid? Go ahead, Atlas. Just want to know. If you know, say you know. If not, say I don't know. Then we can go to the next one. Pretty simple.
I don't have the funds to set up my own.
Yeah, but that's not.
Just say you don't
have
know,
to go
then.
there. Just say you don't know, Atlas. That's simple, bro.
It'll only hurt for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
All you have to do is yield, bro. It's not that hard.
Just
All I do is say 10 words and you fucking mute me. Watch.
Mute you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'm gonna get muted now again.
No, I
it's
want you to
muted.
tell me if you. I want you to tell me if you know or not know how to measure the Earth as a globe. Just that's all you got to do. Just I know, and here's how I know, or I don't know. Sorry. Yeah. Come on, Atlas. You can do
Okay,
it.
so there was a guy, right? I can't remember what his name was, but he measured
Angle.
It was the
He didn't measure the Earth.
oh, you guys are,
No,
fuck man, you put me on the
Well, no, it's
Yep.
not putting you on the spot. But what I'm asking you is, if you know somebody's measured the Earth as a globe, you'd be able to tell us, right? I mean, or you don't know that. It's up to you, man. You don't have to. You just say I don't know. Because it doesn't. The line of questioning doesn't stop there. If you say you know, it's gonna keep continuing. If you give me an answer, I'm gonna pry your knowledge on that specific thing you just brought forward. So it has to be either you know or you don't know. Just be honest.
No, okay. I'm gonna say I don't know, and purely because I know you want one specific answer. You want some obscure measurement of 6 foot
Sure.
above sea level.
No, but relax, dude. Just
wants
relax.
how you know.
Breathe in and breathe out, bro. That's all you gotta do. If you don't know, that's cool. We just move forward. All right, that's all. So
Okay, I don't know. I don't know. It's
So
it's
for the-
flat.
That's well, you don't have to say that, but would say that you don't have the measurement. So for observation, we check flat. For measurement, we don't know, so it checks that you don't know. And now we're gonna go for the last one, and that's practical use. So is the Earth being practically used as a globe that you know of in any way? In any way, Atlas.
Yes, I know that astronomers can make predictions on seasons. They can make predictions on tides based on where the moon is on around the globe, right? We know when summer and winter comes, right?
Presupposition.
So you're saying all this
All
due
right.
to the fact that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Okay, make the connection from the oblate spheroid to those predictions. I need to see the connection because a practical use for the Earth being an oblate spheroid, you have to tell me how it being a geometric shape is being utilized in that very instance. So how is it being utilized as an oblate spheroid and what you just said? Make the connection.
Well, unfortunately, this is not my field of study. I'm just a normal
done it.
person trying to fucking live my life just like
That's
you.
fine. That's fine, Atlas. So all you got to do is say, I don't know. That will be done.
Are you willing to answer questions from
Sure,
my side?
After you concede, why not?
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so the answer to it having being observed as flat, check. You not knowing measurements for it being a globe, check. And practical use, well, you don't know that either, so check. So you don't know the Earth's a globe, and it looks flat.
Are you willing
So,
to answer some of my questions?
sure.
Explain volcanoes.
They got
Explain
lava.
volcanoes.
Lava
Yeah.
comes out of a volcano.
What do you want to know about it? Like, other than
Right.
what's been studied by geologists? What do you want to know other than what's been studied by geologists? I don't get it.
How do volcanoes occur on the surface?
I would before you start asking questions, just think if it's
Oh,
exclusive.
see, no,
No,
can't answer.
I'm just trying to help you out here, so we're not wasting time. So just think of it, is that exclusive to a globe, or could that be possible on both? Because you'd have to rule one out. Otherwise, it's just a fucking question that makes no sense. So just
are
think
you
of that
saying-
in that way.
Are you saying it because it only can be a globe in the instance of volcanoes, Atlas? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know. So if you don't know, just say you don't know.
No. I was just asking you. I was just asking you in concerns to like why you think it's a globe. You think it's pertinent to you thinking that it's a globe? Because
No. You're not asking me. I asked you, how do volcanoes work?
Sure.
Lava comes out of a
listen. I'll tell
If
you
you
this,
don't
I'll
know,
tell you-
just concede. If you don't know how it works, just concede.
All right,
I'm
relax,
answering
dude.
you, dude.
Yeah, hold on, Timbo. But my thing is here, Atlas, was I didn't come in here claiming that because the Earth is flat, we have volcanoes. You came in here claiming that the Earth is a globe. Fuck yeah, was your answer. So it wasn't my claim. Volcanoes is not my claim. Whether or not I know the inner workings of it or whatever it stands to reason that the answer is what they are right now, I can just go with that because it doesn't explain the Earth being a globe. So for me, whatever the answer is for a volcano, so long as it doesn't tell us that, well, we have to think of the Earth as a globe because then we have to answer those questions, right? But the way pressure and building up of that and then explosion, like all that stuff, it would work just fine. And the idea that they can model it out and stuff, that's just fine. All right. But I'm not contesting that. So you're putting an argument on me that I didn't say. It's not my claim. Your claim was the Earth is a globe. That's why I held you to that, and you don't know. And that was your claim. I didn't claim volcanoes. So you can't put that on me like you're charging me with answering volcanoes or how they work, because I didn't make the claim. You get the difference? I didn't make the claim for volcanoes,
But you
and
concede
you made
then
the claim for the
that
Earth.
you don't know how volcanoes work then.
I can only
Just
tell you.
concede.
I can only. It doesn't matter if I concede. It wasn't my claim to begin with. I
Okay.
didn't claim the inner workings of a volcano. You claim that you know the Earth is a globe. That's why I charge you with not knowing. So me not knowing something that I didn't claim, that's fine. I didn't claim it. Why would
Yeah,
I
he didn't
make that?
say-
Okay,
he
can I
didn't
ask
say-
you another thing? How do we how do seasons? Can you predict
didn't
how
say-
how do we predict seasons?
Hold on, man. Go ahead, Timbo.
Volcanoes work. Fuck yeah. I know how volcanoes work. Yeah, it's silly.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't come in here saying, I know how volcanoes work. And then you ask me, how do they work? And I'm like, shit, I don't know. See, that's what you did with the Earth being a globe. Exactly what I just did right now as an example. But I didn't say anything about volcanoes. Yet you put that on me like I did. It wasn't my claim.
I
You
didn't know
can't charge me with
volcanoes
not
were
knowing.
I didn't know volcanoes were in contention anyway.
Yeah, the only reason you've mentioned that, mate, is if the volcano, the mechanism of how it worked, could only be done on a globe. Otherwise, you're just not asking the right questions. Wrong forum.
Yeah, go to the volcano
Yeah.
forum.
He's putting it on me like it was something for him to ask me and then say, gotcha. See how you don't know? Like that wasn't my claim.
Concede. Concede.
There's a lot of there's a lot of shit on this earth that I don't know about, but like you putting it on me and saying that, well, I should know this. No. Do you know everything about the earth? Like, even if you're saying not even about the globe, no, you don't know everything that's to know. Nobody does. It's a lot of shit out there to know. Anyway,
Yeah, the
It's a
claim is
long-winded way to say that you don't know how volcanoes work, but I'm glad that you did.
It's pretty
Badass.
simple. Dude. The Earth is the Earth is claimed to be a sphere. Like we're asking questions on whether you know it is a sphere or not, and you conceded that you don't know. And then you proceed to ask about volcanoes that no one's ever said. Volcanoes prove a flat Earth or anything like that.
Yep.
We're asking the simple questions, and it seems to be that 90% of people that come in here don't know the Earth is a sphere.
And furthermore, your first observation when you went to the beach was it looks pretty fucking flat. We're like, good, man, that saves us time. We don't have to like twist your arm about it. Like you easily said, yeah, it looks flat. Well, that's one step closer, isn't it? We're all good, Atlas. Now that fuck yeah turned into like, oh shit, right? I mean, come on. You got to look at it that way.
No, not at all, actually.
Not at
because
all.
as soon as I start actually
Invincible
talking, I
ignorance
get
intact.
muted.
He's being very insincere.
Huh?
Yeah. Do we need to ask you again? So, how do you know the Earth's a sphere?
So, I mean, we could. I mean, I'm going back on the question: how do volcanoes work? Okay, let me ask you
Nobody
another question.
made it.
How do we predict tides in the ocean?
Oh, wait a minute. Nah, you know what? Like, I don't. Was that anybody's
Gives a
claim?
shit.
That's boring.
He's telling you to answer claims that nobody's made in here. Like that's easily recognizable because he's got egg all over his face, so he wants you to wear some of that egg. And no, you don't have to.
Just bite
he
your
wants to know
pride,
how
man.
people
Like it's
work.
not. Yeah.
How he can ask the question when he doesn't know your position? He didn't first ask for your position to know to ask the question, but he will randomly ask the questions like from the God or whatever, from the internet.
Yeah, because he doesn't like the feeling of not being able to answer questions, so he wants us to feel that same way. But we didn't make a claim like he did, which
But
I think the best way to show that you're a
listen,
genuine person is
But
when
listen-
you don't know, you just say, "Oh, I don't know."
But listen how this is easy. For example, I come in and I find the name Timbo. Timbo, why you don't believe that Earth is not a globe? And then he will say, why? And then you catch that, what he answered, and that with that you go asking question. You are saying that this and this and this, and then you go on.
That's too
But
simple,
no.
Sasha.
Yeah. Yeah, like I will find out why you think like that, and then I will ask a question about that.
About
No,
what
I
you
will ask
think.
a question. Yeah, I will. Yeah. No. I will not ask a question. What do you think? I will ask random questions from the internet.
Yeah. Don't bring in those random questions. If you're honest with sitting there thinking about your position that it's a globe and you took all those random positions back, even though they're irrelevant, and figured out, well, where like starting points, how did they get measurements and that, because it's all needed to do everything that you think it does. How did they get that? It's a key part missing from the story, but you got to be honest with yourself, and that's going to be the difficult part. But if you'll realize that you can't fucking figure anything out.
Why was not difficult part for us? We also had that road, and we find out, okay, this is and this and this. Okay, good. And then you can also, reject that. You can say, okay, I heard this. I still don't believe. Okay, great, man. Live your life. Everything is cool. But no, they will ask about volcanoes. What the fuck volcanoes has to do with the shape?
I was trying to find a correlation as well within that, what he was trying to say.
He's asking like how we have the seasons. We have the winter, summer.
Well, it's
autumn,
because they don't
and-
know. They don't know
and
any of
spring.
these things. So when the
Spring
Globers
is-
don't know, they're like, "Man, I wonder how all this stuff works." Hey, Flat Earther, could you tell me how a volcano works? Because the globes are watching.
Yeah. Throw shit at the wall, see if anything sticks.
Well, like I said before, he just want you to get to a point where you can't answer a question. But here's the thing: nobody in here made the claim. Hey, volcanoes work, therefore the Earth is flat. Like that would be something he can hold you to. But you can't do that. You didn't say anything about it. It's like, so he's trying to ask you questions about stuff, and then not. Yeah, you didn't make the claim. So you can always go back and I didn't say anything about this. Like, why do I have to answer that?
Also, how about you just give the argument already that proves that flat Earth is true? Go ahead.
Raina. Oh yeah, let's go. Hey, so So do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, that's going to be a question. That's going to be the first non-answer. I asked for an argument. You're asking me a question. So go.
Are you about the debate bros? Are you with the debate bros? That's all I gotta know.
Once you stop stuttering,
Are you with the debate bros?
Yeah, when you stop stuttering, I'll answer the.
All right,
Definitely looks like it.
I think so. So, if you think that the Earth is a globe, what is your evidence of that?
What is your arrogance? Yeah, shut the fuck up, you brain dead retard. So I asked you first a question. I asked you if you.
Yeah, that's not how this works. You're in our forum, so how is the Earth a globe, brain?
Yeah, so just to be clear, you don't have an.
Yeah, so you don't know. You're just gonna concede that you don't know how the Earth is a globe.
No, I do have an argument, but.
So your concession is you don't know how the Earth is a globe. I'm gonna take that concession the moment you don't answer the question. How is the Earth a globe, Raina?
I already told you I have a fucking argument. I'm putting it in the side chat.
Okay, so it's easily said with your you use your words, right? Because you have a mouth and you're speaking. Obviously not well, but use your
Why are
words.
you putting it in the side chat?
Oh, I understand
Why
you're a
don't you
fat
just
beaner.
give
I'll
the
fuck your
argument?
daughter. But yeah, I'll just give you a formal argument, you fat beaner.
Yeah, so insults aren't gonna
Beaner?
work.
How fucking old are you, man? Beaner?
Insults don't work in
You're
here.
too busy with your grandma. Leave the daughters alone, brother.
So what we want to know right now from you is how is the Earth a globe? That's the question. Can you answer the question? Insults don't work. Not in here. Did you leave?
I want to know what the fuck
he
a
left.
beaner is.
It's a
Yo, what's up, Alpha? It's Amish. What's happening, bro?
Nothing much. It's a derogatory term for Spanish people or Hispanics.
Really? Why? Because they eat beans.
Yeah.
Serious? Is that an insult?
Well, it's kind of a derogatory term. Yeah, it's meant to be
That's
one.
like calling someone an Italian pasta.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
Turkish kebab.
Kind of like that. Yeah.
Not even an insult. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, I think it's a generalization and stereotyping.
Yeah, but for me, it's like I want to cut through all that and just go straight for the heart, which is like him not being able to answer the question. Because debate bros, they kind of want to just do their little antics.
Yeah, state your formal argument now.
That's
What's a debate, bro?
No, look, every concession, every single concession we can extract puts our flag closer to the objective.
So what the debate bros is they come in and they argue about a formal argument instead of actually arguing about the information.
Yeah, the topic's a side piece.
Is it a group or is it like a type of person?
It's a little group.
Yeah.
It's a little group of
Like
people.
when he
that come
called
in.
him a beaner, they're debate bros. Same kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they wanna get a reaction from using insults so that you can they redivert so that you can focus on what they're saying. It's a tactic. It's a debate tactic.
Yeah, I can confirm he's in one of the main debate bro servers.
Yep. But they don't.
You can
have
tell by
anything.
you can tell by the way they talk.
Yeah, they don't have anything left in the tank when it comes to a forum where they can't do what they want. They only control things in their forums, and they,
Right, because if you're giving an oral dissertation of your thesis, you're not going to be engaging in debate tactics with a panel of PhDs who's trying to award you a PhD for your thought process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they argue for like a neutral outcome, and they call that a win.
Exactly. No, you're not trying for a neutral outcome. You're trying to win.
And they're usually employing a lot of gimmicks in the process. It's just like optics. They want to build the environment for their debates on optics, so that people are just looking at like how they do it.
Structure on an argument instead of the argument.
Yeah, so this means they're going to expend more effort trying to muddy our claims and explanations in order to denigrate them so that they can propose that the globe exists.
Yeah, I guess he's grooming to be a politician or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the training they get in politics. Yeah.
It's a formula to just argue anything, like without even having any sort of substance in the topic at hand. You could just argue it over fallacies and that.
Yeah, there's no conclusion. Yeah.
I can tell that
Yeah,
they're
throw
listening.
yourselves on the gears, guys. Like, kill yourself in order to win the debate.
Yeah, they usually do. Like I was talking to the other guy, and I know they listen on the 24/7 live channel on YouTube, so they're waiting to come in here and try to get a moment to say their little piece and see if they can get